Battle Through the Heavens, Rebirth of Emperor Yan Chapter 247 to Chapter 315. As time swiftly flowed by, Xiaoyan had unknowingly disappeared from the savage ancient city for half a month. Although Xiaoyan's concealment had stirred quite a great storm within the wasteland, this storm merely lasted for less than half a month before it was gradually suppressed by the increasing number of Ban Di experts within the ancient wasteland city. There would be new stories happening in the ancient city every day. Even though Xiaoyan was a genius and his alchemy skills were unprecedented in the ancient city, the stories of the ancient city would not stop for Xiaoyan alone. When some of the experts in the ancient city noticed the group of half-emperors swarming over, they could not help but be curious about who they were. However, they quickly reacted. Apart from the void lightning pool that only appeared once every 100 years, there was probably no other reason that could make so many half-step emperors swarm over here in the ancient savage city. At this moment, some of the old people in the city who knew about this matter suddenly realized that there was only 1.5 months left until the opening of the lightning pool. It was no wonder that these half-step emperors, who usually cultivated in seclusion, would all come to the wildlands. If nothing major happened, they wouldn't be in the mood to come here. It was already difficult for half-emperors, especially high-level half-emperors, to increase their strength at their current level. It was somewhat unrealistic to rely on heavenly treasures that could increase a half-emperor's strength. After all, this was the border of the continent, a barren land. How could there be any exceptional cultivation resources? Even if there were, they would have been taken by the powerful magical beasts long ago. How could it be so easy to snatch them from their hands? Rather than looking for trouble, it was better to cultivate peacefully. In comparison, this was the right way to go. But now, the void lightning pool was an anomaly among the numerous cultivation resources. In a short few days, almost 100 half-emperors had appeared in the ancient city. Such a huge lineup could be considered extremely powerful even in the entire southern region. Almost 100 half-emperors had gathered in the ancient city. For a time, the entire ancient city became extraordinarily lively. Everyone had naturally forgotten about the genius Xiaoyan. However, as more and more half-emperors appeared in the bustling ancient city, trouble arose in the ancient city. The strength of a half-step emperor was naturally undeniable. If two half-step emperors were to fight each other, it would be very difficult to determine the outcome of the battle. Thus, generally speaking, even if there were conflicts between half-step emperors, they would try their best to avoid fighting each other. However, even though they were all half-emperors and were usually apprehensive of each other, the situation was different now. The opening of the void lightning pool was getting closer and closer. However, there were only a total of 30 lightning pool invitations. As the saying goes, there are too many monks and too little gruel. Currently, there were nearly 100 half-martial emperors in the ancient savage city. However, less than a third of them would be able to enter the lightning pool in the end. This result would cause most of the half-emperors to have wasted their trip. However, half-emperors were half-emperors. Which one of them did not have any pride in their hearts after reaching this level of cultivation? They had painstakingly made this trip for the sake of obtaining a lightning pool invitation. However, in the end, they had come for nothing. This was something that they could not accept. Thus, even if they were unable to enter the void lightning pool, these half-emperors would definitely not be willing to be spectators. As a result, the continuous battle in the savage ancient city officially unfolded in the void. This was not only for the sake of obtaining the qualifications to enter the void lightning pool, it was also to display the results of their cultivation. It could be considered as a form of showing off, a different kind of competition. President Gu Li and Qi Lin stood in the inner courtyard of the Alchemist Guild. The two of them raised their heads and looked at the battle in the sky where Doqi surged. They could not help but sigh softly. Ugh, where exactly did that brat Yan Xiao go? The void lightning pool is about to open, but he just had to go missing at this time. Gu Li could not help but shake his head when he thought of Xiaoyan. He was also very curious about Xiaoyan's whereabouts. After Xiaoyan left the Alchemist Association that day, he appeared to have completely disappeared from the face of the earth. Not even a trace of his aura was left behind. This appeared incomparably strange. Qi Lin also frowned slightly when he heard this. He was extremely worried for Xiaoyan. He hesitated for a moment before opening his mouth to speak. Gu Li, do you think that Yan Xiao would have been, by MOD? Before he finished speaking, Guli waved his hand gently and shook his head once again. He said, "Impossible." Back then, Zhou Tai was still in the ancient city and they had fled miserably. They clearly knew how powerful Zhou Tai was and would definitely not rashly attack Xianxia. Yan Bing was very clear about this point. Once he was discovered, even he would not be able to bear the consequences. Now, all we can do is to wait and see. Perhaps, while we are worried about Yan Xiao, he might be sitting on the mountain and watching the tiger from afar. Guli's old eyes narrowed as he pondered in his heart. He once again looked at the increasingly fiery battle circle in the sky and quietly said in his heart. After all, wasn't he also like this the last time? Ginseng spirit whirled on the mountain peak. Xiao Yan, who was cultivating with his eyes closed, raised his eyebrows slightly. His eyelids trembled slightly as he exited his cultivation state. He turned his head and saw old Luo's figure slowly walking over from a short distance behind him. Luo Jin, who was following beside him, had already left the ginseng spirit world. Xiao Yan swiftly stood up and respectfully bowed when he saw the person who had arrived. Although he was already familiar with old Luo, an elder was still an elder and a senior was still a senior. In terms of etiquette, Xiao Yan would rarely be inferior to others. Of course, that was built on the basis of mutual respect between both parties. If others did not offend him, he would not offend them. If you respect me, I will return you 10 times over. This was Xiao Yan's principle all along. Old Luo smiled and nodded as a return of the greeting. Compared to Xiao Yan, old Luo was extremely casual. Etiquette was just a superficial act to him. However, he was quite satisfied with Xiao Yan's attitude. Haha, if there is nothing else, this old man will not bother to disturb your cultivation. However, I'm afraid that you will have to leave now. Old Luo walked in front of Xiao Yan and said with a smile. Hearing old Luo's words, Xiao Yan was immediately stunned. Did these words mean that he wanted to chase him away? However, old Luo was not that kind of person. Could it be that he was from the ginseng spirit race? Xiao Yan frowned and did not know what to think. He even suspected that the person was from the ginseng spirit tribe. Haha, don't think too much. The ginseng spirit tribe is not an ungrateful tribe. The reason why I want you to leave is that someone has come looking for you. If I'm not mistaken, that person should be looking for you. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan raised his eyebrows and could not help but be slightly surprised. Looking for him? Outside of the ginseng spirit tribe, Xiao Yan had never mentioned to anyone that he had come to the ginseng spirit world. How could anyone know that he was here? However, judging from the smile on old Luo's face, the person who was looking for him should not be looking for trouble. In that case, he might as well ask him how he knew that he was here. Hum, as a circular invisible energy ripple spread apart, a delicate and handsome young man wearing a black robe slowly walked out from a small courtyard in the southern part of the city, which appeared to be extremely dilapidated. At this moment, a figure was pacing back and forth in front of the entrance of the courtyard. He was hesitating whether he should enter or not. Everyone in the wildlands knew that this small courtyard was the residence of the expert called Elder Luo. Today, he had come here to confirm the guess in his heart. Yan Xiao had been missing for half a month. During this half a month, the power structure in the wildlands' ancient city had been constantly changing. Half-martial emperors had gathered in the wildlands, causing the strength of the half-martial emperors in the wildlands' ancient city to continuously increase. Normally, a 3-star half-martial emperor would be able to control a force. However, at this moment, they were insignificant among the half-martial emperors. At this moment, an unknown person had spread the news that besides Yan Xiao, who had already disappeared, there was actually a 3-star half-martial emperor in the wildlands' ancient city who possessed the Void Lightning Pool invitation. When this news spread, the half-martial emperors in the wildlands' ancient city instantly went crazy. Their bloody eyes, which were filled with greed, scanned every 3-star half-martial emperor. It was as if they wanted to see through their bones. Coincidentally, just as everyone was searching for that 3-star half-martial emperor, the news that came from an unknown place had once again spread wildly. This time, everyone's gazes were focused on Qin Zhong, who was familiar with Xiao Yan. That's right. At this moment, the person standing in front of the small courtyard was Qin Zhong. Currently, the Void Lightning Pool invitation was like a hot potato. Whoever obtained it would become the target of everyone. Other than those high-level half-martial emperors, the only person in the Wildlands ancient city that everyone knew was Xianxia, who possessed the Void Lightning Pool invitation. Therefore, in the past few days, the entire Wildlands ancient city had been in an uproar because of Xianxia. All those below 7-star half-martial emperors were frantically searching for Xianxia. If Xianxia did not know his own limits and knew that it was difficult for him to protect the Void Lightning Pool invitation with his current strength, he would have hidden himself long ago before the news spread. Otherwise, he would not have the chance to appear here. Standing outside the entryway, Xianxia was full of hesitation. There was both hope and worry in his heart. In fact, Xianxia did not know that Xiaoyan was at Elder Luo's place. This time, he was only trying his luck. He hoped to find Xiaoyan, but he did not want Xiaoyan to be his protector. Before this, Xianxia had secretly gone to the Alchemist Guild. He was now the target of public criticism. Everyone wanted to get the Void Lightning Pool invitation from him. Naturally, they had to be careful. Even the elders of the Alchemist Guild had to be on guard. After seeing Gu Li and Qi Lin, the two of them naturally knew about the relationship between Xianxia and Xiaoyan. Therefore, the two of them gave an honest answer regarding Xiaoyan's whereabouts. Although the answer was not satisfactory, Xianxia knew that they would not lie to him. After leaving the Alchemist Guild, the first place that Xianxia thought of was naturally what most people thought. Xiaoyan must be at the Yuning Pavilion. After all, everyone in the ancient wilderness city saw that Elder Xian stood up for Xiaoyan on behalf of the Yuning Pavilion that day. However, on second thought, Xianxia frowned. The Yuning Pavilion was bustling with business all day long, and there was no lack of half-emperor experts. If he went in, wouldn't he be walking into a trap? Although the Yuning Pavilion had strict rules and absolutely prohibited fighting in it, even if his whereabouts were exposed, it would be a devastating blow to Xianxia. He was not at the Alchemist Guild, nor could he enter the Yuning Pavilion, nor could he leave the ancient wilderness city. Other than that, the only place that Xiaoyan could go was this quiet, dilapidated courtyard. Currently, this was the only place in the city that had any contact with Xiaoyan that ordinary people would not think of or dare to look for. Outside the entrance, Xianxia looked at the small courtyard in front of him nervously. Compared to looking for Xiaoyan, Elder Luo, who was in the courtyard, made him more nervous. Under such circumstances, the more hesitant a person was, the more nervous they would be. Ever since Xianxia had arrived, he had been standing in front of the entrance for nearly 2 hours. Needless to say, he was very nervous. At the moment, even his normal breathing had become rapid, and there was a trace of cold sweat on his forehead. In the courtyard, Xiaoyan came out of the ginseng spiritual world. His enormous soul power allowed him to immediately detect the person standing outside the entrance. Huh? I didn't expect it to be him. It seems like he came here with the intention of giving it a try. Is it because of Elder Luo that he hasn't come in yet? Xiaoyan muttered under his breath and shook his head with a smile. Elder Luo's deterrence in the ancient wilderness city was really terrifying. With Xianxia's strength as a 3-star half-martial emperor, he could be considered an expert in the ancient wilderness city. Now that he had revealed such an appearance, it really made people sigh. Xiaoyan lifted his feet and walked towards the outer courtyard. The wooden door between the outer courtyard and the inner courtyard was closed. Therefore, Xianxia could not see Xiaoyan. Moreover, this small courtyard was enveloped by Elder Luo's aura. It was even more impossible to investigate. Haha, what a coincidence. Isn't this the Qin clan's ancestor? Why? You have nowhere to hide from those half-martial emperors, so you came here to seek protection from Elder Luo? Oh right, that Yan Xiao is somewhat related to Elder Luo. However, Elder Luo is helping Yan Xiao, not you. Just as Xiaoyan arrived in front of the wooden door and was about to open it and leave, Xianxia, who was outside the entrance, looked behind him with a surprised expression. There, an old man with a gloomy face was slowly walking over. Looking at the old man's aura, it was actually several times stronger than Xianxia's. He was obviously a 6-star half-martial emperor expert. When Xiaoyan heard that voice, he couldn't help but frown slightly. The hand that he was about to raise slowly lowered once again. Immediately after, the corners of his mouth curled up into a sneer. His soul power spread out and observed the situation outside the entrance. Humph. If I'm not wrong, the news that the void lightning pool is attached to my body was spread by you. Li Gan. Xinzhong narrowed his eyes and ignored Li Gan's words. He stared at the figure that was slowly walking away and berated angrily. The person who had arrived was the ancestor of the Li clan from the ancient city of Wildlands, Li Gan. Cuckoo, brother Xinzhong, you can't put it this way. The void lightning pool invitation is something that can be obtained by those who are capable. It is ultimately useless for someone like you to hide. When the time is right, the lightning invitation in your hands will inevitably be snatched away. My actions are merely to let you know your own limits. Li Gan did not deny Xinzhong's furious rebuke. His footsteps did not pause as he spoke and walked directly toward Xinzhong. You have already expected that I would come here. Xinzhong's face carried a cautious expression as he spoke angrily. The doqi within his body had already spread throughout his entire body. He was prepared to deal with Li Gan at any moment. Cuckoo, after all, the only person you can rely on in this ancient city of Wildlands is Xianxia. You are willing to risk your life for him. He will naturally remember this favor in his heart. Now that he is nowhere to be found, it is only natural that you would come here. However, it seems that you have come a little earlier than I had expected. The corner of Li Gan's mouth was lifted into a dark and evil smile. Both of his eyes overflowed with a cold glint. Xiaoyan and Mod's group were locked in an intense battle. Since this was the case, he would allow them to fight. It would be best if both parties were injured. He, on the other hand, was only concerned about the void lightning pool. Humph. What a good scheme. Even if this is the case, brother Yan Xiao will definitely find out if you dare to kill me in front of old Luo's eyes. Xinzhong's face twitched continuously. Li Gan in front of him was really a vicious person. Li Gan merely smiled when he heard this. He lifted his eyes and said, "Who said that I want to kill you? I know that the outcome would be very troublesome. Therefore, I only want the void lightning pool invitation in your hands. That is enough." Xinzhong's heart relaxed slightly. At the very least, Li Gan in front of him would not harm his life. However, he could not let his guard down. Humph, even if you snatch the void lightning pool invitation from my hands, I'm afraid that you will not be able to protect it. Ku. Brother Xinzhong, you don't have to worry about this. Xinzhong wanted to stall for time, hoping that he would be able to think of a way to escape. The difference between a 3-star half-martial emperor and a 6-star half-martial emperor was too great. He absolutely could not face them head-on. However, Li Gan clearly did not want Xinzhong to escape. Before his voice had even faded, Li Gan, who was only a few feet away from Xinzhong, instantly moved and grabbed at Xinzhong. In the blink of an eye, Li Gan had arrived before Xinzhong. A violent gale ruthlessly blew onto Xinzhong's body, causing him to nearly suffocate. The oppressive might of a 6-star half-martial emperor completely poured onto Xinzhong's body, causing him to be unable to move. Xinzhong was unable to dodge this attack. As for Li Gan, he carried an incomparably frightening and vast aura as he ruthlessly grabbed at Xinzhong's head. Although it was impossible for Li Gan to truly kill Xinzhong, he was still confident in his ability to injure Xinzhong. Even if Yan Xiao really came to find him, he would not be able to do anything to Xinzhong. Xinzhong knew that he was no match for the incoming attack. However, Li Gan had already arrived in front of him. The surging doqi caused Xinzhong to feel as if there was a thorn in his back. At this moment, it was already too late to retreat. In the end, Xinzhong was not a coward. He, who had a fiery temper, was afraid of Li Gan because of the difference in strength. However, since the arrow was already on the bow, he had no choice but to release it. Instead of waiting for death, it was better to go all out and fight. Perhaps, there might be a slight chance of turning things around. Unfortunately, no matter how hard Xinzhong tried, his strength was only that of a 3-star half-martial emperor. Compared to Li Gan, there was a difference of 3 stars. To Xinzhong, such a difference in strength could be said to be the gap between heaven and earth. Sure enough, in merely a single exchange, Xinzhong was only able to endure for a few breaths of time before being defeated by Li Gan's mocking gaze. In this battle, Xinzhong did not even have the opportunity to counterattack. It was hard to imagine that when Xiaoyan fought with Li Gan, he was actually able to force the latter to admit defeat. How frightening was Xiaoyan's strength! Tsk. You cannot be distracted when fighting. Just as Qin Zhong was feeling astonished by Xiaoyan's strength, Li Gan's cold laughter quietly sounded beside his ear. Bang! Without waiting for Qin Zhong to react, Li Gan's leg, which was filled with explosive and frightening power, had already ruthlessly smashed into Qin Zhong's abdomen. Qin Zhong's body flew out uncontrollably and smashed into the door of the small courtyard. His chest puffed out and blood spurted out from his mouth, dyeing a large area of the void red. Tsk. You're merely a 3-star half-martial emperor, yet you're actually distracted while fighting against me. You're really looking down on me. Li Gan sneered and slowly walked towards Qin Zhong. Although the blow just now was not enough to seriously injure Qin Zhong, it was enough to make it difficult for him to resist. Bah! Haha, Li Gan, do you know why I was distracted just now? In the face of Li Gan's sneer, Qin Zhong revealed a mocking expression and laughed instead. Li Gan frowned slightly. His eyes narrowed as he stared at Qin Zhong. A glint gathered in his eyes. He was already a little angry. Turbulent dough slowly gathered in his palm under his sleeves. Ha. The reason why I was distracted just now was because I recalled the big battle between you and Yan Xiao. A 6-star half-martial emperor actually admitted defeat in front of a 3-star half-martial emperor. Ha. Li Gan was already unable to restrain his anger when these words left his mouth. His expression suddenly became gloomy. His body instantly moved and arrived in front of Qin Zhong, who had yet to stand up. He grabbed at Qin Zhong's neck. Bang! However, just as Qin Zhong was prepared to be brutally beaten up by Li Gan, who was in front of Qin Zhong, was suddenly sent flying. Like a cannonball, he violently smashed into the house. Yan Xiao! You're really here? Qin Zhong was immediately stunned when he saw the black-robed figure in front of him. Originally, he thought that he had merely fallen into Li Gan's trap. Unexpectedly, Xiaoyan was actually here. In response, Xiaoyan nodded and smiled. He also did not expect that the reason why Qin Zhong would come here was actually because he had fallen into Li Gan's trap. However, this could be considered as trying to be clever and making a fool of himself. Qin Zhong had actually encountered such luck. Li Gan, I gave you a chance last time. Unexpectedly, you actually set your sights on me again. Turning his head, Xiaoyan looked at Li Gan, who had walked out from the ruins. His eyes were filled with ice-cold intent. Previously, because old Luo was present and there were many experts from the ancient city of Wildlands watching, he did not kill Li Gan. However, he did not expect that Li Gan would actually dare to attack the people around him. He truly lived up to the word Gan in his name. Taking the full brunt of the octane blast while being completely unprepared had caused Li Gan quite a bit of injury. The 8 layers of hidden force in particular had caused him a great deal of suffering. Even now, the qi and blood in his body were still churning. Just as he came out from the ruins and saw Xiaoyan, Li Gan's expression could not help but change. The gloomy expression on his face a moment ago instantly disappeared and was replaced by a deep seriousness. He naturally understood Xiaoyan's strength. If they were to really fight, given Xiaoyan's methods, if he were to use the heavenly flame wheel again, he would have no hope of surviving. Bastard! Why is this fellow really at old Luo's place? If I were to fight with him here, I would not be able to gain the slightest advantage. Hearing Xiaoyan's words, Li Gan was secretly shocked. Even the simplest part of his muscles twitched intensely. He regretted inviting Qin Zhong over for the Void Lightning Pool invitation. From the looks of it now, he was basically digging his own grave. There was naturally no need to say much about Xiaoyan's strength. Putting aside the fact that he had the Alchemist Association and the Yunin Pavilion behind him, just by relying on the Northern King alone, he could at least fight Li Gan to a draw. Additionally, Xiaoyan's frightening Dou technique made it so that Li Gan had no chance of winning against Xiaoyan. Hence, since he could not win no matter what, the only thing he could do now was to run away. Thinking until this point, Li Gan could not help but narrow his eyes. A dark light flashed deep within his eyes and a cold smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. It was as though he had a plan in mind. Haha, so it is brother Yan Xiao. Why, is Qin Zhong your friend? Facing Xiaoyan, Li Gan did not dare to be careless. Although Xiaoyan looked young, his strength had reached such a level. How could he be a fool? Hearing Li Gan feigning ignorance, Xiaoyan sneered in his heart. However, his face revealed a trace of suspicion as he asked, "Oh? Why, Brother Qin Zhong is my friend. This matter is now known by almost everyone in the entire ancient wild city. Does Sir Li Gan not know?" Hearing this, a strange expression immediately appeared on Li Gan's face. From the looks of it, it was as though he really did not know anything. So it's like this. Haha, Brother Yan Xiao may not know that I have been in seclusion in recent months. I only came out yesterday. I was anxious to find the Void Lightning Pool invitation. I heard rumors in the city that Brother Qin Zhong has it, so I tried my best to find him and wanted to exchange it with something. I just didn't expect it to turn out like this. This is really a misunderstanding, haha. Hearing Li Gan's quibbling, Qin Zhong suddenly became a little impatient. He was a hot-tempered person. He only restrained his temper when his strength reached the level of a half-emperor. But now, this Li Gan was twisting the truth. How could he tolerate this? But just as Qin Zhong was about to explode, Xiaoyan quietly sent a voice transmission to calm Qin Zhong down. Oh. I want to see what tricks this Li Gan wants to play. After sneering in his heart, Xiaoyan tilted his head slightly and stared at Li Gan. His eyes were filled with cold killing intent, and he said, "Is it a misunderstanding?" "Is that so?" "It's a misunderstanding. But I heard it clearly when I was in the courtyard. It was you who forced Qin Zhong to come here step by step for the Void Lightning Pool invitation in his hands. So, do you still want to explain?" Once these words were spoken, the atmosphere of the place instantly became dense. A fury also rose in Li Gan's heart. After speaking for so long, Xiaoyan in front of him had actually heard what he had said earlier. "Yan Xiao. You dared to trick me." Since he had already made himself clear, Li Gan did not continue to make up stories. He directly roared furiously at Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan merely smiled coldly at this. He twisted his neck and met Li Gan's gaze. He coldly laughed and said, "Why, you don't plan to continue? Since this is the case, let me play with you. Coincidentally, I have recently practiced a kind of Do technique. I will use you to practice it." After his voice sounded, Xiaoyan waved his large hand. A black light flashed and the huge heavy Xian ruler immediately landed in his palm. His feet moved slightly and he instantly used the sky extinction step as he charged toward Li Gan. Bang! Another violent explosion was heard. A figure was sent flying back uncontrollably. Soon after, he smashed heavily onto the ground. Blood was spurting out from his mouth unceasingly. He had practically entered a state of serious injury. Not far away from this person, Xiaoyan was slowly walking toward him. The enormous black ruler in his hand left a ruler mark several inches deep on the ground. Behind him, Qin Zhong was following behind Xiaoyan with a stupefied expression. After witnessing Xiaoyan's violence, Qin Zhong had already become completely numb to the scene before him. From the moment Xiaoyan started attacking, the 6-star half-martial emperor before him, the opponent that Qin Zhong believed to be undefeatable, was now like a pile of mud before Xiaoyan. That 6-star half-martial emperor's strength was actually so raw that he did not even have the slightest chance to counterattack before Xiaoyan. Qin Zhong still remembered that when Xiaoyan had first arrived at the desolate land and fought against Li Gan, although he had ultimately defeated Li Gan, he had merely relied on his own movement skill and that frightening Do skill. Furthermore, it was old Luo's display of might in the end. At that time, Xiaoyan, if he were to go all out and not use that Do skill, would at the very most be able to fight Li Gan to a draw. Even if that was the case, the one who would suffer in the end would undoubtedly be Xiaoyan. After all, the strength of a 6-star half-martial emperor not only represented one's own strength, the amount of Do-chi within one's body was also absolutely not something that a 3-star half-martial emperor like Xiaoyan could compare with. Yet now, in merely a few months' time, Xiaoyan's strength had become so powerful. Previously, he had only been able to fight Li Gan to a draw. Yet now, he was able to easily take care of Li Gan. This enormous disparity in strength caused Qin Zhong, the person who had witnessed it, to inevitably feel that it was unreal. However, no matter how much he couldn't believe it, it was the truth. Xiaoyan's growth was so fast that it was beyond his imagination. Even Elder Luo couldn't help but praise Xiaoyan. Of course, a 6-star half-martial emperor was a 6-star half-martial emperor. No matter what, his strength was still there for all to see. It would naturally not be easy for Xiaoyan to take care of him. However, no matter how Li Gan tried to counterattack, after being bombarded by Xiaoyan's heavy ruler repeatedly, it was all useless. The power of the sevenfold heaven-breaking ruler also gave Xiaoyan a clearer understanding. After all, he had fought with Luo Jin that day, and had held back no matter what. However, things were different today. Facing Li Gan, Xiaoyan did not feel the slightest bit of burden in his heart. Instead, he was somewhat eager to give it a try. After continuously attacking for 3 feet, this 6-star half-martial emperor had consumed a lot of energy. 3 chi in a row, each chi was equivalent to a high human rank Do technique. Li Gan naturally couldn't withstand 3 chi cough. What Do technique is this? Under the rubble, Li Gan's body was still buried. He had yet to come out. Compared to this, he seemed to be more concerned about the Do technique that Xiaoyan had used earlier. Xiaoyan's eyes narrowed slightly. His footsteps paused for a moment before he continued to walk forward. The hand that was holding the heavy profound ruler slowly increased its strength, and the huge ruler was lifted slightly. This is a Do technique that I have comprehended not long ago. I call it the sevenfold heaven-breaking ruler. Xiaoyan's eyes narrowed. His gaze was fixed on the rubble, and a dark light flashed through the depths of his eyes. Under the rubble, Li Gan's sinister eyes suddenly shrunk. He was astonished by Xiaoyan's words. Sevenfold heaven-breaking ruler. Earlier, he seemed to have only used 3 chi. If he had used all of it, Li Gan was alarmed in his heart. He was afraid that Xiaoyan would use a few more chi on him. However, after a couple breaths of time, a ruthless expression flashed through Li Gan's eyes. His face under the rubble became somewhat gloomy and distorted. Yan Xiao, Xiaoyan paused his footsteps. At this moment, nearly a quarter of the Do chi in his body had been used up. This was because he was currently on the verge of a breakthrough. Otherwise, he would have used up even more Do chi. Ha! With a loud cry, the rubble in front of Xiaoyan suddenly exploded. The dust and debris were blocked by an invisible force a few feet away from Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan's gaze passed through the dust and saw that Li Gan had actually escaped. Xiaoyan frowned slightly. What was strange was not that Li Gan had escaped, but that he actually had the ability to escape. Li Gan did not have the time to react when the 3 feet of force smashed onto his body. If he had completely endured the 3 feet of force, it would have been impossible for him to speak in a relaxed and indifferent manner. This was what Xiaoyan suspected. Why, even if it was some kind of body refining technique, it would not have given him the ability to escape. Muttering softly, Xiaoyan did not bother about Qin Zhong at the side. He kept the dark heavy buster sword and instantly executed the sky extinction step. He quickly caught up with Li Gan, who was quickly escaping. He wanted to know why Li Gan was able to use his physical body to withstand the power of his 3 chi. Above the void, Xiaoyan stood not far in front of Li Gan. With Xiaoyan's speed, he could easily catch up with Li Gan, who was not in his peak condition at the moment. Seeing Xiaoyan again, Li Gan acted out of character. The grave expression on his face was completely swept away. Instead, he revealed an extremely evil smile. Xiaoyan frowned. What was this Li Gan trying to do? With his current condition, Xiaoyan could forcefully kill him in a few breaths if he attacked with all his strength. How did you do it? My 3 chi, each chi is equivalent to a high human level Do technique. With your strength, after you have endured all of it, it is impossible for you to stand up. Ignoring the evil smile on the corner of Li Gan's mouth, Xiaoyan went straight to the point and asked Li Gan the question in his heart. He did not believe that it was impossible for Li Gan to withstand it without the help of external objects. Hearing this, the evil smile on the corner of Li Gan's mouth became even more sinister. His dark old eyes stared intently at Xiaoyan. The killing intent in his eyes was obvious. Do you really want to know? Speak. With a wave of his hand, the dark heavy buster sword appeared once again. Xiaoyan gave the most direct answer. TSK. With the strength of a 3-star half-emperor, you are actually able to comprehend a high human-level Do technique. Your talent is indeed extremely frightening. If you are allowed to successfully mature, there may be a place for you on this continent in the future, Li Gan laughed. It was unknown whether the meaning of his words was praise for Xiaoyan or some other meaning. As for me, the reason why I was able to block those 3 chi of yours, Li Gan's poisonous snake-like eyes stared at Xiaoyan. He slowly raised his hand. Light flickered on his palm and a circular plate made of an unknown material appeared on his palm. Immediately after, Li Gan continued to speak. What I relied on was this formation plate. Once these words were spoken, Xiaoyan's eyebrows immediately twitched. He could not help but be slightly startled in his heart. Formation plate, this was something that was refined by a formation master. Xiaoyan still remembered that not long ago, he had killed a little fellow who practiced formation techniques. Now that he thought about it, that fellow seemed to be setting up some kind of formation technique at that time. As for the great star plate that Luo Jin had used back then, it was without a doubt a formation plate. However, at that time, Xiaoyan did not personally see Luo Jin use it. Thus, he was naturally unaware. Formation plate narrowing his eyes, Xiaoyan muttered in his heart. So that's how it is. I never imagined that you would actually possess such a thing. After understanding the reason, Xiaoyan could not be bothered to speak any more nonsense with Li Gan. He tightened his grip on the heavy Xian Buster sword and was about to attack Li Gan. Given Xiaoyan's character, he would naturally not let someone like Li Gan off. After all, Li Gan had already attacked Qin Zhong while he was still in the wildlands. The reason why Li Gan did not kill Qin Zhong was because of Xiaoyan. However, once Xiaoyan left, Li Gan would definitely make things difficult for the clan behind Qin Zhong. Instead of entrusting Qin Zhong to the Alchemist Association at that time, it would be better to let Xiaoyan finish him off first. TSK. Yan Xiao, do you really think that I have spent such a great price to lure you here for? Just as Xiaoyan was about to attack, Li Gan had a cold smile on his face. His face was filled with an expression of victory, as if Xiaoyan had already fallen into a premeditated ambush. Xiaoyan could not help but feel an indescribable sense of danger in his heart when he heard these words. However, when Xiaoyan looked around, there were indeed quite a number of battlefields in the sky. Moreover, the people fighting were all half-emperor level experts. This indeed surprised Xiaoyan. During this half a month, he had indeed overlooked many things. However, this was not enough to cause Xiaoyan to feel threatened. Then, what did Li Gan's words mean? Could it be that this was just a pretense to stall for time? However, based on his many years of battle experience, Xiaoyan did not think that this was a pretense. After all, given Li Gan's current condition, if he could not immediately entrust the medicinal pill to him, even if he delayed for another day, the strength in his body would not improve much. Instead, it would worsen the strength of his organs because he delayed for more time. This kind of delaying tactic was not a wise choice. Given Li Gan's shrewdness, he was naturally aware of this point. TSK. Yan Xiao, do you know who is the most famous person in the Wildlands ancient city during this half a month? Seeing the doubtful expression that was revealed on Xiaoyan's face, Li Gan uttered a sentence in an unknown manner. This caused Xiaoyan to feel a little stunned in his heart. From the meaning of his words, could it be that the person was him? Hee, that's right, it's you, Yan Xiao. Li Gan shouted loudly. This explosive shout was like a thunderbolt on a clear day, but it caused Xiaoyan's face. His hand, which was holding the heavy Xian Buster sword, involuntarily. His hand, the heavy Xian ruler, and Xiaoyan's hand, unconsciously. With a stern cry, Li Gan's voice spread over the entire sky of the ancient savage city. In an instant, a countless number of gazes that were filled with various emotions were shot over. The few battlegrounds that were in an intense battle also swiftly stopped. Gazes that were filled with greed paused on Li Gan for a moment before immediately locking onto Xiaoyan. At this moment, Xiaoyan seemed to be surrounded by countless invisible arrows. His usually calm and unchanging heart stirred up layers of huge waves at this moment. What is going on? Xiaoyan's heart did not know what to do in the face of these people's gazes. He did not even know why these people were staring at him. All he could see was that the feeling that Xiaoyan saw the most among these various gazes was actually greed. What's going on? Xiaoyan frowned deeply as he pondered. However, he was unable to think of a reason in his heart. He had never seen these fellows before, so how could they possibly target him? If it was just greed, then the only thing that could attract a half-emperor expert in the past month was the emperor-grade complete pill, the emperor tribulation pill that he had refined, and the void lightning pool invitation. It's the void lightning pool invitation. Xiaoyan immediately woke up when he thought of this. He immediately understood in his heart that the reason why these people were staring at him was because of the void lightning pool that was about to open. TSK 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 TSK. At this moment, Li Gan's sinister laughter rang out once again. Xiaoyan lifted his gaze and frowned as he looked at Li Gan, who was opposite him. This fellow wanted to use this group of half-emperors' greed for the void lightning pool invitation to deal with him. This move could be said to be ruthless. Yan Xiao, do you know how many people have been anticipating your appearance over the past half a month? After all, you also have a void lightning pool invitation. Li Gan's voice was not soft when he spoke. Therefore, everyone in this area could hear him clearly. This also caused the half-emperors to become even more restless. Seeing that the void lightning pool invitation was right in front of their eyes, how could these half-emperors just sit back and do nothing? The weakest amongst them was a 4-star half-emperor. They were not the least bit afraid when facing a 3-star half-emperor like Xiaoyan. Although they had heard of Xiaoyan's battle achievements earlier, that was after all a one-on-one fight. Now, there were dozens of half-emperors present. How could Xiaoyan deal with all of them together? Xiaoyan's frown involuntarily deepened when he saw the surrounding half-emperors becoming restless. His expression gradually became somewhat gloomy. A cold glint gathered within his eyes. A frightening spiritual pressure quietly spread at this moment, causing the expressions of the half-emperors to change. Li Gan, you are really scheming. You clearly know that you are no match for me. Therefore, you came up with such a method to get them to act on your behalf. TSK 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 TSK, everyone, you have heard it right? This is something that he has personally said. If there is anyone amongst you who is able to kill him, the void lightning pool invitation will belong to that person. I think that with everyone's strength, there is no need to fear Yan Xiao, right? Xiaoyan's cold words caused Li Gan to once again laugh coldly. Each of his words caused the sharpness in everyone's eyes to be directed at Xiaoyan. He naturally already had a place for the void lightning pool invitation. All he needed to do was to swiftly kill Qin Zhong with a lightning-like momentum while everyone was dealing with Xiaoyan. In this way, not only would he obtain the void lightning pool invitation, but Xiaoyan would also die. This kind of result was what Li Gan hoped to see in his heart. After Li Gan's words, the group of half-emperors immediately moved. They formed an encirclement and surrounded Xiaoyan in the middle. Their sharp gazes looked towards Xiaoyan. An invisible pressure covered the sky. Xiaoyan's face also revealed a grave expression at this moment. TSK 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 TSK, everyone, quickly attack together and kill Xiaoyan. The void lightning pool invitation is in his storage ring. Apart from that, the D-grade complete emperor tribulation pill must also be in his storage ring. As long as we kill Yan Xiao, it will not only be the void lightning pool invitation. Enough. Are you done yet? Before Li Gan's voice sounded, a half-emperor expert not far behind him cried out in an indifferent tone. This caused Li Gan's words to immediately become sluggish. Humph. Whether the void lightning pool invitation is in his body or not has nothing to do with you. As for killing him, we have no enmity with him in the past. Why should we kill him? Heh, that's right. The reason why we are fighting is merely for the void lightning pool invitation. Why should we kill him? As for you, we heard it clearly earlier. You purposely lured Yan Xiao here and wanted to use the void lightning pool invitation to kill him. You are really bold. You actually dare to use us half-emperors as your tools. After the words of these two people sounded, the surrounding half-emperors immediately turned their gazes towards Li Gan. Their words were filled with disdain towards Li Gan. This caused Li Gan's face to turn green and white. For a moment, he was speechless. It was difficult for him to refute. Xiaoyan could not help but laugh coldly in his heart when he saw this. He wanted to use others. Unexpectedly, he went for wool and came home shorn. Haha, everyone, this is merely a slip of the tongue. That's all, haha, there are at the very least dozens of half-emperors present. There are also many people who are stronger than me. Even if I, Li Gan, am extremely daring, it is impossible for me to use all of you as a tool, haha. After a long while, Li Gan looked at the half-emperors behind him with an embarrassed smile. A seemingly sincere smile appeared on his old face as he tried to cover up what he had done. Of course, these half-emperors weren't stupid. They naturally knew what was right and what was wrong. They also knew how much of Li Gan's words were true. However, most of the half-emperors couldn't be bothered to dwell on this issue. After all, they were here for the Void Lightning Pool invitation. As for Li Gan's intentions towards Xiaoyan, they didn't want to bother too much about it. In fact, Xiaoyan had nothing to do with them. These half-emperors had only looked for Xiaoyan because of the Void Lightning Pool invitation. If they didn't want to be related to Xiaoyan, it was only because of the Void Lightning Pool invitation. However, this wasn't enough to be a reason for them to kill Xiaoyan. Moreover, Xiaoyan was the chief alchemist of the Alchemist Association. He was also related to the Yunin Pavilion and was the champion of this year's Alchemist Grand Meeting. He could be said to be a famous person. Many people wanted to befriend him for the sake of an emperor-grade complete elixir. Naturally, these half-emperors didn't dare to make an enemy out of Xiaoyan. Moreover, even with the current situation, it was likely that there were some amongst this group of Ban Di experts who wanted to befriend Xiaoyan. In the southwest border, an alchemist who could refine an emperor-grade complete elixir had not been seen for a long time. Now that there was one in front of them, they naturally didn't want to offend him. Humph. Since that's the case, you can leave. The old man, who was the second to speak, glanced at Xiaoyan before looking at Li Gan. His tone was indifferent as he spoke. Hearing this, Li Gan's emotions naturally relaxed a lot. Although he also knew that his words just now were not enough to win the trust of these people, as long as he could say this at this moment, his goal could be considered to have been achieved. As the old man spoke, the half-martial emperors that surrounded Li Gan moved aside, creating a path that only one person could pass through. Among the half-step emperors present, the two half-step emperors before Li Gan could be considered as the strongest. Since they had spoken, there was naturally no need for the others to continue speaking. Wait, the indifferent voice slowly spread out. This time everyone turned their heads to look. Immediately, they could not help but frown slightly as a strange expression appeared on their faces. Because the person who spoke was actually Xiaoyan, who had not spoken since the beginning, Xiaoyan lifted his gaze. His indifferent eyes stared at Li Gan, who was about to leave, as a brilliant flame danced in his eyes. Li Gan also looked over in response. When he saw that the person who spoke was Xiaoyan, a strange expression immediately appeared on his face. He did not expect that Xiaoyan would still hold on to him at this moment. Could it be that he really wanted to fight with him in front of so many people? What? Yan Xiao, you still want to fight? If that's the case, this old man doesn't mind playing with you. Although Li Gan was extremely afraid of Xiaoyan in his heart, he was after all in front of so many people. This old face of Li Gan's was still able to hold on. He believed that in front of so many half-step emperors, Xiaoyan would definitely not dare to go overboard. After all, if Xiaoyan continued to use that ruler technique Do skill, even if Li Gan ended up being seriously injured, Xiaoyan himself would definitely become extremely weak. In this current situation, once Xiaoyan became weak, his storage ring would definitely be crazily snatched by the half-step emperors. At that time it would really be troublesome. Li Gan was confident that Xiaoyan would definitely not put himself in such a situation for him. This was also one of the reasons why Li Gan had coldly laughed and retorted after hearing Xiaoyan's words. The battle between us hasn't ended yet. How can I let you leave? Since you've made up your mind to harm me today, then, you'll stay here. Xiaoyan's eyes narrowed. His tone was extremely indifferent. The iciness within his words caused one to feel a chill run down one's spine. Li Gan's eyes were also staring intently at Xiaoyan. His throat involuntarily rolled a little. This caused quite a number of half-step emperors present to feel a little surprised. Although they had heard of the first battle between Xiaoyan and Li Gan when he had just arrived at the ancient savage city, Xiao Yan had relied on the strength of his Do skill to suppress Li Gan with an absolute advantage. Only with old Luo's help did Li Gan admit defeat. However, Xiao Yan had not used that Do skill and old Luo had not appeared. What was this Li Gan afraid of? Yan Xiao, sometimes, you can't be too full of yourself. Otherwise, you will feel even more pain when you slap your face. Meaningless arrogance will only harm you, Li Gan seemed to be giving a kind reminder. The seals in his hands changed and waves of frightening doqi pressure spread from his hands, causing the surrounding space to tremble intensely. Only at this moment, with the support of the Do skill in his hands, did Li Gan finally feel that his heart was able to calm down. He had truly witnessed Xiao Yan's strength. When facing him, he definitely could not treat him as an ordinary half-step emperor. Cuckoo. I remember that each time you are unable to defeat your opponent, you seem to like to use self-destruction to threaten your opponent. Am I right? Xiao Yan's words were once again transmitted. This time around, it was not only Li Gan. The surrounding half-step emperors also frowned slightly. They exchanged a couple of glances with each other. In their hearts, they felt that Xiao Yan's words were strange. Wasn't it a little arrogant to say such words before the battle had even begun? Swoosh, at a certain moment, a bone-chilling cold wind blew in the sky. Everyone felt that it was incomparably strange in this clear sky. Only Li Gan, who was standing opposite Xiao Yan, immediately revealed a shocked expression the moment the wind sounded. The Do skill in his hand did not hesitate as it violently smashed toward the space on his right. Coiling snake palm. A stern cry sounded. In the next moment, Li Gan's shriveled palm violently smashed into the space on his right. At the same time, a black-robed human figure suddenly appeared in the invisible space. From the looks of it, it was undoubtedly Xiao Yan. Bang! Xiao Yan, who had appeared from the right side of Li Gan's body, did not hesitate at all. His white hand was opened and thrown forward. A black-colored light circle swiftly spread out from his palm. The black-colored light circle that was filled with a devouring strength violently collided with the palm that was heading toward him. However, just when everyone thought that an exciting fight would occur, Li Gan's palm, which was filled with a powerful aura, actually forcefully scattered Xiao Yan's great heaven creation palm. This scene caused everyone to be stunned. Even Li Gan himself could not help but feel stunned at the strength of Xiao Yan's palm. He had never expected that with Xiao Yan's strength, it was possible for him to only unleash a strength at this level. However, in the next moment, Li Gan's eyes suddenly narrowed. The gaze with which he looked at Xiao Yan was as if he had seen a monster. One-star half-martial emperor. How is this possible? The strength of Xiao Yan before him had merely reached the level of a one-star half-martial emperor. At this moment, the surrounding half-martial emperors were also stunned by the scene. They were truly unable to understand how Xiao Yan, whose strength had been at the peak of a 3-star half-martial emperor earlier, had suddenly become a 1-star half-martial emperor. Before the astonished words in his heart could finish, the expression on Li Gan's face suddenly changed again. The Xiao Yan in front of him actually revealed an extremely strange smile to him. That smile finally caused his heart to feel a deep uneasiness and fear. Boom! A frightening doqi storm swept forth. At this moment, the group of half-martial emperors in the sky all had grave expressions on their faces as they rapidly retreated 10,000 feet. They stopped and looked at the center of the explosion. The fear in their eyes was not concealed in the slightest. There was still lingering fear in their hearts. Dead, is he dead? The half-martial emperor who spoke earlier revealed a fearful expression as he looked at the center of the explosion. Although the afterglow of the explosion caused the majority of the people to be unable to clearly see the situation within, as a 7-star half-martial emperor, he was able to vaguely see some things. With a glance, he saw that the center of the explosion had already turned into an endless void. The frightening energy storm formed a vortex in the void that devoured everything in the world. Other than a blurry human figure, he was unable to see anything else. Looking at his aura, although he was weak, he was still barely alive. That explosion was unable to forcibly kill him. Sigh, it seems that he is really dead, but why would he self-destruct for a single Li Gan? Someone like him shouldn't do such a stupid thing. Another half-martial emperor revealed a doubtful and regretful expression in his eyes. His gaze was also looking at the center of the explosion. The bright and resplendent radiance caused one to be unable to directly look at it in the daytime. He actually self-destructed. Has that Xianxia gone mad? For the sake of killing a single Li Gan, he actually self-destructed. Isn't this equivalent to throwing away his life in vain? Sigh, it's a pity that an exceptional genius would end up dying in such an unwillingly manner. It's truly not worth it. Just a moment ago, they had personally witnessed Xiaoyan being defeated by Li Gan after a fierce collision. The gap between a 1-star half-martial emperor and a 6-star half-martial emperor was ultimately too great. As for Xiaoyan, he seemed to have made a final gamble. In his final attack, he directly self-destructed. He wanted to use his own life as the price to kill Li Gan. Unfortunately, in the end, he was only able to seriously injure Li Gan. He was still far from being able to kill him. Cough cough. After coughing twice with great difficulty, blood continuously flowed out from the corner of his mouth. His heavy body fell from the sky and violently smashed into the street below. At this moment, Li Gan only felt that even breathing was a form of pain. Although he wanted to exhale, the slightest movement of his body would cause his organs to feel a tearing pain, making Li Gan feel extremely pained. Although the injuries on his body almost took away half of Li Gan's life, when he thought about how Xiaoyan had sacrificed himself to get this, Li Gan felt a sense of satisfaction in his heart. Haha, Xianxia, you didn't expect this, did you? You self-destructed your cultivation to kill me, but in the end, it's still a fight to the death, ha 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 ha. Li Gan thought to himself excitedly. At this moment, everyone in the sky looked at each other with different expressions. Initially, they had thought that they would have a chance to obtain the Void Lightning Pool invitation. But now, before they could even make a move, Xiaoyan had died first. Wasn't this just a waste of time? Swish, however, just as everyone was shaking their heads and sighing, a gust of cold wind suddenly blew in the sky. This gust of cold wind caused everyone to feel a trace of strangeness. The few 7-star half-martial emperors in the crowd could not help but frown. Li Gan, who was already seriously injured on the ground, instantly tensed up when he saw the gust of cold wind. This gust of cold wind was the abnormal sign that appeared when Xiaoyan used the Sky Annihilation steps. How is this possible? He had clearly self-destructed. It's impossible for him to still be alive. But this is... PFFF, before Li Gan could react, a black cloaked figure suddenly appeared before his chest. When the figure appeared, it did not stop and ruthlessly stomped on Li Gan's chest. Immediately, blood spurted out like a fountain and stained the black cloak, causing its color to appear even deeper. Li Gan's mouth was blurred. He wanted to say something, but the enormous force that came from his chest interrupted his thoughts. There was no need for him to speak. Did you really think that I would be stupid enough to self-destruct with you? Someone like you is not qualified to do that. Xiaoyan spoke with an indifferent tone. The gaze with which he looked to Li Gan was filled with disdain. How did I not die? Xiaoyan sneered. The expression of disdain in his eyes grew even stronger. It's very simple. That's because the thing that self-destructed was not my actual body. After Xiaoyan said those words, Li Gan's eyes immediately narrowed. He immediately came to a realization. No wonder Xiaoyan was only a 1-star half-martial emperor when he fought against him earlier. He had deliberately held back in order to toy with him. Never would he have imagined that the person who ended up being toyed with would be him. At this moment, the crowd in the sky also discovered Xiaoyan below. Their eyes immediately shined. Never would they have imagined that Xiaoyan was still alive. Since that was the case, it meant that there was still hope for the Void Lightning Reservoir invitation. No matter what, they would definitely not give up on it so easily. Xiaoyan raised his head. When he saw the half-martial emperors flying toward him, a smile appeared on his face. He knew that they would not give up so easily. However, to him, this was not important. After all, these people would not be able to do anything to him. Lowering his gaze, Xiaoyan stared at Li Gan. He lowered his body and slowly placed his palm on Li Gan's chest. With a soft smile, he said, "Let me tell you one thing. The number of 7-star half-martial emperors that have died by my hands can be counted with one hand." After Xiaoyan said those words, Li Gan's pupils suddenly shrunk to the size of a needle. At the same time, Xiaoyan's palm trembled slightly and he withdrew it. At this moment, all of the internal organs and meridians within Li Gan's body, including his heart, were shattered inch by inch. The weak aura coming from Li Gan's nose had also been completely cut off. In the sky, the two seven-star half-martial emperors stood motionlessly as they looked at each other. All of Xiaoyan's actions had been seen by them. Naturally, they had also seen all of his methods. Let's go. It's better to find someone else. I will not get involved in these muddy waters. The two of them looked at each other and smiled. After that, they left. After all, they were half-martial emperors. Although everyone was different and would always be blinded by greed, there would always be people who were far-sighted. Such people would usually be able to walk further on the path of cultivation than ordinary people. Xiaoyan shot a glance at the two who had left. A strange expression flashed past his eyes. After that, he turned his gaze back to the group of half-martial emperors that had gathered once again. Haha, this is truly unexpected. Mr. Yan Xiao, although I do not know what sort of methods you possess to be able to deceive all of our eyes, since you are still alive, it will save us some trouble. As long as you hand over the Void Lightning Reservoir invitation, we will let you go. We will definitely not make things difficult for you. After these words were spoken, the other half-martial emperors nodded in succession. At the same time, they surrounded Xiaoyan in the middle of the crowd, leaving Xiaoyan with no way out. Hearing this, Xiaoyan raised his eyebrows slightly. His gaze swept across the group of half-martial emperors. The corners of his mouth lifted into a cold smile as he said, "Sure. Just hand it over. After all, there are more of you." Even though his words were unpleasant to hear, the crowd did not expect Xiaoyan to actually agree so straightforwardly. From the looks of it, this process would be much easier than they had imagined. However, just as the crowd was rejoicing over Xiaoyan's words, Xiaoyan opened his mouth once again and gathered the crowd's gazes onto him. There are so many half-martial emperors present, but I only have one Void Lightning Reservoir invitation. I know who I should hand the Void Lightning Reservoir invitation to. How could these half-martial emperors not know that Xiaoyan was clearly trying to drive a wedge between them? He wanted them to fight amongst themselves and form their own camps. At that time, no one would have the chance to obtain the Void Lightning Reservoir invitation from Xiaoyan's hands. Yan Xiao, there is no need for you to worry about this. As long as you hand over the Void Lightning Reservoir invitation obediently, we will distribute it. As for you, you can leave on your own. But what if I say no? Xiaoyan smiled faintly. His face was filled with a calm expression. Yan Xiao, do you really want us to attack you? We respect you as the chief alchemist of the Alchemist Association and as the champion of this year's Alchemist Grand Meeting. This is why we are so polite to you. Don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Bang! A thought passed through Xiaoyan's mind and the Northern King immediately appeared. He stood beside Xiaoyan. When his feet landed on the ground, they created a large pit that was several feet deep. When the Northern King appeared, an overbearing aura suddenly spread out, causing everyone who saw it to reveal a grave expression. The expression of the person who had spoken earlier suddenly changed at this moment. The words that he was about to say were forcefully stuck in his throat. The Void Lightning Pool invitation is with me right now. Since you all want it so badly, if you have the ability, come and get it yourself. If you don't have the ability, please step aside. I still have things to do and I don't have time to waste with you all. Xiaoyan had a cold smile on his face as he spoke with an indifferent tone. The appearance of the Northern King had clearly caused these half-martial emperors to involuntarily feel some fear in their hearts. Even the person who had spoken earlier had a grave expression on his face. Although he was a 7-star half-martial emperor, the pressure that the puppet before him gave him was not the slightest bit weaker than other half-martial emperors of the same level. If they were to truly fight, it would likely be very difficult for him to gain an advantage over this puppet. Damn it, why is this puppet as troublesome as its master? Its true strength has surpassed its own cultivation. This half-martial emperor cursed in his heart. However, he felt extremely helpless in his heart. With this puppet by his side, Xiaoyan's battle strength could be said to have soared once again. It would be incomparably difficult to take him down. If Xiaoyan's strength was due to the degree of condensation of his dou qi and the high-class dou skills that he possessed, then the Northern King's strength originated from his own body. As a member of the Dragon Clan, the strength of his physical body was naturally blessed by the heavens. Moreover, this physical body had fused with 3 members of the Dragon Clan and was refined into a puppet by Xiaoyan. With its current strength and the lightning energy that it had obtained through luck, it would not be difficult for it to deal with a middle-stage 7-star half-martial emperor. Most importantly, the puppet itself did not feel pain. When it fought, it was like a desperate man risking his life. Without absolute confidence, who would dare to fight against it? Humph. Yan Xiao, do you think that with so many of us here, we would be afraid of a 6-star half-martial emperor puppet like you? Although his heart was extremely afraid of the Northern King beside Xiaoyan, that 7-star bandit still forcefully revealed a cold smile on his face. Immediately, he raised his right arm high, faced the group of bandit experts behind him, and cried out in a loud voice. Everyone! I believe that everyone present wants to obtain the Void Lightning Pool invitation in Yan Zhao's hands. However, Yan Xiao is stubborn and is unwilling to give up even in such a situation. Since this is the case, everyone should attack together. Capture Yan Xiao and take out the Void Lightning Pool invitation. After that, we will make a decision. Unfortunately, after those words left his mouth, the group of half-martial emperors rolled their eyes and revealed expressions of disdain. It was clear that Li Gan wanted to use them again. After the first time, how could they fall for it a second time? Xiaoyan couldn't help but sneer. Ha 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 ha. I say, this is a trick that our predecessors have used before. You actually shamelessly used it a second time. Do you think they are stupid? Only when those words were spoken did that quasi-martial emperor realize that not a single one of the quasi-martial emperors behind him was willing to fight. They all looked at him indifferently. Their gazes seemed to be filled with mockery and ridicule. Damn it! What a bunch of cowards! Heh, since you want to obtain the lightning invitation card in my hands so much, why don't you give it a try yourself? Xiaoyan's words caused the gazes of those half-martial emperors to instantly gather onto that 7-star half-martial emperor. As for that 7-star half-martial emperor, he revealed an ashen expression. He never expected that in the end, he would still be the one to be implicated. Humph. Forget it. Since you all are giving up on the Void Lightning Pool invitation, this old man can only accept it on your behalf. After hesitating for a moment, that 7-star half-martial emperor finally stood out. After sneering, he looked at Xiaoyan. The corners of his eyes involuntarily glanced at the Northern King, who was standing by Xiaoyan's side. Only then did he turn to Xiaoyan and speak with a stern expression. Since we are going to fight, let's do it in a fair manner. You and I will fight 300 rounds. If you lose, hand over the Void Lightning Pool invitation card to me. If you lose, this old man will let you leave this place safely. After those words were spoken, Xiaoyan couldn't help but snort coldly. He indifferently glanced at that 7-star half-martial emperor and sneered. Heh, this is the so-called fairness you speak of? If you win, you will get the Void Lightning Pool invitation. If I win, I will get nothing. Then what do you want? Letting you leave safely is already the most I can do. Don't push your luck. Fine. Since it's like this, I'll let him fight with you. After all, he is also a part of my strength. If you can defeat both of us, it'll be your win. After those words were spoken, the 7-star half-martial emperor's expression instantly changed. He didn't expect Xiaoyan to be so overbearing. With the help of this puppet, he actually dared to force him to submit. Although he was extremely furious in his heart, he clearly knew how powerful the Northern King was. Thus, he didn't dare to rashly confront him. In addition, there was also Xiaoyan by his side. In his heart, he felt even more helpless. After a long while, he fiercely clenched his teeth and spoke word by word. Fine. At most, I'll do as you say. However, you have to guarantee that when the time comes for us to fight, that puppet of yours. Don't worry. As long as no one disturbs us, it will absolutely not attack. Before the 7-star half-martial emperor finished speaking, Xiaoyan continued. Hearing those words, the 7-star half-martial emperor nodded his head in satisfaction. When he looked at Xiao Yan, his gaze contained a trace of an ice-cold mocking smile. He was confident in his heart. Although Xiao Yan wasn't easy to deal with, he had exhausted quite a bit of his strength in order to kill Li Gan earlier. If he were to fight with Xiao Yan now, he had over 70% certainty that he would be able to defeat Xiao Yan. At that time, the Void Lightning Reservoir invitation would rightfully become his. Humph. Yan Xiao, although you're extremely smart, in the end, you've become a victim of your own cleverness. Although you were able to defeat the 6-star half-martial Emperor Li Gan, it is absolutely impossible for you to be a match for a 7-star half-martial Emperor. This can be considered as you digging your own grave. After coldly laughing in his heart again, the 7-star half-martial Emperor raised his head, looked at Xiao Yan and said with a smile, "Fine. Alright, since that's the case, then tell me, what do you want as the wager? Don't worry, as long as it's something that this old man has, I will not be stingy." As he spoke, the 7-star half-martial Emperor appeared to be extremely magnanimous as he patted his chest. It was as if he was extremely confident in the things that he possessed. Seeing this, Xiao Yan also smiled. He turned his gaze and said with a smile, "Haha. Since it's like this, I won't say anything more. The things that I need, you might not have them here. Thus, I'll use spirit coins as the wager first. Amen?" Once those words were said, the 7-star half-martial Emperor immediately frowned. A displeased expression was present between his brows. What's this? Are you looking down on this old man? This old man has walked the continent for so many years. While I don't dare to say anything else, the things that I possess are not inferior to those of some small sections. As long as you dare to say it, there is nothing that this old man cannot take out. The old man stared at Xiao Yan with a ferocious expression. The meaning within his words was self-evident. Oh? Xiao Yan also raised his eyebrows. A playful smile appeared on the corners of his mouth as he said, "In that case, do you have meteorite mysterious iron in your possession?" Once the 4 words meteorite mysterious iron were spoken, the expressions of everyone present were slightly stunned. The 7-star half-martial Emperor's face was also instantly filled with shock. When he thought of the words that he had just said, his old face immediately felt as if it was on fire. After a long while, he coughed dryly twice and said, "Cough cough. Yan Xiao, don't look for trouble. What you're talking about is something that has long been extinct. How could this old man have it?" Xiao Yan smiled and continued, "Then, the Emperor-grade pill formula, this old man is not an alchemist. How could I have the Emperor-grade pill formula? Yan Xiao, don't look for trouble. Haha, since it's like this, I don't have anything else that I want. Spirit coins it is." The 7-star half-martial Emperor stared angrily at Xiao Yan and said helplessly, "Say it. How much do you want?" Xiao Yan raised his eyebrows. His eyes narrowed as he looked at the 7-star half-martial Emperor. He sneered in his heart. After a long while, under the somewhat impatient gaze of the 7-star half-martial Emperor, he slowly opened his mouth and said one word at a time, 100,000 spirit coins. Whoosh, when the word Xiao Yan came out, it caused everyone present to be shocked. The face of the 7-star half-martial Emperor twitched violently. In his heart, he wished that he could tear Xiao Yan apart. 100,000 spirit coins. In all these years, the total amount of spirit coins that he had obtained was less than 1 million. Xiao Yan actually asked for a tenth of it. How could this not cause him to be furious? Yan Xiao. You're simply asking for too much. Haha, you must be joking. As a 7-star half-martial Emperor, your wealth is naturally not small. I believe that you can still take out 100,000 spirit coins. And, already, in his heart, he repeatedly repeated the 2 words that Xiao Yan had said. The anger in the 7-star half-martial Emperor's heart had almost reached the point where he could not restrain his anger. Under his sleeves, his fists suddenly clenched tightly. The doqi in his body also involuntarily circulated throughout his entire body. The anger in his eyes rose. After a long while, he forcefully suppressed the anger in his heart. He deeply inhaled a mouthful of ice-cold air and held it in his chest. He fiercely nodded towards Xiao Yan and said with difficulty, "Fine. 100,000 it is. 100,000 spirit coins. If I lose, I'll give it all to you. At this moment, the 7-star half-martial emperor was unable to suppress the anger in his heart. He could only continuously comfort himself in his heart. After he obtained the lightning pool invitation and entered the lightning pool invitation, he would definitely return it to Xiaoyan after he came out. Only then was he able to slightly calm down the anger in his heart. Oh? 100,000 spirit coins? Xiaoyan seemed to be somewhat baffled as he asked. Forcefully suppressing the anger in his chest, he once again nodded. He gnashed his teeth and said word by word, "That's right. If I lose, you can take the 100,000 spirit coins." Heh, Xiaoyan lightly laughed. He raised his gaze and seemingly indifferently stared at the 7-star half-martial emperor's eyes. The 7-star half-martial emperor's eyes were filled with suspicion. He did not know what exactly Xiaoyan meant by this. "What do you mean by this?" That 7-star half-martial emperor's face darkened. His tone was somewhat sinister as he spoke. Xiaoyan once again smiled. His gaze swept past the surrounding half-martial emperors. In the end, his gaze returned to the 7-star half-martial emperor in front of him. He slowly said, "I'm sorry. 100,000 spirit coins was before. Now, I want 200,000 spirit coins." 200,000. At this moment, many of the half-martial emperors standing around Xiaoyan and Yan Xiao revealed extremely shocked expressions. Their faces were filled with disbelief as they stared at Xiaoyan. None of them would have thought that he would be so overbearing. The 100,000 spirit coins that Xiaoyan said earlier was already enough to cause the fury in that half-martial emperor's heart to rise. But now, Xiaoyan actually changed the wager in an instant right in front of him. He said 200,000 spirit coins right off the bat. Even some of the half-martial emperors present would not be able to take out such a large amount of spirit coins. Moreover, it was a full 1/5 of all the spirit coins that half-martial emperor possessed. Xiaoyan was truly demanding an exorbitant price. This Yan Xiao, does he have the intention to provoke him? If that's really the case, then he's truly too daring. TSK, 200,000 spirit coins. If I had that much spirit coins, I would rather not have that lightning pool invitation. After all, as long as I have enough spirit coins, wouldn't I be able to purchase even more cultivation resources? Humph. You're mistaken. Indeed, spirit coins are able to purchase sufficient cultivation resources and can indeed increase a cultivator's strength. However, there's a difference. The power obtained from relying on those things will not be as pure as the power obtained from the lightning pool invitation. Moreover, due to the difference in cultivation resources, the impurities that remain in a cultivator's body after refining them will also accumulate. In the end, it will still cause harm to the cultivator's body. However, the power within the lightning pool invitation is greatly different. The lightning within the lightning pool invitation is one of the most ferocious and overbearing powers in the world. After devouring it, not only will there not be any impurities left in one's body, one will also be able to condense dou qi and temper one's body. No matter how one looks at it, the benefits of the lightning pool invitation far surpass ordinary cultivation resources. This is the main reason why so many people fight to enter the lightning pool invitation. At this very moment, that half-martial emperor's eyes were practically spitting fire as he stared at Xiaoyan. Under his sleeves, his fists were clenched so tightly that crackling sounds could be heard. His old face was extremely gloomy and the fury in his heart was self-evident. 200,000. Good. Good. What a good Yan Xiao. The old man cried out angrily. His somewhat hoarse voice revealed the fury in his heart. If the 100,000 spirit coins caused the fury in his heart to explode, then the 200,000 spirit coins that Xiaoyan had spoken of was sufficient to cause him to instantly explode. Yan Xiao. Since you don't know what's good for you, then don't even think about getting these 100,000 spirit coins. Today, this old man will make you lose everything. With another angry shout, the old man's eyes turned crimson red. Fierce dou qi gushed out from his body in an instant. His figure moved, and a punch was thrown towards Xiaoyan. Die for this old man. With a stern cry, the old man's forward-charging speed became even more ferocious. In the blink of an eye, he had already arrived within 10 feet of Xiaoyan. Seeing that Xiao Yan remained unmoved, the old man's face appeared even crazier. Boom! However, in the next instant, a light flashed in front of Xiao Yan. Following the flash of a pitch-black light, the North King's sturdy body suddenly appeared in front of Xiao Yan. It was like a small mountain had blocked Xiao Yan behind it. Without any hesitation, the North King had just stabilized his body when he suddenly clenched his fist, which was more than twice the size of an ordinary person's. He raised his head and coldly stared at the half-martial emperor in front of him. A punch that was not inferior to the half-martial emperor's in strength was suddenly thrown out. At the same time, a cold and dry voice was heard from his mouth. "Don't you dare hurt my master." As his voice sounded, the North King's punch, which was filled with power, collided with the old man's punch. With a loud bang, the North King's sturdy body, which was half a body taller than the old man, could not help but tremble. He took half a step back. As for the old man, he was the one who could not help but retreat a few meters under the North King's punch. He suddenly waved his sleeve, and an invisible force vibrated behind him. Only then did he find it difficult to stabilize his body. Damn it! This damn thing is so domineering. Its strength is actually so terrifying. If I were to forcefully attack, I'm afraid that it would be difficult to fight against it. The old man's left hand held his right wrist. His slender fingertips were deeply embedded in his flesh as he forcefully stabilized his violently trembling right arm. The doqi in his body quickly surged into his right arm, completely eliminating the lightning energy that was wreaking havoc within it. A long while later, the old man finally looked at the North King, who was still maintaining his punching posture. Although his face was forcefully composed, his heart was already filled with shock. Even though the North King had suddenly attacked first, the strength of that punch was extremely powerful. Just from the collision just now, the North King was definitely not an opponent that he could easily defeat. With a thought, the North King in front of Xiao Yan stood to his left. Xiao Yan's gaze stared directly at the old man, whose face was alternating between green and white. The corner of his mouth curled into a cold smile as he tilted his head and said, "Why? Are you planning to use force because you can't take out any spirit coins?" Hearing this, the old man's face immediately became furious. He waved his sleeve and angrily said to Xiao Yan, "Yan Xiao. The fact that the old me can use 100,000 spirit coins as a bet is already the greatest price. However, you do not know what is good for you and have opened your mouth wide. The Void Lightning Pool invitation is not worth this price." Xiao Yan raised his eyebrows slightly and nodded. Two of his fingers randomly beckoned in the empty space in front of him. The black storage ring on his finger flashed and a palm-sized bright silver invitation appeared in Xiao Yan's hand. Void Lightning Pool invitation. It's the Void Lightning Pool invitation. He has taken it out. Following the appearance of the lightning invitation, the expressions of the surrounding half-emperors changed. They immediately began to whisper to each other. Their gazes were filled with greed and desire as they looked at the lightning invitation. I naturally know that the value of this lightning invitation is not even 200,000 spirit coins. Since you are unwilling to take out 200,000 spirit coins as a bet, please leave. I believe that other than you, there should be quite a number of people who can take out 200,000 spirit coins as a bet. You, Yan Xiao. Don't you go too far. The old man stared at the lightning invitation in Xiao Yan's hand and reprimanded angrily once again. Xiao Yan lifted his chin slightly. The corners of his mouth lifted and lifted into a mocking cold smile. His gaze swept across the surrounding half-emperors. Finally, his gaze returned to the old man in front of him and said with a cold smile. I am going too far? It is clearly so many of you who have surrounded me, a 3-star half-emperor. Now, you are saying that I am going too far. Don't you think that your words are very laughable? Yan Xiao. Although the old man was incomparably furious in his heart, he was also speechless. No matter how one put it, the scene before their eyes did indeed appear as Xiao Yan had said. However, Xiao Yan's actual actions caused all of them to be unable to do anything. Restraining each other caused none of them to be willing to take action. After all, the bird that sticks out will be shot. Moreover, there were so many people here. It was equivalent to countless spears pointing at them. As long as someone took action, regardless of whether they succeeded or not, they would become the target of everyone. He forcefully suppressed his impulse to take action again. After all, the northern king beside Xiaoyan was truly not easy to deal with. If he was not careful, he could be suppressed at any time. That kind of situation was not something he was willing to see. The old man once again took a deep breath. The icy cold air seemed to have calmed the anger in his chest. However, his pair of sinister eyes carried a gaze that seemed to want to devour someone as he firmly stared at Xiaoyan. The wide palms under his sleeves could not help but tremble violently. After a good while, this old man, a 7-star half-emperor expert, finally gave in completely in front of Xiaoyan, a 3-star half-emperor who seemed to be the weakest present. Alright, 200,000 it is. If you continue. Don't worry, I know that this is already your bottom line. I will not increase it any further. A warm smile immediately appeared on Xiaoyan's face. However, in the old man's eyes, it was a cold and mocking smile. Humph. The old man coldly stared at Xiaoyan as he snorted coldly. He extended his hand and grasped the air. A broadsword immediately appeared in his hand. He held the hilt of the broadsword and the sharp blade was slanted towards the ground. The cold glint of the blade caused people who saw it to feel a chill in their hearts. This blade was completely ink-black in color. Its size was not inferior to Xiaoyan's heavy Xian ruler. The thick and heavy blade, together with the strange symbols on the blade and the edge of the blade that was overflowing with a cold glow, caused this broadsword to have an additional domineering aura. After the broadsword appeared in his hand, the old man became even more confident. He rotated the palm that was holding the hilt of the broadsword and grabbed the hilt of the broadsword with a flip of his hand. Following the momentum, he fiercely lifted the broadsword. His elbow was pressed against the back of the broadsword, which was 3 fingers wide. He borrowed the strength from his wrist to his elbow and fiercely slashed the broadsword upwards. The blade that was filled with killing intent instantly streaked across the air towards Xiaoyan. At the same time, as the blade vibrated, an invisible blade aura instantly streaked across the air and chopped towards Xiaoyan. Using this move before the battle had even started, it could be considered as the 7-star half-martial emperor testing Xiaoyan's strength. Faced with the incoming invisible blade aura, Xiaoyan couldn't help but feel amazed by this old man's methods. Without using any energy, and relying on the blade aura of the weapon itself, to be able to use the weapon to such an extent, this broadsword had likely been with this 7-star half-martial emperor for many years. Compared to the weapon, Xiaoyan's dark heavy buster sword had also been with him for several tens of years. In front of this blade aura, it was naturally not to be outdone. Ruler, come. After putting away the void lightning pool invitation, Xiaoyan's right arm suddenly crossed in front of his chest. He casually grasped at the space to his left. A ray of light suddenly flashed in the space and the dark heavy buster sword landed in Xiaoyan's hand. Once the dark heavy buster sword entered his hand, Xiaoyan's arm suddenly exerted strength and swept the huge buster sword across the space before him. Finally, the huge buster sword circled around Xiaoyan's palm once. Then, Xiaoyan held the handle of the buster sword with both hands and firmly stabbed the buster sword into the ground before him. Boom! At the same time, a muffled thump was emitted from the empty space between Xiaoyan and the old man. Xiaoyan and the old man exchanged glances with each other. Both of their hearts were awed. As for the surrounding half-martial emperors, they began to whisper to each other as they watched the situation on the battlefield. The atmosphere of the battlefield had also become oppressive. That alone is not enough to suppress me. Xiaoyan lifted his eyes and stared at the old man opposite him. His tone was calm as he slowly opened his mouth. Humph. You do have some foundation, but this old man doesn't want to rely on this to suppress you. Wouldn't that be too boring? The old man was a little surprised by Xiaoyan's ruler attack, but he did not take it to heart. After all, this was only a one-sided battle. Only by truly fighting could one truly judge the strength of both parties. As soon as his voice fell, the old man suddenly waved his arm. The broadsword left his hand and stabbed into the ground at an angle. His figure moved and he was about to rush towards Xiaoyan. Wait! Just as the 7-star half-martial emperor was about to attack, and the surrounding half-martial emperors thought that the show was about to begin, Xiaoyan spread his 5 fingers, extended his left arm and made a stop gesture towards the old man. At the same time, he shouted loudly. Everyone looked over in the blink of an eye after this loud cry sounded. That 7-star bandy old man also hurriedly stopped his body. Immediately, his face was furious as he looked at Xiaoyan. The fury in his heart, which had yet to calm down, once again rose. His mouth furiously cried out. He shouted, Yan Xiao. What is the meaning of this? Could it be that you want to go back on your words again? At this moment, the anger in the old man's heart could no longer be suppressed. As a 7-star half-martial emperor, the strongest expert in the ancient savage city, apart from a few people, he had suffered a loss before Xiaoyan, a 3-star half-martial emperor. If news of this were to spread, wouldn't he, a 7-star half-martial emperor, become the laughingstock of all half-martial emperors in the future? How could he endure this? Yan Xiao, you've made fun of me time and time again. Do you really think that I'm made of mud? As he shouted, the old man's body suddenly moved. In an instant, he shot towards Xiaoyan. At this moment, the anger in his chest could no longer be suppressed. Right now, he must make Xiaoyan pay a painful price for his actions. No one could stop him. Huh. Yan Xiao, prepare to die. In the blink of an eye, the old man had already arrived several feet in front of Xiaoyan. With a wave of his hand, the broadsword was pulled out of the ground as if it had received an order. In an instant, it flew into the old man's hand. He raised the blade and was about to ruthlessly chop down on Xiaoyan's head. Xiaoyan's expression changed abruptly at this moment. He did not expect that this fellow would attack as soon as he said so. He was actually unwilling to listen to what Xiaoyan had to say. Helpless, a thought passed through Xiaoyan's mind. The Northern King's strong body suddenly appeared and blocked in front of Xiaoyan. Ha 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 ha. Yan Xiao, you always like to disappear. Every time you come out, you must create such a huge commotion. It is really difficult for us old fellows to not know about you. However, just as the old man was about to attack Xiaoyan and Xiaoyan was about to let the Northern King receive the attack, the space between the two of them distorted. Immediately, an old man in linen clothes slowly appeared in front of everyone. When the old man appeared, the expressions of everyone present immediately changed. When the old man in linen clothes appeared, Xiaoyan's face finally revealed a relaxed smile. His gaze contained some blame as he looked at the old man in linen clothes who had just appeared. The old man in linen clothes smiled embarrassedly but did not say anything. At the same time, the 7-star half-martial emperor's body that was charging forward abruptly stopped. With a twist of his wrist, he fiercely stabbed the broadsword in his hand into the ground in front of him. Only then did he completely stabilize his body. Guli. He secretly said in his heart. Immediately, the 7-star half-martial emperor's heart became incomparably heavy. Guli's strength was absolutely within the top 5 in the ancient city. He had quite a deep relationship with Xiaoyan. Now that he had appeared at this moment, it was likely that he had already arrived here long ago. However, he had been observing the situation all along. Thus, he had not appeared until now. Turning around, Guli wore a smile as he looked at the 7-star half-martial emperor. His gaze seemed to casually sweep over the broadsword that the 7-star half-martial emperor had already pulled out. With a faint smile, he said, "Look at this broadsword. If this old man's guess is correct, you should be that broadsword Lu Dou." Hearing those words, the old man smiled in a slightly embarrassed manner. The anger in his heart immediately dispersed. He slightly bowed to Guli, cupped his hands and said with a smile, "Haha, this is my old name. I have already sheathed my broadsword and am preparing to live in seclusion in the mountains. The name of broadsword is also no longer present." Hearing those words, Xiaoyan slightly raised his brows. Only now did he know the name of this 7-star half-martial emperor. Lu Dou. Oh. Casually responding, Guli did not say anything more. To him, these things were not important. Guli's gaze turned and looked at Xiaoyan. The latter smiled and nodded. He leaped forward and stood beside Guli. He looked at Lu Dou and said with a smile, "Haha, fellow Lu was a little anxious just now. Now that I have already made a bet with you, how can I change it? After all, I am not a person who doesn't keep his word." Xiaoyan's words made the surrounding half-martial emperors curl their lips and remain silent. Lu Dou's heart was itching to curse Xiaoyan at this moment. Keeping one's word would change the original 100,000 spirit coins to 200,000 spirit coins in an instant? Isn't this a little too boastful? Xiaoyan noticed the gazes of the surrounding people. He touched his nose with his hand somewhat embarrassedly, coughed twice, and continued, "The reason why I interrupted you just now was simply to know that I have already taken out the lightning invitation as the bet. Then, I think your 200,000 spirit coins should also." Although he had not finished speaking, everyone present cast a strange look at Xiaoyan. The corner of Lu Dou's mouth twitched violently. There was an unknown anger in his heart. After such a long time, it was actually just for this. At this moment, even Guli, who was beside Xiaoyan, could not help but laugh out loud. After seeing the expression on Xiaoyan's face, he withdrew his laughter. His old face regained a solemn expression. He also did not expect that Xiaoyan would doubt the promise made by a half-martial emperor in public. Perhaps, this was indeed Xiaoyan's insurance. But, what was Lu Dou's position with such an action? After all, he was a 7-star half-martial emperor. He valued his face even more. Xiaoyan's action was indeed somewhat inappropriate. At this moment, although Lu Dou's heart was filled with fury, he was unable to do anything to Xiaoyan because Guli was by Xiaoyan's side. Hence, after a bitter sigh in his heart, he could only helplessly extend 2 of his fingers. A glow flashed between his fingers and a crystal card with 9 different colored lines on it appeared in Lu Dou's hand. This should be enough, right? When everyone saw this crystal card, their faces immediately revealed a rather surprised expression. Even Guli, who was beside Xiaoyan, cast an astonished gaze at Lu Dou. 9 lines crystal card. The value of this is indeed 200,000 spirit coins. Hearing this, Xiaoyan could not help but be slightly stunned. He looked at Guli and asked, 9 lines crystal card? What is this? Guli narrowed his old eyes and stared at Lu Dou. His gaze paused on the 9 lines crystal card in Lu Dou's hand. 9 lines crystal card. This is a gold card that can be used throughout the continent. Compared to ordinary gold coins, this is even more valuable. A 9 lines crystal card costs 200,000 spirit coins. Normally speaking, only some alchemists or dodi would possess such a thing. After all, this thing is too expensive and most people are reluctant to obtain it. Even I only managed to obtain one a couple of years ago for convenience. Oh? It seems that it's not bad. Xiaoyan's finger rubbed his chin. His eyes narrowed as he stared at the 9 lines crystal card in Lu Dou's hand. He secretly sneered in his heart. Then, I won't be polite. Xiaoyan and Lu Dou stood 100,000 feet above the ancient savage desolate city. They were able to overlook the entire ancient savage desolate city from this spot. Xiaoyan's heart involuntarily trembled when he saw the outline of the ancient savage desolate city. The ancient savage desolate city was much larger than he had imagined. No wonder so many Bandi experts were gathered here. A prosperous place must have treasures. This was a principle that many cultivators understood in their hearts. Half-step martial emperors were no exception. Xiaoyan raised his eyes and exchanged glances with Lu Dou, who was 50 kilometers away. The two of them looked at each other and smiled, appearing as though they were old friends of many years. However, everyone knew just what kind of brutality was hidden under that smile. With Lu Dou's temperament, once he attacked, he would definitely explode with all the anger he had suffered earlier. If Xiaoyan couldn't withstand it, the consequences wouldn't be hard to imagine. Compared to the size of the crowd outside, Xiaoyan had a calm expression. The corners of his mouth had always carried an indifferent smile. He would deal with whatever came his way. Not to mention, the current Xiaoyan was already able to deal with a 7-star half-step martial emperor with ease. Whether he couldn't withstand it or not depended on who it was. At this moment, the atmosphere of the battleground was exceptionally tense and pressuring. The empty space within a 10,000-foot radius of Xiaoyan and Lu Dou had been completely sealed by the combined attacks of Guli and a couple of other high-rank half-martial emperors. The seal would not be removed before the battle between Xiaoyan and Lu Dou ended. Moreover, the ripple that was formed due to the battle between the two would not spread outwards. This practice was the rule of the continent. When experts fought, they had to lead the battle circle into the endless void. Only in this way could they ensure that the cities in the outside world would not be destroyed. Just like the previous battles in the void, they were all carried out in the endless void. Guli looked at Xiaoyan with a worried expression. However, after seeing the latter's indifferent expression, Guli's expression couldn't help but become serious. He naturally knew Xiaoyan's strength. He was a 3-star half-step martial emperor. No one could remain calm when facing a 7-star half-step martial emperor like Lu Dou with such strength. However, Xiaoyan actually had such an indifferent expression on his face. This was truly strange. After taking a deep look at Xiaoyan, Guli turned his gaze back to Lu Dou. Previously, Lu Dou's appearance when he was furious was all under Guli's observation. Now that he was about to fight with Xiaoyan, Guli couldn't help but feel somewhat uneasy. After thinking for a while, Guli's muddy old eyes fixed on Lu Dou. His tone seemed indifferent, but it contained a hidden tyrannical intent. Haha, the two of you, please understand that no matter what the outcome of the battle is, you must stop when appropriate. As long as one of you admits defeat, the other party will not continue to attack. If you insist on attacking, don't blame this old man for being ruthless. Hearing Guli's words, Lu Dou's expression couldn't help but change slightly. Guli's words were clearly directed at him. However, he sneered in his heart. With Guli present, he naturally wouldn't dare to seriously injure Xiaoyan. Moreover, his current goal was the Void Lightning Pool invitation. If he attacked too ruthlessly, it would be hard to avoid being ridiculed. With Guli's relationship with Xiaoyan, he might interfere. Therefore, for the sake of the Void Lightning Pool invitation, he wouldn't go too far. Xiaoyan also smiled slightly after hearing Guli's words. He didn't say anything. Instead, he looked at Lu Dou opposite him, and the corners of his mouth slowly rose into a playful smile. In this way, I won't be able to use my full strength. Very well, let me see how many feet I need to deal with a 7-star half-emperor. After saying those words, Xiaoyan extended his hand and beckoned. The dark heavy buster sword landed in his palm. The body of the buster sword suddenly shook, and Xiaoyan's buster sword slashed towards Lu Dou. Flaming devouring wave. Rainbow light violently shot out, covering more than half of the sky. The surrounding space also exploded at this moment. Facing Xiaoyan's attack, Lu Dou couldn't help but reveal a sneer on his face. His aura wasn't inferior to Xiaoyan's. The ink-black broadsword in his hand danced and revolved. As the broadsword slashed downwards, the blade light slashed out and collided head-on with Xiaoyan's flaming devouring wave. Bang! The broadsword light and the ruler light cancelled each other out. Xiaoyan and Lu Dou simultaneously moved. The broadsword slashed through the air and collided with each other in an instant. Clang! 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 The two people's attacks were extremely grand. Every time the broadsword and the ruler collided, the heaven and earth would tremble unceasingly. Their terrifying auras still wreaked havoc in this space. In merely a short period of time, the two people had already collided several hundred times. As for the intense battle, it had only just begun. When the crowd outside saw this, they would definitely think that this was a battle between two experts of the same cultivation level. At this moment, compared to the astonishment of the crowd outside, Lu Dou was extremely shocked. He originally thought that with his strength as a 7-star half-martial emperor, he would be able to completely suppress Xiaoyan in a battle like this. However, he didn't expect that every time he collided with Xiaoyan, the power transmitted from Xiaoyan's buster sword was actually not the slightest bit inferior to his own. At the same time that he was shocked, he also started to have some doubts about Xiaoyan's true strength. Was Xiaoyan's strength really as it seemed on the surface? Was he only a 3-star half-martial emperor, or could it be that he had used some sort of secret technique to conceal his strength? However, regardless of what level Xiaoyan's true cultivation level was, at the very least, the Xiaoyan before him was not someone that he could easily deal with. Fighting against Xiaoyan was also not as easy as he had imagined. At this moment, Lu Dou had truly started to become serious about Xiaoyan. If he wanted to defeat Xiaoyan, he would have to reveal his true strength. Otherwise, it would likely be extremely difficult for him to defeat Xiaoyan. Ha! With a stern shout, Lu Dou suddenly waved the broadsword in his hand. The doqi within his body rapidly gathered. A bit of scarlet doqi appeared on the pitch-black broadsword. Immediately after, the broadsword trembled and once again charged explosively toward Xiaoyan. Seeing this, Xiaoyan's eyes flickered with radiance. The buster sword in his hand also stopped moving. Humph, you're finally going to use your true strength. I can't wait any longer. With a sneer, Xiaoyan's right hand grasped the handle of the buster sword. Suddenly, he pulled with all his strength. His left palm stroked the body of the buster sword. The heavenly flame violently surged in the center of his palm. The pitch-black buster sword was immediately dyed with a gorgeous color. Ha! With a stern shout, the buster sword was placed diagonally behind his back. Slightly nodding his head, Xiaoyan raised his gaze and stared at Lu Dou. His left foot took half a step forward. His body was slightly bent. His palm tightly grasped the handle of the buster sword. The dou qi within his body was crazily poured into the buster sword as if it was free. At this moment, the gorgeous heavenly flame fiercely rose up. It was like a gorgeous flag that was fluttering in the air. For a moment, the void was strangely silent. A strange atmosphere enveloped the world. Everyone was silent. Their eyes were suffused with a dignified radiance. Their gazes were firmly fixed on Xiaoyan's buster sword and the broadsword in Lu Dou's hand, who was standing opposite of Xiaoyan. Silence. Deathly silence. Everyone held their breaths as they waited. Even the slightest sound of breathing was enough to be heard clearly. It was a long while later when this silence was finally broken by a somewhat hoarse, ice-cold voice that did not contain the slightest emotion. This blade of the old me is created by gathering all the comprehension that I have comprehended throughout my life. I call it garrison. Garrison. It was a simple word. However, the instant it was uttered, it caused the entire place to tremble. Once a blade technique was trained to the unity of heaven and man level, it was unable to progress any further. Hence, this blade technique that Lu Dou had trained could be considered a kind of memorial to the broadsword in his hand. One could imagine the strength of this blade technique. Lu Dou was able to reach his current level because of his reputation. Even though Xiaoyan was not weak, he similarly had his own pride. The pride of being a strong person. Yan Xiao, if you are able to receive it, the old me is willing to be defeated. Lu Dou's hand held the hilt of the broadsword. The broadsword's tip faced upwards as it stood in front of him. His rough palm slowly stroked the body of the blade that was as black as ink. The strange symbols seemed to have come alive as they twisted and emitted a strange glow. Suddenly, Lu Dou's palm suddenly drew across the incomparably sharp blade. Following the twitching of the muscles at the corner of Lu Dou's eyes, the essence blood that had gathered in his palm was completely swallowed by the inhuman broadsword in his hand. Immediately, the light on the broadsword shone brightly. Those strange symbols were filled with a strange scarlet energy at this moment. A bloody aura spread out. Waves of dense blood-colored fog lingered around the broadsword's body unceasingly, concealing the entire blade within the blood fog. Lu Dou, who had lost the essence blood, his originally rosy face had instantly become pale white. He appeared incomparably weak. However, that pair of shady old eyes still sparkled with a bright glow. When Xiaoyan saw this, his eyebrows involuntarily knit together. Clearly, this dou technique of Lu Dou, which was called garrison, had an extremely frightening exhaustion on the user's body. Just from the point of the blood sacrifice, the degree of ruthlessness of this blade technique had already exceeded everything. However, on the other hand, although this technique garrison had an extremely great exhaustion on the user's body and might even harm the user's essence, the strength obtained from it was also unimaginable. Although the drawbacks of this killing technique were not small, it was still a kind of trump card that could be used to save one's life at a critical moment. Since I created this saber strike, garrison, I've executed it a total of 4 times. Moreover, every single time, it was when I was on the verge of death and on the verge of death, turning the situation around and forcefully killing my opponent. When these words of Lu Dou's were spoken, regardless of whether it was Xiaoyan in the arena or the group of half-emperor experts outside the arena, even Gu Li, all involuntarily threw a surprised gaze at Lu Dou. It was unexpected that this garrison was actually even more frightening than they had imagined. How could a person who was able to cause an expert like Lu Dou to fall into a life-and-death situation be a mediocre person? Even if that was a matter of the past, it was still unable to hide the terror of this blade technique. Being able to kill a half-emperor expert with one blade was sufficient to allow Lu Dou to do whatever he wanted among the half-emperor class experts. It is really unexpected that he actually has such a skill. Moreover, from the strange aura of his blade, it is likely that his words are not without reason. In this way, if they were to really fight, wouldn't it be extremely likely that even the old me would be seriously injured when faced with this blade technique? That Yan Xiao. The moment he thought of this, Gu Li's expression immediately changed intensely. If that was really the case, then Xiao Yan would really be in danger. Damn it. I really shouldn't have. Why have I become muddle-headed? The gap between a 3-star half-emperor and a 7-star half-emperor is extremely large. With Lu Dou's strength, how could Xiao Yan withstand this blade technique? At this moment, Gu Li's heart was filled with anxiety. He regretted actually allowing Xiao Yan to fight against Lu Dou. If this were to continue, then Xiao Yan would be in danger at any moment. However, it was definitely too late for him to intervene now. Thus, he could only wait. Wait for Xiao Yan to make the first move. Wait for Xiao Yan to be unable to withstand it, then he would immediately act to save Xiao Yan. After all, Xiao Yan was the chief alchemist of his alchemist guild. He was also the champion of this year's alchemist grand meeting. Moreover, he and Qi Lin had a pretty good impression of Xiao Yan. It was reasonable for him to not allow anything to happen to Xiao Yan before his eyes. With a thought, he secretly raised the dou qi within his body and circulated it to every part of his body. He was prepared to make a move at any moment to ensure that he could respond to any sudden situation in time. Haha, I didn't expect that you would use the ultimate skill of your lifetime when I've only just met you. I don't know whether I should be happy or sad in my heart. Although Xiao Yan was surprised by Lu Dou's words, he still smiled faintly. Xiao Yan was confident that even if Lu Dou's blade technique, garrison, wasn't weak, he would still be able to block it by relying on his 7-fold heaven-breaking ruler. After all, when 7 human-rank dou skills were used together and complemented each other, their might wouldn't lose to the full force attack of an 8-star half-emperor. I just didn't expect that you'd actually concealed your strength so deeply. No wonder Li Gan was defeated by you. His death wasn't due to your luck. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame him for being too stupid. Lu Dou opened his mouth once again. His words were filled with admiration for Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan smiled and didn't say anything. However, the hand that held the heavy Xian ruler in his hand tightened again. The dou qi within his body poured into the huge ruler even more wildly. Broad blade, garrison. After a long time, when the sky once again fell into silence, Lu Dou suddenly let out a violent shout. He fiercely swung the broad blade in his hand. The broad blade's hilt shot straight up into the sky. Lu Dou's body suddenly moved and rushed toward Xiao Yan. Seeing this scene, Xiao Yan couldn't help but frown slightly. Lu Dou had already arrived in front of him, but his broad blade had already been swung into the sky. At this moment, Lu Dou was rushing toward Xiao Yan. If he didn't respond in time, he was afraid that he would leave a big gap for Lu Dou. However, just when everyone outside the arena was feeling anxious for Xiao Yan's body didn't move at all. His eyes slowly closed. An enormous spiritual strength quickly spread out and enveloped this space. At this moment, even the slightest change in this space would all fall into Xiao Yan's eyes. As expected, Xiao Yan coldly laughed in his heart. If Lu Dou's move was used against an ordinary half-emperor, perhaps it would really be difficult to deal with him even if the opponent's strength was much higher than his. However, facing Xiao Yan, who was an alchemist, this little trick of Lu Dou's was somewhat insufficient. The next moment, in front of the stunned gazes of everyone outside of the battleground, Lu Dou's body, which was charging explosively toward Xiao Yan, suddenly turned into an illusionary shadow and swiftly disappeared into the empty space the moment they made contact. Instantly, everyone present swiftly understood that Lu Dou's figure was only an afterimage. Since that was the case, then his true body should be at / A stern cry sounded. In the sky, the broadsword that contained a frightening dou qi suddenly appeared to be controlled by something. The broadsword that was flying upwards suddenly paused in midair. Immediately, the body of the blade turned and the tip of the blade pointed downwards. It faced Xiao Yan and violently chopped down. At the same time, Lu Dou's body also appeared. His hand held the hilt of the broadsword as he came in a menacing manner. With the broadsword in front, the strong and overbearing aura caused Lu Dou to be unable to find the slightest opening. This also caused the might of the broadsword in his hand to be even more frightening. The 15th fruit was indeed worthy of being created by Lu Doning throughout her life's comprehension. This kind of unassailable overbearing might really shook one's soul. However, the more it was so, the more it stirred the overflowing fighting intent in Xiaoyan's heart. They were both self-created Do skills. However, it was unknown whether Xiaoyan's 7-layer sky-breaking ruler or this blade technique was stronger or weaker. Perhaps, both of them were extremely frightening existences. Seeing that Lu Do was getting closer and closer to him, Xiaoyan could not help but feel a little solemn in his heart. After all, he had only used the 7-layer sky-breaking ruler twice. Moreover, each time it was a long-distance collision. At this moment, at such a close distance, Xiaoyan could not help but feel a little worried in his heart. Without destruction, there can be no construction. This kind of situation was something that Xiaoyan would encounter sooner or later. Since this was the case, why not take this opportunity to give it a try? Outside the arena, Guli's face was solemn as she watched Xiaoyan and Lu Do in the arena. Her brows were filled with worry. On the other side of the crowd, a few human figures wrapped in black robes also revealed a dark gaze as they stared at Xiaoyan in the arena. As he thought of this, Xiaoyan's face immediately revealed an overflowing fighting spirit. He once again tightened his grip on the heavy Xian ruler as he let out a stern cry. His right arm suddenly waved and the beautiful heavy Xian ruler danced like a long banner. The huge ruler drew across and 100,000 feet long ruler glow shot out. Immediately, the color of the sky and the earth became one. The colors of all living things were completely covered at this moment. The majestic ruler glow tore through the empty space and violently collided with the frightening blade technique, Garrison, that was coming at him head-on at lightning speed. However, in the next moment, regardless of whether it was Xiaoyan in the arena or the group of half-DD experts outside the arena, all of their faces revealed an extremely shocked expression. It was difficult to imagine that this ruler glow of Xiaoyan's that was comparable to a high human class Do technique would actually be so weak in front of the blade technique, Garrison. Under the shocked gazes of everyone, Xiaoyan's ruler that was filled with power was actually forcefully broken by the Garrison in an unstoppable manner within a couple of breaths' time after it collided with Lu Do's blade technique, Garrison. Lu Do coldly laughed. This Garrison of his had merged with the essence blood in his body. He had exhausted his essence blood as the price in order to form this blade. How could its strength be easily compared to a high human class Do technique? Although the blade technique, Garrison, had not reached the level of a Ling class Do technique, its strength was far from what an ordinary Ling class Do technique could compare with. Even though this ruler glow of Xiaoyan's was a high human class Do technique, it was similarly difficult to suppress it. Xiaoyan was naturally unwilling to be outdone. He also did not place all of his hopes on this ruler. He clearly understood that just this ruler alone was far from enough to defeat Lu Do. Therefore, 7-layered sky-breaking ruler, the second ruler. Xiaoyan cried out sternly in his heart. He once again waved the huge ruler. As the ruler glow shot out, another majestic ruler glow that was not the slightest bit inferior to the first ruler shot out. Lu Do coldly laughed. Xiaoyan actually dared to use this move. Everyone outside the arena also threw regretful gazes toward Xiaoyan. Guli's expression carried a little nervousness as he stared at the broadsword in Lu Do's hand. His heart did not dare to relax even a little. What the hell is this kid doing? In the next moment, the magnificent ruler light was already in front of the broadsword. In just a moment, the two would collide. 3 feet. With a stern cry in his heart, Xiaoyan once again waved the giant ruler in his hand. A ruler glow shot out. Just as the broadsword and the ruler glow were about to collide, the ruler glow merged with the magnificent ruler glow at lightning speed. With the addition of the ruler glow, the might emitted by the ruler glow once again soared. 4 feet. However, before everyone's faces could reveal a surprised expression, Xiaoyan once again waved both of his hands. The enormous ruler danced and the heavenly flame soared in the air like a fire banner. The empty space also repeatedly became distorted with it. The giant ruler swung through the void and a terrifying ruler light shot out once again. In an instant, it had merged with the previous 2 ruler lights. The already terrifying power skyrocketed once again. Seeing this scene, everyone immediately widened their mouths and were speechless. Their faces were filled with shock as they looked at Xiaoyan, who was still waving the huge ruler in his hand. 5 feet. After another stern cry sounded from the bottom of Xiaoyan's heart, the enormous ruler in his hand once again cut through the empty space. That heavenly flame flew and the ruler glow shot out. It followed closely behind and perfectly merged with the 3 ruler glows like a wave. Buzz. With the merging of the ruler glows, the majestic ruler glow that was formed by the merging of the 4 ruler glows became even more imposing. A terrifying heat wave swept through the void. Even with the isolation of the boundary, everyone outside the battlefield still felt an incomparably terrifying heat at this moment. At this moment, everyone outside the battlefield suddenly changed their expressions. They looked at the ruler glow as though they had seen a prehistoric giant beast. 7-layered sky-breaking ruler. 6 feet. However, at this moment, Xiaoyan, whose expression had already become a little pale, once again let out a stern cry in his heart. He suddenly waved the enormous ruler in his hand. The brilliant heavenly flame on it had already become much dimmer. A heavy tiredness gradually surged into Xiaoyan's mind. However, Xiaoyan still did his best to wave the enormous ruler in his hand. A mighty ruler glow once again shot out. He knew that just by relying on this 4 feet, he was unable to defeat Lu Dou's blade technique. At the very most, it could only cancel out the latter. If Xiaoyan wanted to completely defeat Lu Dou, he would need to use another foot. Only by going all out would he have the opportunity to completely defeat Lu Dou. As the 5 feet merged, its power shook the heavens. The terrifying ruler glow split the entire sky. At this moment, the fierce and overbearing aura was even stronger than Lu Dou's blade technique, Garrison. Lu Dou's expression finally changed at this moment. Lu Dou's grave eyes looked at Xiaoyan. A feeling of helplessness finally rose from the bottom of his heart. He had never expected that his most frightening killing move, which he was most proud of, would actually be thwarted in front of a 3-star bandit like Xiaoyan. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion sounded. Lu Dou's hand, which was tightly holding the broadsword, could not help but release it with great difficulty. Without Lu Dou's support, the broadsword could not withstand the storm caused by the explosion for even a moment. It was swept away and ruthlessly stabbed into the ground below. The remaining power of the majestic ruler glow bombarded Lu Dou's chest in the next moment. Receiving such a terrifying attack head-on, Lu Dou was seriously injured on the spot. It was hard to imagine how terrifying the power of Xiaoyan's 7th foot would be if he were to use it at the same time. Outside the arena, everyone's eyes revealed shock as they stared at Xiaoyan in the arena. Their eyes were filled with deep disbelief. That blade strike, which was capable of contending against an 8-star half-martial emperor, was actually defeated in an instant by Xiaoyan's 5-foot attack. It was so much so that it was defeated without the slightest leeway. After this battle, Yan Zhao's name would once again resound in the ancient savage city, fighting against a middle-stage 7-star half-martial emperor and killing a 6-star half-martial emperor before the battle. With such a battle record, Xiaoyan, who possessed the strength of a 3-star half-martial emperor, could absolutely be called a legend in battle, a legend in battle. At this moment, the only words that the people outside of the battlefield could think of to describe Xiaoyan's battle were those 4 words. The douqi within Gu Li's body was gradually withdrawn back into the vortex. On the other side, the few black-cloaked people also took a deep look at Xiaoyan before quietly leaving. At this point, the battle could be considered to have come to an end. Needless to say, Xiaoyan was naturally the final victor. Although he had won, Xiaoyan's entire body was exhausted. The douqi within his body was completely exhausted. In the previous situation, even if he wanted to use the 7th foot, it was completely impossible. His gaze slowly swept across the half-martial emperors outside of the battlefield who still had fiery gazes in their eyes. Xiaoyan knew in his heart that although he was not weak, they would not leave the matter at that. From a certain point of view, the temptation of the Void Lightning Pool invitation had even surpassed the importance they placed on their own lives. Of course, this could not be denied that there were no opponents with similar strength among these people. Those people would feel a kind of wolf-like greed towards Xiaoyan's strength. Perhaps, under the temptation of the Void Lightning Pool invitation, the unrestrained battle was also the reason why they had come here. Cough cough. Everyone, is there anyone else who wants to snatch the Void Lightning Pool invitation from my hands? Xiaoyan's gaze once again swept across the crowd outside of the battlefield as he spoke in an indifferent tone. At this moment, his body was already unusually empty. The reason why he had forcefully endured and still spoke at this moment was to make these people in front of him feel fear towards him. From there, they would know the difficulty and retreat. Only in this way could Xiaoyan reduce some unnecessary trouble. When everyone heard this, they immediately looked at each other. However, no one was willing to step forward. After witnessing Xiaoyan's strength, there was already hardly anyone present who dared to have any other thoughts about Xiaoyan. After all, they did not have the support of a powerful doqi like Lu Dou. If that ruler from earlier had landed on any one of them, it was likely that they would have difficulty escaping death. At this moment, it was only natural that they would avoid it if they could. Although there was no change on Xiaoyan's face when he saw this, his heart had finally become much more relaxed. It was better to avoid unnecessary trouble. Moreover, he was currently on the verge of a breakthrough. Excessive fighting would only increase the speed of his breakthrough. This was not good news for Xiaoyan, who was currently doing his best to suppress the doqi within his body. "Brat, the old me wants your void lightning pool invitation." However, just as Xiaoyan was feeling relaxed in his heart, a faint elderly voice was once again transmitted over. This caused Xiaoyan's expression to instantly change. The person who had spoken was actually a 7-star half-martial emperor. Xiaoyan raised his head and looked over. At this moment, a tall and sturdy old man wearing a cyan gown was slowly walking out from the crowd. Beside him, there was another old man wearing the same clothes as him. That old man was also slowly walking forward. When Xiaoyan saw the faces of these two old men, he was immediately startled in his heart. These two people's appearances were actually exactly the same. It was as if one of them was a copy of the other. This caused one to feel extremely astonished. When the crowd noticed these two old men, they immediately revealed expressions of shock. They had also never expected that these two old men would actually fight for the Void Lightning Pool invitation in Xiaoyan's hand. Lin Feng, Lin Yu. Never would I have imagined that it would actually be them. After the battle ended, the spatial seal was also removed. When the two old men appeared, Guli's body flashed and arrived beside Xiaoyan. He was vigilantly watching the two people before him. Hearing Guli's words, Xiaoyan involuntarily raised his eyebrows. He cast a puzzled gaze at Guli. Although the doqi in his body was exhausted, he had already taken a medicinal pellet earlier. At this moment, Xiaoyan felt a lot more relaxed. Seeing this, Guli involuntarily frowned and sighed softly. After thinking for a moment, he sighed softly and slowly said, "These two people, one is called Lin Feng and the other is called Lin Yu. Their attributes are also the same as their names. One is the wind attribute and the other is the water attribute." After saying these words, Guli turned his gaze around and once again looked at the two old men. His old eyes narrowed. Xiaoyan also stared at the two old men. He nodded slightly. After that, Guli continued to speak. "These two people, Lin Feng is the older one and Lin Yu is the second. Their strengths are also different. This is something that you have already discovered. Lin Feng's strength is the same as that Lu Dou from earlier. He is a middle-stage 7-star half-martial emperor. As for Lin Yu, he is an initial stage 7-star half-martial emperor." Xiaoyan nodded again. With his soul strength, he had already sensed this basic situation when the two had first appeared. If it were only those two individuals, then it would be one thing, as they would not be enough to cause others to pay too much attention to them. However, most importantly, ever since the two of them started cultivating, regardless of what sort of opponent they encountered, they have always fought together. Furthermore, the two of them possess attributes that complement one another. Thus, when they are working together, ordinary mid-stage 8-star half-martial emperors will not be able to do anything to them. It is precisely because of this that their reputation is even greater than Lu Dou's. Hearing this, Xiaoyan nodded again. These twins were indeed strong opponents. When they joined forces, the strength they could unleash was even more terrifying. For example, the gold-silver elders that Xiaoyan had encountered in the Black Corner region were also in this situation. Back then, the gold-silver elders had relied on the tacit understanding between the two of them to fight Su Qian, who was a 3-star Do Zone, with their strength at the peak of the Do Huang class. From this, it was not difficult to imagine just how frightening Lin Feng and Lin Yu would be if they were to work together. When Xiaoyan shot his gaze toward Lin Feng and Lin Yu, the two elders also turned their gazes toward Xiaoyan at the same time. Xiaoyan and Lin Feng's eyes met. However, they felt as though they were being pointed at by two invisible sharp swords. Immediately, Xiaoyan's eyes involuntarily hardened. A surprised expression flashed deep within his eyes. The two elders in front of him were even more frightening than he had imagined. This degree of tacit understanding far surpassed that of the gold-silver elders back then. May I know if the two of you, our information, Guli beside you should have already told you, right? Xiaoyan's words had just left his mouth when the old man who had spoken earlier interrupted Xiaoyan. He had just spat out half a sentence when the other old man opened his mouth to speak. The order in which the two spoke, the tone in the middle, and even the timbre of their voices were completely the same. It was as though they were the same person. Just by listening to their voices, it was impossible to tell that these words had come from the mouths of the two of them. The perfect cooperation caused Xiaoyan to feel even more solemn toward Lin Feng and Lin Yu in his heart. This was merely a casual conversation. If they were to really be on the battlefield, with the tacit understanding between the two of them, they would be able to easily finish off an 8-star half-D. At this moment, when he thought about it again, the words that had been emitted from the mouth of the old man earlier were likely said by these two at the same time. Let's not talk too much. Our objective, you are already very clear. It was another strange way of speaking. This caused Xiaoyan's heart to feel a chill. Don't tell me that the two of you want to take action now? Xiaoyan's eyes narrowed slightly. The hand that was holding the dark heavy buster sword once again exerted strength. However, his breathing had become somewhat hurried. The current Xiaoyan was indeed a bit too weak. Beside him, Guli took a step forward and half-blocked Xiaoyan behind himself. Compared to Xiaoyan, he was even more clear about the strength of the two people before him. Lin Feng and Lin Yu did not do anything toward Guli. Their blade-like gazes paused slightly on Guli's body. Even when facing an 8-star half-D, they were still confident in being able to defeat them. After that, they looked toward Xiaoyan. Their strange way of speaking caused one's heart to feel a chill. These two people were truly like the same person. That sort of method, we disdain to use it. We will give you 3 days' time. 3 days later, we will wait for you here. That is merely your wishful thinking. What if I refuse to accept your challenge? Xiaoyan frowned. These two people seemed to have absolute confidence in their own strength. However, Xiaoyan did not wish to cause any more trouble. That was not something that he wanted to see. As the champion of the alchemist competition, you are also the strongest member of the younger generation in the ancient city. You do not have the right to refuse. I refuse to accept your challenge. Xiaoyan decisively sneered and interrupted the words that they had yet to finish speaking. These words held no attraction to him. It was merely a false reputation. It did not matter if he had it or not. Sure enough, after Xiaoyan said those words, the two old men were clearly startled. In their hearts, their sister-in-law was astonished. Xiaoyan looked at them. Even the changes in their expressions were exactly the same. As for the surrounding half-D emperors, they also cast astonished gazes toward Xiaoyan. Fame and fortune were things that the majority of experts were unwilling to give up. Sometimes, they even cared more about fame and fortune than their lives. However, the Xiaoyan before them was a person who cared more about reality. Qin Zhong, he also has the Void Lightning Pool invitation. If you refuse to accept our challenge, then, we will go and find him. The result will be the same. You're threatening me. Xiaoyan's expression suddenly turned cold. Guli's expression also turned cold. He knew that Xiaoyan and Qin Zhong's relationship was not ordinary. Xiaoyan would definitely not allow such a thing to happen. You can choose to accept our challenge. This time, the leading old man spoke alone. As for the other old man, he directly extended his hand toward Xiaoyan. In his hand was a letter of challenge. A fury had already risen in Xiaoyan's heart. His expression had become as dark and solemn as water. The thing that he was least afraid of was threats, because he would not accept any threats. The thing that he hated the most was none other than those who threatened him. Guli frowned and looked at Xiaoyan. He was not sure if Xiaoyan would accept the challenge. However, he did not want Xiaoyan to accept the challenge. Now that the Void Lightning Pool was about to open, regardless of whether Xiaoyan was injured or lost the Void Lightning Pool invitation, Xiaoyan would lose the opportunity to enter the Void Lightning Pool. Xiaoyan could not let his emotions affect his decisions at this time. All right. I accept your challenge. 3 days later, I will be here and fight with you. Swoosh, the sound of wind breaking rang out. Xiaoyan stretched out his hand and caught the letter of challenge. The strong wind blew Xiaoyan's hair. This could be considered the first battle between the two of them. Xiaoyan accepted the challenge in front of everyone. Lin Feng and Lin Yu did not want to stay any longer. The two of them turned around and were about to leave. Wait! Xiaoyan coldly shouted. Lin Feng and Lin Yu raised their eyebrows at the same time. Their gazes landed on Xiaoyan at the same time. Their eyes were filled with doubt. Wager, Lin Feng's indifferent voice drifted out. Instantly, everyone's gaze turned to Xiaoyan. This fellow actually dares to think about their wager. Could it be that he still hopes to win against them? Compared to him, Lin Feng and Lin Yu threw a surprised gaze toward Xiaoyan. The two old men exchanged glances with each other before they immediately opened their mouths and spoke at the same time. Void Lightning Pool Invitation. Void Lightning Pool Invitation. When these words reached the ears of the crowd, they were momentarily stunned. They did not expect that these two fellows would actually be willing to use the Void Lightning Pool invitation as a wager. However, in the blink of an eye, the crowd swiftly regained their senses. Given Lin Feng and Lin Yu's strength, they naturally did not think much of Xiaoyan. The reason they used the Void Lightning Pool invitation as a wager was so that Xiaoyan would be able to accept the challenge on time. They believed that Lin Feng and Lin Yu also had absolute confidence in defeating Xiaoyan. Otherwise, they would not have purposely used the Void Lightning Pool invitation to attract Xiaoyan. With regards to this point, Xiaoyan was naturally aware. Given his shrewdness, such a low-level method could not be hidden from him. Of course, Lin Feng and Lin Yu did not expect to use such a method to make Xiaoyan lose himself in his greed. Ha! Xiaoyan laughed coldly. There was not the slightest bit of emotion in his tone. He lifted his gaze and looked at Lin Yu opposite him. At this moment, he was holding a bright silver Void Lightning Pool invitation between his two fingers. An extremely obscure glint flashed across the depths of Xiaoyan's eyes. The two people before him had already touched his reverse scale. If possible, he would definitely not show any mercy when they were on the battlefield. On the opposite side, Lin Feng and Lin Yu frowned slightly. They once again looked at each other. A trace of doubt flashed across the depths of their eyes. Their instincts told them that Xiaoyan was not as simple as he seemed. However, when the two of them once again looked at Xiaoyan, the latter revealed a satisfied smile. The strangeness from the previous moment was long gone. From the looks of it, he was rather satisfied with this wager. Haha, the two of you are really generous. However, this is also good. At least this will make things fairer. Lin Feng and Lin Yu remained silent and did not pay any more attention to this. Two pairs of dark eyes stared deeply at Xiaoyan. Then, under the various gazes of the crowd, they slowly disappeared above the void. Lin Feng and Lin Yu's departure caused the half-step martial emperors to whisper to each other again. They didn't expect Xiaoyan to cause such a huge commotion in the ancient Desolation City after disappearing for half a month. It seemed that the ancient Desolation City was going to be lively again before the opening of the Void Lightning Pool, when Lin Feng and Lin Yu's auras completely disappeared. Xiaoyan's body couldn't help but soften. Seeing this, Guli hurriedly supported him, frowning as she looked at Xiaoyan, her heart filled with worry. Yan Xiao, aren't you being a little too impulsive by doing this? Guli sighed helplessly. She glanced at the group of half-step martial emperors who were gradually leaving. It wouldn't take long for the news of Xiaoyan's battle with Lin Feng and Lin Yu to spread throughout the wildlands. Xiaoyan forced himself to remain calm and shook his head gently. After resting for a while, he opened his mouth and said, I also didn't want to cause such a huge commotion before the opening of the Void Lightning Pool. However, they have already come and even used my friends to threaten me. This is something that I can't tolerate, but, 3 days later, do you really have the confidence to deal with them? You have already seen their strength. If Before he could finish speaking, Xiaoyan shook his head once again. He raised his head with difficulty and looked at Guli, saying, "They have already come. I think that this will make them even more wary of me. At that time I might be able to avoid some trouble." Guli was shocked. The day that Xiaoyan was referring to was naturally Xiaoyan's group. That's right. Previously, he was focused on the battle in the battlefield and neglected the people outside of the battle circle. In that case, didn't they see the ruler technique that Xiaoyan had used with their own eyes? Sigh, let's hope so. They are already very wary of you. Now that they have seen your extraordinary strength, they will probably restrain themselves. Xiaoyan's face was pale as he nodded slightly. This was the result that he wanted to see the most. After all, if the Yuning Pavilion wasn't there to restrain them, they would most likely attack. Although Xiaoyan wasn't afraid of them, Yan Bing was a huge hidden danger. Therefore, he had no choice but to be extremely cautious. After regaining his senses, Xiaoyan still hadn't forgotten about Lu Dou. He landed on the ground and saw that the severely injured Lu Dou was lying flat in a huge pit. Lu Dou's face was pale and his body was covered in blood. He didn't expect that Xiaoyan would be so terrifying. The Dou skill that he had created with his lifetime of comprehension was actually defeated by a mere 3-star half-step martial emperor. It wasn't that Xiaoyan was too strong. It was that his ruler technique had already surpassed the ordinary high human rank Dou skill, otherwise, Xiaoyan wouldn't be able to run amok among the half-step martial emperors. With Xiaoyan's current means, only a genuine 8-star half-step martial emperor expert could defeat him. Moreover, an 8-star half-step martial emperor who could fight with Xiaoyan was definitely an extremely rare existence in the boorish desolate land. Ta! The sound of footsteps gradually approached. Lu Dou turned his head with some difficulty and looked in the direction of the footsteps. Guli was supporting Xiaoyan and the two of them were slowly walking toward him. You won. At this moment, Lu Dou no longer had the imposing manner that he had at the beginning. His serious injuries had also awakened him from his greed. The one who had overestimated himself wasn't Xiaoyan, but him. 9-patterned crystal card. Xiaoyan also opened his mouth with some difficulty. Guli curled her lips slightly when she saw this. She muttered in her heart. After seriously injuring Xiaoyan, he didn't even say a word of comfort. Instead, he opened his mouth and asked for the 9-patterned crystal card. Who could say that Xiaoyan wasn't greedy? Lu Dou immediately felt helpless when he heard these words. His bloody finger trembled slightly and the 9-patterned crystal card instantly shot toward Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan didn't stand on ceremony. He placed his hand into his storage ring. Only then did he flick his finger and a ray of light shot into Lu Dou's hand. Lu Dou's heart couldn't help but tremble when he felt the terrifying energy contained within the medicinal pill in his hand. An Emperor-tier medicinal pill. Guli was also slightly shocked in her heart. There was an additional trace of admiration in her eyes when she looked at Xiaoyan. Lu Dou also cast a grateful gaze toward Xiaoyan at this moment. As a half-step martial emperor expert who traveled the continent, he was naturally extremely clear about the value of an Emperor-tier medicinal pill. Xiaoyan was able to give this medicinal pill to him. It was enough to see how steady Xiaoyan's character was. Many thanks. If there is a chance, this old man will definitely repay you. I am the one who injured you. This can be considered as a kind of compensation to you. There is no need to thank me. Xiaoyan shook his head. He softly said a few words to Lu Dou before leaving with Guli. Lu Dou looked at Xiaoyan's departing figure. He closed his hand and tightly held the Emperor-tier medicinal pill in his hand. It was a long time later before he suddenly swallowed it. The great battle in the sky above the savage ancient city dissipated. In merely a moment, the entire savage ancient city was once again bustling with activity. Many experts who had personally witnessed the scene of the great battle were also bragging about the huge scene they had seen in the taverns on the streets. From time to time, there would be people who would interrupt and correct some of the content of the great battle they had seen. While the people in the city were busy because of Xiaoyan, MOD, and the others were sitting in a remote courtyard in the city. I didn't expect Yan Xiao to be so monstrous. He forcefully crossed the gap of 4 stars and defeated that fellow Lu Dou. If this person is not eliminated, he will definitely become a great threat in the future. Old Freak, whose gaze swept across the three people in front of him as he spoke in a deep voice. Hearing this, the three people lightly nodded their heads. Xiaoyan had truly given them too many surprises. If they couldn't eliminate Xiaoyan, he would definitely become a great enemy in the future. The 7-star half-martial emperor called Zhang Hao's gaze slightly narrowed. From the strength that Xiaoyan had displayed today, he was already able to face a mid-8-star half-martial emperor without fear. Against him, there was no need to say anything more. Humph. Judging from that brat's aura, he has clearly reached the peak of the late 3-star half-martial emperor realm. This time, he entered the lightning pool with the intention of breaking through to the 4-star half-martial emperor realm. Yan Bing's tone was indifferent. Her gaze was fixed on Old Freak, who as she continued to speak. What do you think we should do to kill him? Old Freak, who was immediately at a loss for words. He was also aware of this point. This way, even if Yan Bing and Zhang Hao both broke through, the four of them wouldn't be able to do anything to Xiaoyan. Haha, seeing the gloomy expressions of the three people in front of him, MOD, who was sitting on the right side of Yan Bing, suddenly let out an indifferent laugh. He successfully attracted the gazes of the three people to himself. Yan Bing's old eyes narrowed as she stared at MOD. Old Freak, who also had an expression of suspicion as he looked at MOD. Even at this time, MOD was still able to laugh. If you have something to say it quickly. Yan Bing said indifferently. Her ice-cold words revealed the impatience in her heart. MOD smiled. His figure slowly stood up from the table. He pretended to be mysterious as he walked around the three people. With his back facing Yan Bing, his pair of sinister old eyes slowly narrowed into a thin line. After a while, he slowly opened his mouth. Everyone, have you heard of the Desolate Duo? When these words were spoken, the expressions of the three people present immediately hardened. Their mouths opened slightly and a surprised expression swiftly surged into their eyes. MOD slowly turned around and looked at the expressions on the faces of the three people in front of him. He smiled with satisfaction in his heart. His gaze shifted to Yan Bing and said with a smile. Elder Yan Bing, given your experience, you should know more about these two tyrants than the old me. Yan Bing's expression once again hardened. A deep solemnness involuntarily surged into her heart when she thought of those two people. Beside her, old Demon Hu and Zhang Hao also looked at Yan Bing, appearing to be waiting for her to speak. A moment later, Yan Bing finally raised her gaze and looked at MOD. She hesitated for a moment before speaking in an indifferent tone. The two tyrants of the wasteland are also known as the Northern and Southern Zun of the wasteland. Old Demon Hu and Zhang Hao nodded slightly when they heard this. They knew a little about this. After all, the reputation of those two people in the wasteland was too great. Anyone who saw them would definitely recognize them. The reason why they are called the Northern and Southern Zun is because one of them lives in seclusion in the southern part of the wasteland city while the other lives in the northern part of the city. Yan Bing involuntarily swallowed a mouthful of saliva when she mentioned the southern part of the city. The face of the one in the northern part of the city revealed a deep fear. There is no need to say more about the one in the southern part of the city. All of you should know that he is Old Luo. Although they already knew in their hearts, the bodies of Old Demon Hu and the other two involuntarily trembled when Old Luo was mentioned. The deterrence of Old Luo had caused them, who were usually high-class bandits, to lose the glory of being bandits in front of everyone. The one in the northern part of the city, Yan Bing paused before she finished speaking. Her eyes narrowed as she stared intently at the empty space in front of her. An invisible pressure caused the empty space to become distorted. After which, it suddenly exploded with a deep bang. Muhan, people call him Musher. He is a rank 3 formation master whose spiritual strength has stepped into the unity stage. His strength has also stepped into the advanced 9-star Band D class. He is only one step away from breaking through to the Do D class. I think that all of you should be extremely clear about this. After a long while, Yan Bing finally spoke in a deep and cold voice. However, it was not difficult to tell that Yan Bing was deeply afraid of Muhan from her words. Haha, that's right. The person I want to talk about is the rank 3 array master who lives in the northern part of the ancient city, Muhan. As soon as Yan Bing finished speaking, MOD immediately took over and went straight to the point. Yan Bing and the other two's expressions changed again when they heard this. They did not expect MOD to be so bold as to set his sights on this person. Did he really think that this person would think highly of his status as a rank 2 alchemist? MOD seemed to be aware of this. His gaze swept past Old Monster Hu and Zhang Hao, who were similarly in disbelief. Finally, his gaze landed on Yan Bing. The hand under his sleeve trembled slightly, and a palm-sized jade bottle appeared in MOD's hand. After showing the jade bottle to Yan Bing, MOD opened his mouth and said with an evil smile. "Elder Yan Bing, do you still remember Fong Sun and Wang Qi?" Yan Bing was startled. Immediately after, she nodded with a gloomy face. The reason why she helped MOD attack Xiaoyan was because Fong Sun and Wang Qi were members of their Sea Cloud Palace, and also her subordinates. Since the two of them had died at the hands of Xiaoyan, she naturally had to find him to settle the debt. However, immediately after, the expression on Yan Bing's face changed abruptly. According to MOD's words, could it be that, haha, I believe that Elder Yan Bing has already thought of it. Mu Han had a disciple who was extremely doted on by him. His name was Wu Mahue. As for him, he also died at the hands of that Yan Xiao. Hiss, without needing to think too much, Yan Bing and the other two immediately knew that Wu Mahue's death was most definitely related to MOD. It was extremely possible that Wu Mahue had been bewitched by MOD, and thus ended up encountering Yan Xiao. At this moment, even Yan Bing, who was a peak late-stage half-martial emperor, could not help but feel fearful of the 3-star half-martial emperor, MOD. Truly, a great man must be ruthless. This guy actually dared to scheme against anyone. Did he really think that Mu Han was so easy to exploit? Yan Bing narrowed her old eyes. Her gaze landed on the jade bottle in MOD's hand. What is this? Could it be that you want to use this to make Mu Han attack Yan Xiao? MOD lightly smiled, lightly nodded, and said, that's enough. Contained within this bottle is a strand of Wu Mahue's aura. As long as Mu Han sees this, he will naturally believe it. Hearing this, Yan Bing and the other two felt a chill in their hearts once again. In order to deal with Xiaoyan, MOD had thought of all aspects. In this way, as long as Mu Han attacked, no matter how many tricks Yan Xiao had, they would still be useless before the powerful strength of a 9-star half-martial emperor. Are you not afraid that once you tell Mu Han about Wu Mahue's death, he will kill you first? You should know that he dotes on this disciple very much. However, he died in Yan Zhao's hands because of you. How can he let you off so easily? At this time even old Demon Hu had been sitting silently by the side, could not help but speak coldly to MOD. He could not let MOD die just like that. After all, old Demon Hu was different from Yan Bing. The latter was mainly helping MOD because of Fong Sun and Wang Qi. However, he was purely doing it for the medicinal pills in MOD's hands. If he was killed by Mu Han at this time, who would he ask for his reward? MOD once again smiled when he heard this. He had already expected this. With his scheming, he would definitely not throw away his life for Yan Xiao. Haha, old brother who really cares about me. Relax, as long as Xiaoyan does not die, Teacher Mu will not attack me. The three of them involuntarily raised their eyebrows when they heard this. They exchanged glances with each other. However, they did not understand why MOD was keeping them in suspense. Ha 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 ha. Next, I hope that the three of you can follow me to the north of the city. At that time, Yan Zhao's death will be a matter of certainty. Ha 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 ha. Time flew by. When Xiaoyan had fully recovered on the 3rd day of the 3-day deadline, a black mass of people had already gathered in the sky above the ancient savage city. Needless to say, these people were all here to watch the big battle between Xiaoyan, Lin Feng, and Lin Yu. As the most dazzling new star in the ancient savage city for the past 100 years, Xiaoyan's attention had already surpassed the entire wasteland. Now that he was going to fight with Lin Feng and Lin Yu, these two veteran experts who had been famous for a long time, it naturally caused a sensation in the entire wasteland. At this moment, not only were there the half-emperors who had come to watch 3 days ago, but there were also various local factions in the ancient savage city. Among them, the Alchemist Association and the Union Pavilion were, as expected, among them. Unknowingly, it was already noon. Lin Feng and Lin Yu, who were surrounded by countless people in the sky, were already impatient from waiting. They were wondering if Xiaoyan would be timid and not come to accept the challenge at the crucial moment. The two of them swept their gazes around. Their sinister old eyes immediately stared at Gu Li, Qi Lin, and Elder Xian from the Yuning Pavilion. Seeing these three people, Lin Feng and Lin Yu once again frowned. Since these two factions had already appeared, how could Xiaoyan not come? Humph. Brat, you actually dare to be arrogant in front of the two of us. In the big battle later, I will definitely make you lose all your face. Lin Feng and Lin Yu laughed coldly in their hearts at the same time. Haha, I'm sorry to have made everyone wait for so long. After the big battle 3 days ago, some of the injuries in my body have yet to fully recover. That's why I'm a little late. Please forgive me. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, Xiaoyan's clear and heroic laughter suddenly resounded in this world. From his tone, it was as if he didn't care about this big battle at all. While Xiaoyan was preparing to fight with Lin Feng and Lin Yu, on the other side, a plan targeting Xiaoyan was also secretly carried out. In the north of the ancient wilderness city, outside a magnificent manor, several figures were slowly approaching from afar. These people were MOD and his companions. Looking at the huge manor that was getting closer and closer, MOD and his companions could not help but feel a sense of shock in their hearts. The size of this manor probably took up a third of the entire northern part of the city. When MOD and his companions came within 1,000 feet of the manor, they could clearly see that there was a huge square in front of the manor. At this moment, many people had gathered in the square. In the center of the square, there was an extremely mysterious formation. Every time someone in the crowd paid enough spirit coins to a haughty man, they would step into the formation. After a while, the formation would flash with a golden light, and the person who had entered the formation would disappear. On the other hand, MOD and the other three did not find it strange at all. Although this kind of teleportation formation was rare, with their knowledge, they were not curious about it at all. In a short while, the group had arrived at the entrance of the manor. When they looked up, they saw the two big golden words Mu Zhuang engraved on the plaque above the door. Stop. Who are you? What business do you have in my Mu Zhuang? Just as they arrived at the entrance, 2 armed guards coldly shouted at the 4 of them with a domineering expression. Even though MOD and the others were quite famous in this ancient wilderness city, and many people had seen them before, the 2 guards in front of them had never met them before. They had only heard of their names. Therefore, when 4 strangers appeared in front of the Mu Zhuang, as the guards, they naturally had to stick to their duties. Furthermore, usually, all those who came to pay a visit to Master Mu would have a modest expression. Yet, these people had calm expressions. This made them even more certain that these people were definitely not here to pay a visit to Master Mu. Haha, MOD, who usually could not tolerate the scolding of the 2 guards, showed a faint smile in an unusual manner this time. He raised his head to look at the plaque on the door and said with a smile, Master Mu, MOD has brought a few friends to visit you. These subordinates of yours are a little overbearing. MOD's words had yet to fade when the expressions of the 2 guards at the door changed drastically as they looked at MOD's group. No matter what, they did not expect that the 4 people in front of them, who looked ordinary, were actually MOD's group, who had recently fought with Yan Shao in the ancient savage city. Humph. It's not up to you to decide how my people are like. Come in. Someone will bring you to see me. Just as the 2 guards were secretly shocked, a somewhat hoarse voice suddenly resounded throughout the area, causing quite a number of people on the square not far away to turn their gazes over. When the crowd saw that the people who were about to enter the Mu Manor were actually MOD's group, a strange look flashed across their eyes. Some of the people who were about to use the teleportation array to leave also stopped in their tracks. In the end, they did not step into the array. After a short while, MOD's group of 4 stood at the center of an extremely luxurious and imposing hall. In front of them was an old man in robes, whose back was facing the 4 of them. The old man was standing indifferently. It was not difficult to guess that this was Master Mu. Why have you come looking for me? The hoarse voice was once again emitted. MOD's group of 4 felt the entire hall tremble slightly. Yan Bing's face was grave as she stared at the human figure in front of her. Her heart did not dare to relax even a little. Ugh, Master Mu's words were exchanged with a regretful sigh from MOD. A bitter expression was also revealed on his face. This expression caused one's heart to ache. Even Yan Bing and the rest beside him could not help but be secretly surprised in their hearts. The speed at which he got into character was a little too fast. Master Mu, who had his back facing them, could not help but frown at this moment. He was not related to MOD. Why did they come here to cry? Humph. If you have something to say, say it. If not, please leave. Don't disturb me. Ugh. Master Mu, men, send the guests out. Before MOD could finish speaking, Master Mu was already impatient. He waved his sleeve and coldly shouted. At the same time, a few guards who were waiting outside the hall hurriedly jogged into the hall. They stood on both sides of MOD's group of 4 and extended their hands to gesture for them to leave, indicating for them to leave. MOD also did not expect that Musher's temper would be so fiery, to the point that he would drive someone away without even saying a single word. The 3 people beside him also saw that the situation was bad. No matter what, Yan Bing was an 8-star half-martial emperor, the strongest among the 4 of them. At a time like this, she would naturally be the first to stand out. However, just as Yan Bing could not help but speak, MOD's eyes rolled. He extended his hand to stop Yan Bing. Without batting an eyelid, he gave the latter a look. Then, he raised his hand and gently waved it behind him. His tone became heavy once again. Ugh. All right. Since Master Mu is unwilling to listen to me, then let's leave as well. There's no need to disturb his cultivation. After MOD finished speaking, the few of them did not say anything else and walked out of the hall. When Yan Bing looked at MOD, she could not help but reveal a smile of understanding. When the few of them reached the entrance of the hall, MOD once again sighed and said, unfortunately. Wu Mahue, is, boom. Before MOD could finish speaking, Master Mu, who was in the hall, suddenly exploded. A frightening pressure instantly swept out. Under this frightening pressure, the few guards were only able to endure for a few seconds before they exploded into a mist of blood. As for MOD's group of 4, other than Yan Bing and Old Monster Hu, Zhang Hao and MOD were directly pressed to the ground by this pressure. This was especially so for MOD. His entire old face instantly turned red and 2 lines of blood flowed out from his ears. What did you say? What happened to Mo Hui? Uncontrollable rage filled the hall, and hoarse roars reverberated like thunder. MOD's flushed face did not reveal any fear because of the pressure on his body. Instead, he revealed an extremely satisfied and sinister smile, like a demon. Boom. In the sky, Xiaoyan's expression was grave as he received a palm strike from Lin Yu. Before he could stop his body, a sharp sound of breaking wind suddenly rang out from behind him. In an instant, Lin Yu had already arrived behind Xiaoyan. He suddenly waved his right palm and ruthlessly attacked Xiaoyan's back. Feeling the frightening aura rapidly approaching behind him, Xiaoyan did not dare to be careless. At this time it was already too late to turn around and counterattack. Without any hesitation, Xiaoyan's feet moved and instantly executed the sky extinction step. In the next moment, Xiaoyan's figure appeared 100 feet away. Bastard! Are you a loach? What kind of expert are you to be hiding? With a stern shout, Lin Feng and Lin Yu angrily roared at Xiaoyan with gloomy expressions. Since the start of the battle, Xiaoyan had only clashed with Lin Feng a few times. Every time Xiaoyan was repelled and Lin Yu was about to attack, Xiaoyan would use the sky extinction step to dodge. Therefore, although it seemed like 3 people were fighting at this moment, in reality, only Xiaoyan and Lin Feng had truly attacked. When Xiaoyan heard the 2 of them speaking in unison, the corners of his mouth curled into a sneer. What? It's fine for you 2 7-star half-emperors to bully me, a 3-star half-emperor, but you actually don't allow me to dodge? Could it be that I have to stand there and let you hit me? Once Xiaoyan's words left his mouth, the crowd of experts outside immediately turned their gazes towards Lin Feng and Lin Yu. Everyone whispered to each other. The words that were emitted were filled with ridicule and sneers towards Lin Feng and Lin Yu. Hee. As 7-star half-emperors and brothers, they actually said such laughable words to a 3-star half-emperor. Are they sure that they are not here to play around? Haha. They can't even touch Yan Zhao's body and they still want to snatch his void lightning pool invitation. Aren't they daydreaming? Hearing the waves of ridicule and sneers from the surrounding crowd, Lin Feng and Lin Yu's faces alternated between green and white. They had never imagined that Xiaoyan's speed would actually be so frightening. Their original plan of suppressing him with strength was completely useless today. They had always thought that the reason why Xiaoyan was so powerful was merely because of his frightening ruler Do skill. As long as he did not have the time to use it, regardless of how powerful his Do skill was, it would ultimately be useless. One of the important reasons why they knew so little about Xiaoyan's strength was because they had only arrived at the ancient city of Wildlands 3 days ago. Humph. What a good Yan Xiao. His mouth is really sharp. Since that is the case, the two of us want to see exactly how fast your speed is. Lin Feng and Lin Yu cried out sternly at the same time. Following which, the two of them looked at each other and their bodies suddenly shook. Waves that filled the sky and a piercingly cold wind immediately swept across the area. Xiaoyan's gaze hardened slightly when he saw this. He frowned slightly and muttered in his heart. Domain He. However, at this moment, Lin Feng and Lin Yu once again cried out. Fierce cold wind. Extreme water chill. Following the two cries, the piercingly cold wind actually became even more violent at this moment. It was so cold that it pierced one's bones. The waves that had already swept across the entire empty space merged with the cold wind and complemented each other. In a short moment, the entire empty space had already been covered by ice. Xiaoyan frowned slightly when he sensed the powerful pressure that had suddenly surged around him. The extremely cold domain caused the empty space to become extremely viscous. Within this domain, Xiaoyan's overall strength would definitely be suppressed. Merged domain He. Seems pretty good. Since that is the case, I can only attack quickly and finish you off first. Xiaoyan's gaze stared at Lin Feng opposite him. An ice-cold murderous intent flashed deep within his eyes. At this moment, Gu Li and the others outside the domain saw that Lin Feng and Lin Yu had actually unleashed the domain. In their hearts, they knew how powerful that domain was. Gu Li's face involuntarily revealed a worried expression. Once Xiao Xiao's speed, Xiao would be subjected to a storm like a storm. Swoosh, with the support of the domain, Lin Feng and Lin Yu were even more confident that they would be able to finish off Xiaoyan within 100 moves. Following the sound of rushing wind, Lin Feng's figure suddenly flashed. In the blink of an eye, he had already appeared beside Xiaoyan. His right palm suddenly smashed violently towards Xiaoyan's head. Humph. Let's see how you're going to escape this time. Xiaoyan sneered. Escape? I have never thought of escaping. Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. Before he could understand what Xiaoyan had said, the latter's tiger body suddenly shook. The dragon phoenix bloodline in his body was instantly activated. He used the Vitra glass body as he wished. He did not dodge or evade. Instead, he turned his hand and punched out. Octane Blast. The might of this punch was incomparably overbearing. A terrifying force crazily poured out at this moment. The might of this punch had actually forcefully overshadowed the Tian class Do skill and was approaching the human class Do skill. Bang! The fist and palm collided. The golden giant body that Xiaoyan had transformed into suddenly shook. A terrifying huge force was emitted. Lin Feng's body shook slightly, but he did not fall into a disadvantageous position. Doqi swiftly gathered in his palm. His right arm shook and Doqi gushed out. Both of them retreated 100 steps. Seeing this familiar scene once again, Xiaoyan sneered. He moved his feet and was about to use the sky extinction step. Unfortunately, the same result as before did not happen to Xiaoyan. He had just used the sky extinction step when the space behind Xiaoyan became distorted. Following which, a shriveled palm firmly imprinted itself on Xiaoyan's back. Bang! Following a muffled sound, the King Kong glass body disappeared. Xiaoyan's body was forcefully sent flying 1,000 miles away. A large mouthful of blood was spat out from his mouth with a poochie sound. Even though he had suffered a heavy blow, Xiaoyan still swiftly stabilized his mind. Although the attack just now was filled with power, it was fortunate that Xiaoyan had the King Kong glass body and the Dragon Phoenix bloodline to protect him. Therefore, it did not cause him to be seriously injured. However, Xiaoyan's body had just stabilized when Lin Feng's body came toward him. Lin Feng's face carried a cold smile. His palm once again smashed toward Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan's expression changed. He did not dare to hesitate any longer. A thought passed through his mind and the heavenly flame in his body instantly swept out. Flame domain, activate. As the heavenly flame swept out, the expression of Lin Feng, who was charging toward Xiaoyan, instantly changed. His body, which was charging forward, forcefully paused in midair. Following which, his right foot suddenly stomped on the air. His body did not move forward but instead moved back rapidly by 1,000 miles. Bastard! No wonder I felt that this brat's aura was not right that day. It turns out that he has the heavenly flame protecting him. However, from the looks of it, it should only be a seed flame. Lin Feng and Lin Yu stared at the heavenly flame that swept out with a solemn expression. Even though it was only a seed flame, it was still an extremely terrifying existence to them. The two brothers looked at each other and nodded gently. Their gazes once again turned toward Xiaoyan. Suddenly, a ruthless look surged in their eyes. Ice wind. Wanli. As the violent roar sounded, Lin Feng and Lin Yu raised their palms in front of their chests at the same time. Their fingertips touched each other lightly and numerous complicated seals were rapidly formed. At the same time, the fusion domain, which was formed by the fusion of their domains, suddenly moved at this moment. Above the ice, a chilly wind swept out and formed a huge invisible tornado. It forcefully blocked the continuously spreading heavenly flame. However, looking at the slightly strained expression on Lin Feng's face, it seemed that he had spent a lot of effort in order to block Xiaoyan's flame domain. Huh. Just as Xiaoyan sneered, Lin Yu, who was on the other side, suddenly let out a stern cry. With a wave of his large sleeve, the ice immediately melted and once again turned into turbulent waves. Together with the biting cold chilly wind, it completely suppressed Xiaoyan's heavenly flame in a short period of time. After doing all this, Lin Feng and Lin Yu did not stop at all. Their hands moved simultaneously and the wind domain swiftly attacked Xiaoyan. The water domain followed closely behind. Xiaoyan's expression was solemn. The two domains had already completely surrounded him. It was already impossible for him to dodge. At this moment, even the sky extinction step would not be of any use. Damn it, these two fellows are really freaks. It's fine if they look exactly the same, but why are their domains so terrifying? They can even merge. My flame domain is not a match for them. This is really... Just as Xiaoyan was furiously cursing Lin Feng and Lin Yu in his heart, the two domains had already arrived in front of Xiaoyan. The wind domain completely surrounded Xiaoyan. Although he wanted to, wind was originally an invisible object. How could it be so easy to break through it? It was simply impossible to break through it with ordinary brute force. Moreover, this was a 7-star half-martial emperor's domain. As the two domains grew closer and closer, Xiaoyan's face involuntarily revealed an astonished expression. The water beneath his feet had already turned into ice once again. They were clearly preparing to freeze Xiaoyan. In the sky, the instant Lin Feng and Lin Yu's hands stopped moving, Xiaoyan's body was also completely sealed in ice. In this world, Xiaoyan's aura also disappeared. Within this pagoda-like ice pillar, the frozen Xiaoyan did not make the slightest movement. He was like a dead person who had been frozen to death. Seeing this, a trace of pity for Xiaoyan involuntarily rose in everyone's hearts. At other times, Xiaoyan had relied on the might of his heavenly flame to suppress his opponents. It could be said that he had always been successful. Unexpectedly, today, he had suffered in the hands of Lin Feng and Lin Yu. With their strength of 7-star half-martial emperors, in addition to this strange fusion domain, it was enough to forcibly suppress Xiaoyan's heavenly flame. At this moment, Xiaoyan was also sealed in ice by them. No matter how one looked at it, he was a fish on the chopping board. He could only be slaughtered by them. Outside of the arena, Gu Li and Qi Lin saw Xiaoyan's current state and were incomparably worried in their hearts. Once Xiaoyan was defeated, the opportunity to enter the lightning pool in the void would also disappear. Compared to the Gu Li duo, old Xian by the side had even more confidence in Xiaoyan. After returning from their trip to the spirit world, Luo Jin had discussed some matters regarding Xiaoyan with him. Moreover, Luo Jin's mouth was filled with praise for Xiaoyan. He believed that the words that came from his young master's mouth would not be wrong. As for Xiaoyan, who was the source of everyone's worry, he felt extremely helpless against this ice. After Xiaoyan was wrapped in this ice, the Douqi and heavenly flame in his body were unable to be released from his body. This ice had actually completely sealed every single pore on Xiaoyan's body. Not even the slightest crack was left behind. Damn it! I am unable to release my heavenly flame from my body. I am unable to even use my Douqi. In this way, it is impossible to use brute force to break this layer of ice. Within the ice domain, Lin Feng and Lin Yu detected Xiaoyan, who was still trying to resist, through the layer of ice. The two of them laughed coldly at the same time. This cold ice domain was formed from the merger of the two brothers' domains. It was much stronger than an ordinary domain. Moreover, the water was carried by the wind. It rose and naturally froze Xiaoyan's body until not even the slightest crack remained. This move was something that the two brothers had only mastered after countless actual battles. Now that they were using it again, they were naturally extremely confident in their hearts. Even though this was the case, Lin Feng and Lin Yu did not dare to be careless in their hearts. They exchanged glances and nodded slightly. Immediately, their bodies flashed and appeared outside the ice pillar where Xiaoyan was sealed in ice in an instant. Void Sorrow / Congealing Arrow. Lin Feng and Lin Yu abruptly shouted as the seals in their hands changed. Lin Feng waved his sleeve and an invisible stream of Douqi violently blasted towards Xiaoyan. At the same time, countless arrows condensed from water floated in the air. The number of arrows even blocked the view of many onlookers outside the field of vision. At this moment, Xiaoyan was still trapped in the ice, unable to move. Do you really think that this ice of yours can trap me for life after trapping me for a while? Just as Lin Feng and Lin Yu were about to give Xiaoyan the final blow, Xiaoyan coldly laughed at the two of them in his heart. Since I can't break it from the outside, then I'll melt it from the inside. Ha! Burn! Burn! Heavenly flame, how can it be defeated by such a lowly thing? A stern cry was suddenly emitted from Xiaoyan's heart. The heavenly flame within Xiaoyan's body immediately began to wildly burn all over his body. However, the temperature of Xiaoyan's body swiftly soared to an extremely frightening degree. Even though this was the case, Xiaoyan, as the owner of the heavenly flame, did not suffer any harm. Instead, the cold ice that covered the surface of Xiaoyan's body swiftly melted after the temperature of the heavenly flame erupted. Bang! With his body liberated, Xiaoyan's aura that was forcefully retracted back into his body was suddenly released. The majestic power completely shattered the ice that had not melted yet. Ruler, come! With a loud shout, the heavy Xian ruler landed in his palm. Facing the invisible stream of Douqi, Xiaoyan did not dodge. Instead, he ruthlessly met it with his ruler. Boom! As the explosion resounded in the sky, Xiaoyan once again spat out blood and retreated. At this moment, Lin Feng and Lin Yu finally reacted. Xiaoyan had actually broken their ice seal. So what? You still can't escape the fate of losing. Lin Feng let out a stern cry. The countless number of arrows immediately shot toward Xiaoyan with a lightning-like speed. If those arrows hit, Xiaoyan would probably turn into a porcupine in an instant. Flaming wave. Facing the endless rain of arrows, Xiaoyan used offense as defense. As he continuously waved his huge ruler, he actually blocked the rain of arrows that were constantly shooting towards him in the void 1,000 feet away. Let's see how you block this arrow. Lin Yu's heart involuntarily became furious when she saw Xiaoyan act in such an overbearing manner and directly block the rain of arrows. Her left hand clenched in the empty air and a longbow that was also agglomerated from water appeared in her hand. Her eyes stared fixedly at Xiaoyan as if she was locking onto a target. Her right hand slowly placed her fingers on the bowstring and pulled the string behind her ear. Then, with a sharp sound of wind breaking, another arrow shot out. When the arrow streaked across the sky, it merged with a dense rain of arrows. In an instant, it had turned into a huge arrow that was close to 100 feet long. The terrifying might contained within it was enough to cause one's expression to change upon hearing it. Seeing that all the arrows around him had merged with this terrifying thing that could not even be called an arrow, Xiaoyan's face became serious. If he used the Buddha's fiery lotus, he would naturally dare to fight against this thing before him. However, time was of the essence, and he simply did not have the time to do anything. A 7-star half-martial emperor was, after all, a 7-star half-martial emperor. If Xiaoyan did not use any of his methods, it would be too difficult for him to take them down. Even if he had the last laugh, he would still inevitably be exhausted. However, just as Xiaoyan was about to attack and use all his strength to block this attack, something that caused Xiaoyan's heart to become even more serious occurred once again. While Xiaoyan was blocking the rain of arrows, Lin Feng had already taken the opportunity to circle behind Xiaoyan. An incomparably terrifying aura was rapidly condensing above Lin Feng's head. At this moment, it was time for him to attack. The two brothers were of the same mind. They were attacking from the front and back. They wanted to finish off Xiaoyan in one go, although Guli and the others outside wanted to warn them, it was already too late. Due to the rain of arrows blocking their line of sight, they were simply unable to see the situation inside. However, when they saw Lin Feng's figure, the dough skill above his head had already finished condensing. When they looked at Xiaoyan again, they saw that he was being attacked from both sides. There was no way for him to dodge. This was simply a situation of certain death. Once these two dough skills were to descend, regardless of how many methods Xiaoyan had, he would still be unable to escape death. However, at this moment, these two dough skills were already flying towards Xiaoyan. It was already too late for them to attack now. Lin Feng and Lin Yu were planning to kill Xiaoyan in one go. In response to this, Lin Feng and Lin Yu revealed an extremely sinister smile on their faces. Could it be that you've never heard of our ice seal, certain death? Boom. As the two kinds of dough techniques landed, a soul-stirring explosion was immediately emitted from the spot where Xiaoyan had been standing earlier. Wild and violent dough-chi energy swept over this place. The energy fog that was formed after the explosion also spread apart. Everyone present had personally witnessed the moment when Xiaoyan was struck by Lin Feng and Lin Yu's dough skills. Instantly, many people in the crowd felt pity and heartache for Xiaoyan. Even if they were not sincere, there was still some meaning in their actions. Indeed, even with Xiaoyan's talent and divine ability, he was still unable to withstand the combined attacks of two 7-star half-emperors. Even if those two frightening dough skills were to land on some 8-star half-emperors, they would not fare much better, let alone Xiaoyan, a 3-star half-emperor. At this moment, Lin Feng and Lin Yu, who were in the arena, clearly understood this. Those two dough skills were the dough skills that made them famous. Naturally, their power was extraordinary. When the two dough skills landed on Xiaoyan's body, even if he had 10 lives, he would not be able to survive the aftershock of the explosion. Ha 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 ha. Brad, who is still wet behind the ears. Do you really think that you can fight against the two of us just because you have some tricks up your sleeve? Humph, you are truly reckless. Lin Feng waved his sleeve and a chilly wind blew past. The clouds and mist scattered. Sure enough, the sky was completely empty. There was nothing left. Seeing this scene, the people outside the arena immediately had no intention of continuing to stay and watch. Many people also flew towards the city in the distance. They had originally come to watch because of Xiaoyan. At the beginning, when they saw Xiaoyan's imposing manner, they had originally thought that Xiaoyan still had a chance to turn the tables. However, at this moment, Xiaoyan had already been destroyed into nothingness by the explosion. Not even a trace of his aura remained. This gave them no reason to continue watching. However, compared to them, Guli and Qi Lin, who were outside the arena, stared at the area where the explosion occurred with their turbid old eyes. Their brows were tightly knitted and their eyes were filled with suspicion. Haha, from the looks of it, he should be fine. Yan Xiao is really not simple. At this moment, even Elder Xian, who had been secretly worried for Xiaoyan, was finally able to breathe a sigh of relief. As for the two brothers, Lin Feng and Lin Yu, who were in the arena, when they saw the empty space, the joy that had just risen in their hearts because of Yan Zhao's death was immediately covered by a grave expression on their faces. With a grave expression on his face, he used his spiritual energy to carefully scan the ground. However, he was still unable to find that thing. Finally, a different kind of emotion appeared in his heart. Impossible. He withstood our full power. It's impossible for him to do it. No. Impossible. The world in front of them didn't have what they wanted to see. The uniqueness of the storage ring caused it to be difficult to destroy under the pressure of various kinds of energy. As a Bandi expert, Xiaoyan had so many high-class Do techniques in his hands. Naturally, the storage ring would not be weak. Even though the attack from the two brothers earlier was not weak, it was still unable to destroy the storage ring. However, since Xiaoyan had died and the storage ring was not in this space, there were only two reasons that made sense. Firstly, the storage ring had been swept into the chaotic flow of space during the big explosion. If this was the case, the storage ring would not be able to be retrieved. However, the important thing was that no chaotic flow of space had been created during the big explosion. Therefore, there was only the second reason. Once Lin Feng and Lin Yu thought of this, their expressions changed. Due to the pressure in their hearts, they stood together. At this moment, when they thought of the second possibility, the expressions on their faces immediately became solemn. A faint cold laugh was like a cool breeze that was transmitted into everyone's ears, causing the spirits of everyone present to be roused. On the other hand, Lin Feng and Lin Yu were like frosted eggplants. It was as though they had already seen their own death. It's Yan Xiao. He is actually not dead. He is still alive. That's right. It is really Yan Xiao. He is not dead. Moreover, from the looks of it, not only is he not dead, he seems to have become stronger. Xiaoyan once again appeared out of nowhere. When the crowd outside saw him, a deafening exclamation was immediately emitted. Who would have imagined that Xiaoyan, who had been sentenced to death a moment ago, would actually stand above this wild ancient city in a king's manner? At this moment, Xiaoyan was wearing a snow-white long robe. His black hair had already turned into a dense white color in the blink of an eye. With a slight wave of his finger, there was a dazzling fire that shot out. Standing in the air, Xiaoyan lowered his head and looked down at the two figures directly below him. His heart was filled with a dense killing intent. He had always been someone who would not offend others unless offended. However, these two brothers had gone too far. As long as it was a reason for Xiaoyan to kill someone, they had basically committed it. How could Xiaoyan tolerate such behavior? How could Xiaoyan let such people off? Lin Feng and Lin Yu slowly raised their heads with a frightened expression. Xiaoyan's long robe had changed color, but it was as though he had changed into a different person. Not only was his strength even more terrifying, even his aura made them feel that the blood in their bodies was about to be forcefully frozen. Swoosh! A short and sharp sound of rushing wind sounded. This sound was like thunder, like a roar. However, it caused Lin Feng's entire body to be covered in cold sweat. This was because that sound had actually sounded right beside his ear. There have been many people who have threatened me before, but I have never been threatened by anyone. Throughout my journey, you can be considered as the first person who has successfully threatened me. Congratulations, the cold and emotionless voice seemed to have come from the netherworld. Lin Feng felt as though there was a large invisible hand tightly clenching his body in its palm. It could crush him to death at any time as easily as crushing an ant. Suddenly, Lin Feng's pupils abruptly shrank to the size of a needle tip. His originally difficult breathing also turned sluggish at this moment. His entire face instantly turned gray. Xiaoyan's ghost-like speed had simply reached an unimaginable level. This speed had already far surpassed the level of a half-step emperor, WH. What, at this moment, on the other side, Lin Yu finally regained his senses. Just a moment ago, his mind was also blank and his eyes were lifeless. If not for the fact that the two of them had their own souls, it was likely that he would not have been able to wake up. Xiaoyan was indifferent. Although the hearts of the two in front of him were filled with regret, reality was ultimately reality. There was no medicine for regret. At the same time, Xiaoyan coldly laughed in his heart. When Lin Feng and Lin Yu were strong, they had treated it as a matter of course to suppress him. Now that they saw him, they were just like a mouse that had seen a cat. Xiaoyan involuntarily let out a miserable smile when he thought of this in his heart. Originally, he did not wish to kill, but he was helpless as everyone was against him. He had originally intended to head south, but it was difficult for him to take even a single step forward. This would be the case in the future. Xiaoyan was still able to use the strength of his Do skills to fight against a half-step emperor. However, once he met a true Dodi or reached that level in the future, he did not know what to do. It was impossible for Guyu to always follow by Xiaoyan's side. It was impossible for him to always help Xiaoyan fight. There would come a day when he would transform into the essence flame for his mission and merge with Xiaoyan's body. At that time, no matter what kind of opponent or enemy Xiaoyan met, he would have to face them alone. Following a loud explosion sound, the two battered and exhausted figures were sent flying. They stepped on the void and retreated 1,000 miles before they managed to stabilize themselves. After stabilizing their bodies, the two of them still had traces of blood at the corners of their mouths. Their identical old faces were deathly pale. Their hair bands had been broken, and their grayish-white hair was scattered and fluttering in the wind. Some of it was stained with blood, making the two of them look even more pitiful. His long robe had long been shattered by Xiaoyan's fists. Under the green-purple pain, there were broken bone scars. Xiaoyan's brute force had allowed them to taste what was called true dominance. He could finish them off with just his fist. What was the point of using Do Qi? Facing the current Xiaoyan, perhaps even an 8-star half-martial emperor would not be able to do anything to him. Everyone outside of the battleground was already stunned as they watched Xiaoyan in the battleground. Earlier, they were still worried about the latter, afraid that Xiaoyan would be killed by Lin Feng and Lin Yu. However, Lin Feng and Lin Yu were currently being easily toyed with by Xiaoyan. This kind of instantaneous gap really caused them to feel some disbelief. When Xiaoyan used his full strength, he was actually this terrifying. Cough cough, the two brothers were coughing non-stop. Blood was flowing out from the corners of their mouths. In the several hundred rounds of battle just now, Lin Feng and Lin Yu had already exhausted all of their means. They believed that even an 8-star half-martial emperor would not have it easy. However, what caused them to be even more terrified was that Xiaoyan seemed to be completely fine. How is this possible? What kind of monster is he? The strength he possesses is completely inconsistent with his appearance. He is simply not a 3-star half-martial emperor. At this moment, Lin Feng and Lin Yu's hearts were close to going crazy. Fear caused their faces to turn sinister. They were like demonic beasts that were about to go crazy. Outside the battlefield, when Gu Li and Qi Lin saw this, they were also greatly shocked. They also could not understand how Xiaoyan was able to ignore the attacks of 7-star half-martial emperors. This was absolutely not something a 3-star half-martial emperor could do. It was also not something he would have the courage to do. Xiaoyan's strange behavior caused them to have some doubts about Xiaoyan's true strength. Some old fellows with sufficient strength could also use methods to restore themselves to their youth. This kind of person was indeed impossible to distinguish. Perhaps, but in the end, Gu Li shook his head and dismissed the thought. He didn't think that Xiaoyan was the kind of person who would pretend to be a pig to eat a tiger. As for how strong he was, it was likely that no one in the wildlands knew except for Elder Luo. Even Yan Bing was somewhat afraid of Xiaoyan. Alright, let's end our farce here. I still have things to do, so I can't be bothered to play with you. Suddenly, Xiaoyan's indifferent voice was once again transmitted from the empty space around Lin Feng and Lin Yu. This caused the bodies of the both of them to tremble. Their expressions were anxious as they slowly leaned their backs against each other, constantly paying attention to the situation around them. I just obtained this skill not long ago. But using it on the two of you can be considered as me thinking highly of you. After all, it is impossible for ordinary half-martial emperors to even use this skill. Xiaoyan's soft and indifferent voice was only heard by the two brothers in front of him. Their reactions also happened to match Xiaoyan's intention. Lin Feng and Lin Yu's expressions turned sluggish once again. The muscles on half of their faces twitched as if they had been struck by lightning. If even ordinary half-martial emperors were unable to use this Do skill, then didn't this mean that this Do skill had already surpassed the human rank? Surpassed the human rank Do skill, that was, a spirit rank Do skill. Even, the hearts of the two were greatly shaken, but they didn't even dare to breathe loudly. The closer they were to death, the more they would consider every action and every breath they took was calculated countless times. Large beads of sweat quickly gathered on Lin Feng's forehead. He didn't dare to continue imagining, but Xiaoyan had already appeared in front of him in a flash. The cold smile at the corner of his mouth made him feel as if he was in the depths of hell. His lips opened slightly, and a calm and cold voice quietly entered Lin Feng's ears. Low-level intent rank do skill, heart-shattering palm. After saying this, Xiaoyan's palm slowly pressed out. Lin Feng and Lin Yu's faces quickly became pale and bloodless. It was as if the scythe of the Grim Reaper was placed on their necks. Crack, unknowingly, these two old fellows who had lived for countless years only heard the clear sound of bones breaking. Immediately after, they slowly closed their eyes. At the same time, bang! A black figure was violently smashed into the ground. Other than his two legs, his entire head was forcefully pressed into the ground by an invisible force. You are saying Mo Hui died in the hands of that Xianxia? Yes, Mod's muffled response was transmitted from the ground. The other people in the courtyard all had grave expressions as they looked at Muhan, who was flipping out. No one was willing to say anything. It was likely that even Mod himself did not expect that the excuse he had thought of in front of Muhan to push all the blame to Xiaoyan would be smashed into the courtyard outside the hall by Muhan before he could finish speaking. Muhan did not have the slightest intention of showing mercy to Mod. At the same time, there was no need for him to show mercy. Let's talk about it again. Is it Xianxia? The murderous intent in Muhan's eyes became even denser when he heard Mod's reply. A thought passed through his mind, and the huge spiritual hand that was agglomerated from his spiritual strength once again exerted force, completely crushing Mod's entire body into the ground. To a strong person, the thing that angered them the most was being deceived by others. Muhan was old and cunning. Moreover, he was one of the best amongst the old foxes. How would it be so easy for him to fall for Mod's trick? This time around, Mod was the one who was seeking death. He just had to come knocking on his door. Yes. However, Wu Mahui would rather die than submit. Perhaps it was because he really had his own confidence, but he did not relent. Every word and sentence he spoke pushed all the blame onto Xiaoyan. He responded to Wu Mahui no matter how many times Muhan asked. He spoke as though Wu Mahui had never seen him before. It also appeared as though he was being treated unjustly. Wu Mahui's expression changed. Muhan was also eager to take revenge. His relationship with his disciple was not ordinary. He had always been very protective of Wu Mahui as he was afraid that Wu Mahui would encounter any danger. However, he did not expect that Wu Mahui would still get into trouble in the end. However, since things had already developed to this stage, Wu Mahui was ultimately killed by Xiaoyan. Therefore, he naturally had to blame Xiaoyan for this crime. Although Mod was greatly related to this matter, Yan Bing and the others were present. There was a lack of reason to kill him. After he killed Xiaoyan, he would naturally look for Mod to settle the remaining score. Humph. Get up. I will believe you for now. However, that Xianxia dared to kill my disciple. How dare he? How dare you kill my disciple? This old man will definitely slaughter your entire clan. I will cleanse my disciple's body with blood. Muhan's gloomy old face faced the sky. He clenched his shriveled hands tightly. The terrifying strength caused the entire space to distort continuously. Behind Muhan, Mod's face was pale as he looked at the furious Muhan. He thought of Xiaoyan and laughed sinisterly in his heart. Within the courtyard, Muhan's expression was gloomy as he deeply inhaled a mouthful of cold air. After keeping the jade bottle in his hand, his venomous snake-like eyes instantly stared at Mod, causing the latter's heart to shudder. A shriveled hand, which was like a ghost claw, extended out from nowhere. A suction force erupted from the center of his palm, and Mod, who was not far away, immediately lost control of his body. Soon after, Muhan grabbed Mod's neck. Speak. Where is Xianxia now? Muhan's tone was ice cold. Every word was filled with incomparable murderous intent. At this moment, if Xiaoyan was in front of him, he would have already been torn into pieces and turned into ashes. However, this murderous intent was exactly what Mod wanted. Both of his hands strenuously hugged Muhan's claw that was choking him. Mod had previously indicated for the latter to release him. However, the result was not good. Muhan's face was still ice cold. Hence, Mod could only tightly hug Muhan's wrist in order to force himself to speak. Ugh. Xiaoyan is in the wildlands, bang. Before Mod could finish his words with difficulty, his body was violently thrown out by Muhan. It directly smashed through the courtyard wall and rubbed against the ground for some distance before it finally came to a stop after smashing into a huge rock. The frightening strength caused nearly 1/3 of the bones in MOD's body to be forcefully broken. Although this was not enough to cause any substantial damage to this 3-star half-emperor, it still caused MOD's face to turn pale. Humph. Muhan narrowed his old eyes and slowly shifted his gaze away from MOD's body. Given Muhan's shrewdness, he would definitely not completely believe Wu Mahui's death no matter what MOD said. Even though he believed that Wu Mahui was killed by Xiaoyan, MOD could not escape the responsibility. Naturally, Muhan would not let him off so easily. Of course, Muhan also knew that what he had done earlier could not cause too much harm to MOD. However, he would not let MOD off either. To him, this was only the beginning. He believed that MOD would still seek his help regarding Xianxia. Thus, he would beat MOD at his own game. Once he eliminated Xianxia, he would personally kill MOD and take revenge for his beloved disciple. Yan Bing and the other two saw Muhan looking at them. Xianxia was the weakest, so he naturally hid behind Yan Bing. Although Old Freak who was frightened by Muhan's gaze, he could not be like Xianxia. Of cold sweat unceasingly. Body. As compared to Old Freak who, Yan Bing was truly worthy of being a peak late-stage half-martial emperor expert. She could be said to be a half-step 9-star half-martial emperor. When she looked to Muhan, she was more or less confident. Even though her confidence was much better than Old Freak whose, her deep seriousness caused the crowd to be shocked by Muhan's strength. Ed of Yen. Today, I will avenge my disciple. Muhan coldly stared at Yan Bing and the other two. He completely ignored the expression on Yan Bing's face. His tone was as if he was giving an order. As the strongest person present, he had the strength to say such words. Moreover, no one would refute him. No one dared to refute him. Even Yan Bing was not allowed to do so. In Muhan's heart, Xiaoyan had already become the #1 person that must be killed. Therefore, when he did things, he was swift and decisive. When he spoke, he was anxious to have Xiaoyan appear before him and let him kill him. Hearing Muhan's words, Old Freak Hu and Xianxia were slightly surprised. Yan Bing, on the other hand, was expressionless. The three of them did not do anything because of Muhan's words. Old Freak Hu slightly frowned. Muhan wanted to kill Xiaoyan. This was something that all of them wanted to see. However, Xiaoyan was not so easy to kill. He had the Alchemist Guild and the Yunin Pavilion. Even if Muhan was a rank 3 formation master and a 9-star half-emperor, when placed in front of the Yunin Pavilion, it would still be the same. Not enough, now that Xiaoyan was under their protection, who would be able to touch Xiaoyan? Needless to say, Xiaoyan also had a layer of relationship with old Luo behind him. Although Muhan did not know about this, MOD could use this opportunity to make Muhan attack Xiaoyan directly and kill Xiaoyan. However, if he did that, they would also lose their lives along with Muhan. The prestige of the Yunin Pavilion could not be violated. Even if Muhan was a 9-star half-emperor. Although Muhan was known as the second strongest person in the ancient city of Wildlands, that was without mentioning the Yunin Pavilion. Cough cough. Teacher Mu, I'm afraid we cannot agree to your request. MOD was like a cockroach that could not be killed. He was defeated time and time again. However, he was always defeated by Muhan. Whoosh. As soon as MOD spoke, he felt a gust of cold wind blowing in front of him. Immediately after, MOD's body was sent flying out uncontrollably. If you say another word, this old man will kill you first. But, just as MOD opened his mouth, Muhan's figure flashed and his shriveled hand grabbed MOD's head. He exerted force with his 5 fingers and left 5 deep fingerprints on MOD's head. If Muhan exerted more force, MOD's skull would instantly explode like a watermelon. You are courting death. Don't blame this old man for being ruthless. Muhan's eyes were cold. Aside from Yan Bing, the rest of the people present were all trash. He did not need to care about anyone. Elder Luo, Muhan's expression finally changed when he heard these 2 words. Elder Luo was an absolute name. The person behind Yan Xiao is Elder Luo. Before entering the lightning pool, none of us can touch him. No one can kill him and no one dares to kill him. At this moment, Muhan's expression changed. He looked at Yan Bing. These words came from his mouth. Muhan looked at Mod in disdain. His eyes were filled with disdain. He loosened his grip. The moment Mod's body fell, Muhan's arm jerked and slammed heavily on Mod's abdomen. Along with a loud bang, Mod's body turned into a pile of mud. He fell heavily on the ground and could not get up. Muhan looked at Yan Bing again. Although his tone was still cold, there was an obvious change in his attitude compared to when he was talking to Mod. Tell me all the information you have about Yan Xiao. I want the most complete information, including his identity. You should know the importance of this. You are also afraid? Yan Bing looked at Muhan and said with a cold smile. There are some people that even the forces behind you cannot touch. Muhan narrowed his eyes and warned her. He did not get to where he was today by being reckless. You can rest assured. He does not have any special identity. He just befriended Elder Xian from the Yunin Pavilion and gave a piece of mysterious iron to Elder Luo. That's all. They have always been in a business relationship. Muhan's eyes brightened slightly. He was still skeptical of Yan Bing's words. However, he still nodded his head in the end and said in a calm tone, that's right. That would be the best. Xiaoyan randomly threw the 2 storage rings into his storage ring in the air. His eyes once again glanced at the 2 corpses in front of him. His heart involuntarily felt shocked by the strength of the heart-shattering palm. The attack of the heart-shattering palm had shattered the bodies and souls of Lin Feng and Lin Yu. Their spirits had been destroyed. They could be said to be completely dead. It was likely that no one would be able to escape the fate of certain death under such a palm. Is this the strength of an E-class Do technique? It is really frightening. It was difficult to imagine that if Heimu had used this move on Xiaoyan in the ginseng space back then, it was likely that Xiaoyan would not have survived. Until now. TSK, you are making a fuss over nothing. Do you really think that this is the full strength of the heart-shattering palm? The strength that you have displayed is at the very most at the level of a Ling-class Do technique. While Xiaoyan was feeling shocked by the strength of the heart-shattering palm, Guyu and his body did not forget to pour a bucket of cold water on Xiaoyan. Moreover, you are only able to do this after borrowing my strength. Moreover, if you do not possess the frightening physical body of the Dragon Phoenix bloodline and have so many heavenly flames protecting your body, it would be impossible for you to use the heart-shattering palm with your strength. The first requirement for practicing the heart-shattering palm was that the practitioner's physical body must be sufficiently strong. This was because the process of practicing the heart-shattering palm would be similar to Xiaoyan's octane blast. It would agglomerate a hidden force within Xiaoyan's body. However, the strength of this hidden force was even more frightening than the octane blast. Hence, if Xiaoyan's physical body was not tough enough, resulting in Xiaoyan being unable to control this hidden force, the final result would be that Xiaoyan would be unable to suppress the hidden force within his body. This would cause the hidden force to explode within his body. Just thinking about it, the pain involved was not something that Xiaoyan could endure. With the current Xiaoyan's strength, it was naturally impossible for him to use the heart-shattering palm. If he were to truly use an E-class Do technique, even with Luo Ao's strength, it would be extremely difficult for him. Xiaoyan was only able to barely use it by borrowing Guyu's strength earlier. Ugh, it looks like this heart-shattering palm might be a good treasure, but it is useless if I keep it in my body. I don't know when I will be able to truly unleash its strength. Xiaoyan could only sigh. White heavenly flame. Of Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan. 2. During this period of time, anyone who met Xiaoyan's gaze would take a couple of steps back in fear. Quite a number of people's expressions instantly turned pale under Xiaoyan's gaze. Their hearts were greatly shocked as they fled out of the crowd as though they were fleeing for their lives. Xiaoyan felt helpless in the face of this. He moved and arrived in front of Gu Li and Qi Lin. Xiaoyan first greeted Elder Xian by the side. The two of them had a tacit understanding. Compared to Gu Li, Elder Xian was even clearer about Xiaoyan's strength. TSK, I really did not expect that you have actually hidden your strength. You actually possess a strength comparable to a 3-star half-emperor. Qi Lin and Gu Li exchanged glances with each other as they sensed the powerful aura on Xiaoyan's body. Their eyes were surprised as they looked at Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan smiled when he heard this. He gently shook his head. A thought passed through his heart and the qi within his body gradually began to scatter. He smiled and said to Guli. He smiled at Guli and said, "Haha, how could I possibly possess the strength of a 7-star half-emperor? I'm merely relying on a secret technique of mine. However, I'm afraid that I won't be able to use it again for a long time." As he said those words, Xiaoyan's eyes flickered slightly. His gaze imperceptibly swept past some people in the crowd. They were all people who still had greed for Xiaoyan. Sure enough, after hearing Xiaoyan's words, those people's eyes that were hidden under their robes or hats immediately lit up. Xiaoyan directly chose to ignore those people. Now that he possessed 2 void lightning pool invitations, the troubles that Xiaoyan would have to face would increase. The people before him were only a small number. What Xiaoyan would have to face would be even more frightening existences. However, Xiaoyan did not have the heart to continue waiting. He could not possibly calmly wait for those people to come to him by themselves. Even though he did not wish to fight, the matter before him could only be settled by fighting. He needed to use the most violent method to dispel the thoughts in those people's hearts. Using violence to curb violence, this was the simplest and most direct method that Xiaoyan could think of. After a few violent battles, not only would these people view Xiaoyan's strength highly, they would also treat Xiaoyan as a true expert. In their hearts, they would also feel a kind of fear towards Xiaoyan. That was the fear that only experts possessed. Only by doing this would he be able to eliminate all the troubles surrounding Xiaoyan. After chatting with Guli and the others for a while, Xiaoyan greeted them and once again turned his gaze towards those who had not left. Xiaoyan's toes tapped on the void and his figure swept across the sky. From high above, he looked down at the crowd. Because of Xiaoyan's actions, everyone's gaze was focused on Xiaoyan. Suddenly, Xiaoyan waved his sleeves forcefully and the wind blew. Xiaoyan's gaze swept across the crowd. His face was fierce and his eyes were overbearing. "Everyone. You have all seen the result of this battle. Using a secret technique, I barely defeated Lin Feng and Lin Yu. Therefore, now, I have 2 void lightning pool invitations in my hands." Everyone present immediately turned into an uproar after Xiaoyan's words sounded. The reason most of them had remained until now was because of the void lightning pool invitation. I know that everyone also covets the void lightning pool invitations. Therefore, in order to satisfy everyone's desires, I can give each of you a chance. Hearing this, many people in the crowd curled their lips. Since Xiaoyan had said this, it meant that he was going to make friends through martial arts again. Other than defeating Xiaoyan, it was basically impossible to use any other method to obtain the void lightning pool invitations from Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan seemed to understand the crowd's thoughts. The corners of his mouth curled into a smile. His gaze slowly swept across the crowd and he said with a smile, "Everyone, don't worry. In order to give you a chance to obtain the void lightning pool invitations, my request is not high. As long as you can injure me within 100 moves, you can take the void lightning pool invitations." Wow! Xiaoyan's words caused an uproar among the crowd. Xiaoyan's words were too arrogant and conceited. Although Xiaoyan's strength was not weak and he could fight against an 8-star half-emperor with his full strength, there was no lack of 7-star half-emperors among the half-emperors present. Even if Xiaoyan's strength was tyrannical, injuring him within 100 moves was something that a 7-star half-emperor was completely qualified to do. Xiaoyan's words were completely equivalent to giving away the void lightning pool invitations to them for free. Hee, everyone, don't be too happy. The void lightning pool invitation is right here, waiting for you to come and get it. However, it's not for free. I'm sure you've all seen my rules. As long as you can take out enough spirit coins or treasures, the void lightning pool invitation will be in my hands, waiting for you to come and get it. From now on, everyone can come and challenge me within 5 days. Xiaoyan coldly shouted as he stood in the sky. Although the battle earlier had consumed a lot of Xiaoyan's energy, he was still able to endure it. With the assistance of medicinal pellets, Xiaoyan was still able to maintain his peak state for a short period of time. Me. I want to be the first to challenge you. Scram. You're only a 6-star half-emperor. It's better for me to go first. I'm an upright 7-star half-emperor. Humph. Let me do it. So what if you're a 7-star half-emperor? I'm a mid-7-star half-emperor. Brat, you're only an early 7-star half-emperor. Scram. Bang. Before he finished speaking, the fist and the palm collided. The entire sky was in chaos because of Xiaoyan's words. As for the source of all the commotion, Xiaoyan was sitting in the sky with a smile on his face as he calmly recovered. The sky annihilation steps had a total of 3 major realms. They were wind ripple, cloud soaring, and sky riding. The 3 major realms were further divided into 9 minor realms. They were entry, initial, and advanced. The current Xiaoyan's practice of the sky extinction step had already reached the initial success stage of the wind movement stage from the initial entry stage. If one were to talk about it, the time he had spent during this period was merely a couple of months. As the sky annihilation step slowly increased, Xiaoyan's speed allowed him to run amok among half-martial emperors. When he was among half-martial emperors, it was as if he had stepped into a realm where no one could stop him. But as time passed, the half-martial emperors that Xiaoyan faced weren't that easy to deal with. After some 7-star half-martial emperors used their agility do skills, their speed wasn't much slower than Xiaoyan's. Even when facing 8-star half-martial emperors like Old Freak Hu, Xiaoyan felt that it was quite strenuous. He wasn't able to deal with them as easily as before. Xiaoyan didn't find this strange. His strength came from his do skills. Those 7-star half-martial emperors also possessed various kinds of do skills. When they went all out, it was naturally difficult for Xiaoyan to deal with them. This world was fair. It wasn't possible that only Xiaoyan could obtain high-level do skills. Strength wasn't a monopoly of a single person. Everything had to be fought for. Unknowingly, Xiaoyan had already set up the void battle arena in the sky above the desolate ancient city for 3 days. During these 3 days, the number of people that challenged Xiaoyan was also more than enough. In a short 3 days, Xiaoyan had already successively accepted dozens of battles. Among them, the majority were 7-star half-martial emperors. It couldn't be helped. The temptation that Xiaoyan gave was really too eye-catching. The Void Lightning Pool invitation was currently the most eye-catching thing in the desolate ancient city. As long as someone obtained it, they would think of a way to hide it to prevent it from bringing endless trouble to themselves. However, Xiaoyan, on the other hand, did the opposite. Not only did he not dodge, he instead swaggered out this thing, which was sufficient to cause everyone's eyes to turn red with envy. This clearly showed that he was purposely leading others to make a mistake. The requirement of 100 moves made everyone who heard the news go crazy. As long as they could injure Xiaoyan within 100 moves, they would be able to obtain a Void Lightning Pool invitation. This kind of temptation was like a beautiful woman with a hot body deliberately seducing men. These guys who were crazy for strength would naturally throw themselves at it. It was as if the Void Lightning Pool invitation was already in their pockets. It was unknown whether their actions were like taking something from their pockets or like moths flying into a flame. In 3 days, Xiaoyan had fought almost all the 7-star half-martial emperors in the desolate ancient city. This was a very exhausting matter. Fortunately, Xiaoyan's soul strength had reached the late emperor realm. In addition to his identity as a rank 2 alchemist, Xiaoyan was always able to recover his soul strength and do qi in the shortest amount of time. Although there were many people who challenged Xiaoyan, since he could endure dozens of battles and keep the Void Lightning Pool invitation, this meant that in these 3 days of battles, no one was able to injure Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan, on the other hand, was constantly benefiting from the battles. Not only did Xiaoyan gain a lot from the battles, even his control of the Sky Annihilation step had become more proficient. With just a thought, Xiaoyan would be able to flash anywhere in the empty space. In an instant, Xiaoyan was able to flash 5 times in the empty space and return to his original position. Moreover, he would leave behind clear and solid afterimages at the positions where he flashed. From the outside world's point of view, it appeared as though 5 Xiaoyans had suddenly appeared in the empty space. 4 of them turned into distorted afterimages after a breeze blew past and gradually disappeared in the empty space. Only now did the crowd realize that the 4 Xiaoyans that suddenly appeared were afterimages. With such terrifying speed, it was no wonder that Xiaoyan dared to boast in public. However, even so, the battles continued. the allure of the Void Lightning Pool invitation was enormous. Even among those who challenged Xiaoyan, there was no lack of people who understood Xiaoyan's strength. They knew that his speed was terrifying and knew that their chances of injuring Xiaoyan were very slim. However, they were still willing to give it a try. Perhaps they would encounter the moment when Xiaoyan was not in his best condition. Perhaps they would have a chance to injure Xiaoyan. They did not wish to kill him, but it would be enough if they could injure Xiaoyan a little. Unfortunately, the moment when Xiaoyan would not be in his best condition, which they were anticipating in their hearts, did not arrive. As for ganging up on Xiaoyan, it was even more unrealistic. Putting aside the deep rifts between them, Xiaoyan's puppet alone was enough to deal with most of them. None of them were willing to fight the North King alone. Furthermore, Xiaoyan was backed by the two largest factions in the ancient wilderness city, the Alchemist Guild and the Yunin Pavilion. These people were naturally not foolish enough to become enemies with the Yunin Pavilion. In a few days, Xiaoyan had already earned more than 1 million spirit coins. This amount was already considered extremely terrifying among half-step emperors. Among these people, what surprised Xiaoyan the most was that there were actually people who used lightning invitation cards as wagers. This allowed Xiaoyan to add 3 more lightning invitation cards to his wealth in the past 3 days. In other words, other than his lightning invitation, the current Xiaoyan still possessed 4 other lightning invitations. There were less than 30 people who could enter the lightning pool in the empty realm. Currently, 1/6 of the 30 Void Lightning Pool invitations had fallen into Xiaoyan's hands. It was hard to imagine what kind of scene Xiaoyan would have to face if the people in the city found out about this. Fortunately, on the 4th day, Xiaoyan's Sky Extinction Step finally welcomed the long-awaited breakthrough. The Sky Extinction Step had successfully advanced from the initial stage to the advanced stage. This also meant that Xiaoyan's speed would soar once again. At the same time that he broke through, Xiaoyan displayed the changes that had occurred after his breakthrough to the crowd. With the Sky Extinction Step, Xiaoyan no longer had the slightest bit of apprehension when facing a 7-star half-step emperor. In fact, Xiaoyan even took off that 7-star half-step emperor's robe in front of everyone. This caused the latter to fly into a rage out of humiliation towards Xiaoyan. If it wasn't for the fact that his strength was limited, Xiaoyan would have already been dismembered by him. Before the current Xiaoyan, the speed of a 7-star half-step emperor was enough for Xiaoyan to repeat every action. With such speed, anyone below the 8-star half-step emperor level would be crushed by Xiaoyan. When the 5th day passed, the smile on Xiaoyan's face became even more brilliant. That was because, at this moment, there were 2 more Void Lightning Pool invitations in his hands. In other words, Xiaoyan now possessed a total of 7 Void Lightning Pool invitations, 7 Void Lightning Pool invitations. This was enough to make the entire ancient city of Savage rise in an instant. However, Xiaoyan put them all away with a calm expression on his face. It was as if he had never held an extra lightning invitation card. However, in Xiaoyan's heart, his face was already filled with an excited smile. 7 Void Lightning Pool invitations. To Xiaoyan, this was another enormous fortune. 5 days quietly flowed by. For most of the half-emperors, this little bit of time was simply the blink of an eye. However, for a portion of the half-emperors, these 5 days were more like a chase competition. However, at the end of this chase competition, none of the half-emperors who had participated had obtained the slightest benefit from it. In the end, all of the benefits had been taken away by the organizer of this competition. 7 Void Lightning Pool invitation, 1 million spirit coins and the advance of the wind movement stage from the Sky Extinction Step. Each of these were the benefits that Xiaoyan had obtained within these short 5 days. As for the others, forget about obtaining any benefits, they were already burning incense in their hearts as long as they did not lose too much. Who would have imagined that a seemingly simple request to exchange blows would ultimately result in these half-emperors being unable to use their strength regardless of how powerful and frightening their doqi was when they were truly faced with it. After 100 exchanges, they could only angrily return. Xiaoyan wore a smile on his face as he kept the wager that his final opponent had handed over into his storage ring. When he saw the depressed expression on his opponent's face, Xiaoyan involuntarily laughed in his heart. However, his face still appeared to be extremely indifferent. Humph. Yan Xiao, you have really not wasted these 5 days. Just based on the benefits that you have obtained from us within these 5 days, it is likely that it is more than what some of the clans earn in an entire year. At this moment, there was finally someone who could not endure it any longer and angrily reprimanded Xiaoyan. The profits that Xiaoyan had obtained during these 5 days was something that would cause them to go crazy just thinking about it. Following this half-emperor's words, the group of half-emperors behind him also followed and angrily reprimanded Xiaoyan. These people were all opponents that Xiaoyan had encountered during these few days. They had already suffered losses at Xiaoyan's hands. At this moment, they were naturally merciless when they spoke. Xiaoyan coldly laughed in response to this. He did not force these people to fight with him, nor did he forcefully snatch their things. Those wagers were all taken out by them. If they did not have confidence in their own strength, they would not have easily attacked Xiaoyan. Now that they did not have the ability to obtain the Void Lightning Pool invitation, they instead blamed Xiaoyan. It was no wonder that Xiaoyan would speak with disdain. Humph. This Xianxia has obtained quite a lot of benefits over the past 5 days. During this period, he has even obtained a few Void Lightning Pool invitation. From what I see, why don't we all attack together to take down Xianxia? After all, he currently has quite a number of treasures on him. As long as we open his storage ring, we don't have to worry that the things inside will not be enough for us to split. Seeing the disdainful cold smile on Xiaoyan's face, someone from the crowd immediately spoke out. The meaning behind his words was to push Xiaoyan to the forefront of the storm. It was obvious that he had the intention to take revenge. After these words sounded, everyone turned their gazes towards Xiaoyan in unison. Over the past few days, they had witnessed Xiaoyan defeating his opponents time and time again. They had also seen Xiaoyan keep all the wagers into the storage ring on his hand. In addition to the Void Lightning Pool invitation, these things were sufficient for them to make a huge profit. Immediately, the gazes that everyone used to look at Xiaoyan could not help but change. Humph. Why? Your skills are inferior to mine and all of you have been defeated. Now, you want to push all the blame onto me and want to split my storage ring. All of you are really audacious. After his words sounded, Xiaoyan suddenly cried out sternly. The aura within his body instantly erupted. A circle of invisible doqi pressure swiftly swept out in all directions. Xiaoyan knew that the half-emperor experts in front of him were not easy to deal with. With his own strength, he was indeed no match for them. Hence, after he completely unleashed the aura within his body, Xiaoyan suddenly waved his sleeve while the half-emperor experts' expressions changed. A black light flashed and the Northern King's mountain-like figure appeared. The moment he appeared, his strength of a 6-star half-emperor coupled with his overbearing aura immediately caused the half-emperor experts to take a step back. On the other side, Guli's group and Elder Xian's brows furrowed. They didn't expect these guys to be so desperate. They knew that they couldn't do anything to Xiaoyan, so they gathered together to force Xiaoyan to hand over the Void Lightning Reservoir invitation. However, how could Xiaoyan be someone who would allow others to coerce him? The more these fellows pressured him, the more overbearing Xiaoyan would be. Strength in numbers would indeed cause an ordinary person to feel fear in their hearts and have no choice but to obey. However, Xiaoyan was different. He had always been amenable to coaxing but not coercion. The more these people acted in this manner, the final outcome would likely not be good. Guli's group looked at each other and nodded slightly. There was no need to mention Guli's group. As Xiaoyan was the chief alchemist of the Alchemist Guild, they naturally couldn't ignore him. As for Elder Xian, he was personally sent by Luo Jing to protect Xiaoyan using his status as the owner of the Yuning Pavilion. Now that the situation had developed to this point, he naturally had to act. Immediately, when the Northern King appeared, the three of them also moved. The 3 8-star half-martial emperors flashed and instantly appeared around Xiaoyan. The auras of 8-star half-martial emperors instantly spread out. Their powerful and overbearing auras were even more powerful than the Northern King's. When the group of half-martial emperors came in contact with these frightening auras, their expressions immediately turned grave. Just Xiaoyan alone was enough to give them a headache. Now that the Northern King, Guli, and Elder Xian had joined the fray, they naturally didn't dare to act rashly. Although they didn't dare to act rashly, they had the advantage in numbers. They were unwilling to give up on the Void Lightning Reservoir invitation. Just like that, the two sides stood in the sky. Neither side moved. In an instant, the group of half-martial emperors in the sky stood in confrontation with Xiaoyan's group. Neither side was willing to relent, but neither side took half a step forward. After an unknown amount of time, Xiaoyan, the only person who could change the situation, finally chuckled. With a thought, he instantly withdrew his aura. He looked at the group of half-martial emperors with an indifferent expression. At this moment, the group of half-martial emperors also looked at Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan's footsteps lightly moved, and he slowly walked to the front of the group of half-martial emperors. Sweeping his gaze over them, he said, "It seems that everyone's hearts are still not wavering in the slightest. Heh. I must praise everyone for their perseverance." After those words were spoken, the group of half-martial emperors all frowned and looked at each other. Among them, a 7-star half-martial emperor coldly looked at Xiaoyan and said, "Humph. Yan Xiao, you should hand over the Void Lightning Reservoir invitation as soon as possible. We can let you take the rest. However, if you continue to be stubborn, this old man guarantees that you will not be able to obtain anything." "Oh? Is that so? Then why didn't you attack earlier?" Xiaoyan laughed coldly. His face was filled with disdain as he asked in return. Xiaoyan's words caused that 7-star bandit to be at a loss for words. His old face revealed an embarrassed expression. It was not that they were unwilling to attack. It was just that the experts beside Xiaoyan caused them to feel fear in their hearts, making it difficult for them to move. Otherwise, they would have attacked Xiaoyan in a group. Xiaoyan sneered once again. He coldly stared at the 7-star half-martial emperor and sneered, "Next time, you must think before you speak. Otherwise, you will easily be defeated." After those words were spoken, Guli and the other two beside Xiaoyan immediately sneered. Without waiting for the half-martial emperor to refute, Xiaoyan spoke once again. "Everyone, I know that if we continue to confront each other like this, no one will be able to obtain the Void Lightning Pool invitation in my hands. Even if one of you can obtain it in the end, it will definitely be the most powerful people who will have the opportunity. This is too unfair to the other people who have contributed. Thus, I have a method that will allow everyone to obtain the Void Lightning Reservoir invitation. I'll say this in advance. This time, there is no need for everyone to fight." After Xiaoyan's words left his mouth, everyone present immediately stood up. Although Xiaoyan's words were unclear, the meaning within them was quite similar to what they were thinking. Just like what Xiaoyan had said, even if they attacked Xiaoyan and obtained his storage ring, only a few of them would be able to obtain benefits in the end. Most of them would be unrewarded people who had contributed. Not for anything else, but for strength. At this moment, Xiaoyan had actually spoken such words that moved their hearts once again. Naturally, some changes would occur in their hearts. They had come for the Void Lightning Reservoir invitation. If Xiaoyan's method could allow everyone to obtain the Void Lightning Reservoir invitation, it would naturally not matter whether they fought for it or not. After all, even if they fought for it, they might not be able to obtain the Void Lightning Reservoir invitation. Since that was the case, they might as well see what Xiaoyan's method was. Noticing everyone's gazes that were filled with surprise, Xiaoyan smiled once again. His fingers rubbed the storage ring as he secretly thought of something. "Everyone, since everyone wants the lightning invitation in my possession, but there's a limit to the number of lightning invitation and it's difficult to distribute them, then for the sake of giving everyone a chance to obtain a Void Lightning invitation, as the owner of the lightning invitation, I've made a decision." Xiaoyan looked around, and his bright eyes slowly swept past the half-step emperors. Xiaoyan's words caused their gazes to converge on him. Even though they didn't know what Xiaoyan's decision was, they knew that Xiaoyan would definitely tell them himself. Guli and the others beside Xiaoyan looked at each other, and they silently withdrew the auras they'd released. However, their gazes were still vigilantly watching the surroundings. Xiaoyan was able to face these half-step emperors with ease, but they had no choice but to be cautious. After a short moment, a wisp of a smile appeared on the corners of Xiaoyan's mouth, and he swept his gaze through the surroundings once more. He spread his arms wide open, and he successfully converged the gazes of everyone present once more. After that, he spoke unhurriedly with a smile on his face. "In 10 days, I'll be auctioning off the lightning invitation and some treasures in my possession in the form of an auction. I'll hand over everything that someone auctions in the auction to that person in the most secretive manner possible. There will absolutely be no third person who knows about it. Xiaoyan's voice was like thunder, and it reverberated through the heavens and the earth. Everyone's minds buzzed when they heard it, but most of them ridiculed and sneered at Xiaoyan's methods. The things he obtained from them were actually going to be auctioned off in front of all these half-step emperors. No matter who saw such an action, they would probably be furious in their hearts. On the other hand, Xiaoyan didn't avoid it at all. No matter how furious those half-step emperors were, he still had a calm expression on his face. Amongst the things he wanted to auction off, there were indeed many things that these half-step emperors had lost to him. However, at the same time, there were also some things that Xiaoyan had obtained from the battles in the past. It was not difficult for Xiaoyan to imagine the consequences of a group of half-martial emperors getting angry. Therefore, he would not go overboard this time. Of course, although they were enraged, there were also a few people who were happy in their hearts. These people were basically people who had never acted against Xiaoyan. Hence, other than the Void Lightning Pool invitation, they didn't really care about anything else that Xiaoyan auctioned off. Seeing the situation in the battleground, Gu Li and the other two involuntarily frowned as they looked at Xiaoyan. The result of inciting everyone's anger was something that Xiaoyan should be clearer than them in his heart. However, his current actions were developing in this direction. If Xiaoyan really angered these people, even if he had the support of the Alchemist Guild and the Yuning Pavilion, he definitely wouldn't be able to withstand their murderous intent. After all, there were dozens of half-step emperors here. If it was under normal circumstances, it would be easy to deal with them. However, once they were united, the power that would erupt from them would be devastating. Xiaoyan noticed Gu Li and the other two's gazes. However, he smiled faintly and nodded, indicating that they could rest assured. Due to their inexplicable confidence in Xiaoyan, the three of them withdrew their gazes with suspicion. However, they couldn't help but feel a little worried in their hearts. Hee. Everyone, it's still early. It's unnecessary to say anything now. As for what I will auction off, you will naturally know when the time comes as long as you are present. As for now. I haven't rested for 5 days. I'm a little tired. Then, I won't accompany you for now. See you at the Tianyun auction house in 10 days. As he spoke, Xiaoyan used all his strength to stretch. Immediately, his entire body revealed an aura of exhaustion. Before everyone could open their mouths to say anything, a glint suddenly flashed across Xiaoyan's eyes. His feet moved slightly and wind formed under his feet. His body flashed and suddenly disappeared from the empty sky. The Northern King, who had been standing still like a metal tower, also disappeared at the same time. Only when Xiaoyan's figure disappeared in a flash did Gu Li and the other two hastily look for the wind to check for Xiaoyan's aura. However, the thing that caused the three of them to feel shocked was that Xiaoyan's aura had completely disappeared from this empty space after he disappeared once again. This brat. We haven't even spoken to him. Why did he disappear again? Gu Li's old face was filled with helplessness. Beside him, Qi Lin and Elder Xian were also frowning. They also felt incomparably serious about Xiaoyan's terrifying speed. Right now, on the surface, Xiaoyan's strength was still that of a 3-star half-martial emperor. However, his speed was already so terrifying. It was hard to imagine. If his strength increased, at that time, when he unleashed his full speed, wouldn't he be able to completely disregard even 8-star half-martial emperors like them? At this very moment, the 3 8-star half-martial emperors were deeply shocked by Xiaoyan's strength. However, while they were comparing Xiaoyan to an 8-star half-martial emperor in their hearts, they didn't know that more than one 8-star half-martial emperor had died by Xiaoyan's hands. Sigh, that's enough. That brat Yan Xiao has already left. There's no need for us to continue staying here. The two of you, I still have matters to attend to in my pavilion. I won't disturb you any longer. After Xiaoyan left, Elder Xian sighed with emotion. Then, he said those words to Gu Li and Qi Lin and left first. Afterwards, Gu Li and Qi Lin and the surrounding half-martial emperors also left one after another. After the crowd left, in a short period of time, another shocking piece of news rapidly spread through the entire ancient city as if it had grown wings. In 10 days, Xianxia would be holding an auction for the lightning invitation at the Heavenly Cloud Auction House. Publicly auctioning the Void Lightning Pool invitation was something that had never happened before. Thus, once the news spread, all the powers in the desolate land began to move. In less than half a day, not only the entire ancient city, even some of the surrounding cities and towns had heard of this shocking news. In the Yuning Pavilion, Elder Xian had personally delivered the news. Thus, Luo Jin naturally knew what Xiaoyan had said. Oh. He's going to hold an auction? And it's going to be held at the Heavenly Cloud Auction House? Hearing Elder Xian's words, Luo Jin was also surprised for a moment. However, he immediately smiled and nodded. His hand gently waved the jade fan in his hand as he softly smiled and said, "Good. Since he wants to hold an auction, then we'll help him again. We'll ensure that the auction is in order. This way, we can more or less help him solve some unnecessary problems." Elder Xian immediately nodded when he heard this. He raised his eyes to look at Luo Jin and smiled, "Haha, this old man has already arranged for it. Old Song is in charge of the auction house. I don't think anyone will dare to make a move there. At that time, he will be in charge of the order of the auction house." Hearing this, Luo Jin raised his eyebrows slightly. When he heard Elder Xian mention that old man, he finally remembered him. Thinking of that old man's temper in his heart, Luo Jin could not help but bitterly smile and shake his head. With him around, there were indeed not many people who would dare to make a move at the auction house. Although everything has been prepared, it is still better to ask Song Gang to pay attention. MOD's group will definitely not let Yen show off so easily. The influence of this auction is not small and it is unavoidable that they will do something. At that time, we must keep a close eye on them when we see them. Although Luo Jin had always been at ease with Elder Xian handling matters, Luo Jin still did not dare to be careless when it came to Xiaoyan's matter. He felt that Xiaoyan's actions this time were indeed a little too big. No one knew what kind of people he would attract when the time came, when Elder Xian heard this, a strange look involuntarily flashed across his turbid old eyes. He immediately responded and did not disturb Luo Jin any further. He silently took 2 steps back. The figure under Elder Xian's long robe gradually distorted until it completely disappeared. What did you say? That Yan Xiao is actually going to hold an auction 10 days later? Moreover, the auction item is the Void Lightning Pool invitation? In a living room, Mu Han was sitting on the main seat with a gloomy face. Due to the rage in his heart, the lustrous teacup in his hand had been crushed into powder. The tea was like water arrows that shot out in all directions. The accessories around Mu Han were all pierced by the water arrows. This scene caused the hearts of MOD and the other 3 to freeze. They did not expect that the news that Mu Zhuang's servant had brought back would actually cause them to be so shocked. Now that Mu Han and MOD's group had reached a common point, they were all on the same boat in order to kill Xiaoyan. Their goal was only Xiaoyan. Following the initial plan of the few of them, MOD and the 3 others naturally stayed in the Mu Zhuang. In this place, it was very difficult for the people in the outside world to know their exact whereabouts. They could use the people in the Mu Zhuang to monitor Xiaoyan at all times. At this moment, in front of Mu Han, there was a middle-aged man in plain clothes who was half kneeling on the ground. He had a respectful expression as he reported to Mu Han the various news that he had heard from the outside. Currently, Xiaoyan's reputation was becoming more and more popular by the day in the ancient wildlands. The most recent news was that Xiaoyan had announced in front of a group of half-emperors that he would be holding an auction for the Lightning Pool invitation in 10 days' time at the Heavenly Cloud Auction House. This news was extremely shocking to the various clans and forces in the ancient wildlands. The Void Lightning Pool was difficult to open and the Lightning Pool invitation was the only key to enter the Void Lightning Pool. There were only a total of 30 Lightning Pool invitation. In the past few hundred years, for the sake of obtaining the Void Lightning Pool invitation cards, countless half-martial emperors had gone crazy over them. However, even with that being the case, there had never been a single person who possessed more than 3 Void Lightning Pool invitation cards. This was because the attraction of the Lightning Pool invitation would bring about devastating damage to them. For hundreds of years, many half-emperors had died in order to compete for the Void Lightning Pool invitation. Therefore, under normal circumstances, as long as one was able to obtain a Lightning Pool invitation, almost everyone would carefully store it away. Until the void lightning pool invitation was opened, no one would know who had the lightning pool invitation. Yet, Xiaoyan was currently going against the flow. Not only did he act in an overbearing manner, but he had also controlled a couple of empty realm lightning pool invitation in front of the eyes of a countless number of experts. He was basically inviting trouble to himself. However, when many people wanted to wait for someone to look for Xiaoyan, the ancient wildlands were unusually quiet. They were not interested in the lightning pool invitation in Xiaoyan's hands at all. Xiaoyan to Xiaoyan's lightning pool invitation. It was to use Xiaoyan's not to speak to him. 2. Bang. Following a loud bang, the mysterious gold armrest beside Mu Han in the hall suddenly exploded. His shriveled hand was deeply embedded in it. Under his hand, the mysterious gold, which was usually incomparably hard, was like a piece of dirt. Bastard. That brat is actually doing well. Don't tell me that those clans no longer want the lightning pool invitation in his hands. Mu Han's old face was as gloomy as water at this moment. The fury in his eyes was on the verge of bursting out. His hand, which was embedded in the armrest, clawed furiously. The hard mysterious gold was crushed into pieces like tofu. When he saw that the person who killed his disciple was living such a peaceful life, the fury in Mu Han's heart was almost uncontrollable. Wu Mahue was not only his disciple, he was also the grandson of his old friend who had already passed away. Because of his old friend, Mu Han loved his disciple very much. Moreover, Wu Mahue was also quite talented in the Tao of formations. Hence, Mu Han valued Wu Mahue even more. Now that Wu Mahue was dead, not only did Mu Han lose an extremely talented disciple, he was also unable to explain himself to his old friend who had already passed away. However, even though he knew that the person who killed Wu Mahue was Xiaoyan, he could only watch as Xiaoyan did whatever he wanted in this savage ancient city. The fury and murderous intent in Mu Han's heart had reached its peak. Yan Xiao. Yan Xiao. If I don't kill you, I won't be able to face my old friend in the netherworld. More so, I won't be able to face my disciple who was killed by you. Mahue. Mu Han's eyes were scarlet. Due to the extreme fury in his heart, his eyeballs appeared extremely protruding at this moment. Coupled with the scarlet color of blood, it caused one to tremble with fear. When they heard Mu Han's bone-chilling words, MOD, and the rest unknowingly exchanged glances. Each of them had their own plans in their hearts. Indeed, I didn't expect Yan Xiao to have such means. However, that's all there is to it. Humph. When the time comes, as long as he enters the void lightning pool, we will naturally make him pay the price that he deserves. MOD narrowed his old eyes. A cold light flickered in his eyes. When he thought of Xiaoyan, he gritted his teeth in anger. However, it was fortunate that he had people like Yan Bing by his side. MOD felt that he had to obtain Xiaoyan at all costs. Although Xiaoyan was still alive, he was no different from a dead person in MOD's heart. Humph. If it wasn't for Elder Luo, even if the pavilion master of the Yunin Pavilion was personally protecting him, I would definitely kill him in this savage ancient city. Mu Han naturally knew that MOD was trying to flatter him. He forcefully suppressed the fury in his heart, narrowed his eyes and said in a low voice. Yan Bing and the rest looked at each other and remained silent. As for how they understood the conversation between the two, no one knew. However, just as MOD was continuously flattering Mu Han in an attempt to deepen the relationship between the two of them, Mu Han's eyes rotated. The corners of his mouth immediately revealed a mysterious half-smile. When he looked at MOD, his eyes revealed a gaze as though he wanted to devour a person. Hiss. Keek keek. I have almost forgotten that I am still lacking one item in order to kill Yan Xiao. Oh? MOD's eyes suddenly shrunk when Mu Han said these words. Yan Bing and the other two seated beside him also raised their eyebrows. They were astonished in their hearts. With Mu Han's strength as a 9-star half-martial emperor, killing Xiaoyan was as easy as blowing off dust. However, at this moment, how could he still say that he was still lacking one item? Could it be that Mu Han was still not confident that he could kill Xiaoyan? Teacher Mu, you, keek keek. MOD, I'm afraid that you have forgotten or overlooked an extremely important item. Just as MOD was about to open his mouth to ask, Mu Han stared at MOD with a fake smile. His eyes narrowed as he spoke in a teasing tone. Mod was even more confused when he heard these words. He once again looked at Yan Bing and the other two seated beside him. The few of them were extremely confused in their hearts. Currently, they were all prepared and only lacked one thing. They only needed to wait for the lightning pool to open and enter the void lightning pool. At that time, Xiaoyan would die. However, no matter how they thought about it, they did not seem to have missed out on anything important. It's the void lightning pool invitation. After a long while, Yan Bing seemed to have suddenly thought of something and spoke to Mu Han in an indifferent tone. As a 9-star half-martial emperor, it was very difficult for Mu Han to rely on external items to increase his strength. Thus, he had not come into contact with something like the void lightning pool invitation for a very long time. Now that he was about to enter the void lightning pool again, this was the only thing he needed. Keek, that's right. This old man has not entered the void lightning pool for several hundred years. This old man has almost forgotten what the void lightning pool invitation looks like. Thus, as long as Mod can help me find the void lightning pool invitation, this old man will be able to enter the void lightning pool. Hearing these words, Mod immediately frowned. The void lightning pool invitation was very rare. Back then, in order to help Xianxia obtain the void lightning pool invitation, Mod had paid a great price. Currently, the people who could control the void lightning pool invitation were the leaders of various powers. Even Mod would not easily become enemies with such people. Given the current situation, where was he supposed to find the void lightning pool invitation? Mu Han's actions were simply deliberately making things difficult for Mod. However, in the next moment, Mod thought of the only person who could obtain the void lightning pool invitation. However, if that was the case, Mu Han, you are deliberately making things difficult for this old man. Currently, the only place where he could help Mu Han obtain the void lightning pool invitation was the void lightning pool invitation auction that was going to be held by Yan Xiao in 10 days at the Heavenly Cloud Auction House. When the first rays of the morning sun scattered across the land, the continent, which had been silent for an entire night, was once again bustling with noise. On a mountain peak outside the ancient savage city, two figures, who were seated opposite each other, opened their eyes at the same time. Immediately, two invisible pillars shot out from their pitch-black eyes and collided in the air between them, emitting a muffled bang sound. The corners of Xiaoyan's mouth lifted into a faint smile. He did not dare to relax during these 10 days. He had been continuously trying to adjust to the discomfort brought about by the increase in the sky extinction steps. 10 days passed. Today was the day that Xiaoyan had announced that he would be holding an auction. As the organizer of this auction, Xiaoyan naturally could not be absent. With a casual wave of his hand, the incarnation in front of him scattered with the wind. After a long period of tempering, in addition to Xiaoyan's current spiritual strength, this incarnation's strength had reached the level of an intermediate 1-star half-martial emperor. Although there was still a gap between it and a 2-star half-martial emperor, this was already a pretty good growth for an incarnation that could not cultivate on its own. Xiaoyan slowly stood up and stretched his body. As his body moved, Xiaoyan could even clearly hear the sounds of his bones colliding with each other. The clear sounds caused Xiaoyan to feel extremely comfortable in his heart. It had been a long time since he had experienced such a feeling. Brat, given the void lightning pool invitation that you currently possess, if you were to sell all of them, I'm afraid that you would be able to make quite a fortune. Guyu, who had been silent in Xiaoyan's body, suddenly spoke in a mocking tone at this moment. Why? Is old Gu also interested in the void lightning pool invitation? Why don't I sell one to you? Xiaoyan chuckled when he heard this. A treacherous smile appeared on his face. His tone was filled with ill intentions. Guyu curled his lips and rolled his eyes at Xiaoyan in his heart. Immediately, he changed his tone and laughed. Little brat, you are trying to fool me. Stinking brat, you're actually trying to trick this old man. Alright, let's go. When the time comes, you'll be happy. Xiaoyan smiled embarrassedly and withdrew his thoughts. He lifted his gaze and looked at the blurry outline of the city at the end of his sight. Today, the ancient city of Savage Desolation was much more lively than usual. The streets that were already filled with people were even more crowded today. This was especially true outside the Heavenly Cloud Auction House, which was located at the center of the city. At this moment, there was a sea of people. Although it was still early, it was even more lively than the noontime of an ordinary city. Needless to say, most of these people were here for Xiaoyan's void lightning pool invitation. Even the armored guards maintaining order at the entrance of the auction house couldn't help but feel incomparably shocked when they saw the scene. Such an eye-catching scene had only appeared a few times in the past auctions. It was likely that the auction this time around would become the largest auction in the past 100 years because of Xiaoyan. Whoosh, outside the noisy auction hall, a sharp sound that was like an eagle's cry suddenly sounded out, and it attracted the attention of a large number of people below. The sound of rushing wind was transmitted, and a figure wearing a black robe instantly appeared at the entrance of the auction hall. Everyone's expression involuntarily changed when they saw this person. The armored guards at the entrance hurriedly stopped the words that they were about to spit out when they saw the person who had arrived. Their expressions changed, and they cupped their hands respectfully towards the black-robed figure in front of them. Greetings to Elder Yan Xiao. With Xiaoyan's current reputation, most of the people in the ancient savage city had seen his face. The people around Xiaoyan were naturally no exception. These two armored guards at the entrance had been personally instructed by the owner of the auction house to treat Xiaoyan with respect when they saw him. They were not allowed to show the slightest bit of disrespect. Xiaoyan nodded and smiled in response to the respectful attitude of the two in front of him. He knew that this was their job, and hence, he did not pay any more attention to them. The figure with his back facing the crowd slowly turned around. His gaze swept across the crowd in front of him. When he saw the heated gazes of the crowd in front of him, Xiaoyan also smiled slightly. He was extremely satisfied with this effect. Haha, thank you everyone for participating. I will be holding a lightning invitation auction at the Tianyun auction house. In this auction, I will be taking out 6 void lightning pool invitation. At that time, it will be up to everyone present to decide who these lightning invitation will end up in. Hua, Xiaoyan's words caused an uproar in the entire place. 6 void lightning pool invitation. These people originally thought that even if Xiaoyan had a bountiful harvest during those 5 days and had obtained a few lightning invitation, even if they added their own invitation, there would at most be 5. However, from the meaning of Xiaoyan's words at this moment, if he had already left 1 invitation for them, it meant that Xiaoyan actually had 7 void lightning pool invitation with him at this moment, 7 of them. This accounted for a quarter of the total number of void lightning pool invitation. It was really hard to imagine. The void lightning pool invitation was originally very difficult to find. However, at this moment, in the hands of the 3-star half-emperor in front of them, there were actually 7 of them. Ha 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 ha. Brother Yan Xiao has arrived quite early. This old man has already sensed your aura from afar. However, while everyone's hearts were feeling shocked because of Xiaoyan's lightning invitation, a thunder-like loud laughter was suddenly emitted from this place. When he heard this bold laughter, Xiaoyan also withdrew his gaze. He lifted his head towards the sky and also laughed loudly. Brother Song is not late. The timing is just right. I was just about to go in and prepare some things. Ha 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 ha. After Xiaoyan's voice sounded, a figure suddenly rushed out from the sky. The figure's feet suddenly stepped on the void and a terrifying pressure immediately descended from the sky. At this moment, the faces of many people in the area instantly became grave. With a flash of light, the figure had already appeared beside Xiaoyan. The person who appeared was an old man with a head full of white hair. He had a square face and unibrow, which added a bit of domineering aura to him. A pair of turbid old eyes revealed an ancient feeling of vicissitudes of life. His old face was covered with wrinkles. At this moment, he was revealing a rough smile as he looked at Xiaoyan. The old man's name was Song Gang. He was the manager of the Heavenly Cloud Auction House branch in the ancient savage city. In this ancient savage city, he could be considered to be a rather famous person. Moreover, his strength was also not weak. He was on par with Gu Li and Elder Xian. He was an 8-star half-emperor expert. Seeing the absolute smile on Xiaoyan's face, the corner of Xiaoyan's mouth couldn't help but twitch. Immediately after, he hurriedly returned to normal. He cupped his hands towards the old man and said with a smile, "Haha, brother Song." Song Gang smiled and nodded. He ignored the fearful gazes of the people behind him and smiled towards Xiaoyan. "Hee hee, brother Yan Xiao, I heard it clearly just now. Previously, no matter how I asked you, you wouldn't say anything. I didn't expect that you actually have 7 Void Lightning Pool invitation. TSK. I don't know how many people will be jealous of you. Hearing this, Xiaoyan once again smiled. He cupped his hands and said, Brother Song is right. If I keep these things on me, sooner or later, it will be a disaster. It is precisely because of this that after I obtained them, I hurriedly asked brother to help me auction them. Hearing the flattery in Xiaoyan's words, Song Gang couldn't help but laugh out loud. Xiaoyan's words were quite useful to him. Haha, okay, I won't say any more. In short, brother Yan Xiao can be at ease and hand those things over to this old man. This old man guarantees that he will definitely sell them for a good price for brother Yan Xiao. Hearing this, Xiaoyan once again cupped his hands and smiled towards Song Gang. His eyes narrowed as he said, in that case, I will thank brother Song in advance. In the face of this kind of unscrupulous merchant, Xiaoyan was naturally on guard. Even though Song Gang in front of him was quite good to him and his attitude towards Xiaoyan was also unusually warm, this also caused Xiaoyan to be even more cautious. Ha 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 ha. Old Song, looks like you have a good chat with little friend Yan Xiao. Ha 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 ha. However, just as Xiaoyan's caution rose in his heart towards Song Gang, a bold laughter once again sounded from the horizon. When Xiaoyan heard that familiar voice, his eyebrows couldn't help but twitch. Hearing this voice, the person who had arrived was undoubtedly the Elder Xian of the Yuning Pavilion, and from the meaning of these words, Elder Xian seemed to have an unusual relationship with Song Gang. This, Xiaoyan immediately thought that it was no wonder Song Gang was so warm towards him. Could it be that it was all because of this Elder Xian who was about to arrive, or could it be that behind him? Humph. Old man, why are you purposely taking advantage of me? Before the person arrived, the vast voice resounded across the sky like thunder. After Song Gang heard it, he sneered coldly and raised his head to the sky as he reprimanded. When these words were said, not only Xiaoyan and the surrounding crowd, even Elder Xian, who had yet to arrive, could not help but raise his eyebrows. He could not help but wonder in his heart, where did these words come from? Humph, old boy, stop pretending. You should also know that brother Yan Zhao's full combat strength is not inferior to yours or mine. Therefore, even I call him brother. However, you insist on calling him little friend. Isn't this purposely taking advantage of me? When these words were said, the faces of everyone present were immediately stunned. They looked at each other. Although they wanted to sneer, they ultimately suppressed their laughter when they thought of the person who said these words. Only Xiaoyan, who was standing beside Song Gang at this moment, could not help but laugh out loud. He did not expect that Song Gang, who looked rather bold and unrestrained, would actually care so much about these trivial matters. In the sky, Elder Xian could not help but reveal an expression of not knowing whether to laugh or cry after hearing Song Gang's words. He was also rather helpless towards Song Gang. Why is this old man's character still like this? After so many years of managing the auction house alone, he still has not changed his character. Looks like there is no hope for him in this life. Elder Xian muttered in a low voice. He could not be bothered with Song Gang anymore. His gaze turned and looked at Luo Jin, who was beside him. The latter also looked over. The two of them looked at each other and smiled. After which, they gently shook their heads and flew down. As the two of them flew down, Song Gang below was still angrily spitting at Elder Xian. However, when he saw Luo Jin, who was behind Elder Xian, his mouth, which was continuously spitting like a machine gun, suddenly opened wider than an umbrella. The words in his mouth also came to an abrupt halt. Immediately, beads of cold sweat slowly dripped from Song Gang's forehead. Luo Jin, on the other hand, had a faint smile on his face as he looked at the former. He did not move at all. At this moment, Elder Xian couldn't help but laugh when he saw this scene. He looked at Song Gang as if he was looking at a child who had made a mistake. Seeing this, Xiaoyan could not help but raise his eyebrows in surprise. He looked at Luo Jin, who pursed his lips and smiled. He secretly transmitted a message to Xiaoyan. You can even subdue such a terrifying heavenly flame. I only took in a subordinate. What's there to be surprised about? Xiaoyan immediately laughed bitterly when he heard this. It was true that he had indeed obtained the heavenly flame. However, most of those heavenly flames of his were obtained by risking his life. Compared to Luo Jin, Xiaoyan had suffered far too much. Regarding this, Elder Xian also smiled helplessly. Others might not know, but he naturally knew. Although Song Gang appeared to be fearless all day long, and even contradicted Luo Jin when he spoke to him, it was Luo Jin who made him obedient. It was to the extent that Song Gang would feel fear and trepidation whenever he saw Luo Jin. This was also the main reason why he did not follow Luo Jin and was instead managing the auction house. About that, Song Gang looked at Luo Jin. Those who didn't know would think that he was looking at Elder Xian. After all, not many people would pay much attention to the weak one-star half-martial emperor behind Elder Xian. Old man Song Gang was about to speak when Elder Xian narrowed his eyes and looked at Song Gang and shook his head slightly. As soon as Song Gang opened his mouth, Song Gang quickly reacted. He smiled embarrassedly and rubbed his hands together awkwardly. Then, he was about to lead them into the auction house. However, an instant later, just as Song Gang was about to lead the few people into the auction house, the expressions of the few people present with sufficient strength suddenly changed. Their bodies turned, and their solemn gazes instantly shot towards the northern horizon. Elder Xian and the others looked solemn. Their eyes narrowed into a thin line as they stared at the northern sky. They could clearly sense that there was an extremely terrifying aura rapidly approaching them from that direction. As for Xiaoyan, whose spiritual energy had reached the late martial emperor realm, he naturally sensed the aura as well. Moreover, what he sensed was much more than what Elder Xian and the others could sense. The frightening spiritual strength moved with Xiaoyan's thought. In an instant, it covered over half of the savage ancient city. Under the cover of his spiritual strength, the couple of human figures in the northern sky were all reflected in Xiaoyan's eyes. There were a total of 4 people who had come this time around. Other than the old man leading the group, the remaining 3 were Mod, Yan Bing, and old demon Hu, whom Xiaoyan had already met. Zhang Hao's figure was not among them. Perhaps due to his strength, Yan Bing did not bring him along with her. Based on Xiaoyan's understanding of Mod and the other 2, they naturally did not attract much attention from Xiaoyan. However, when Xiaoyan's spiritual energy swept past the old man leading the group, his face suddenly became solemn. Under the perception of Xiaoyan's late martial emperor realm spiritual energy, the aura of the old man leading the group had reached an extremely terrifying level. That level was far beyond Elder Xian and the others. In fact, even Yan Bing, who was beside him, was far inferior to him. This aura, this old man is a 9-star half-emperor. It was not that Xiaoyan had never seen a Dou-Di expert before. Most of the spirit ginseng tribe in the spirit ginseng world were at this level. Therefore, Xiaoyan was familiar with the aura of a Dou-Di expert. Although this old man's aura was terrifying, surpassing an 8-star half-emperor, it was still far from the level of a Dou-Di. Therefore, Xiaoyan was certain that this old man was a 9-star half-emperor. Late martial emperor realm spiritual energy. I didn't expect that at such a young age, your attainments in the spiritual Tao would be so high. However, As if he had sensed Xiaoyan's spiritual energy probing, the old man turned his deep gaze towards Xiaoyan, who was at the entrance of the auction house below. Although they were far apart, the old man's gaze still fell on Xiaoyan. However, before he could finish his sentence, the old man suddenly let out a bone-chilling cold snort. At the same time, a terrifying spiritual storm that was many times stronger than Xiaoyan's spiritual energy suddenly swept across the sky and violently bombarded Xiaoyan's spiritual energy. Not good. Sensing this, Xiaoyan's face instantly turned pale with fright. With a thought, he tried to withdraw the spiritual energy that he had spread out. However, compared to Xiaoyan, the old man's speed was even more terrifying. Before Xiaoyan could react, the turbulent spiritual storm had already violently bombarded the spiritual energy that Xiaoyan had spread out. Bang! A low, deep bang sound was emitted from the empty air. Xiaoyan's spiritual strength was also withdrawn into his body. However, his expression had also turned pale at this moment. His body shook and he involuntarily took a couple of steps back. Immediately, he was supported by Luo Jin, who had flashed over. Seeing that Xiaoyan's expression had instantly turned pale, a chill immediately flashed across Luo Jin's eyes. He turned his gaze, and his icy cold gaze instantly looked toward the northern sky. At the edge of his sight, there was a group of people swiftly flying over. At the entrance of the auction house, Song Gang and the others were looking at the northern horizon with grave expressions on their faces. They were looking at the blurry figures that were getting closer and closer. What is going on? Why is that old brat MOD together with him? The most important thing is, why did he come here? In the past, he was a person who never left his house. It was always others who went to look for him. When has he ever personally come out? Old Xian and Song Gang had grave expressions on their faces. One stared intently at MOD, while the other directed all the questions in his heart to the elder leading the group. Could this be MOD's doing? It is extremely possible. Earlier, I sensed two spiritual energies colliding in the sky. After which, Xianxia was injured. He should have attacked Xianxia. However, it is hard to understand why he would attack Xianxia. MOD can't give him anything. The gazes of the two were focused on MOD's group that was getting closer and closer. They were continuously conversing in low voices. On the other side, Luo Jin, who was supporting Xiaoyan, frowned after hearing this. He said, "There is no need to think so much. It is fine as long as we know that they have come for Xianxia. This time around, MOD has really blown things out of proportion. They will inevitably play some tricks during the auction. When the time comes, pay attention. If there is a need, there is no need to be courteous with them." Understood. Luo Jin's indifferent voice caused the expressions on the faces of Song Gang and the other man to instantly turn serious. Although the person who had come was a 9-star half-martial emperor, with their experience, there was no need for them to fear him. Now that Luo Jin had spoken, they would naturally not fear him. "Ah, I was wondering who it was. So it is Teacher Mu. What is it? You have not cared about the matters of the world for many years. Now, you have become interested in the Void Lightning Pool invitation?" Seeing that the 4 people in the sky were about to descend, the crowd quickly moved and created a large empty space below the 4 people. What a joke. The 4 people before them were all influential people in the ancient city. Yan Bing and Old Monster, who were both 8-star half-martial emperors. How could they not give way? However, when everyone heard Song Gang's indifferent words, the doubtful gazes that were originally looking at the old man who was the leader of the 4 suddenly changed in the next moment. A deep fear swiftly gushed out from their eyes. In this ancient city, how many people didn't know the name of Master Mu? He was one of the 2 tyrants of the wildlands. Immediately, a commotion broke out in the already crowded crowd. Their eyes were filled with astonishment as they looked at MOD and the other 3. This was especially so when their gazes landed on Muhan. Their hearts became incomparably solemn. When Muhan heard Song Gang's words, he lifted his eyes slightly. His deep gaze was like a sharp sword as it shot towards the former. However, Song Gang remained unmoved in the face of this sharp gaze. He directly ignored it. Back then, Song Gang was someone who had even contradicted old Luo. Although there was some exaggeration in his words, the current Muhan in front of him was at the very most able to cause him to feel some pressure. However, it was far from enough to suppress him with just his aura. Muhan's old eyes immediately narrowed when he saw this. He had also heard about Song Gang's temper. His temper was extremely fiery and there were very few people who could suppress him. However, hearing 100 times was not as good as seeing it with one's own eyes. Today, he was indeed as fearless as the rumors said. "It is not up to you to say what I am interested in. Now, I only want to ask, when will the auction begin?" Muhan coldly laughed and asked Song Gang in a cold voice. His gaze looked towards the deathly pale Xiaoyan by the side. A cold smile flashed across the corner of his mouth while a startling killing intent flashed across his eyes. This happened in less than an instant. Naturally, the heavily injured Xiaoyan did not notice it. However, Luo Jin, who had noticed this, narrowed his eyes and looked at Song Gang. As his eyes flickered, a sinister dark light flashed across his eyes. Song Gang, who had been paying attention to Luo Jin, immediately understood. He coldly snorted and spoke to Muhan again. "Teacher Mu, there is indeed no need for me to ask you anything since you have come to participate in the auction. However, you have attacked and injured the organizer of the auction. I cannot ignore this matter. Ah. I do not like to be spied on by others. That brat only has himself to blame for my earlier attack. Mu Han coldly laughed in the face of Song Gang's sinister words. He did not seem to care at all. However, Mu Han quickly turned his gaze towards Xiaoyan and said with a slightly surprised tone, however, he has also surprised me. He's just a 3-star half-martial emperor, yet he's able to raise his soul to the late emperor realm. Although he's strong among ordinary half-martial emperors, it's better for him to keep it to himself. As a 9-star half-martial emperor, Mu Han possessed absolute strength to suppress others. Even though Song Gang had a fiery temper, it was not enough for him to fight against Mu Han. At this moment, Mu Han had the absolute right to speak. It was also because of this that Mu Han revealed a look of disdain towards Xiaoyan and the others. His strength was so great that he could crush anyone. Seeing this scene, a ball of anger immediately rose in Luo Jin's heart. He slightly loosened his hand that was supporting Xiaoyan and was about to step forward. He and Xiaoyan hit it off. Although the two of them had not known each other for a long time, the friendship between the two of them was extremely deep. Now that Xiaoyan was in trouble, how could Luo Jin sit by and do nothing? Song Gang and Elder Xian had been constantly paying attention to Luo Jin. At this moment, when they saw that Luo Jin was about to step forward, their expressions changed slightly. They looked at each other and finally fell silent. However, just as Luo Jin was about to step forward, Xiaoyan, who had just swallowed a medicinal pill and whose complexion had somewhat recovered, grabbed Luo Jin's arm. He gently shook his head and stopped Luo Jin's figure. Let him be. I also did not expect that his soul energy would be so terrifying. This result is indeed caused by my recklessness. As for him injuring me, Xiaoyan secretly transmitted his voice to Luo Jin. The latter gradually calmed down. However, there was still a sinister chill in his eyes that could not be erased when he looked at Mu Han. At the end of his words, Xiaoyan paused for a moment. He took a deep breath and narrowed his eyes as he stared at Mu Han. Only then did he say coldly in his heart, "In the future, I will definitely make you pay back in full." With a cold snort in his heart, Xiaoyan revealed a helpless smile on his face. He looked around and said in a weak voice, "Haha, I have indeed been reckless. Haha. I have indeed been too rash. However, since everyone is here, I believe that we should enter the auction house first." Cough cough. At this point, Xiaoyan could not help but cough violently for a while. Then, with a weak expression, he opened his mouth again and said with a smile, "After all, everyone here today is here for the auction. We can't let this small incident affect the progress of the auction." Haha, don't I say so? At the end of his words, Xiaoyan's gaze landed on Mod. His pair of blurry eyes were calm as if nothing had happened. Seeing this scene, even Song Gang and Elder Xian could not help but reveal a suspicious expression. From Xiaoyan's appearance, it did not seem like he was faking it. The expression of Luo Jin by his side was quietly changing repeatedly at this moment. His heart was extremely shocked by Xiaoyan by the side. Indeed, at this moment, no matter how one looked at it, Xiaoyan looked like he was heavily injured. Even the aura in his body was in a mess. However, no one knew that Xiaoyan's hand, which was holding Luo Jin's arm under his sleeve, was violently trembling. At this moment, Xiaoyan and Luo Jin were seated in a VIP room within the Tianyun auction house. The walls on all four sides were empty. A thick and heavy stone door blocked the only exit. Within the entire secret room, there were only a few pearls embedded in the wall that emitted a gentle fluorescent light, illuminating the entire room. Due to the special construction materials of the auction house and the restrictions placed by strong people, any aura and spiritual perception would be restricted in this place. Simply put, after entering this place, as long as one covered their body and face, no one would be able to recognize who they were. Of course, all of this was under the premise that one had a certain level of strength. If a Dodi were to enter, he would naturally be able to ignore the restrictions with his terrifying strength. At this moment, Xiaoyan's face no longer had that extremely weak appearance from before. Although his face was still a little pale, it was much better compared to his previous appearance. Xiaoyan's figure was seated on a stone chair. At this moment, his face no longer had its usual indifferent expression. His eyebrows were slightly knit together and his eyes were flickering with a cold glint. At this moment, all of this revealed that his heart was not calm. A 9-star half-emperor. Xiaoyan clearly knew that the old man he had come into contact with outside the auction house earlier would become another great enemy of his from today onwards. He originally did not have the intention to stir up trouble. However, there was always someone who would make things difficult for him. The tree wants to be still, but the wind does not stop. Who, after violently gulping down a mouthful of rich tea, Xiaoyan let out a long breath. His eyes narrowed as he stared at the gentle light reflected from the teacup. He remained silent. Seeing this, Luo Jin also seemed to be deep in thought as he drank the tea in his cup. Immediately, he turned his gaze and smiled at Xiaoyan. "Brother Yan Xiao, you almost fooled me just now." Xiaoyan frowned and smiled. He shook his head in a self-deprecating manner. He looked at Luo Jin and asked. "That old man just now, you all call him Musher. Who is he?" Luo Jin had already expected Xiaoyan's question. Without much hesitation, he gently knit his brows and said, "Musher is a respectful name given to him by the people in the ancient savage city. His real name is Muhan and he is a 9-star half-emperor. You should have sensed this earlier. With his strength, other than old Luo, he is the strongest person in the ancient savage city." Xiaoyan secretly nodded his head. A 9-star half-emperor was indeed enough to dominate the ancient savage city. However, there was another question in Xiaoyan's heart. Furthermore, apart from him, Muhan is the only rank 3 formation master in the southwestern border. Oh? Before Xiaoyan's doubt, Luo Jin's voice was a formation half-emperor. Once these words left his mouth, Xiaoyan's heart was immediately extremely shocked. At the same time, he no longer doubted his own judgment. Indeed, no wonder his soul power is so frightening. So that's how it is. His soul power has truly reached the consolidation realm. Xiaoyan frowned. The 9-star half-emperor Muhan was not someone that the current him could deal with. No matter what, he was only a 3-star half-emperor. Even if he had broken through to the 4-star half-emperor realm, the gap between their strengths was not something that could be easily closed. If he were to face Muhan alone, Xiaoyan would not have any chance of victory. Even if his sky extinction step had reached the advanced wind step, a 9-star half-emperor was definitely not something that someone like Yan Bing, who was only a hair's breadth away, could compare to. The slightest mistake could lead to a difference of 1,000 miles. This was the principle behind it. Thinking of this, a cold glint shot out from Xiaoyan's eyes. In order to deal with him, MOD was willing to do anything. He even dared to use someone who could turn around and devour him at any time. It was not hard to imagine how much hatred MOD had for Xiaoyan. Of course, one could not rule out the possibility that MOD was doing this purely for Xiaoyan's heavenly flame. Perhaps, killing Xiaoyan was his secondary goal. MOD, it would have been fine if you had left after the alchemist competition. However, you have repeatedly come to find trouble with me and insisted on making things difficult for me. Since you insist on making things difficult for me, you cannot blame me for being vicious and merciless. Bang! After MOD finished speaking, the teacup in Xiaoyan's hand exploded with a bang and turned into dust that scattered in all directions. Next, we should prepare the items for the auction. Just now, Song Gang told me that you are actually going to auction 6 void lightning pool invitation. TSK, this is unprecedented. Feeling that the atmosphere in the room was becoming more and more oppressive, Luo Jin immediately changed the topic and teased Xiaoyan. Haha, I was just lucky. Xiaoyan understood Luo Jin's intention and immediately smiled. With a flip of his hand, a storage ring that he had prepared beforehand appeared in his palm. The items in this storage ring are all the items that I will be auctioning this time. Although I did not hand them over to the auction house beforehand, I believe that with their ability, they will be able to determine the quality and value with a single glance. Luo Jin nodded slightly. In his heart, he was a little surprised by Xiaoyan's high level of caution. Before knowing the relationship between Song Gang and Luo Jin, Xiaoyan was actually able to guard against strangers to such an extent. Compared to Luo Jin, Xiaoyan was indeed much more mature. To be able to stand out among so many cultivators at such a young age, his experience was naturally extraordinary. This level of caution was also reasonable. After all, before truly knowing the other party's background, no matter how sincere the other party's attitude was, he absolutely could not easily trust them. Otherwise, it was very likely that this would bring about an irreversible disaster. Ka. As the two of them spoke, the heavy stone door was opened. The two of them looked over and saw that Song Gang and Elder Xian had already appeared at the entrance of the secret room. Is it done? Xiaoyan casually asked. The auction this time had attracted quite a number of factions. Even the number of half-step emperors was unimaginable. Therefore, after Xiaoyan and the others entered the auction house, Elder Xian and Song Gang went to the auction house to maintain order. This time, they were gone for 2 hours. Yes, we finally settled those fellows down. Before they sat down, they were anxiously clamoring to see the Void Lightning Reservoir invitation. Fortunately, the two of us old fellows were here. After moving around a little with them, they became obedient. Hearing Song Gang's somewhat awkward words, Xiaoyan frowned slightly. Luo Jin, who knew Song Gang's character, helplessly shook his head. Elder Xian also curled his lips, expressing his helplessness. When Xiaoyan saw their reactions, he quickly understood in his heart. This so-called moving around a little probably meant a lot of fighting. Seeing their helpless expressions, Song Gang awkwardly smiled. Then, his expression became serious and he said, "But now, according to the time, the originally scheduled auction time has already passed. I'm afraid that we don't have time to make any more preparations." In this regard, Xiaoyan secretly curled his lips in his heart. Time has passed. I'm afraid that a large part of this time has been consumed by your fighting. It's fine. I've already prepared the items here. I've also listed the auction order. When the time comes, we just need to let the auction house's people appraise it on the spot and directly auction it. Hearing this, the few of them nodded. Xiaoyan's actions had saved a lot of trouble for their auction house. In this way, the auction process did not need to be delayed. Xiaoyan casually took out the storage ring and handed it to Song Gang. Because Song Gang had just received this storage ring, he did not know how many items Xiaoyan wanted to auction in it. Therefore, he naturally checked it. But when Song Gang checked it, a shocked expression suddenly appeared on his face. The muscles at the corner of his mouth could not help but twitch violently. Under his inspection, there were all kinds of items in this storage ring. In total, there were no less than 100 kinds of items. Moreover, combined with the quantity of each item, the value of these items would be at least a few million spirit coins if the auction was really completed. Moreover, the preciousness of these items surprised Song Gang. He did not expect Xiaoyan to take out so many heavenly treasures. Even he had only heard of some of the items but had never seen them. Now that he had seen them, Song Gang could not help but feel a little moved in his heart. These things could really be said to be extravagant. It was hard to imagine that Xiaoyan would take out these items to auction. If these were items that Xiaoyan did not need, it would be fine. But if these were items that he did not want, how could he imagine? At this moment, there were no empty seats in the enormous auction house. There were even countless people who continued to pour into the auction house. If one were to look carefully, one would discover that although there were quite a lot of people who had entered the auction house, they were all half-martial emperors. The weakest among them was a 2-star half-martial emperor. Outside the auction house, the surging crowd of people was stopped 100 feet away from the entrance of the auction house. The majority of these people had extremely regretful expressions on their faces as they left the auction house in disappointment. The reason for that was because they were not qualified to enter the auction house. When Song Gang returned to Xiaoyan and Luo Jin's side, a new rule was set up in the auction house. Due to the large number of people who had come to participate in the auction, the upper echelons of the auction house decided to set up a new rule for the auction house in order to maintain order. Anyone who wanted to enter the auction house to participate in the auction had to pay 50,000 spirit coins. 50,000 spirit coins was not a small amount for the majority of people. Paying 50,000 spirit coins for nothing had the effect of discouraging the people who had come to participate in the auction. After all, there were a lot of half-martial emperors participating in the auction. Xiaoyan wanted to auction a mere 6 Void Lightning Reservoir invitation cards. Without a certain amount of financial strength, the chances of them obtaining the Void Lightning Reservoir invitation cards from the half-martial emperors was extremely slim. Thus, they were not willing to take this risk. At the same time when this new rule was set up, not only did it allow the auction house to earn a large amount of profit, it also reshuffled the people who were going to participate in the auction. The 50,000 spirit coins entrance fee caused the majority of people to shrink back. It also divided the forces who had the strength to compete for the Void Lightning Reservoir invitation cards. Generally speaking, the people who were able to enter the auction house were all truly rich people. It had to be said that after managing the auction house for so many years, Song Gang was very familiar with the various methods of making money in the auction house. Through his method, not only did he manage to get rid of those rich big shots, when the time came for the auction, the various parties would naturally bid excessively high prices in order to compete for the auction items. In this way, regardless of whether it was for the auction house or Xiaoyan, there were only benefits and no disadvantages. As time slowly passed, the auction ground was eventually filled with a crowd. Noisy voices were like waves of muffled thunder as they continuously reverberated within the auction ground. The crowd, who were already impatient to begin with, became even more restless in this noisy atmosphere. Some of the relatively strong half-martial emperors even began to express their dissatisfaction toward the attendance of the auction houses. For a time, the huge auction house was in chaos. Four human figures were seated in the first row of the auction ground closest to the auction stage. Their eyes were tightly shut as they leaned against the chairs under them. These four people were surprisingly Emodi's group, who had met Xiaoyan's group outside the auction ground earlier. Sensing the noisy atmosphere, even with the temperaments of these four people, they still felt a trace of irritation in their hearts. As for Muhan, a 9-star half-martial emperor, he was even more disgusted by this. Humph, noisy. After a cold snort sounded, an invisible spiritual pressure immediately swept across the entire auction ground with Muhan in the middle. The frightening aura caused the expressions of everyone in the auction ground to change. Only at this moment did they recall that there was still a god, Muhan, in the auction ground. If anyone neglected him and came into contact with him, the consequences would not be a joke. Ha 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 ha, I'm really sorry. Due to some matters that I had to deal with later on, I was a little late. I hope that everyone can understand. After all, this auction is truly extraordinary. For the sake of caution, this old man had no choice but to make more preparations. However, just as Muhan's spiritual storm swept across the entire auction ground, a bold and loud laughter was transmitted from the empty space. Soon after, everyone saw Song Gang, who had left earlier, once again appear in the auction ground. After his words sounded, everyone turned their gazes towards Song Gang. However, the latter looked towards Muhan, who was seated in the front row. He once again smiled and said, "Many thanks to Teacher Mu. Just now, this old man was not around. From the looks of it, Teacher Mu has helped to maintain order in the auction ground. This old man thanks you." After his words sounded, Song Gang's sharp eyes swept across the entire auction ground. Finally, they once again landed on Muhan's body. Humph, if you are truly grateful, quickly take out the Void Lightning Pool invitation and allow this old man to bid for it. Muhan coldly laughed and said. Haha, Teacher Mu must be joking. There are indeed quite a number of items that will be auctioned in this auction. Moreover, the auction order is also decided by Mr. Yan Xiao. Although this old man is the manager of the auction house, it is not easy for me to change it. Therefore, I hope that Teacher Mu can be patient and wait. After hearing Muhan's words, Song Gang merely smiled faintly. He played down the matter and casually brushed it aside. Humph, I think that all of you already have an intention to use the Void Lightning Pool invitation to gain more benefits for yourselves. This should be the true motive of that brat. Haha, I don't think so. Teacher Mu, you are one of the two great heads of the ancient savage city. Given your status, it is too degrading for you to sit here. This old man has already prepared a room for all of you. Why don't the few of you head over there? Muhan's words did not move Song Gang. Instead, he smiled faintly and spoke to Muhan once again. Upon hearing this, the latter's old eyes immediately narrowed. His deep eyes stared intently at Song Gang. Beside him, Yan Bing and Old Monster who exchanged glances. Their eyes flickered but they did not open their mouths to say anything. On the other side, MOD could not help but frown. He felt that Song Gang's words had an ulterior motive. However, he could not figure out what it was. TSK, since you have kindly invited us, I will go along with you this time. However, do you really think that you can block this old man's probing with just these? After all, he was an old fox. Compared to MOD, Muhan immediately understood Song Gang's intentions. The reason why Song Gang had asked them to leave the auction ground was so that he could use the special seal in the VIP room to restrict Muhan's spiritual strength from probing. After all, if Muhan were to use his own strength to secretly use some tricks on the people who had come to participate in the auction, how would they be able to continue the auction? Haha, since that's the case, please. Muhan's words were met with a light laugh from Song Gang. He seemed to be indifferent to this matter. Or perhaps, he was extremely confident in the seal in the auction house. Song Gang waved his sleeve and gestured for them to enter. With a strange smile on his face, Song Gang looked at Muhan and the others. Muhan's old eyes narrowed again. Radiance flickered in his eyes. However, he was the first to stand up. With a light snort, he followed an attendant who walked forward to lead them to the VIP room that was waiting for them. Behind him, Yan Bing and the others hesitated for a moment before following closely behind him. As the few of them left, Song Gang's gaze was fixed on the attendant who had led them to the VIP room. He was actually slightly nervous in his heart. Seeing that the few of them had disappeared into a passageway, Song Gang no longer hesitated. He faced the crowd again and waved his sleeve. The aura of an 8-star half-martial emperor immediately burst forth. Everyone present was startled. They had just sent off a venerated god with their gazes. Now, this venerated god was likely going to act up again. Ignoring the ordinary half-martial emperors who had serious expressions on their faces, Song Gang extended his broad palms. Both of his palms moved in succession. His fingertips lightly touched each other. Numerous complicated hand seals were rapidly formed. Following the hand seals, mysterious ripples appeared in the space before him. This was a special technique of the Heavenly Clouds auction house. However, it was also a formation that condensed an invisible barrier in the auction ground. This barrier would not obstruct a person's body. Instead, it would obstruct the probing of one's soul. In terms of formations, this could not be considered as a high-level formation. However, in this barren land of the continent, it was extremely rare. When Song Gang's hand seals were completely formed, the entire auction ground was enveloped by a mysterious aura. At this moment, everyone felt that their souls had become somewhat heavy. Although they knew that this was because of the formation, they were still endlessly shocked by it. With the formation enveloping them, the auras of these half-martial emperors were isolated from each other. At this moment, apart from relying on their faces, none of them could recognize each other. Among these people, there were many who used masks. This greatly increased the secrecy of these people during the auction. Haha, I've made everyone wait for a long time. Now, all the preparations have been completed. The things that everyone has been waiting for are all in this storage ring. The 6 Void Lightning Pool invitation are all in it. Hua, hearing the Void Lightning Pool invitation, everyone present immediately stood up. Song Gang also smiled with satisfaction. Then, he once again laughed heartily and said, "It seems that everyone is impatient. Since that's the case, this old man will now officially announce that the Heavenly Clouds Auction House's Void Lightning Pool Invitation Auction House will now begin." When Song Gang announced the start of the auction, Muhan and the rest were led by the attendant to a VIP room in the auction house. The attendant had his head lowered the entire time and was slightly shorter than the 4 people beside him. Therefore, Muhan and the others could not see his face clearly. However, they did not care about it. After all, he was just a small fry and would not attract the interest of powerful cultivators like them. When they arrived at the door of the VIP room, the attendant stood to the side and respectfully gestured for them to enter. Muhan's old eyes flickered. The hung men in front of him made him feel a little uncomfortable. Song Gang's expression and attitude surfaced in his mind. Even though he was confident in his own strength, he couldn't help but have a weird feeling when he faced Song Gang. Humph, with a soft snort, Muhan threw the distracting thoughts to the back of his head. In his heart, he was laughing at himself for worrying too much and thinking too much. With a wave of his sleeves, Muhan's sharp eyes swept across the attendant who was bowing beside him as he spoke in an indifferent tone. Alright, you don't have to enter. We don't need anyone to wait on us. You may leave. After Muhan spoke, the attendant's expression changed slightly. He lifted his bowed body slightly and was about to speak when Muhan coldly snorted, causing the latter to hurriedly bow again. Seeing this, Muhan involuntarily laughed coldly in his heart. With a move of his feet, he strode forward and took the lead to enter the VIP room. Behind him, Yan Bing and the other two entered one after another. Crack, 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 crack. After the few of them entered, the heavy stone door closed with a series of cracking sounds. Only when the stone door was completely shut did the attendant standing at the door slowly lift his head, revealing a young and handsome face. From the looks of it, it was Luo Jin. Luo Jin stretched his body slightly. He was afraid that Muhan would discover him in the VIP room. With Muhan's soul power, the special materials and arrays in the VIP room wouldn't be able to completely block Muhan's probing. Immediately, Luo Jin did not dare to hesitate. With a flip of his hand, a palm-sized astrolabe immediately appeared in his hand. The astrolabe was the greater one astrolabe that Luo Jin had used to deal with the cloud-splitting wolf. With the astrolabe in his hand, Luo Jin immediately poured his do qi into it. With the continuous influx of do qi, the 7 stars on the astrolabe lit up and emitted a faint fluorescent light. Luo Jin took out the astrolabe and placed it in the void in front of him. Then, he raised both of his hands to his chest and formed a series of seals with his 10 fingers. At the same time, in the void in front of him, a circle of invisible space ripples spread out. A strange energy spread out rapidly. Under the control of Luo Jin's mind, the energy enveloped the VIP room where Muhan and the others were. The greater 1-star disc was an array disc, and there were many high-level arrays in it. Luo Jin could easily cast some high-level arrays that could only be cast by array masters with the help of the arrays that already existed in the array disc. Luo Jin only sighed in relief after the invisible ripples had enveloped the entire VIP room. The corner of his mouth revealed a cold smile. Immediately, he turned around and left. Although Muhan appeared to be here for the Void Lightning Pool invitation, he would definitely not allow the auction to proceed as planned after seeing his murderous intent toward Xiaoyan. Song Gang was present at the auction. Although Song Gang was not as strong as Muhan, Song Gang would more or less restrain himself due to the reputation of the Tianyun auction house. On the surface, Song Gang would not do anything out of line. However, Song Gang would have difficulty suppressing Muhan's actions in secret. Helpless, Luo Jin could only personally take action. Taking advantage of the fact that Muhan and the others had just entered the VIP room and had yet to react, Luo Jin immediately used the astrolabe to seal the entire VIP room. In this way, even if Muhan's spiritual strength had already stepped into the consolidation stage, he would not be able to break through the layer of array that Luo Jin had set up. When Luo Jin returned to the VIP room where Xiaoyan was, the expression in Muhan's eyes suddenly hardened. His shriveled hands abruptly slammed the armrests on both sides of him. The chair under him immediately broke and his body stood up. Muhan's body also stood up. Bastard! How is this possible? How is it possible for a few 8-star half-martial emperors to do this? This sudden change also caused the faces of MOD and the others beside Muhan to immediately turn pale with fright. However, their hearts were filled with doubt. Just what had happened to cause Muhan to be so agitated? Could it be because of that Yan Xiao? Master Mu, what happened? You are. MOD's gaze quickly met with Yan Bing's and the others for an instant before he cautiously asked Muhan with a frown. Humph. Use your spiritual strength to sense it properly. These fellows actually dared to set a trap for me. They are truly courting death. MOD's question caused Muhan's face to instantly turn gloomy. He straightened his old face and coldly shouted at MOD. Even though he was extremely dissatisfied with Muhan's attitude, MOD could only obediently shut his mouth due to the former's strength. In his heart, his spiritual strength spread out as he searched for the reason why Muhan was angry. Hiss, just as his spiritual strength spread out, MOD's face instantly changed. His spiritual strength was actually unable to spread outside the VIP room. There was actually an extremely strong layer of array. The spiritual strength that he was about to spread out was blocked by that array. How is this possible? I have participated in the Heavenly Cloud Auction House's auctions a few times. Even though there was always an array that blocked spiritual strength, there was never a time when the array's strength was so terrifying. What exactly is going on? MOD could not help but feel shocked in his heart when he sensed the layer of formation that enveloped the entire VIP room. Yan Bing and Old Demon who were by the side, could not help but frown slightly when they heard this. After a round of investigation, a deep shock also surged onto the faces of the two of them. From what they could sense, that array was actually more than 100 times more terrifying than any array they had encountered in the past. It was no wonder that even a rank 3 array master like Muhan was unable to break through his seal. Haha, how was it? Did everything go smoothly? Seeing that Luo Jin had returned, Xiaoyan had a faint smile on his face as he spoke. Hearing this, Luo Jin also smiled and nodded his head. He walked to the chair beside Xiaoyan and sat down. He laughed half-jokingly and said, "Of course. Of course. I, Luo Jin, personally went out. After dressing up, Muhan really treated me like a manservant." Xiaoyan laughed softly as he shook his head. In his heart, he was filled with admiration for Luo Jin's bold actions. In response, Luo Jin smiled faintly. He casually picked up the tea on the table beside him and took a sip. His entire body lazily leaned against the back of the chair as he lifted his gaze and looked at the light screen in front of the two. The scene displayed on the light screen was the current situation in the auction house. Haha, if you want to talk about it, he can only blame himself. Muhan's achievements today are indeed due to his own abilities. This is something that I cannot deny. Luo Jin spoke once again. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyan nodded his head. Muhan's strength was truly absolute in the boorish desolate land. This was something that even he could not deny. However, it is also because of this that as his strength grew, he also became more cautious and cautious. He would be suspicious of everyone. As for me, I took advantage of this and was certain that he would not allow me to enter the VIP room. When he stopped me at the door, that was my chance. Haha, everyone, the next item that this old man is going to take out is more than 10 times the value of the scaleless fruit. If there is anyone in the auction hall who takes a fancy to it, feel free to bid. As long as you are able to take out an item of equal value, feel free to take it away. On the auction stage, an old man was smiling as he looked at the fiery faces of the half-martial emperors below the stage. His pair of turbid old eyes revealed a satisfied expression. After the previous few rounds of intense competition, the atmosphere in the auction hall had already completely exploded. Even these half-martial emperors could not help but feel wild in their hearts when they saw the old man on the stage take out rare treasures that could only be found by chance. In addition to the old man's miraculous introduction, even though the crowd had some understanding of the auction item, the final result of the auction was still that the item was worth more than the price. At this moment, seeing that the atmosphere in the auction hall was becoming increasingly fiery, this old man did not have the slightest intention of taking out the auction item. This auctioneer was truly shrewd and ruthless. He knew when these fellows before him were the most excited. What he needed to grasp was this period of time. This was because only in this short period of time could the price of the auction item be raised in one fell swoop. In every subsequent competition, the price of the auction item would be even more terrifying. The result of this was that both the owner of the auction item and the auction house would earn even more profits. Why not do it when both sides benefit? Until a certain moment when the atmosphere in the auction hall had truly reached its peak, a satisfied smile finally appeared on the old man's wrinkled face. Soon after, he unhurriedly took out an exquisite wooden box from the storage ring on his hand. Haha, everyone, the next item is not a natural treasure, nor is it steel or metal. However, just like what this old man has said, its value is only greater than the previous items. After the old man's words sounded, the crowd in the auction hall once again stood up. However, most of them still felt anxious and dissatisfied with the old man's unhurried speed. Hearing the urging voices of the people below, the old man smiled once again. His shriveled hand gently pressed on the void in front of him, indicating for everyone to calm down. However, in his heart, he could not wait for these pots of money in front of him to become more lively. After a few more breaths, the old man slowly opened the wooden box on the crystal platform under the anxious gazes of the crowd. At the same time, he introduced the box to the crowd. Everyone, this is a low-grade human class technique, howling wind technique. Whoosh, once those words left his mouth, the entire auction ground was shocked. Everyone's gazes were filled with extreme shock as they looked at the old man on the auction stage. It was hard to imagine that this old man would actually use a world-shaking martial technique that could shock even a half-martial emperor, mortal-level cultivation method. Even amongst all the half-martial emperors present, how many of them were capable of cultivating such a cultivation technique? Most of these half-martial emperors only cultivated cultivation techniques of the heaven level. However, the old man on the auction stage actually possessed a mortal-level cultivation technique. How could these half-martial emperors not be envious? Seeing the crazed expressions on everyone's faces, the smile on the old man's face became even wider. His pair of old eyes flickered as he slowly swept his gaze across the entire auction hall. After that, he laughed loudly once again and said, "Haha, everyone, listen to this old man first." This time, under the temptation of a mortal-level cultivation technique, everyone immediately became obedient. They suppressed the excitement in their hearts as they stared fervently at the old man on the auction stage. Howling wind technique, a low-grade human class wind attribute cultivation technique. It's one of the best wind attribute cultivation techniques. After cultivating it, one will be able to move through the clouds with their own wind. After cultivating it to the advanced stage, one will be able to transform into wind and clouds. It will allow the cultivator's speed and control of the wind between heaven and earth to become even more proficient. After a simple introduction, the crowd below the stage was already impatient. Before the auction even started, they were already prepared to fight over it. All sorts of threatening words were incessant. This is actually a mortal-level cultivation technique. I never thought that a mortal-level cultivation technique would actually appear in this auction. That 50,000 spirit coins was not a loss at all. Ha 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 ha. No one can fight over this howling wind technique with me. This old man is taking it for sure. Humph. You're just a bunch of low-level half-step emperors, and you actually dare to boast shamelessly here. This howling wind technique is just right for my grandson. If any of you dare to fight over it with me, I will definitely not let you off easily. Haha, everyone, please calm down. Next, it will be up to everyone to decide who will obtain this howling wind technique. Everyone should be clear about the rules. If you exchange items, the value must not be lower than the auction item itself. Now, the auction begins. Hua. As soon as the old man finished speaking, a large number of competing voices rang out one after another. The auction hall, which had only been silent for a moment, instantly exploded like a pot of boiling water. After an intense bout of competition, this howling wind technique finally landed in the hands of a patriarch of a large family. Of course, correspondingly, he also paid a considerable price. The profits brought by this howling wind technique definitely far exceeded its original value. In the VIP room, Xiaoyan looked at the situation in the auction hall displayed on the light screen. He could not help but reveal a satisfied smile on his face. Obviously, he was quite satisfied with the old man's auction method. Before this, Xiaoyan had never thought that a low-level human rank cultivation technique could be auctioned for such a high price. This was enough to show the auctioneer's ability. Haha, Elder Chen is a founding member of the Tianyun auction house. His ability to auction things is unmatched. This time, the auction house specially invited him here for you. Luo Jin looked at the old man displayed on the light screen and said softly with a smile. Hearing this, Xiaoyan's face immediately revealed a look of gratitude. Thank you very much. Luo Jin smiled and shook his head. He looked at Xiaoyan and said, There's no need for us to be so polite. There's no need to be so polite between us. I know that you're not an ordinary person. Fifth Grandpa also knows that. It's just that he doesn't say it. If you really want to thank me, then just treat my help as an investment in you. As long as you remember that you still have a friend like me in the future, no. Before Luo Jin finished speaking, Xiaoyan interrupted him with a single word. This caused the former's eyebrows to twitch slightly. However, immediately after, Xiaoyan continued to speak. You and I are not friends. We should be brothers. The first half of the sentence caused Luo Jin to look surprised, but then, a smile appeared on Luo Jin's face. The smile gradually widened, and finally turned into a maniacal laugh. Xiaoyan, who was beside Luo Jin, was no different from him. While the atmosphere in the auction house was in full swing due to the various auction items that the auctioneer had brought out, on the other side, in the VIP room where MOD and the others were seated, Muhan's face was still gloomy. Despite being a 9-star half-martial emperor, he was currently being locked up in a prison by an 8-star half-martial emperor. How could this allow his emotions to remain calm? Muhan's face was filled with fury. Even though he had used all of his techniques, he was ultimately unable to break the formation that covered the entire VIP room. The tier of that formation was definitely a rank 3 formation or above. Being unable to break the formation caused Muhan to become even more furious. He waved his sleeves and a frightening dochi pillar shot out and violently struck the stone door. An explosion immediately sounded and the thick stone door was blasted into a pile of rock fragments. The attendant standing outside the door was involuntarily shocked by this sudden turn of events. Humph! Where is the person from the auction house? Get your ass in here. The attendant outside the VIP room hurriedly recovered after hearing this furious cry. He did not dare to be negligent in his heart as he hurriedly entered the VIP room. He cupped his hands together and bowed to Muhan. His mouth trembled as he spoke. May I know what instructions do you have for this lowly one? Muhan was about to angrily cry out when he saw the attendant the moment he saw him. However, his eyes suddenly hardened when he saw the attendant in front of him. He involuntarily frowned and a trace of surprise rose in his heart. However, Muhan immediately came to a realization in his heart soon after. The fury on his face immediately became even more intense. He suddenly extended his hand and his palm faced the respectful attendant in front of him. A wild and violent suction force surged out and grabbed the attendant's head in his palm. Humph! You are not that brat. Where is the fellow who brought us here earlier? Speak. After taking a glance, Muhan immediately recognized that the attendant in front of him was not the one who had brought them to the VIP room earlier. Muhan immediately understood in his heart that the formation was definitely set up by that brat from before. The attendant was extremely terrified when his head was grabbed by Muhan. His mind was completely blank for a moment. There was no need to even think about how to reply to Muhan. Humph! Trash! Seeing this, Muhan was instantly enraged. He flipped the hand that was holding the waiter's head and slammed the waiter against the wall of the VIP room. The huge force spread out and the hard wall quickly cracked. Such a huge commotion naturally alarmed all the half-martial emperors in the auction. Xiaoyan and Luo Jin were naturally no exception. What's wrong? That fellow is still restless and insists on causing a ruckus. Xiaoyan furrowed his brows slightly, feeling slightly troubled. Only Muhan's group would dare to cause such a huge commotion in the Heavenly Clouds auction house. TSK. That guy, it seems like he knows that he can't do it in the dark, so he directly put it out in the open. He is really a guy who never changes his mind. Luo Jin sneered. Isn't he afraid that the Heavenly Cloud Chamber of Commerce will make trouble for him? Xiaoyan frowned. Although he knew that Song Gang and Luo Jin had a close relationship, Xiaoyan did not associate the Yuning Pavilion with the Heavenly Clouds Chamber of Commerce. As the owner of the Heavenly Clouds auction house, the Heavenly Clouds Chamber of Commerce would naturally not allow their subordinate forces to suffer any losses. Haha, looking for trouble? Of course he knows how terrifying the Heavenly Clouds Chamber of Commerce is. A force like that is absolutely not something that a 9-star half-martial emperor can easily provoke. Even if he is a rank 3 array master, in the eyes of the Heavenly Clouds Chamber of Commerce, he is nothing. Luo Jin narrowed his eyes when he heard Xiaoyan's words. His mouth carried some disdain as he laughed softly. After pausing for a moment, he continued to speak. Since he dares to make a move, he naturally has the confidence to do so. The sky is high and the emperor is far away. Even the Heavenly Clouds Chamber of Commerce would not make such a big fuss over an auction house that is so far away. It is already enough that the Chamber of Commerce sent Song Gang, an 8-star half-martial emperor. As for what happens, it will be up to him to deal with it. As for Muhan, it is precisely because he is aware of this that he is fearless. Xiaoyan was a little confused as he listened to Luo Jin's long speech. He basically did not know anything about management. Therefore, he was too lazy to use his brain to try and figure out what was going on. However, Xiaoyan was somewhat curious as to why Luo Jin knew so much about the management methods of the Heavenly Clouds Chamber of Commerce. Brother Luo Jin, how do you know so much about the Heavenly Clouds Chamber of Commerce? Xiaoyan frowned slightly as a glint flashed across his eyes. Well, I roughly deduced that the management of a force is more or less the same. Luo Jin's eyes flickered as he looked at Xiaoyan. His words were somewhat unclear. However, after the two looked at each other for a moment, they tacitly understood each other and laughed out loud. On Muhan's side, Song Gang had also rushed over with a hurried expression. The auction in the auction house had already been suspended. If they could not solve the problem of Muhan, it would be difficult for the auction to continue as usual. Teacher Mu, this old man respects you as a grandmaster and a 9-star half-martial emperor. That is why I addressed you as Teacher Mu. This can be considered as taking care of your reputation. However, what you have done today has completely disregarded the reputation of my auction house. When he saw Muhan, Song Gang was too lazy to be courteous and immediately spoke in a cold voice. The relationship between the two of them was not good to begin with. Since they had already fallen out, there was no need for him to be courteous. Muhan coldly snorted when he heard Song Gang's words. With a similarly cold expression, he coldly shouted at Song Gang. Humph. Song Gang, even at this point in time, you still want to quibble with this old man. You keep saying that you respect this old man, but you are secretly opposing me. Since you look down on this old man's strength, today, this old man will properly experience whether you, Song Gang, are as fearless as the rumors say. After his words fell, Muhan did not hesitate and clawed at Song Gang. He wanted to use violence to warn everyone present that the prestige of an expert was inviolable. Humph. Muhan, this is the auction house's rule. No one is allowed to use spiritual strength in the Heavenly Clouds auction house. Even if you are a 9-star half-martial emperor, you are not an exception. However, since you insist on attacking, then let this old man experience what is so great about a 9-star half-martial emperor. After an explosive shout, Song Gang's aura was overbearing and he did not lose out to Muhan in the slightest. As his body moved, the seals in his palms changed and he also ruthlessly sent a palm strike towards Muhan, who was charging over with an imposing aura. Boom! After an explosion, the entire auction house started to violently tremble. The might created by the joint attack of two high-level half-martial emperors caused the expressions of everyone present to change. Bang! Muhan was indeed worthy of being a 9-star half-martial emperor. Their palms merely collided for a few breaths of time before Muhan's arm suddenly shook. A huge force violently surged forth, and Song Gang's body was sent flying. He ruthlessly crashed into the wall of the VIP lounge. Muhan snorted. His body moved and he followed up with another attack. With a twist of his wrist, he once again sent a palm strike towards Song Gang's chest. Boom! However, in the next instant, a figure flashed in front of Song Gang. Elder Xian's figure appeared before Song Gang. At the same time, Elder Xian sent out a palm strike and forcefully received Muhan's mighty palm strike. Although Elder Xian managed to receive Muhan's palm strike, he was also ruthlessly pushed back. With a bang, his skinny body crashed into the wall. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of Elder Xian's mouth. Cough cough. Teacher Mu, where it is possible to make mistakes, one should be lenient. After all, you are a 9-star half-martial emperor and the renowned Teacher Mu of the desolate ancient city. He has already been injured and you have already vented your anger. Right now, the auction still has to continue. I hope that Teacher Mu can stop now. Humph. Enough, meddlesome fellow. How much is your face worth? I will let him off for today's matter. I believe that he will also understand the difference between an 8-star half-martial emperor and a 9-star half-martial emperor. Before Elder Xian's words left his mouth, Muhan snorted coldly. Due to the envelopment of the spirit formation, Muhan did not discover Elder Xian's timely arrival. Otherwise, he would not have continued to attack. No matter what, Elder Xian was an elder of the Yuning Pavilion. Even if he didn't give face to the monk, he still had to give face to the Buddha. As long as he gave face to the Yuning Pavilion, Muhan would naturally not continue to attack. Haha, that's good. However, Teacher Mu, this old man still has a sentence that I need to correct. Indeed, you do not need to give me any face. However, what I wanted to say earlier was, give face to my master and let this matter go. Once those words were said, not only Muhan, even Yan Bing and the other two behind him immediately revealed expressions of shock. When they thought of the master of the Yuning Pavilion, they all felt endlessly terrified in their hearts. However, just as the three of them were pondering whether or not Elder Xian's words were true, Elder Xian extended his hand into his sleeve and took out a completely lustrous jade fan. As for this jade fan, it was Luo Jin's jade whisking fan. This is, the whisk jade fan. Seeing the whisk jade fan in Elder Xian's hand, Muhan and the others immediately turned pale with fright. They involuntarily let out an exclamation. A deep solemnness surged into their eyes when they looked at Elder Xian. They did not feel solemn for Elder Xian. Instead, they felt solemn for the owner of the whisk jade fan in his hand. Within the ancient Wildland city, everyone knew of the strength of the Yuning Pavilion. The Yuning Pavilion was a powerful faction that had a true elite Dodi as its guardian, although they were unable to explore the true enormous outline of the Hidden Cloud Pavilion with their strength. The strength of the Hidden Cloud Pavilion had definitely exceeded their imagination based on the fact that they had a Dodi. The whisk jade fan has appeared in the ancient Wildland city. Don't tell me, he has returned. Yan Bing, who was behind Muhan, could not help but exclaim. When he said this, his indifferent face finally couldn't help but be moved. But that fellow. Didn't he go to another region? Why did he return? Old Devil who stared intently at the whisk jade fan in Elder Xian's hand as he spoke with a surprised tone. He has left. Naturally, he can return. I'm afraid that this is my negligence. I should have thought of this earlier. At this moment, MOD's face revealed a solemn expression. Compared to Yan Bing and Old Devil who, he was even more terrified of the person in the Yuning Pavilion. He was helpless. Who asked him to be the weakest among them? MOD's words had just sounded when Muhan, who was facing Elder Xian at the front of the group, immediately sensed a trace of something else. He tilted his head slightly and stared at MOD. From the corner of his eyes, he frowned and asked, "What is going on? Speak clearly." Hearing this, MOD's originally tightly knitted eyebrows became even more twisted. He nodded slightly as he recalled the time when he had just arrived at the ancient Wildland city a few months ago. At that time, he was in the Yuning Pavilion. As a rank 2 alchemist, he was highly respected by everyone. That day, the Yuning Pavilion suddenly closed its doors and prohibited anyone from entering the Yuning Pavilion. Xiaoyan was led in by Elder Xian. MOD clearly remembered that Elder Xian had told him that the pavilion master of the Yuning Pavilion had returned. However, the two of them had only said a few words in a hurry, so MOD did not take it to heart. Now that he thought about it carefully, what Elder Xian had said at that time was definitely true. When Muhan and the others heard that Elder Xian had brought Xiaoyan into the Yuning Pavilion, they could not help but be slightly shocked. It turned out that Xiaoyan had already gotten involved with the Yuning Pavilion a few months ago. Moreover, from the looks of it, the pavilion master was probably the one who had ordered the Yuning Pavilion to close its doors that day. After knowing this, Muhan's heart gradually cleared up. This auction was not as simple as it seemed. He believed that the array outside the VIP room was definitely not from the Tianyun auction house. If that was the case, it could only be him. Why? Why are there so many people helping him? Who exactly is this brat? When he thought of this and thought of the group of half-step emperors around Xiaoyan, even with Muhan's mental state, he could not help but be secretly shocked. Hehe, Master Mu, since that is the case, this old man will not disturb you any further. I heard that Master Mu is also here for the Void Lightning Pool invitation. Haha, this old man wishes Master Mu a fruitful return. While Muhan was in a daze, Elder Xian's faint laughter rang out again, pulling Muhan back from his inner world. After saying that, Elder Xian could not help but cough lightly twice. Then, he pulled Song Gang, who was beside him, and was about to leave. Wait. Seeing that Elder Xian was about to leave, Muhan hurriedly stopped him. However, in the next instant, he realized that his tone was not right. He quickly corrected himself and smiled at Elder Xian. Hee, Brother Xianyi, please wait. This old man admits that he had accidentally hurt the two of you in a fit of anger. If there was any negligence, I hope that the two of you can forgive me. Master Mu, there is no need to beat around the bush. Just say what you want to say. Elder Xian and Elder Xian weren't surprised by Mu Han's sudden politeness. They had seen many people like him, and they were already used to it. Hearing Elder Xian's straightforward words, Mu Han could not help but reveal an awkward smile. Then, he did not waste any more time and directly said, Brother Xianyi, I have admired your master for a long time. However, he has always been elusive. From the beginning to the end, I have never seen him even once. May I have the opportunity to see the Pavilion Master's true appearance today? While speaking, Mu Han's face was filled with sincerity. Those who did not know would really think that he was speaking from the bottom of his heart. However, Luo Jin sneered in his heart. This scene was also within Luo Jin's expectations. Meeting was fake, but probing was real. Mu Han did not expect to be able to meet the Pavilion Master of the Yuning Pavilion. He only wanted to confirm his own thoughts. This. I'm afraid that is not possible. Master Mu, you should know that my master is a loner and his whereabouts are secretive. Usually, it is very difficult for us to meet him. As long as it is someone he wants to meet, he will not allow anyone to disturb him. However, if he does not say that he wants to meet or is not willing to meet, it is impossible no matter how capable you are. At this moment, my master is meeting with Sir Yan Shao alone. Therefore, Xianyi frowned as he looked at Mu Han. His face revealed a troubled expression. Mu Han's request seemed to be giving him a headache. If that is the case, then. Brother Xianyi, I will not trouble you. After all, the Pavilion Master is an extremely powerful person. His decision is not something that you and I can influence. Mu Han sighed helplessly as a look of disappointment appeared on his face. Yan Bing and Old Monster who were behind him, saw everything and remembered it in their hearts. If that is the case, I will not stay any longer. Master Mu, please have a seat. I will leave now. As he spoke, Xianyi pulled Song Gang with one hand and stepped out of the VIP room. When they reached the door, Mu Han, who was behind them, once again spoke out to stop them. Brother Xianyi, please wait. Xianyi and Song Gang, who had their backs facing Mu Han, frowned slightly and exchanged glances. Their hearts were filled with suspicion. What exactly was this fellow planning? Xianyi turned around and saw that Mu Han had already arrived behind them. He could not help but frown. Just as he was about to speak, Mu Han extended his hand. A light flashed in his palm and two long-incised round elixirs appeared in Mu Han's hand. Brother Xianyi, you and Brother Song Gang, who is your brother? Before Xianyi finished speaking, Song Gang shouted angrily. The invisible pressure that was contained in his voice caused the entire VIP room to tremble slightly. Mu Han was also shocked by this sudden shout. However, he quickly reacted and did not reveal a trace of dissatisfaction on his old face. Instead, he opened his mouth and laughed. Haha, yes. The two of you are more or less injured. I have 2 Emperor tier elixirs here. Take it as compensation. Hearing these words, Song Gang's face remained expressionless. Clearly, he did not care. However, Xianyi gently raised his eyebrows and could not help but feel a little surprised. To be honest, although the two of them had each suffered a blow from Mu Han, they were not seriously injured. However, they did not expect Mu Han to be even more excited than them. He had taken out 2 Emperor tier elixirs in one go. 2 light injuries in exchange for 2 Emperor tier elixirs. This was a great deal, Xianyi smiled. He was not as indifferent as Song Gang. Instead, he warmly received the elixirs from Mu Han and placed them into his storage ring in front of Mu Han. Mu Han once again awkwardly smiled when he saw this. Xianyi also followed suit and smiled. After which, he ceased procrastinating and ignored Mu Han. He turned around, stepped out of the shattered stone door, and walked toward the VIP room where Xiaoyan and Luo Jin were located. Seeing Xianyi and Song Gang disappear around the corner of the tunnel, the smile on Mu Han's face gradually disappeared. It was replaced by a gloomy expression. Muhan's icy cold gaze swept across Mod as he turned around, causing the latter's entire body to shiver. Muhan panted as he looked at the destroyed furniture in the VIP room. He recalled what Xianxia had said earlier, and the anger that he had suppressed for a long time finally erupted at this moment. Take a seat, your ass." The hoarse roar was deafening in this small space. Yan Bing and the other two looked at each other, but they tactfully remained silent. In the VIP room, Xiaoyan and Luo Jin frowned as they looked at the two people in front of them. Especially the trace of blood at the corner of Elder Xian's mouth, the two of them had many thoughts running through their minds. After looking at each other, Luo Jin was the first to speak. "What happened? Why are the two of you injured?" Hearing this, Elder Xian smiled faintly and shook his head. "It's fine. It's just a small injury. We only took a hit from that guy. It's not a big deal." Furthermore, at the end of his sentence, Elder Xian paused for a moment. He looked at Song Gang beside him and smiled. "Furthermore, we deserve those 2 hits. It can even be said that we made a huge profit." As he said this, Elder Xian flipped his palm and 2 round pills the size of a longan appeared in his palm. These were the emperor-level pills that Muhan had given them earlier. Seeing these 2 pills, Xiaoyan immediately recognized that they were emperor-level pills. However, he was still a little surprised. He did not know why Elder Xian had taken out these 2 emperor-level pills. "Haha, 1 pill per palm. This is even faster than the auction." An expression of understanding immediately surfaced on Xiaoyan's and Muhan's faces when they heard this. It was likely that Muhan's heart was incomparably depressed at this moment. Originally, he wanted to secretly tamper with Xiaoyan's auction and lower the price of every item so that the auction could not proceed normally. However, who would have thought that the pavilion master of the Yunin Pavilion would appear out of nowhere? The appearance of the Yunin Pavilion's pavilion master was like a blow to his head. Instantly, all his thoughts were scattered. Muhan knew that with the pavilion master of the Yunin Pavilion present at the auction, no one would be able to secretly tamper with the auction. Even if it was him, Master Mu, who was revered by everyone in the ancient wilderness city. "Haha, this is all thanks to young Master's foresight." You knew that Muhan would not be willing to be controlled by others. Elder Xian looked at Luo Jin with admiration and smiled. Luo Jin shook his head and smiled faintly, not saying anything more. After this incident, the auction went on smoothly for the next few days. Countless items were sold by the auctioneer every day. However, the entire auction house was still filled to the brim. It was even to the extent that during these past few days, many half-step emperors from all over had rushed over to participate in the auction after hearing the news. In a short few days, the auction house's income was comparable to half a year's income. Other than these, the auctions in the auction ground were still continuing. The storage ring that Xiaoyan had handed to Song Gang still had nearly 1/3 of the auction items remaining. Once all of these things were auctioned off, just what kind of wealth would it be? Song Gang's eyes lit up. Following the silence of Muhan and the others, Xiaoyan and the others also felt a sense of relief. The feeling of being constantly remembered was not a good feeling. During these past few days, Xiaoyan did not do any senseless training. Currently, his strength was at the peak of the 3-star half-step emperor realm. Slow training would no longer have any obvious effect. Moreover, the path of cultivation was about progressing step by step. Risking one's life to train might not necessarily bring about a powerful cultivation. Appropriately relaxing oneself might also bring about unexpected gains. Of course, this kind of thing was something that could only be encountered by chance and not sought. Xiaoyan did not gain much during these few days. Even when he was chatting and laughing with Luo Jin, he did not find out the slightest bit of information about the faction behind Luo Jin. With regards to this, Xiaoyan was not surprised. Unknowingly, time quietly passed by. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. Out of the 6 invitations to the Void Lightning Pool, only 1 was left after the previous 5 days of auctioning 1 invitation per day. It was still unknown who the final Void Lightning Reservoir invitation would end up in. However, in a certain VIP room, 4 people had never left. From the beginning to the end, they had not auctioned off a single item. On the 6th day, after an entire day of intense competition, all of the auction items had been auctioned off. At this moment, there was only one Void Lightning Reservoir invitation left in the storage ring. This was the final Void Lightning Reservoir invitation among the 6 Void Lightning Reservoir invitations. It was also the final item of this auction. The atmosphere in the auction house was still fiery. The closer it was to the end, the crazier the hearts of these people became. After all, there were only 6 Void Lightning Reservoir invitations. The 5 Void Lightning Reservoir invitations that were auctioned off had already ended up in the hands of others. The rules of the auction house were to keep the identity of the auctioneer a secret. Thus, the whereabouts of the 5 Void Lightning Reservoir invitations were unknown. At this moment, the group of half-step emperors that did not obtain any Void Lightning Reservoir invitation could only cast their gazes onto the final Void Lightning Reservoir invitation. This final Void Lightning Reservoir invitation would determine whether or not they would be able to enter the Void Lightning Reservoir invitation. It was also because of this that the value of this Void Lightning Reservoir invitation had greatly surpassed its original value. On the auction stage, the old man still had an unhurried expression on his face. He did not seem to care about the anxious gazes of the people below the stage. After a long while, the old man finally slowly took out the final Void Lightning Reservoir invitation from his storage ring. When the crowd saw the silver Void Lightning Reservoir invitation, they instantly stood up once again. Their eyes were filled with excitement and fanaticism as they looked at the old man. Haha, the next item to be auctioned off is the final item of today's auction. It is also the final item of this auction. I believe that most of the people here are here for this final item, the Void Lightning Reservoir invitation. As the old man spoke, a few figures slowly walked out from the shadows somewhere in the auction house. It was Muhan and the others. Before the old man took out the Void Lightning Reservoir invitation, they had already left the VIP room. In order to ensure that the Void Lightning Reservoir invitation would fall into their hands, even though the pavilion master of the Union Pavilion was still present in the auction house, they still had to appear to intimidate the crowd. The old man on the auction stage clearly noticed Muhan and the others. When they appeared, he could not help but frown. However, he quickly relaxed his brows and ignored them. The old man slowly swept his gaze across the crowd below the stage. When he saw the expressions on everyone's faces, the old man smiled faintly and said, "Haha, everyone, this old man will not waste any more time on pleasantries. I believe that everyone knows the rules of the auction house. No one is allowed to threaten others in the auction house. If anyone is found to have done so, they will be forcefully expelled from the auction house and will never be allowed to step into the Tianyun auction house again." Although this was already a rule that everyone knew, the old man still repeated it in the face of the current situation. At the end of his words, the old man's gaze landed on Muhan, who was standing at the side of the auction house. When he saw that Muhan did not make any other moves, the old man's eyes narrowed slightly. After which, he slowly withdrew his gaze and looked at the crowd again, saying, "As for the Void Lightning Reservoir invitation, this old man does not need to introduce it further. The owner of the last Void Lightning Reservoir invitation has made a request. As it is a barter, the owner of the Void Lightning Reservoir invitation wants to exchange it for an Emperor-grade pill formula or an Emperor-grade pill formula. Other than that, he will not exchange it for anything else." Once the old man's words were spoken, the hearts of everyone present were immediately shocked. Although the people present were all half-martial emperors, very few of them were alchemists. Even if there were alchemists, they would at the very most be level 9 alchemists. Thus, practically no one present was able to take out an Emperor-level medicinal pill and an Emperor-level medicinal pill formula. Xiaoyan's request had instantly defeated most of the half-martial emperors present. If one was not an alchemist, it was impossible for them to have the opportunity to bid for the Void Lightning Reservoir invitation. Only MOD, who was standing at the side of the auction house, had a gloomy expression on his old face at this moment. Xiaoyan's actions showed that he did not intend to auction the Void Lightning Reservoir invitation to the half-martial emperors present. Xiaoyan's request was directed at him, MOD. In the Heavenly Cloud auction house, the old man was currently holding up the final Void Lightning Pool invitation. His deep eyes swept across the entire auction house. After a few breaths, he shouted, "The final round of the auction, the Void Lightning Pool invitation, begins now." Whoosh! Although the requirements for the auction of the Void Lightning Pool invitation were extraordinary, it did not stop the half-emperors from feeling excited. A portion of them were hesitantly rubbing the storage rings on their hands. There might be emperor-grade pill formulas or emperor-grade pills in those rings. Those were all items that could be auctioned off for the Void Lightning Pool invitation. However, it was also because of this that these people were even more hesitant. Even a half-martial monarch wouldn't be able to obtain monarch-grade pills or pill recipes so easily. At this moment, those who possessed emperor-grade pills or pill formulas had all exchanged their blood for them. Some might even have risked their lives in order to obtain them. In short, although they possessed emperor-grade pills or pill formulas that made people envious, they had not obtained them easily. It was also because of this that they treasured the treasures in their hands even more. Although the Void Lightning Pool invitation was extremely tempting, at the same time, they were also aware of the importance of emperor-grade pills and pill formulas. Emperor-grade pills were miraculous and could allow a half-emperor to recover in the shortest amount of time. In the face of emperor-grade pills, it was not an exaggeration to say that the dead could be reborn. At the sight of the auction house, MOD and the other half-emperors were indifferent to this. Yan Bing and Old Monster who were also not in the mood to care. This was a matter between Muhan and MOD. Naturally, there was no need for them to interfere. If it did not concern them, there was no need for them to worry. Although they were currently in the same camp, it was difficult to predict each other's thoughts. If they could ignore it, they would naturally be too lazy to do so. Muhan was not anxious at all. If he wanted to obtain the Void Lightning Pool invitation, with his wealth, he could still take out a few emperor-grade pills. This could be seen from the pills that he had given to Elder Xian and Old Monster who. On the other hand, MOD was patiently waiting for an opportunity. He was waiting for the moment when the lightning invitation could no longer be auctioned off. At that time, all he needed to do was to take out an emperor-grade elixir. Regardless of its quality, he would be able to obtain the lightning invitation at the lowest price. On the auction stage, the old man could not help but frown when he saw that the crowd below had no intention of bidding even though their faces were burning with excitement. He naturally knew that it was impossible for all of them to have an emperor-grade elixir, but it was also impossible for them to not have one. The reason why no one was bidding now was because they were still hesitating. Everyone, you should know that regardless of whether it is the emperor-grade elixir or the pill formula, at the end of the day, they are merely worldly possessions. There is no need to mention the emperor-grade elixir, but even the emperor-grade elixir can only be used once and can only save you once. The old man's sharp gaze swept across the audience, and his slightly hoarse voice sounded quite infectious. The pill formulas are useless, and the medicinal pills have been used up. At that time, if all of you are faced with a life and death calamity once more, then what will all of you do? In the Yuanwu continent, strength reigned supreme. In the end, whether one lived or died depended on strength. Only the strong had the right to judge his own life and death. What everyone here lacks is not these life-saving pills, but real power. After a domineering shout, the old man's gaze swept across the audience again. Then, he fell silent and did not say anything else. When the crowd heard this, many people seemed to have a sudden epiphany in their hearts. Although the old man's words were for the sake of auctioning off the lightning invitation, it was undeniable that what he said was not impossible. No matter how good a treasure was, it could only be used for temporary benefits. Only with a powerful cultivation could one stand in an invincible position. Only with powerful strength could one have the confidence to say that one's life was in one's own hands and not in the hands of the heavens. I bid an emperor-grade elixir. After a moment of silence, a soft clapping sound was finally emitted from the auction ground. Even so, this sound could be considered as a clap of thunder in the auction ground. I bid an emperor-grade spirit cleansing pill. Humph. So what if it's an emperor-grade elixir? Whether it's good or bad, it still depends on the quality and medicinal properties of the elixir. Your spirit cleansing pill is just an ordinary healing elixir, but this old man has a Daogu pill. It can revive the dead and is a top-grade healing elixir among the emperor-grade elixirs. It's many times better than your elixir. This old man is willing to bid 2 emperor-grade elixirs. I have a scroll of elixir recipes. In an instant, the atmosphere in the auction house became heated once again. In order to fight for the last Void Lightning Pool invitation, everyone took out their trump cards. Various Emperor-grade elixirs and Emperor-grade elixir recipes appeared one after another, causing many people in the auction house to be dazzled by the variety of items. It was difficult to imagine that an ordinary half-martial emperor, who usually kept a low profile, would actually take out various emperor-tier pill formulas and medicinal pills in succession at this moment. Even MOD couldn't help but feel astonished by this scene. Some of these people had more Emperor-grade elixir recipes than MOD, a rank 2 alchemist. This caused MOD to feel awkward in his heart. The competition for the lightning invitation lasted for 4 hours. In the end, a person wrapped in a black robe obtained the final victory by using 4 Emperor-grade elixir recipes. However, MOD did not make any moves until now. It was as if he had lost confidence in the final lightning invitation. The old man on the auction stage looked around. When he saw MOD's group, he involuntarily frowned. He was secretly surprised in his heart. Could it be that these people had given up on the lightning invitation? Huh. I used 4 Emperor-grade elixir recipes to obtain the lightning invitation. I believe that no one can offer more than me. The black-robed man stood up. His hoarse voice sounded like a skeleton that had crawled out from a grave. His crooked body made people feel a little strange. However, everyone knew that this was probably a deliberate act by the black-robed man to conceal his identity. The black-robed man's words were heard. However, the scene was indifferent. With their financial resources, they really could not take out more than 4 Emperor-grade elixir recipes. Ha 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 ha, the void lightning pool invitation is mine. A strange laughter was heard. The black-robed man flipped his palm in the air. A lustrous jade bottle appeared in his delicate palm. The black-robed man's eyes lit up. A cold smile appeared on his face that was covered under the black robe. Then, he waved his sleeve. In a flash, the jade bottle in his hand turned into a streamer and shot into the old man's palm. The old man opened the jade bottle and took a whiff of the elixir fragrance that was emitted. He nodded his head in surprise. These 4 Emperor-grade elixir recipes were the best among the Emperor-grade elixir recipes. Ha 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 ha, old man, let's make the final decision. Today's lightning invitation is mine. When the old man heard this, he turned to look at MOD again. However, he saw that MOD's face was solemn and his hands were twirling under his sleeves. He was hesitant about the 4 Emperor-grade elixir pills that the black-robed man had offered. Although he did not have 4 Emperor-grade elixir pills, MOD had the Emperor-grade elixir pill formula. Needless to say, the value of the Emperor-grade elixir pill formula was incomparable to the Emperor-grade elixir pill formula. If MOD was willing, he could take out 2 Emperor-grade elixir pill formulas to obtain the lightning invitation. However, he was hesitant about who the black-robed man was. After the incident with the attendant outside the VIP room, MOD had a strange feeling when he looked at the hunchbacked man. Muhan frowned. He had the same feeling as MOD. However, he also knew that he had to obtain the Void Lightning Pool invitation. If he lost the Void Lightning Pool invitation, he could only turn his attention to Zhang Hao, who was beside Yan Bing. However, time waits for no one. MOD did not have the time to think about the black-robed man's identity. The old man on the auction stage spoke again. Since that's the case, I hereby announce that the invitation to the Void Lightning Pool will be, wait. Before the old man could finish his sentence, MOD could not help but interrupt him. I am willing to take out 2 Emperor-grade elixir pills and 1 Emperor-grade elixir pill formula. I believe that you should know the value of the Emperor-grade elixir pill formula. The old man raised his eyebrows. If that was the case, the 4 Emperor-grade elixir pills would not be comparable to MOD's elixir pill formula. I will add 1 more. 5 Emperor-grade elixir pills. MOD's advantage was lost once again. The black-robed man did not seem to care about the Emperor-grade elixir pills. MOD's heart sank. 5 Emperor-grade elixir pills. Where did the black-robed man get his confidence from? Only a fool would exchange 5 Emperor-grade elixir pills for the Void Lightning Pool invitation. Haha, this gentleman is willing to take out 5 Emperor-grade elixir pills. If that is the case, then, I will take out 4 Emperor-grade elixir pills and 1 Emperor-grade elixir pill formula. That should be enough. Sire, if you are willing to add 1 more, this old man will give up the Void Lightning Pool invitation. The 4 Emperor-grade elixirs were all that MOD had. As for the Emperor-grade elixir formula, although it was precious, MOD could still afford it. At the very least, other than the elixir formula itself, MOD had already engraved the refining method of the elixir formula in his heart. As MOD's voice sounded, the black-robed man's face, which was hidden under the black robe, revealed a mocking smile. When MOD's voice sounded, a hoarse voice immediately followed. "I don't want it." These 3 simple words caused MOD to be stunned. He did not expect that the black-robed person would actually choose to give up in the face of his increase in price. MOD sneered when he saw the black-robed man give up decisively. Competing in alchemy in front of an alchemist was like displaying one's slight skill in front of an expert. However, in the blink of an eye, MOD suddenly reacted. The expression on his old face instantly turned gloomy. He had actually used 4 Emperor-grade elixir pills and 1 Emperor-grade elixir pill formula. These Emperor-grade elixir pill formulas were enough to command several half-emperors at the same time to auction off the Void Lightning Pool invitation that could only be used once by one person. One should know that the value of 1 Emperor-grade elixir pill formula and 4 Emperor-grade elixir pills far exceeded the value of the Void Lightning Pool invitation. Haha, Master MOD is willing to use 4 Emperor-grade elixir pills and 1 Emperor-grade elixir pill formula to auction off this Void Lightning Pool invitation. I wonder if anyone is willing to increase the bid. On the auction stage, the old man was grinning from ear to ear as he looked at the crowd below with narrowed eyes. This time around, it was as if the group of half-martial emperors had discussed this beforehand. After a while, not a single one of them made a bid. The old man smiled and nodded. His deep eyes slowly swept across the crowd. In the end, they landed on MOD, who was standing at the side of the auction house. He then opened his mouth and laughed. Congratulations to Master MOD for successfully obtaining the last Void Lightning Pool invitation. Although the auction house's rule was to keep the identity of the auctioneer a secret, MOD and the others were standing there openly. Naturally, no one would be unfamiliar with them. Naturally, there was no need to keep it a secret. As for snatching the items from them, that was naturally even more impossible. Therefore, when the old man spoke, he did not have the slightest scruple. His voice was not loud, but it reverberated throughout the entire auction house. In an instant, the crowd below the stage began to whisper. They looked at MOD as if they were looking at a fool. That was 4 Emperor-grade medicinal pellets and a scroll of Emperor-grade medicinal pellet recipes. Using so many things in exchange for a Void Lightning Reservoir invitation, the person who would do such a thing was either extremely wealthy and had no lack of Emperor-grade medicinal pellet recipes, or extremely stupid. Obviously, although MOD was a rank 2 alchemist, he was definitely not the former. After all, even a rank 2 alchemist could not casually take out so many Emperor-grade elixir pills. Hearing the mocking and ridiculing voices from the surroundings, MOD's heart burned with anger. He originally thought that he could resolve this matter with 1 or 2 elixir pills. Who knew that a black-robed man would suddenly appear in the end? Not only did he force him to take out all his Emperor-grade elixir pills, he even threw in an Emperor-grade elixir pill formula. This made him extremely depressed. MOD stood there with a gloomy face. Due to the anger in his heart, MOD's breathing had become abnormally heavy. This also reflected the anger in his heart. When he turned to look, MOD's eyes narrowed slightly. The black-robed man was about to turn and leave the auction house. This made MOD somewhat unhappy. "Humph, do you think you can run away? He's just a 1-star half-martial emperor." Beside MOD, Muhan, who had been silent and motionless, finally displayed the confidence of an expert at this crucial moment. He turned his gaze and looked at Old Monster who was beside Yan Bing, and said in an indifferent tone, "Follow him. Wait until he leaves the auction house before you deal with him. Remember, you must first find out his identity." Old Monster who frowned slightly. As an 8-star half-martial emperor, when had he ever been treated with such an attitude? Could it be because he was the weakest among the 3 of them? When he thought of this, Old Monster who could not help but sneer in his heart. This world was truly a dog-eat-dog world. If you don't eat others, others will eat you. At the same time, a ball of fury involuntarily rose in Old Demon whose heart. However, it was discovered by Yan Bing, who had been secretly observing by the side. She held him down and shook her head in a manner that was undetectable. Only then did old demon who take a step back with a dissatisfied expression. His body gradually distorted and disappeared from the auction house at this moment. Seeing that old monster who had left, Muhan let out a disdainful snort. He then turned his gaze to Mod. His eyes were filled with a mysterious smile as he looked at the latter. After that, he withdrew his gaze and became silent again. Cuckoo, everyone, the auction this time around has unknowingly been going on for 6 days. The old me dares to guarantee that this auction will definitely be the longest and the grandest auction in the past 100 years. After the dust settled on the final lightning invitation, the old man on the auction stage finally laughed out loud and shouted. However, his words had just sounded, and before everyone's emotions could be stirred, the old man once again opened his mouth. According to the old me's thoughts, I think that everyone seated here will return with a full load during these 6 days. High-class G methods, Do techniques, and even natural treasures. There will be an innumerable number of them during these 6 days. Most of them can be considered the most valuable treasures in the cultivation world. Being able to appear in this auction is a kind of fate. It can also be considered an opportunity for everyone seated here. Of course, we still have to thank the organizer of this auction. The old man's gaze swept over everyone in the auction ground below. The tone of his voice became increasingly excited from low to high, causing the people below the stage to also cry out repeatedly. At the end of his words, the old man paused for a moment. The hand under the old man's sleeves was suddenly extended. He opened his palm and pointed to the empty space beside him. After which, he cried out in a stern voice. Our Mr. Xianxia. After his voice sounded, Xiaoyan's body also slowly appeared in the empty space beside him. Xiaoyan's appearance had once again caused the entire auction ground to become lively. Additionally, the old man was instigating things by the side. Although the auction had already ended at this moment, the atmosphere in the place was still extremely high. Xiaoyan merely smiled faintly in response to this. He received the spatial lightning reservoir invitation from the old man. His eyes turned and looked at Mod's group. He did not hesitate as he took a step forward and walked over. Xiaoyan was only able to clearly see Mod's gloomy expression when he approached. In this somewhat dim environment, Mod's gloomy expression seemed to have merged into one with his surroundings. Xiaoyan coldly laughed in his heart. He was unconcerned about this. He had seen many such people. He had even seen such an expression thousands of times. There was no need for him to see it once or twice. Haha, I heard that Grandmaster Mod used 4 D-tier medicinal pills and an D-tier pill formula as the price in order to bid for this lightning invitation of mine. TSK, it must be said that Grandmaster Mod is indeed worthy of being a rank 2 alchemist. If we were to compare our wealth, I am still worlds apart from you. Humph. Xianxia, I will temporarily hand those things over to you for safekeeping. When the time comes, the old me will naturally take back the principal along with interest. At that time, the old me will make sure that you will not be able to bear the consequences. Mod immediately let out a cold snort when he heard Xiaoyan's provocative words. His aura did not lose out at all. Xiaoyan laughed softly. Soon after, his expression changed slightly. His eyes instantly turned towards Muhan beside Mod. At this moment, the latter was staring at Xiaoyan with an icy cold face. His dense cold gaze caused the circulating do qi within his body to involuntarily become sluggish. Muhan withdrew his gaze. He was too lazy to bother with Xiaoyan. Out of sight, out of mind. Hence, he simply closed his eyes. Only then did Xiaoyan relax his body with perspiration appearing on his forehead. This Muhan was indeed worthy of being a 9-star half-emperor. Just a gaze from him was enough to cause him to feel so exhausted. The difference between him and Yan Bing, who was only 1 star weaker, was like the difference between heaven and earth. Xiaoyan once again looked at Mod. However, he saw that the latter's eyes were also filled with fear when he looked at Muhan. Xiaoyan narrowed his eyes. After all, these people were not on the same side. Even though they were now in the same boat because of Mod, they had never let go of their mutual suspicions. Oh, Master Mod, please. This is the invitation to the Void Lightning Pool that you won. Xiaoyan said in an indifferent tone as he extended his fair hand in front of Mod and held the Void Lightning Pool invitation between his fingers. When MOD, who was carefully observing Muhan, heard this, his expression changed instantly. Xiaoyan sneered. MOD was even more nervous about Muhan than he was. MOD, who had regained his senses, glared at Xiaoyan. The coldness in his eyes was self-evident. Xiaoyan, on the other hand, was indifferent. He had never taken MOD seriously. Humph. Since I have won the bid, I will not go back on my word. Why are you so anxious? MOD's face was gloomy. His sinister eyes stared at Xiaoyan like a wolf. His voice was hoarse because of the anger in his heart. Xiaoyan parted his mouth and smiled. He ignored MOD's eyes, which seemed to want to devour a person. He chuckled and said, "Haha, I am not an impatient person. I also know that Master MOD will not do such a despicable act. However, I have a longing for the Emperor-grade elixir and the Emperor-grade elixir formula. If I can obtain them as soon as possible, it will naturally be better." Humph. You are really sharp-tongued. MOD was furious. Sparks shot out from his eyes as he reprimanded Xiaoyan. Take it. With a wave of his sleeve, MOD snatched the lightning invitation from Xiaoyan's hand. A stream of light wrapped in fighting chi shot towards Xiaoyan's face. Xiaoyan's eyes narrowed slightly when he saw this. This MOD was really ruthless. If he did not receive it well, the elixir in the jade bottle would be destroyed. Fortunately, with Xiaoyan's current strength, he did not care about this little trick of a 3-star half-martial emperor. Xiaoyan waved his sleeve. Fighting chi surged, and his robe fluttered in the wind. He rolled up his sleeve and sucked the stream of light into his sleeve. Under the support of the dou qi, this soft and weak robe actually became incomparably tough. After the dou qi that wrapped around the jade bottle was completely exhausted and destroyed, Xiaoyan's robe was still completely undamaged. MOD, who saw this scene with his own eyes, could not help but feel a chill in his heart. He did not expect Xiaoyan to be so fierce. However, when Xiaoyan held the jade bottle in his hand and examined it, he confirmed that there were indeed 4 emperor-grade elixirs. Moreover, under Xiaoyan's investigation, the elixir he wanted to see the most was also among them. This made Xiaoyan feel slightly relieved. But then, Xiaoyan turned his gaze to MOD again. His face turned cold as he sneered and said, "You are really ruthless. Didn't you just say that you would leave these things with me for the time being? Aren't you afraid that you will destroy them?" Hee, if they are really destroyed, then I will just throw them away. They are just small things. MOD looked unusually indifferent. He just wanted to test Xiaoyan's strength. He did not expect that he was really as terrifying as the rumors said. His real strength was far beyond his cultivation on the surface. Humph, I don't care whether you don't care or not. You only handed over 4 emperor-grade elixirs. Where is the elixir recipe? MOD sneered and said, "Do you really think that I am a fool? Do you really think I'm stupid? The Void Lightning Pool invitation is not worth that much. I've already given you 4 emperor-grade medicinal pills. That's already my biggest concession. Don't push your luck." Xiaoyan narrowed his eyes. MOD was really shameless. He wanted to deny what he had just said in the blink of an eye. However, Xiaoyan did not care about him. He looked at MOD disdainfully and said with a mocking smile, "For emperor-grade pills and 1 emperor-grade pill formula. You said it yourself. Don't tell me that you're going to deny it in the blink of an eye after saying it in front of everyone?" MOD frowned. Although it was a little difficult, he was still reluctant to hand over the elixir recipe. After all, it was his life's work. It took him more than half of his life to accumulate it. How could he give it away in a moment? It seems that Master MOD is really stubborn. Since that's the case, let me tell everyone here about you, MOD. Before Xiaoyan could finish his sentence, Muhan, who was standing beside MOD, suddenly opened his eyes. He stared sharply at MOD and said in a domineering tone, "No matter what, the right to use the Void Thunder Pool invitation was in Muhan's hands. He did not want to be called a despicable person because of this. As for MOD's elixir recipe, he could not be bothered with it. He only cared about himself." MOD was facing the thousands of people on Xiaoyan's side and Muhan's oppressive aura. He immediately became terrified. MOD helplessly threw a scroll of the D-tier pill formula that he had collected to Xiaoyan. Only then did he cease speaking with a depressed heart. There was only fury in his heart. Muhan was clearly on his side. Why did he actually stand up and speak for Xiaoyan at such a moment? At the same time that Xiaoyan received the Emperor tier pill formula from MOD's hands in the auction house, two mysterious human figures also left the auction house one after another. These two people were the black-robed man who had fought with MOD for the lightning invitation at the auction, and old demon who had followed behind him. After the black-robed man left the auction house, he hurriedly entered a small alley. His footsteps were light and quick, as though he was hiding from something. However, he also maintained a constant distance from the human figure who was following closely behind him, such that the latter would not lose him. Old demon who was following closely behind the black-robed man, involuntarily frowned when he sensed this. However, immediately after, the corner of his mouth revealed a smile of understanding. His body moved and he leaped forward to give chase. Just like this, one chased while the other hurried. The two human figures tacitly maintained a distance of 100 feet between them. Old demon who was not anxious. His toes continuously tapped on the ground as his body shot forward and followed closely behind. A moment later, old demon who saw that the end of the alley was a dead end. His calm face finally revealed a smile. The two human figures gradually paused their footsteps in unison. Old demon who narrowed his eyes as he looked at the black-robed man who was 100 feet away from him. The corner of his mouth gradually lifted into a smile. He crossed his arms over his chest and laughed. "Why aren't you running anymore?" The black-robed man gently shook his head when he heard this. His hoarse voice was slowly emitted. "You have already obtained the lightning invitation. Why are you still not letting me go?" Old demon who involuntarily laughed when he heard this. The corner of his mouth lifted into a disdainful arc. He looked at the black-robed man opposite him with a mocking smile and said coldly, "You have lured the old me here. Why do you need to be so secretive? The others may not recognize you, but the old me can recognize that you are Xianxia." The black-robed man's expression involuntarily changed when these words were uttered. Surprise rose in his heart. Fortunately, with the cover of the black robe, old demon who could not see the change in his expression. "Haha, you think too highly of me. That Xianxia is a 3-star half-martial emperor. At this moment, he is still in the auction house. As for me, I am merely a 1-star half-martial emperor. How can I be Xianxia?" The pair of eyes under the black robe slowly narrowed into a thin line. The hoarse voice once again rang out. That voice caused one's heart to tremble. Doppelganger, the expression under the black robe instantly changed, and he frowned. He slowly raised his calm eyes and stared at old weirdo who. "Clone, you are Yanzhao's clone. I have seen that clone once before. His strength is that of a 1-star half-martial emperor. Yet, after you discovered that I was following you, you did not run away and instead deliberately led me here. This means that you were also very curious about me. Why did I not attack you the moment you left the auction house?" Old weirdo who stared at the black-robed man with a look of certainty. He had already determined that the black-robed man before him was definitely Xiaoyan. This time, a clear and faint laugh came from under the black robe. This caused the smile on old monster whose face to gradually become wider. "I did not expect that I would still be recognized even though I have dressed up like this. I must say that your observation is really meticulous. If it was not for you, no one would be able to guess that I am Xianxia." Xiaoyan, who was under the black robe, took off the hat on his head with one hand, revealing a delicate and pretty face. Although he had been recognized, he did not appear to be at a loss. In any case, the auction had already ended. Even if MOD and the others knew that he was Xiaoyan, it was already too late. In addition, there was no evidence to prove that the black-robed man who had appeared in the auction house was Xiaoyan. Hence, they could not do anything to Xiaoyan. Furthermore, Xiaoyan was currently accompanying MOD and the others in the auction house. Everyone present could testify that MOD could not do anything to Xiaoyan. Indeed, although he already knew the answer in his heart, old weirdo who could not help but laugh when he saw Xiaoyan appear. Xiaoyan also smiled faintly when he heard this. He did not say anything unnecessary and went straight to the point. Tell me, why didn't you make a move after following me for so long? They must have a motive for letting you follow me. Old weirdo whose lips curled into a smile as he stared at Xiaoyan. However, he did not answer the question and chuckled softly. Do you know why Yan Bing and Muhan wanted to attack you? Xiaoyan raised his eyebrows as he smiled faintly. He looked at old weirdo who with a slightly surprised gaze and said, is it not because of MOD? Old weirdo sneered when he heard this and said, yes and no. Xiaoyan narrowed his eyes. Although he had some guesses in his heart regarding this question, he still wanted to hear the most accurate answer. Although the killing intent in Yan Bing's eyes was not as intense as Muhan's when he faced you, I believe that you were able to tell. The reason why he helped MOD deal with you was because you killed 2 of his capable subordinates. As far as I know, those 2 men died without even leaving behind their corpses. When old weirdo who finished speaking, the expression in Xiaoyan's eyes immediately froze. He understood in his heart. How could old weirdo who not know when old weirdo who had already said so much? Fong Sun and Wang Qi? Old weirdo who chuckled as he stared at Xiaoyan with his bright eyes. The meaning in his eyes was self-evident. When Xiaoyan saw old weirdo who's gaze, he nodded thoughtfully in his heart. Then, he seemed to have thought of something. He raised his gaze and looked at old weirdo who opposite him. The reason why Muhan attacked me was because of the formation master that I casually killed that day. It was Wu Mahue, Muhan's only disciple. His most beloved disciple died in your hands. Naturally, he would not let you go. Xiaoyan's voice had just sounded when the words from old demon whose mouth were spat out. This caused Xiaoyan to immediately be enlightened. The doubts in his heart were also completely resolved at this moment. However, as these questions were answered, a new question arose in Xiaoyan's heart. But why are you telling me this? The 2 of us are not on the same side. Don't tell me that you betrayed MOD and want to help me instead. Xiaoyan's eyes stared intently at old demon who as he spoke with a cold expression. Haha, that is the truth. Men die for wealth, and birds die for food. I don't want to be a fool. Xiaoyan sneered and said, if you take someone's money, then you have to help them. Who would dare to kill you? MOD? Old weirdo who shook his head with disdain. He really did not care about MOD. Among the few of them, the only one that could make him take MOD seriously was not Yan Bing, but Muhan. He wouldn't dare, but Muhan would. MOD is an idiot. He provoked Muhan, the king of hell. Sooner or later, he will have to pay the price. Old weirdo who narrowed his eyes. It was as if he had already seen MOD's death. A greedy man is like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. If one wanted to obtain something, he had to fight for it himself. Blindly relying on others would only lead him into the abyss. MOD was like this. He wants to use Muhan to get rid of you and obtain the heavenly flame in your body. Humph. However, he forgot that Muhan is a 9-star half-martial emperor. Wu Mahue's death was planned by him. How could Muhan let him go? I'm afraid that he will be the first to die in the end. With Muhan's evil heart, he will definitely swallow us one by one. Old weirdo who said with a gloomy face. His words were filled with disdain for MOD and the others. However, when he mentioned Muhan, his face would involuntarily reveal a fearful expression. Xiaoyan laughed coldly in his heart. Although this group of people had come together in order to deal with Xiaoyan, they did not have the slightest trust between them. This kind of group might appear extremely strong on the surface, but it had actually already fallen apart. Outside of the Heavenly Cloud auction house, in an empty alley, 2 figures were standing face to face. Heh, since you don't trust Muhan, why don't you just leave? Why bother looking for me? After hearing old eccentric whose words, Xiaoyan could not help but sneer. His tone was filled with ridicule. Hee, like I said earlier, I came here for money. I helped MOD because he was able to pay me before. Now that the situation has changed, I naturally cannot lose out too much. Old eccentric who looked at Xiaoyan and revealed an evil smile on his face. His appearance was that of a vile person. Xiaoyan slightly nodded his head and narrowed his eyes. He did not dare to underestimate old eccentric who in front of him. Being able to cultivate to an 8-star half-martial emperor was already extremely difficult. However, old eccentric who was still able to be so cautious. It was not difficult to see that his future might not be inferior to Muhan's. In the narrow alley, the two figures looked at each other. After a long while, they both burst into laughter. After the laughter, Xiaoyan's expression quickly returned to normal. He smiled and said, "If you want to change bosses, that is naturally not a problem." After saying this, old eccentric who appeared to be a lot calmer. He knew that Xiaoyan still had something else to say. Xiaoyan also smiled in tacit understanding. He raised his gaze and stared at old eccentric who. Only then did he continue to speak. "However, the problem is, how can I trust you? Based on what you said to me earlier, it was all within my expectations. If you want me to trust you, you must take out something that is sufficient to convince me." Hearing these words, old eccentric who laughed softly. His gaze was also fixed on Xiaoyan. He said, "Of course, there are things that I can't really talk about. If you are talking about substantial things, this old man is naturally unable to take them out. The only thing I can tell you is that other than the four of us that you have met this time, there is also a 7-star half-martial emperor in Muzhuang." Hearing those words, Xiaoyan immediately started to frown. Never would he have imagined that these people would actually hold back in order to deal with him. Although they were not 8-star half-martial emperors, they were still people capable of overturning the entire battle. Thus, Xiaoyan could not ignore them. Thus, Xiaoyan could only hope that the strength of that 7-star half-martial emperor was not what he had imagined it to be. As if he had seen through Xiaoyan's thoughts, before the expression on Xiaoyan's face changed, old monster who grinned and poured a bucket of cold water over his head. That 7-star half-martial emperor possesses the strength of a peak late-stage half-martial emperor. He is merely a step away from breaking through to 8-star half-martial emperor. As long as he enters the void lightning pool, he will definitely break through to 8-star half-martial emperor. At that time, you will not only be facing the three of us. Xiaoyan's expression was grave as he nodded. There was no need for old demon who to remind him of this. Once the other party had an additional 8-star half-martial emperor, this kind of frightening reinforcement would have a suppressive effect on the battle. Moreover, there was also Yan Bing, who was also a peak 8-star half-martial emperor. Once the two of them made a breakthrough, even if Xiaoyan had also broken through to a 4-star half-martial emperor, he would definitely not be a match for them even if he were to add his abilities. Old monster whose reminder allowed Xiaoyan to foresee the overall strength of MOD's side. This also allowed him to make some preparations before entering the lightning pool. Only by knowing one's own strength and one's enemy could one be undefeated. If it wasn't for old monster whose words today, Xiaoyan would have truly believed that the other side only had 3 high-level half-martial emperors. Once that was the case, when the lightning pool opened, MOD and the others would catch them unprepared. This would cause Xiaoyan's side to fall into a disadvantageous position. Thus, to the current Xiaoyan, these words of old monster who were undoubtedly helpful. "Since you've said so much, let's talk about your conditions." Xiaoyan withdrew his thoughts and his gaze once again landed on old monster who. He did not believe that this fellow before him would reveal this information to him for free. Old monster who grinned and his scarlet tongue licked his lips. Soon after, he raised his gaze and slowly said, "You're really straightforward. It's much easier than MOD. I won't say much. For emperor-grade medicinal pills. This old man guarantees that I won't attack you when the time comes." Once these words were spoken, Xiaoyan immediately frowned. His eyes narrowed into a thin line as he stared at old monster who with a pair of sharp eyes. However, old monster who acted as if it was nothing. "You really want to be the Oriole," Xiaoyan said in an indifferent tone. Old monster who sneered and fearlessly stared at Xiaoyan. He sneered and said, "Ha ha ha, it's just a mere worldly possession." "Ha ha, they are merely worldly possessions. Why do you need to care so much? With your current wealth, you do not lack these things. Moreover, if I were to take action at that time, you would not even be able to keep your life. What can you do with these medicinal pills? For emperor-grade medicinal pills in exchange for your life. This is a very worthwhile deal." Xiaoyan stared at old monster who and sneered. He stretched out his hand and casually clenched his fist in the air in front of him. With a flash of light, a jade bottle appeared in Xiaoyan's hand. This was the jade bottle that Xiaoyan had thrown to the old man at the auction house. It contained 4 emperor-grade medicinal pills. Old monster whose eyes lit up when he saw this. Greed shot out from his eyes. The reward that MOD promised you is probably only half of what you asked from me. 4 emperor-grade medicinal pills. You're really asking for too much. Old demon whose expression instantly changed when Xiaoyan's words were uttered. However, before he could open his mouth, Xiaoyan quickly opened his mouth and said, 4 emperor-grade medicinal pills are enough for me to find 2 high-level half-step emperors to protect me outside. Moreover, they will definitely go all out to protect me. So, why do you think you should ask for 4 emperor-grade medicinal pills? Old monster whose face changed. Xiaoyan was right. 4 emperor-grade medicinal pills were indeed enough to hire 2 high-level half-step emperors outside. However, if Xiaoyan only gave him 2 emperor-grade medicinal pills as a reward, he would be somewhat unwilling to accept it. Old monster whose face was gloomy. His tightly knitted brows were constantly relaxed and knitted together. After a long while, he sighed helplessly and looked at Xiaoyan with a frown, saying, 3 emperor-grade medicinal pills. 3 emperor-grade pills. That's the only concession I can make. If you're still not willing to accept my offer, then there's no need to talk about our deal. Okay, I can give you 3 emperor-grade medicinal pills. However, you have to promise me one thing. As soon as old monster who finished speaking, Xiaoyan continued to speak. This made old monster who had just recovered, frown again. Xiaoyan ignored him. After pausing for 2 seconds, he continued to speak. I can't possibly give you 3 emperor-grade medicinal pills for nothing just because I'll find out about it sooner or later. Therefore, I want you to help me once when we're fighting. If you're unwilling to do so, we'll just forget about this deal. At most, we'll fight to the death and you won't get anything. This time, old monster who lowered his head. His face was somewhat gloomy. Boy, are you threatening me? I'm just making a request. Xiaoyan looked at old monster who calmly. His eyes were as calm as an ancient well. There was no flaw in his expression. The two of them remained silent as they looked at each other. Neither of them spoke first. For a moment, the two of them were surrounded by silence, and their foreheads were already covered with dense beads of sweat. Whoever lost his cool first would be the first to lose. The result would be decided by the other party. Imperceptibly, the heartbeats of the two became faster and faster as time passed. The violent heartbeats could be heard clearly within 10 steps of the two of them. Under such circumstances, the surrounding atmosphere gradually became heavy. Drip, bean-sized beads of sweat fell on a stone between old monster whose feet. More sweat flowed down along the dense wrinkles on his old face. Another drop of sweat dripped down. On Xiaoyan's side, the same thing was happening. Forget it. Since you are not willing, I will not force you. However, I feel that what you said to me today is a good reason. Once the two of you have an internal conflict, I think that it will collapse on its own. At that time, it will save me a lot of trouble. Retracting his gaze, Xiaoyan seemed to have given up decisively. He could not be bothered with old monster who. He turned around and was about to leave. When old monster who saw this, his expression changed. He did not expect Xiaoyan to be so ruthless. After failing to cooperate, he wanted to harm him. Then, he thought about Muhan's ruthlessness. Looking at Xiaoyan and the 3 emperor-grade elixir pills in front of him, old monster whose attitude finally softened. I promise you. If there is a need, I will take action. However, I will only take action once. After the lightning pool is out, we will not owe each other anything. Great. Before old monster who could finish his words, Xiaoyan turned around and looked at old monster who with a smile. Old monster who could only sigh helplessly. He originally wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to gain some benefits. However, he did not expect that he would be forcefully pulled into the boat by Xiaoyan. When old monster who saw Xiaoyan's victorious smile, he sneered in his heart. Even without me, a 9-star half-martial emperor is not someone who can be defeated by numbers alone. Haha, whether I can deal with it or not, we'll see when the time comes. I only hope that when the time comes, you won't think of betraying me. Otherwise, I'll make sure you die a horrible death. Trust me. Xiaoyan smiled faintly. His eyes were fixed on Old Monster Who. A heavenly flame appeared in the depths of his eyes. The threat in his words was undeniable. When Old Monster Who saw this, he was secretly shocked. From his tone, it did not seem like he was lying. With Xiaoyan's reputation, Old Monster Who was certain that Xiaoyan was not lying to him. When Old Monster Who thought of this, he was shocked. He could not help but feel a chill in his heart. With the end of the auction, everyone left one after another. Xiaoyan chatted with Luo Jin and the others for a long time before leaving the auction house by himself and returning to the Alchemist Guild. As the chief alchemist of the Alchemist Guild and the champion of the alchemist competition, Xiaoyan had only been to the Alchemist Guild 3 or 4 times despite being a member of the Alchemist Guild. Even the few times he had entered the Alchemist Guild were unknown to outsiders. As a result, Xiaoyan's swaggering entrance to the Alchemist Guild alarmed many of the other alchemists in the Alchemist Guild. Even though these people had seen Xiaoyan before, most of them had only seen him from afar and couldn't see him clearly. Now that Xiaoyan was walking so close to the Alchemist Guild, many of them quickly rushed over after hearing the news. When everyone saw Xiaoyan, the renowned Class 2 alchemist in the ancient city of Wilderness, they couldn't help but feel surprised at how young Xiaoyan was. At such a young age, not only had he cultivated his alchemy skills to such a level, but he was also not at a disadvantage in the field of Doqi. This kind of terrifying growth rate made some of the older half-emperors and alchemists feel ashamed of their inferiority. In a short moment, Xiaoyan was surrounded by a crowd. Many of the younger alchemists fought to shake hands with Xiaoyan or ask some questions about alchemy. Of course, those questions were merely child's play in Xiaoyan's eyes. He gave a brief answer, but it caused those people of the younger generation to be stunned. This was because those questions were not raised by them. Instead, it was a problem that their teacher had been worrying about recently. They did not expect that when it came from Xiaoyan's mouth, it would be solved in a matter of seconds. This really caused them to be extremely surprised. A feeling of worship toward Xiaoyan immediately rose in their hearts. It was also because of this that Xiaoyan was surrounded by people who came to ask questions in a short moment. Although most of these people were from the younger generation of the Alchemist Association, there was no lack of elders with authority in the association. Although their appearance was rather surprising, it didn't affect the fiery atmosphere at the scene. Xiaoyan felt quite surprised in his heart at the association elders who had appeared around him. He did not expect that even they would participate in this fiery large army. In the face of their questions, Xiaoyan was not stingy at all, but at the same time, he also realized that these guys in front of him had endless questions. Xiaoyan suddenly felt helpless. If he continued to answer like this, he was afraid that even if he was given another 10 years, he would not be able to answer all of them. Xiaoyan smiled bitterly in his heart. Then, he hurriedly said a few words. Then, he instantly launched the sky extinction step under his feet. Wind and cloud surged. And, Xiaoyan turned into a gust of wind, and disappeared before everyone's eyes. When everyone saw Xiaoyan's departure, although they felt a little melancholy in their hearts, they didn't complain. After all, those questions should be solved by themselves. Blindly asking others for help was degrading themselves too much. Moreover, Xiaoyan himself also had important matters to attend to. He couldn't possibly waste time here with them. Therefore, after a series of helpless sighs, everyone scattered and left. After a while, Xiaoyan appeared in front of a living room. The door of the living room was wide open. Xiaoyan saw Gu Li and Qi Lin, who were discussing some matters, from afar. Seeing Xiaoyan, the two looked at each other and smiled. But then, they noticed the strange expression on Xiaoyan's face and couldn't help but frown slightly. When Xiaoyan came closer, he also noticed the expressions on their faces. He couldn't help but sigh and say, "Hee hee. The people of the guild are really enthusiastic. I almost didn't get to see the two of you again." Hearing this, the two laughed softly. They immediately understood the meaning of Xiaoyan's words. But then, Gu Li looked at Xiaoyan with a serious expression and said, "I heard that something happened at the auction. Even Mu Han's guy went. Moreover, he represented MOD's side?" Xiaoyan nodded and said, "Yes. It was MOD's helper, a 9-star half-martial emperor. But fortunately, the matter has already been resolved." Nothing major happened. Gu Li and Qi Lin had a brief understanding of what happened at the auction and no longer asked about it. However, Mu Han's matter greatly shocked these two 9-star half-martial emperors. Mu Han really wants to represent MOD's side? He is a big shot in the ancient city of wilderness. How could he be in cahoots with someone like MOD? Qi Lin said with a frown. He clearly felt incomparably astonished. Indeed. Men die for wealth, and birds die for food. However, with Mu Han's experience, MOD shouldn't be able to take out anything that could move his heart, right? Gu Li and Qi Lin glanced at each other and continued to speak. Hearing the words of the two, Xiaoyan closed his eyes and shook his head with a smile. Then, he looked at the two and said, "At first, I also thought that MOD had agreed to some condition. That was why Mu Han acted. However, today, old monster who told me the reason." Hearing Xiaoyan's words, Gu Li and Qi Lin immediately frowned. They looked at Xiaoyan with suspicious gazes. Old monster who? That guy was an 8-star half-martial emperor that MOD had spent a great price to invite. How could he possibly reveal information about MOD's side to Xiaoyan? Could it be that there was a trap? Xiaoyan frowned and shook his head. His eyes also revealed an uncertain expression. He hesitated for a moment before opening his mouth to speak. After hesitating for a while, he said, "Regardless of whether it is true or false, what he said to me today is completely reasonable. Regardless of whether it is Yan Bing or Mu Han, the reason why they acted against me was also because of this." In the following time, Xiaoyan roughly told Gu Li and Qi Lin about Feng Sun, Wang Qi, and Wu Mahui, as well as the information that old monster who had told him in the alley. When the two old men heard this, they were extremely shocked. Only now did they know that during the period that Xiaoyan was in the ancient savage city, there were actually things that even they were unaware of that had happened. When the two of them heard that those people had been instigated or recruited by MOD, they couldn't help but be shocked by MOD's viciousness. This MOD was truly unscrupulous in order to achieve his goals. At this moment, the two of them really wished that they could tear MOD into 1,000 pieces and burn his bones to ashes. Why should we let such an alchemist scum stay in this world for long? Qi Lin's heart was filled with anger as he shouted sternly. Under his sleeves, his fists were tightly clenched together, causing his veins to bulge. Compared to Qi Lin, Gu Li was much more steady. He was more far-sighted. At this moment, the first thing that came to his mind was the matter of the Void Lightning Pool. Yan Xiao, once we enter the Void Lightning Pool, we will have to face a 9-star half-martial emperor. Once Yan Bing and that 7-star half-martial emperor break through, the overall strength of MOD's side will increase greatly. At that time, we won't even have the chance to retaliate. Xiaoyan nodded. This was also his biggest concern at this moment. Once Yan Bing broke through, there was no need for the 7-star half-martial emperor to act. Just the two 9-star half-martial emperors were enough to crush them. Then what should we do? Don't tell me that we can only give up this opportunity to enter the Void Lightning Pool? If that's the case, we will have to wait another 100 years before we can enter the Void Lightning Pool again. 100 years was neither long nor short. In the eyes of true experts, even 100 years or 1,000 years would pass by in the blink of an eye. However, to Gu Li and Qi Lin, it was impossible for them to treat it as nothing. No, we must enter the Void Lightning Pool. However, at that time, we can't just sit there and wait for death. We must strike first and gain the upper hand. While they have just entered and haven't broken through yet, we must take advantage of the fact that there is only one 9-star half-martial emperor. Let's go all out and deal with that 7-star half-martial emperor first. As for Yan Bing, leave her to old freak who. Hearing Xiaoyan's words, Gu Li and Qi Lin couldn't help but feel astonished. Xiaoyan usually didn't look like much. They didn't expect him to be so decisive when he did things. Yes, that's right. In this way, MOD's side will have a total of 5 people. MOD won't be able to do anything. Old freak who will turn around and stall Yan Bing. After dealing with that 7-star half-martial emperor, we will have eliminated 4 people in one go. Only Mu Han, a 9-star half-martial emperor, is left. Gu Li smiled and nodded. He continued to analyze what Xiaoyan had said. Hearing this, Qi Lin also couldn't help but nod. Indeed, the moment they entered the void lightning pool was the best opportunity for them. As for old freak Hu, although the two of them had their own opinions of him, since Xiaoyan had chosen to believe him, they could only reluctantly accept it. They believed that with Xiaoyan's eyesight, he would be able to determine whether this was true or false. In that case, leave the remaining Muhan to us too. Brothers. Although we are no match for him, if we want to stall him, we should be able to. After all, even if he is a 9-star half-martial emperor, he still wouldn't be able to squash an 8-star half-martial emperor like mud. Hearing this, Xiaoyan nodded. Immediately after, he cupped his hands toward Gu Li and Qi Lin and said respectfully. In that case, thank you seniors for your help. Faced with Xiaoyan's thanks, Gu Li and Qi Lin lightly smiled and waved their hands. Xiaoyan had saved their alchemist guild. Right now, he had merely helped them to stop a single person. Although that person was a 9-star half-martial emperor, it wasn't a big deal. After a discussion with Gu Li and Qi Lin, the matter of the void lightning pool was temporarily settled. Now, there was still half a month before the opening of the lightning pool, so Xiaoyan simply stayed in the alchemist guild. Wei had died, and his residence had been completely changed by Gu Li. Xiaoyan was now the chief alchemist of the alchemist guild, so he naturally stayed there. In the following days, everyone knew that Xiaoyan was staying in the guild, and the number of people who came to ask questions suddenly increased. In a small room that was no more than 10 square meters, other than some furniture, there was also a bustling crowd. Outside the door, it was also crowded with people. Faced with this, Xiaoyan did not have any other solution other than being filled with helplessness. Gu Li and Qi Lin may have the intention to help him when they saw this, but there were really too many alchemists who had come to seek advice. It was not appropriate for them to intervene. When Wei Yi was in charge, he was greedy and only wanted to accumulate wealth. When he saw low-level alchemists, he had a disdainful look. If you didn't pay a certain price, he wouldn't care about you. And this also led to the fact that after Wei Yi died in the hands of Xiaoyan, the alchemists in the guild not only didn't have any complaints about Xiaoyan, but they also had a good impression of him. In addition to his current position, such a situation was reasonable. This kind of situation continued for 3 days. On the 3rd day, Xiaoyan was finally unable to endure the invisible bombardment from those alchemists. He hurriedly found Gu Li and told him that he would open a cauldron to refine pills in the Alchemist Association and allow those low-tier alchemists to observe. This method was unexpectedly useful to everyone. Although they didn't refine any more emperor-grade medicinal pills, the 9th-grade medicinal pills still made the alchemists present extremely excited. Several kinds of 9th-grade pills that were usually extremely difficult to refine, now in the hands of Xiaoyan, all of his movements seemed to be very smooth. From refining the medicinal ingredients to condensing the embryonic pill, to finally forming the pill, this process in Xiaoyan's medicinal cauldron didn't have the slightest pause. Even the speed of refining the medicinal ingredients was more than twice as fast as an ordinary alchemist. This caused everyone to be shocked by his methods. He was indeed a rank 2 alchemist, a terrifying existence that surpassed ordinary 9th-grade alchemists. A 9th-grade pill was actually at his fingertips, the heavenly flame in the medicinal cauldron on the stage was churning, and the crowd below the stage was constantly exclaiming. A 9th-grade pill quickly formed in Xiaoyan's hands, and Xiaoyan's position in everyone's hearts also rapidly rose. In just a few days, Xiaoyan's image in everyone's heart was almost the same as the previous chief alchemists in the past. In fact, he was even better than the current president Gu Li and Qi Lin. Haha, you have been living in the association these few days, and you have taken all the limelight from us 2 old fellows. Now in the association, I can hear those little brats talking about how exquisite your alchemy skills are all day long, making us 2 old fellows seem so unbearable, ha 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 ha. In the hall, Gu Li sat beside Xiaoyan, looked at Xiaoyan with a smile on his face, and said jokingly. When the latter heard this, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. He shook his head and sighed softly, then opened his mouth and said, if I can let you 2 old fellows have a taste of being confused by the problem, I would rather the 2 of you be in the limelight. Ha 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 ha, forget it. Both of us are old fellows, and we can't withstand the torment like you young fellows. Qi Lin by the side laughed out loud and said. Xiaoyan couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. This was also Wei Yi's sin, but now he had to bear it. Thinking of this, Xiaoyan couldn't help but feel melancholy in his heart. Night. Invisible time passed in the blink of an eye. In the blink of an eye, there was only one night left before the opening of the void lightning pool. At this time, Xiaoyan also put down all the other trivial matters. Now, he was sitting cross-legged on the bed in the room with his eyes closed. At this moment, in the entire room in front of Xiaoyan, whether it was on the table or the floor, as long as it could be placed, there were countless jade bottles densely packed. On the bed, Xiaoyan spread out his palms and waved casually. Strange fire spurted out. After Xiaoyan's sole power control, in a short moment, hundreds of palm-sized beautiful fire lotuses appeared in front of Xiaoyan's eyes. Hundreds of fire lotuses floated in the air like a work of art. The beautiful fire light illuminated the entire room as if it was daytime. Xiaoyan flicked his finger, and the hundreds of fire lotuses immediately shot into the jade bottles below as if they had received an order. During these 2 hours, Xiaoyan repeated this set of actions over 10 times. Those jade bottles that filled the entire room each contained a fire lotus. After doing all this, Xiaoyan finally exhaled gently. With Xiaoyan's current strength, the strength that erupted from the fire lotuses within these fire lotuses was likely not inferior to an ordinary D-class Do technique. This time around, there were over 5,000 fire lotus bottles that he had formed. 5,000 fire lotus bottles. This was equivalent to 5,000 D-class Do techniques. If they were to explode together, that kind of strength was something that even a Ban D would not be able to endure. Xiaoyan would treat all of this as a surprise for MOD when the time came, the next day. Today was the day that the void lightning pool was about to open. Hence, the savage ancient city today was even more lively than usual. When Xiaoyan walked out of the room, he lifted his head and looked at the sky. There were many flowing lights flying across the sky. Those were all Ban D-class experts. Even until today, those Ban D-class experts who did not obtain the void lightning pool invitation had not given up. It was also because today was the day that the void lightning pool would open that those who possessed the lightning invitation would definitely take it out. Hence, they were waiting for the lightning invitation to take the bait. Gu Li and Qi Lin were already waiting when he walked to the main hall. The three of them smiled at each other when they saw each other. Without wasting any more time, the three of them walked out of the hall side by side. With a move of their feet, they rushed into the sky. Haha, although those who possess the lightning invitation will gather in my savage ancient city, the actual location where the void lightning pool opens is not in my savage ancient city. Instead, it is located 3,000 miles outside of the savage ancient city, on Gulay Mountain. As the three of them flew, Gu Li explained the location of the void lightning pool to Xiaoyan with a faint smile on his face. Gulay Mountain is a mountain that reaches the sky. It is covered by thunderclouds all year round. The entire mountain contains a large amount of mysterious gold. Mysterious gold has a special attraction effect towards lightning. Hence, it is the best place for lightning-attributed cultivators. It is also because of these reasons that the void lightning pool opens there. Xiaoyan secretly nodded as he listened to Gu Li's explanation. He now had some understanding of the so-called Gulay Mountain. After the three of them left the savage ancient city and flew to the west for around 1,500 kilometers, there was indeed a lightning mountain that reached the sky at the edge of Xiaoyan's sight. It was called a lightning mountain because it was surrounded by thick thunderclouds from the waist of the mountain. Despite being a great distance away, Xiaoyan was still able to sense waves of invisible pressure being emitted from the lightning mountain. The lightning here is indeed different from other places. Xiaoyan used his spiritual strength to carefully investigate the unusual aura between heaven and earth. He could not help but exclaim in surprise. At this moment, even Xiao Jin, who had been sleeping in Xiaoyan's body, could not help but wake up from its slumber. It rejoiced in Xiaoyan's body. With a thought, Xiaoyan calmed it down. Cuckoo, the mountain range where the Grey Mountain Range is located is called the Grey Mountain Range. It is rumored that back then, there was a lightning affinity elite Dodi who broke through here. When he broke through, lightning descended and the color of the sky within a 5,000-kilometer radius changed. That kind of might was really impressive. Qi Lin's eyes looked at the vast mountain range in front of him. Although he had been here more than 10 times, every time he saw this mountain range, his heart could not help but be filled with pride. With regards to this, Guli was also helpless. He exchanged glances with Xiaoyan. The two of them shook their heads and laughed softly. Without saying anything more, their bodies moved and flew towards the Gulay mountain at the end of their line of sight. This distance seemed to be extremely far, but in front of the strength of Xiaoyan's group, it only took a short moment to traverse it. After a short moment, Xiaoyan's group had already arrived before Grey Mountain. It was only at this moment that Xiaoyan felt even more shocked by Grey Mountain. Grey Mountain was absolutely the most magnificent mountain he'd ever seen in his entire life. The mountain with a diameter of tens of thousands of meters was like a creeping ancient giant beast. The towering peak pierced through the clouds and pointed towards the sky. The entire mountain was covered by thunderclouds like a coiling black dragon. Waves of thunderous roars were like dragon roars that shook the heavens and the earth. In the sky above the towering peak, endless thunderclouds enveloped the entire mountain range. Whistling cold winds raged high up in the sky, and anyone who came into contact with them would feel cold all over, as if they were in a 10,000-year-old ice palace. In addition to that, there were endless silver lightning bolts descending from the sky like horned dragons. Even though everyone present was a half-martial emperor, they still couldn't help but feel fear when facing the terrifying might of the thunderbolts. Of course, there was no lack of half-martial emperors present who were lightning attribute experts. When the thunderbolts descended, they didn't dodge and allowed the thunderbolts to strike their bodies. However, the result was different from what everyone had imagined. The instant the thunderbolts came into contact with the half-martial emperor's body, they seemed to be affected by some sort of terrifying suction force and instantly disappeared. Looking at the half-martial emperor's aura again, even though there seemed to be no change at first glance, if one looked carefully, there was a flash of lightning in the depths of the half-martial emperor's eyes. TSK, this Grey Mountain is truly incomparably magnificent. With such tyrannical thunderbolts in the heavens and the earth, it's no wonder that it's a holy land in the hearts of lightning attribute cultivators. Xiaoyan looked around and gazed at the increasing number of half-martial emperors in the surroundings. A portion of them were lightning attribute experts. Obviously, they'd also come because of its reputation. Xiaoyan lifted his gaze and looked at the majestic mountain peak in front of him. The shock in his heart became increasingly dense. When his gaze swept from the bottom to the middle of the mountain, 3 overbearing words that contained a frightening pressure were slowly reflected in Xiaoyan's eyes. Mount Grey. The 3 large words, written with bold strokes, were agglomerated by someone's pressure and forcefully carved onto it. Therefore, when Xiaoyan first saw the 3 large words Gulay Mountain, his mind was shaken by the frightening pressure contained on it. Fortunately, Guli and Xiaoyan were by Xiaoyan's side. Guli hurriedly pulled Xiaoyan awake. Xiaoyan, who had regained his senses, appeared somewhat pale. He glanced at the majestic mountain peak in front of him with lingering fear, but did not dare to face the 3 large words that contained a terrifying pressure. Guli at the side shook his head lightly. His eyes quickly glanced at the 3 big words. His heart was also incomparably heavy. Then, he cautiously said to Xiaoyan, "Little fellow, you are really reckless." Those 3 words were left behind by the elite Dodi back then after he broke through. The pressure contained within them has not been extinguished for a long time. Forget about you and me, even if Muhan were to come, he would not dare to easily look at them. Xiaoyan smiled awkwardly and nodded. He pulled his head back and did not dare to say anything more. On the other hand, Qi Lin by the side could not resist laughing out loud after hearing the words from Guli's mouth. He said to Xiaoyan, "Xiaoyan, don't listen to his nonsense. Yan Xiao, you should not listen to his frightening words. Those 3 words may have been left behind by that elite Dodi, but who says that one cannot look him in the eye? As long as your spiritual strength is strong enough, you will similarly be able to treat this Dodi pressure as nothing. Qi, do you think that with our spiritual strength, we will be able to resist the Dodi's pressure?" Guli curled his lips and rolled his eyes at Qi Lin as he asked. We do not have that ability. However, you have underestimated Muhan." Qi Lin parted his mouth and smiled. He raised his eyebrows and looked at Guli. He smiled and said, back then, when he had just broken through to the 9-star Bandi, his spiritual strength had coincidentally stepped into the unity stage. At that time, he had sat on a mountain not far from the Grey Mountain for over half a day. The reason was that he had stared at the three large words Grey Mountain for half a day. Qi Lin's face carried an amazed expression as he spoke. Even though they were currently enemies with Mu Han, this did not affect his admiration for Mu Han. Xiaoyan could not help but feel amazed in his heart after hearing this. Although Mu Han was arrogant and did things ruthlessly, it must be said that he did have his own capital. Although he has not come here for many years, his strength has now advanced. His spiritual strength is also much stronger than back then. How long do you think he will be able to endure if he were to try again? Guli was finally speechless when he spoke until this point. He was indeed unable to say anything in the face of these words. What he had said earlier was under the premise that they would not use any strength to face the pressure of the Dodi. However, when he thought about it, how could this be possible? Haha, the few of you have come quite early. There is still some time before the lightning pool opens. Just as the few of them were discussing the pressure of the Dodi, a familiar old voice was transmitted from behind the three of them. The three of them turned around at the same time. When they saw the person who had arrived, Guli and Qi Lin smiled slightly. Xiaoyan's face revealed a surprised expression. Elder Xian, I thought you would not enter the lightning pool. Why have you? Xiaoyan frowned and asked in doubt. The person who had arrived was Elder Xian from the Yunin Pavilion. Haha, the old me is not interested in this lightning pool. It is just that young friend Yan Xiao is about to enter the lightning pool today. The old me has come to take a look on behalf of my pavilion chief. When the pavilion chief of the Yunin Pavilion was mentioned, the expressions of the surrounding half-emperors involuntarily changed. The high-class half-emperors who were closer to the few of them also moved back in an undetectable manner. Xiaoyan did not have the heart to bother about this. He continued to chat and laugh with Elder Xian, who was walking towards him. Elder Xian. Xiaoyan cupped his hands together and greeted Elder Xian with a respectful smile. Elder Xian casually waved his hand. His deep eyes scanned the surroundings, appearing to be searching for something. After a long while, he returned his gaze to Xiaoyan and said, the pavilion chief thought that Mu Han and the others might be a little restless. Therefore, he asked the old me to come over and take a look. It is also good to help young friend Yan Xiao get rid of some unnecessary trouble. However, from the looks of it, those fellows should not be here yet. Xiaoyan smiled. How could he not know Luo Jin's intentions? He immediately smiled again and cupped his hands together. Then, Elder Xian, please thank the pavilion chief on my behalf. The two of them looked at each other and smiled knowingly. When Guli and Qi Lin saw the two of them singing the same tune, Guli opened his mouth to speak. However, his expression suddenly changed at that instant. The expressions of Xiaoyan's three-man group and some of the surrounding Bandi experts also changed. They turned their bodies and looked at the distant Grey Mountain range behind them. There, a group of people was flying towards them. The aura of the person leading the group was extremely terrifying. No one present could compare to him. The few people who had arrived late were Mod and his group. Mu Han's appearance immediately alarmed everyone in the Grey Mountain range. High up in the sky, nearly 100 half-martial emperors had solemn expressions as they watched Mod's group gradually approach. Their gazes that were filled with solemnity landed on Mu Han, who was leading the group. It is unexpected that the news that was spread not long ago is actually true. Mu Han is actually going to enter the lightning pool despite being a 9-star Bandi. Could it be that he is about to break through the 9-star barrier and advance to the Dodi class? Everyone's gazes gathered on Mu Han. Various discussions were quietly emitted and continued to resound across the sky. Che, what advancement to the Dodi class? It is extremely difficult for one to break through after reaching the strength of a 9-star Bandi. It is impossible to rely on external strength. If one wishes to break through, one must rely on one's own cultivation. Even if his current strength is that of an advanced 9-star Bandi, isn't it wishful thinking if he wants to rely on the lightning pool to break through? That's right. The gap between a 9-star Bandi and a Dodi is itself a chasm. How can it be so easy to cross it? Moreover, it is rumored that the detribulation will descend when one breaks through to the Dodi class. If one is unable to endure it, one will end up being turned into ashes. This kind of price is something that even Mu Han would not dare to easily endure. Hey, it is rumored that he has come for Yan Xiao this time around. Have you seen MOD and the others behind him? This is the proof. Moreover, didn't Xianxia refine a full-grade detribulation pill earlier? Hey, that is a necessity for a Band D to break through to the Do D class. He might have been attracted by this. All the Band D experts present finally nodded their heads in agreement after hearing the most convincing explanation. After all, this was the only explanation that fit the guesses in their hearts. Xiaoyan's face remained calm after hearing the words emitted from the mouths of the people around him. Only when the full-grade detribulation pill was mentioned did a ripple appear on Xiaoyan's calm face. If it wasn't for these half-martial emperors mentioning it, he might really have forgotten that the Emperor Tribulation pellet was prepared for 9-star half-martial emperors. If that was the case, the reason why Muhan attacked Lin Dong was not only because Lin Dong had killed Wu Mahui, but also because the Emperor Tribulation pill was one of his targets. As he thought of this, the corners of Xiaoyan's mouth involuntarily curled into a cold smile. A bright light flashed in the depths of his eyes. When Muhan's group arrived in front of Grey Mountain, their sharp gazes swept past Xiaoyan's group. When they saw Elder Xian standing beside Xiaoyan, they couldn't help but frown. Who would have thought that the Yuning Pavilion's Elder Xian would actually appear here? After the previous incident, Muhan was clearly much more cautious when doing things. As for Elder Xian, Muhan did not pay too much attention to him. In the past, Elder Xian had never entered the Void Lightning Pool. Muhan believed that this time would be no exception. The few of them swept past Xiaoyan's group and finally landed on a mountain peak that was relatively close to Grey Mountain. The mountain peak was a flat ground that looked as if it had been cut by a blade. The few of them slowly descended and randomly found a place to sit down with their eyes closed. Xiaoyan's group slowly swept their gazes across Muhan's group. When Xiaoyan saw Old Devil who was sitting at the edge of the group, his eyes couldn't help but flicker slightly. Just from the position of the group. Old Devil who was indeed the most isolated one among them. Xiaoyan chuckled as he thought to himself. Soon after, he stopped paying attention to Old Devil who. However, when his gaze landed on Muhan, who was at the front of the group, he couldn't help but frown slightly. He was slightly surprised in his heart. At the same time, Guli and the other two beside Xiaoyan, as well as some other Band D experts, also fixed their gazes on Muhan's body. At this moment, Muhan's eyes were focused in front of him. His vast spiritual strength had agglomerated into an invisible tornado that surrounded Muhan's body. A wild wind whistled. In front of Muhan, he was facing the 3 large words Grey Mountain that were agglomerated from the pressure of an elite Dodi. At this moment, Muhan's eyes were staring intently at the 3 large words. The invisible terrifying pressure had agglomerated into a majestic human figure. The human figure had his hands behind his back and was looking down at Muhan, who was sitting cross-legged at his feet. The terrifying aura was just like Mount Tai pressing down. Although Muhan's spiritual strength had already stepped into the unification stage, it was still extremely strenuous for him when faced with the pressure of an elite Dodi. Xiaoyan's group used their spiritual strength to investigate the scene in front of them. Everyone's hearts were extremely shocked. Although Muhan appeared to be strenuous, he was still able to sit steadily in front of this Dodi's pressure with a calm expression. Just this point alone was something that no one present, other than Guyu, who was in Xiaoyan's body, could achieve. This was also sufficient to demonstrate Muhan's strength. Bang! A couple of human figures were surrounding an injured old man in the sky. Their eyes revealed a rich, greedy expression. Although there was some blood on the corner of the old man's mouth and some bruises were left on his face, he did not appear to have suffered much damage from his aura. However, from the looks of the current situation, he was unable to advance or retreat. Among the few people surrounding Qin Zhong, there was a skinny old man who was holding a dagger in each hand. He was looking at Qin Zhong with a sinister smile. His scarlet tongue was gently licking the blood on the dagger. This scene caused him to involuntarily feel an additional bloodthirsty feeling. The skinny old man carefully tasted the blood on the tip of his tongue. He coldly laughed at Qin Zhong. Humph humph, Qin Zhong, we do not intend to make things difficult for you. However, you should also be aware that there are less than 30 people who can enter the lightning pool in the empty realm. Which one of them is not someone with great strength? Other than Yan Xiao, which one of them is not a high-class bandit? What right do you have to enter? As his voice fell, another tall old man who was as sturdy as a tiger also coldly laughed and said, "Haha, Blood Snake is right. We also know that you have a good relationship with Xianxia. With his protection, you will naturally be able to enter the lightning pool in the empty realm. However, don't forget that he can't even protect himself right now. This time, Master Mu has personally come. A mere 3-star bandit, no matter how many tricks he has up his sleeve, will not be able to escape death in front of a 9-star bandit. He, don't even think that Xianxia will be able to protect you. Instead of waiting for us to take action, I advise you to hand over the lightning invitation to us as soon as possible. We can still let you escape unscathed. Otherwise, don't blame us for being ruthless." Qin Zhong's expression was grave as the stern cry was emitted. He was also aware of the matter between Muhan and Xiaoyan. He was aware of just how powerful the enemy that Xiaoyan was about to face was. However, it was also because of this that he wanted to enter the lightning pool in hopes of lending Xiaoyan a hand. As if he had seen through Qin Zhong's thoughts, the skinny old man once again coldly laughed and ridiculed, "If you wish to enter the lightning pool to help Xianxia, I advise you not to think too much about it. Their opponents are all high-level half-martial emperors. Even if you were to enter, you would at most be an additional burden to him. You will only increase the pressure on him out of nowhere. Therefore, I advise you to obediently hand over the lightning invitation. When the time comes, we might even take pity on him and save his worthless life." Ha 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 ha. As these words were spoken, the surrounding bandit experts immediately laughed out loud. Their gazes were filled with disdain as they looked at Qin Zhong. Don't go too far. Even if he is no match for Muhan, he is not someone that you few 5-star bandit can insult. If he were to appear here now, how would you dare to shamelessly insult him in front of him? Qin Zhong's heart was immediately enraged when he heard the ridicule of the skinny old man and the others. Doqi violently surged as he clenched his fists tightly under his sleeves. His face also turned red and his veins were exposed, twisting and wriggling continuously. Xiaoyan had helped him a couple of times and he had long since regarded Xiaoyan as his savior in his heart. Even the clan had erected a statue of Xiaoyan for the clan members to worship. Now that he heard these bastards in front of him actually insult Xiaoyan in such a manner, his heart was naturally unable to endure it. However, the skinny old man and the sturdy old man, as well as the other 3 bandit experts, all laughed disdainfully in response to Qin Zhong's fury. The skinny old man looked at Qin Zhong with disdain and ridiculed, "Why, are you angry? We are insulting Xianxia, yet you are so angry. It seems that Xianxia is very important to you. Why? Have you taken him as your godfather? Ha 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 ha. Then I will continue to insult you, godfather. He is merely a person who is about to die. What is the big deal? Haha, indeed. It is merely the words of a person who is about to die. It is not a big deal. If you are not used to hearing it, just kill him, don't you think so?" Just as the skinny old man's words left his mouth, before he had the time to catch his breath, an extremely icy voice, which seemed to have originated from hell, sounded faintly beside his ear. In the next instant, the pupils of the skinny old man suddenly shrunk. Following which, everything in front of him turned black. As his pupils shrunk, he had already lost all signs of life. Xiaoyan's face was indifferent as he slowly released his hand in the empty sky. The skinny old man, whose life force had already disappeared, had lost all control of his body. Following the gravitational force, he was just like a meteor as he violently fell. The skinny old man had died. Only at this moment did the surrounding people recover with panicked expressions. However, when they focused their eyes, they realized that there was a human figure standing behind each of them. Xian. Elder Xian. Gu Li. Qi Lin. The few of them exclaimed in unison. There was no need to describe the horror within their words. A great storm had been set off in their hearts. They could not understand how Xiaoyan's group knew that they had attacked Qin Zhong at the outermost area of the Grey Mountain Range. Although the spiritual perception of the few people present was extremely frightening, Xiaoyan's attention was currently focused on Muhan and the others. Additionally, there was the existence of the Dodi's pressure in the Grey Mountain Range. How could they have the leisure to spread their spiritual strength and investigate the big battle around them? If one were to say that someone had informed them, the few people present would not believe it. One of the biggest reasons why they dared to touch Xianxia in this place was that no one had passed by this place. Since no one had seen it, Xiaoyan did not investigate. How did he know about it? Old Gu, thank you very much. Xiaoyan could not be bothered with the shocked expressions of the few 5-star ban emperors in front of him. All he did was softly thank Guyu in his heart. Haha, there is no need to thank the old me. I was merely bored for a moment. Moreover, I saw that this little fellow is not bad. Hence, I wanted to save him. I merely asked you to act on my behalf. Haha. Guyu laughed and agreed to Xiaoyan's thanks. Xiaoyan laughed softly. This was indeed true. Compared to him, Guyu, who was in his body, was much more relaxed. However, it was also because of this that he was able to save Xianxia's life. Xiaoyan laughed softly in his heart. After which, he did not say anything else. He lifted his eyes. The gentleness from a moment ago was no longer present in his eyes. Xiaoyan's bone-chilling gaze slowly swept across the remaining 4 people. When the 4 half-emperors met Xiaoyan's gaze, their bodies involuntarily shivered. Although Xiaoyan's strength appeared to be only that of a peak 3-star half-martial emperor, everyone knew that his actual strength was not only that. The 4 of them trembled as they turned their gazes with great difficulty. They looked at Guli and the others behind them. Immediately, they looked at each other and felt a chill in their hearts. They had no chance of winning against the few people behind them. Once Guli and the others attacked, they would end up like Xuexi. The eyes of the 4 involuntarily fell on Xianxia. He was the weakest person present. As long as they could control him, they believed that Xiaoyan and the others would be forced to stop. Swish, among the 4 of them, the only 5-star half-martial emperor that was not confronting anyone suddenly moved. Like a bolt of lightning, he instantly grabbed at Xianxia. At the same time, the other 3 quickly turned around. They wanted to delay the people behind them. The encouraging monk slightly frowned. He immediately released his aura of an 8-star half-martial emperor. His terrifying aura was like Mount Tai pressing down on the 3 of them. At this moment, the remaining half-martial emperor had already arrived before Xianxia. An extremely cruel smile appeared on the corner of the old man's mouth. His eagle claw-like hand ferociously grabbed at Xianxia's neck. Xianxia's expression abruptly changed. The speed of the old man before him greatly surpassed his own. Although he wanted to dodge, the difference in strength between the 2 of them was too enormous. Xianxia was already firmly locked onto by the old man. It was simply impossible for him to dodge. Damn it. Truly despicable. Seeing that the eagle claw-like hand was about to descend upon him, Xianxia prepared to fight with his life on the line. However, right at this moment, the sound of wind whistling resounded in this world. A chilly wind blew past, causing the old man's neck to suddenly feel cold. Before he could react, an ice-cold voice that did not contain the slightest bit of emotion faintly sounded in his ears. You dare to play with speed before me? Are you even qualified? Right after those words left his mouth, a heavenly flame gushed out from Xiaoyan's palm. The body of the old man beneath his palm rapidly became like a piece of burning charcoal. After that, it turned into specks of ash and completely disappeared from this world. When the other 3 saw this move of Xiaoyan's, they immediately felt incomparably terrified. They never imagined that Xiaoyan's methods were actually this terrifying. Elder Xian looked at the red-faced and frightened old man before him. The corners of his mouth rose into a pitiful smile. He said with a smile, "Rejoice. Rejoice. Rejoice that you all did not encounter him and instead encountered us. Even we find it difficult to imagine how terrifying he is." Right after Elder Xian said those words, the auras of the 3 8-star half-martial emperors suddenly trembled. Frightening power immediately poured out. The figure before them also fell down. Old brother Qin, are you all right? Xianxia had a bitter smile on his face as he shook his head. He frowned as he looked at Xiaoyan. With a worried expression, he bitterly sighed and said, "I'm fine." However, Yan Xiao, you're going to face a 9-star half-martial emperor this time around. Xiaoyan smiled. He lightly patted Qin Zhong's shoulder and said with an indifferent expression, "Old brother Qin, don't worry. Nothing will happen." Although Muhan is a 9-star half-martial emperor and I am indeed no match for him, I am still quite confident in my ability to escape. Hearing what Xiaoyan said, Qin Zhong involuntarily recalled Xiaoyan's frightening speed. From the moment of imminent peril earlier, Xiaoyan's speed was likely even more frightening than before. Sigh, although Qin Zhong was slightly relieved in his heart, he still sighed helplessly and said, "What a pity. It's a pity that this old man's strength is insufficient. After cultivating for so many years, I am still only a 3-star half-martial emperor. I am unable to help you like these people. In this battle, Qin Zhong wanted to express his good intentions. However, in the end, he shook his head helplessly. Unfortunately, his strength was limited. Although he wanted to help, he was powerless. It was like what that crimson snake had said earlier. With his current strength, even if he were to go, he would only be an additional burden." Seeing the helpless expression on Qin Zhong's face, Xiaoyan lightly smiled. He took a glance at Elder Xian and the other two who had arrived before him. Then, Xiaoyan turned to Qin Zhong and said with a smile, "Old brother Qin, don't say this. Old brother Qin, there is no need for you to act like this. If you truly wish to help me, I can only wish that you will be able to break through to 4-star half-martial emperor in this trip to the lightning pool. At that time, I have another matter that I wish to ask old brother Qin for." Haha, Qin Zhong slightly raised his eyebrows. He could not help but feel a trace of suspicion in his heart. However, when he saw Xiaoyan's confident expression, Qin Zhong's face immediately revealed a smile. He heavily nodded and said, "Old brother Xiaoyan, don't worry. I, Qin Zhong, have prepared for this day for a long time. As long as I am able to enter the lightning pool, this old man will definitely be able to break through to a 4-star half-martial emperor." Haha, then I wish old brother Qin success. Xiaoyan, Guli, and the other two cupped their hands and smiled at Qin Zhong. After which, the few of them did not linger any longer. Their bodies moved and they once again flew towards Grey Mountain. When the few of them returned to Grey Mountain, a large number of half-martial emperors had already gathered there. At this moment, there were already a dozen or so battles going on in the vicinity of Grey Mountain. Those people were still fighting over the lightning posts. As the time for the opening of the lightning pool in the void approached, the battles on the battlefield became even more intense. The sounds of dough skills exploding in the sky were like waves of thunder, causing the cultivators at the foot of Grey Mountain to involuntarily feel alarmed. When the crowd saw that Xiaoyan and the others, who had left earlier, had returned with Qin Zhong, who was covered in injuries, they immediately understood the reason why Xiaoyan had left. They could not help but sigh in admiration for Xiaoyan's righteousness. At the same time, they also felt a trace of envy for Qin Zhong. Xiaoyan's gaze was focused on the increasing number of half-martial emperors in the surroundings. At the same time, he also saw that Muhan and the others had already stood up. They were quietly standing where they were, waiting for the opening of the lightning pool in the void. Xiaoyan's gaze was fixed on Muhan. At this moment, the latter's complexion was somewhat pale. However, it appeared that he was not seriously injured. This caused Xiaoyan to feel a trace of pity. He had hoped that something would happen to this 9-star half-martial emperor. Noticing Xiaoyan's gaze, Muhan also turned his head around. His face was filled with disdain as he revealed a cold smile. After which, he turned his head back and no longer paid any attention to Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan smiled indifferently. He raised his head and looked at the black thunderclouds in the sky above the mountain peak that were becoming denser. Rumble, at a certain moment, a rumbling sound that everyone had been waiting for was finally emitted from the churning thunderclouds. Immediately, the churning thunderclouds in the sky above the mountain peak became even more intense. A long while later, under everyone's gazes, a crack that seemed to be dispelling the clouds and revealing the sun slowly spread open within the thunderclouds. Lightning pool in the void, open. Rumble, the vast thunderclouds continued to churn as waves of rumbling sounds resounded across the sky. The half-emperors around Grey Mountain all turned their gazes over at this moment. Their faces were filled with excitement as they stared at the churning thunderclouds. The battles in the distance gradually stopped at this moment. With the opening of the lightning pool, there was no need for them to continue fighting over it. This was also an unwritten rule. As long as one could keep the lightning invitation in one's hand, no one could snatch it when the lightning pool opened. The silver crack was particularly eye-catching in the thunderclouds. It was like a silver lightning floating in the thunderclouds. As the thunderclouds continued to churn, the crack gradually expanded. As the crack expanded, Xiaoyan could not help but frown at a certain moment. He extended his hand from under his sleeve and gently rubbed 2 fingers. A bright silver lightning invitation appeared in Xiaoyan's hand. It was his void lightning pool invitation. At this moment, the void lightning pool invitation was emitting a faint silver light. As the light flowed, the lightning invitation was actually somewhat uncontrollable. It was as if it had come alive and actually took the initiative to fly towards the crack in the sky. If Xiaoyan had not caught it in time, it was likely that it would have flown away. This thing is actually able to resonate with the crack. Frowning slightly as he looked at the lightning invitation in his hand, Xiaoyan could not help but exclaim in surprise. Haha, of course. The void lightning pool invitation originally belonged to the void lightning pool. The only difference is that this thing is formed from the impurities discarded by the void lightning pool. Now that the energy in the void lightning pool is at its most abundant, the void lightning pool can use a special method to guide the void lightning pool in. We are just its passengers. Guli opened his mouth and explained to Xiaoyan when he heard the surprised words from Xiaoyan's mouth. Xiaoyan nodded to indicate that he understood. He held the lightning invitation in his hand. Xiaoyan raised his head to look at the gradually expanding crack in the sky. He frowned again and asked Guli softly. President Guli, when will we be able to enter the lightning pool? As soon as he said this, the 4 people beside Xiaoyan all laughed. Guli stroked his beard and teased Xiaoyan. I didn't expect you to be so anxious in front of the void lightning pool. Haha, Xiaoyan smiled awkwardly and scratched his head. Honestly speaking, although MOD and the rest were beside him, his heart was filled with hope for a breakthrough. Now that he saw that the lightning pool had finally opened, he could not help but feel a little excited. Haha, don't worry. There's no need to rush. The lightning pool tunnel has only just begun. It will take about 4 hours for it to fully open. In these 4 hours, you should just stay here obediently. The moment these words were spoken, Xiaoyan felt helpless. Who would have thought that entering the lightning pool would be so troublesome? However, 4 hours was merely a blink of an eye for these half-martial emperors. In the blink of an eye, the void lightning pool had completely opened. The 30 half-martial emperors who held the lightning invitation could also prepare to enter the lightning pool. Rumble, amidst the thunder clouds, there was a strange circular tunnel with a diameter of several hundred feet. In the middle of the black thunder clouds, it released an extremely oppressive and terrifying aura. Within the tunnel, one could see terrifying lightning bolts that were at least 100 feet thick. They were wreaking havoc within the tunnel. The continuous lightning bolts completely sealed the entrance of the tunnel. Under such power, even a half-martial emperor would not be able to forcefully enter. At this moment, even Xiaoyan, who was below, had a solemn expression as he stared at the terrifying lightning bolts. He felt ashamed in his heart. No wonder no one dares to forcefully enter without a lightning invitation. I see. With the protection of the lightning bolts, even a half-martial emperor would not be able to forcefully enter. Xiaoyan cautiously observed the lightning bolts. The more he stared at them, the more shocked he felt in his heart. As expected of someone born from the heavens and earth. With such an astonishing aura, even half-martial emperors were like clay before him. Haha, the power of the void lightning pool is indeed terrifying. After all, it is the son of the void lightning pool. How could it not have some strength? Fortunately, this thing has yet to evolve and gain intelligence. Otherwise, we would not have the opportunity to enter it to cultivate. Qilin softly said with a smile when he saw Xiaoyan's solemn expression. When Xiaoyan heard Qilin's anthropomorphic analogy, he instantly understood the meaning behind his words. The void lightning pool was eternal and unchanging. The power it possessed was naturally incomparable. If the void lightning pool was compared to an extraordinary force, then the power formed by the void lightning pool was like its sun. The reason why the void lightning pool was so terrifying was mostly because of the void lightning pool that stood behind it. In this aspect, it was similar to the forces on the continent. Swoosh, just as Xiao Yan and the others were talking, a few sharp sounds of wind breaking suddenly resounded in the void lightning pool. The few of them turned their heads to look. Not far away, a few half-martial emperors waved their sleeves. The lightning invitation in their hands immediately turned into 9 stars and shot out. In the blink of an eye, it entered the void lightning pool. At this moment, the remaining pseudo-emperor waved his hand in the air. Light flashed, and a lightning invitation appeared in the pseudo-emperor's hand. Without hesitation, when the lightning invitation appeared in his hand, his thumb quickly brushed across the tip of his middle finger. Then, a drop of blood flowed out from the tip of his middle finger. With a swipe of his middle finger, the drop of blood was smeared on the lightning invitation. After doing this, the half-martial emperor waved his sleeve and the lightning invitation in his hand shot out. Just like the other lightning invitation, it entered the void lightning pool. Xiao Yan frowned as he looked at this. He couldn't help but feel curious. Seeing this, Guli immediately smiled and explained to Xiao Yan, "The void lightning pool is special. Once you enter the void lightning pool, you will naturally not be ostracized. However, if we try to enter, we will be attacked by those lightning bolts. So, we need to attach our auras to the lightning invitation so that those lightning bolts will misidentify us. Only in this way will we be able to enter safely. Otherwise, you've also felt it earlier. The terror of those lightning bolts is not something we can easily imagine." Xiao Yan lightly nodded when he heard this. Those lightning bolts were indeed terrifying. At the very least, with his current strength, he didn't have the slightest confidence in facing those lightning bolts. After Guli finished speaking, Qi Lin immediately said solemnly, "That's right. Back then, there was a guy who didn't listen to our advice and wanted to force his way in. In the end, after he was struck by those lightning bolts, he was instantly turned into a charred corpse. When that guy was alive, he was a 7-star half-martial emperor." Hiss, when these words were spoken, not only Xiao Yan, but even some of the half-martial emperors who had never heard of this rumor could not help but suck in a breath of cold air when they heard this. It was hard to imagine that those lightning bolts would actually be so terrifying. Some of the half-martial emperors who originally had other thoughts also stealthily retreated with cold sweat all over their bodies. Since Qi Lin had already spoken, there was naturally no need for them to stay any longer. "Go." Suddenly, a low shout sounded. Xiao Yan looked over and saw that it was Mod and the rest. Mu Han was currently shooting the lightning invitation into the void lightning pool. Mod and the rest were following closely behind him. Mu Han's eyes were icy cold as they were thrown to Xiao Yan after the lightning invitation entered the lightning pool tunnel. The two stared at each other for a long while before Mu Han let out a cold snort. He turned his head and his feet suddenly stomped on the mountain under his feet. The mountain trembled as Mod's group of 5 rushed into the air and flew toward the lightning pool tunnel. When he saw the few of them flying towards the void lightning pool, Xiao Yan's eyes slowly narrowed. He stared at Mu Han, who was leading the group, and softly said, "Have they entered the void lightning pool? Have they started to enter the lightning pool? Since that's the case, it's time for us to move." After his voice sounded, Xiao Yan's hand, which was holding the lightning invitation, suddenly clenched tightly. Due to the strength in his hand, his slightly sharp nails dug into his flesh. Fresh blood flowed out and dyed the entire lightning invitation. "Let's go. It is time for us to enter. There is still a tough battle waiting for us." Xiao Yan suddenly waved his hand. Fresh blood wrapped around the lightning invitation and it turned into a blood-colored flowing light that swiftly shot into the void lightning pool. Beside him, Guli and Qin Zhong nodded their heads in unison. Elder Xian smiled faintly and also prepared to return. In the next instant, the 4 of them simultaneously stepped into the sky. The sky shook as 4 figures instantly shot out and swiftly flew towards the void lightning pool. Under Xiao Yan's sleeves, Xiao Jin's snake-like body was coiled around Xiao Yan's wrist. When it saw the wound on Xiao Yan's palm, it involuntarily let out a soft cry and licked the wound. Traces of purple-gold blood also flowed into Xiao Yan's body as the little fellow licked. Within the lightning pool passageway, Xiao Yan and the other 3 were flying forward at an extremely fast speed. During the flight, Xiao Yan would occasionally use his somewhat curious gaze to carefully observe the enormous lightning pillars that surrounded the few of them. Those thick lightning pillars were shot out from the pillars. They were like soldiers that guarded this lightning-filled world. The thick lightning pillars were like giant pythons that coiled around Xiaoyan and the other three. At such a close distance, Xiaoyan could clearly feel the terrifying aura of the lightning pillars. Xiaoyan's face was solemn. At the closest distance, the lightning pillars were only a few inches away from him. It was hard to imagine what would happen if he touched them. Don't bother about this thing. Let's go straight. Soon, we will be able to leave the area protected by this thing. Guli's face was solemn. Even though they were already in the lightning pool passageway, it was even more dangerous. Once they were touched by the lightning pillars, the consequences would be unimaginable. Xiaoyan's actions were a little stiff as he nodded his head when he heard this. His forward speed had become much faster without him noticing. That thunderbolt appeared to be following behind the few of them, inseparable from their shadows. Heh, don't worry. There is no need to be too nervous. This lightning pillar is only the outer layer of the lightning pool. Hence, it is more powerful. However, once we reach the deeper lightning pool, we will be safe there. As long as we do not enter the core region of the lightning pool, you can rest assured. Qi Lin's character was bold and unrestrained. Given his understanding of lightning, he was not afraid of it at all. When he heard Qi Lin's words, Xiaoyan could not help but raise his eyebrows and ask, shouldn't the core region of the lightning pool be the place where the lightning energy is the most concentrated and pure? Why can't we enter it? Qi Lin nodded his head. However, he quickly shook his head and frowned. The lightning energy in the depths of the lightning pool is indeed pure and powerful. However, it is also because of this that the destructive power it possesses is not something that the lightning pools in the outer layer of the lightning pool can compare to. Furthermore, as the core region of the lightning pool, the protective power is even more terrifying. Forget about us, even people like Muhan would not dare to approach that place. Xiaoyan nodded his head once again to show that he understood. The few of them gradually became silent. Unknowingly, the few of them were getting closer and closer to the end of the passageway. When the white light enveloped their bodies, Xiaoyan and the others could not help but close their eyes. When they reopened their eyes, Xiaoyan could not help but feel shocked by the scene before him. This place was indeed a world of thunder and lightning. When Xiaoyan opened his eyes, the scene in front of him was an extremely vast sea of lightning. Countless bolts of silver lightning were like giant snakes as they rapidly slithered through the sea of lightning. The rumbling of thunder was unceasing. Even though he was standing far away, he could still feel his heart tremble. The lightning energy here is indeed extremely powerful. No wonder even half-martial emperors yearn for this place. Xiaoyan looked at the vast sea of lightning with excitement. He couldn't help but feel shocked by the scene before him. Although the power of lightning here was not as terrifying as the pill lightning he had drawn out when he was refining the emperor-grade pill, it was superior in that there were countless bolts of lightning. If he were to really compare them, the lightning here was more terrifying. Now is not the time to rush to make a breakthrough. Let's go find those fellows first. If we miss this opportunity and can't find them, it will be troublesome if we fight later. Guli reminded in a serious voice. As soon as Guli said that, Xiaoyan immediately came back to his senses. He nodded at Guli and then his gaze fell on Qin Zhong. He said with a smile, Brother Qin, you should go find a safe place to cultivate first. We still have to deal with MOD and the others. I'm afraid the next time we meet will be after we leave this place. I also hope you can make a breakthrough. At that time I have something to ask of you. When Qin Zhong heard that, he could not help but reveal a worried expression. The enemies Xiaoyan was going to face this time were very different from the past. A 9-star half-martial emperor was in existence that 8-star half-martial emperors could not compare to. Although Xiaoyan was not weak, he was only a 3-star half-martial emperor after all. However, in the end, Qin Zhong nodded heavily. He did not say anything. He cupped his hands at the three people in front of him and then turned around and quickly flew towards a certain direction of the lightning pool. At this moment, the only thing he could do was to ensure his own safety. Only then would he not cause trouble for Xiaoyan and the others. Seeing Qin Zhong's departing figure, Xiaoyan finally breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Truth be told, he did not hold much hope for the battle against MOD and the others. After all, 9-star half-martial emperors were not just empty words. As for Guyu, he believed that Guyu would definitely not interfere this time around. Thus, no matter what, he could only rely on himself and the two people beside him for the battle this time around. Let's go. It's time to experience the might of a 9-star half-martial emperor. As Xiaoyan turned around, he spoke with a grave tone. His body moved and he began to chase after Guyu and the others. When Xiaoyan had first appeared in the lightning pool, he had vaguely seen Mod and the others enter the lightning pool. Thus, he was able to roughly determine their direction and location. Gu Li and Qi Lin, who were following closely behind, looked at each other. Then, their gazes landed on Xiaoyan. After taking a deep look at him, they slowly withdrew their gazes and quickly followed after Xiaoyan. After a moment, 8 figures stood in the lightning pool in the void. They were separated into 2 sides and they were looking at each other. He. There is a path to heaven, yet you refuse to take it. There is no gate to hell, yet you insist on coming here to throw away your life. Mod's face was filled with ridicule as he looked at Xiaoyan's group standing on the opposite side. He did not expect that these 3 fellows in front of him would be so bold. They had just entered the lightning pool in the empty realm, yet they had come looking for them to fight. Indeed, I did not expect you to be so daring. Are you trying to take advantage of the fact that we have yet to make a breakthrough to the next realm to fight? Muhan sneered as he looked at Xiaoyan and the other 2. His face was filled with disdain. Originally, I wanted to let you live for a while longer. However, since you insist on courting death, don't blame this old man. Not to mention Muhan, even Yanbing would feel disdain for Xiaoyan and the other 2. Xiaoyan narrowed his eyes as he stared at Muhan. His expression was solemn. After a long while, he finally spoke in an indifferent tone. You have already rejected your opponent before the battle has even begun. If you do not have sufficient confidence in yourself, then you are simply too foolish. Muhan stared at Xiaoyan. His eyes were like the claws of an eagle as he stared at the latter. However, he did not say anything. While Xiaoyan's side was preparing to fight with Mod's group, there were 4 human figures seated within an extremely hidden and mysterious large hall in another place. A dim light illuminated the floor in front of the 4 of them. Only their shoes could be seen clearly. Everything else seemed extremely mysterious. Humph. You're neither a human nor a ghost. Why did you call us here? The hoarse and old voice was filled with anger. It turned into a thunderous roar as it reverberated in the hall. It shook one's heart and soul. At the same time, the teacups in the hands of the other 3 exploded. TSK. Sect leader Wu, why are you so anxious? All of you have waited for hundreds of years. What's the difference between a few moments? TSK. At this moment, a ghostly and eerie laughter sounded faintly from the darkness. The voice came without any warning and they could not detect any aura. The person who had come made the 4 supreme being experts, who were usually able to do whatever they wanted, feel a sense of solemnity in their hearts. Among the 4 of them, there were naturally some who understood the meaning behind the words. 2 of them secretly exchanged glances before they looked at the void in front of them and asked calmly. What do you mean by what you said just now? What do you mean by waiting for hundreds of years? TSK. Could it be that after hundreds of years, the 4 of you have forgotten that thing? The 4 people in the darkness narrowed their eyes as a cold light flickered in their eyes. Even in the darkness, it was still frightening. Sky annihilation step. Bang! The instant the dark, cold voice of unknown origin was once again emitted, the entire hall was immediately filled with 4 incomparably frightening pressures. Turbulent do-chi waves swept repeatedly within the hall, causing the entire hall to emit waves of trembling sounds. What did you say? 4 shocked cries sounded at the same time. The entire hall shook unceasingly. A thunder-like buzzing sound resounded throughout the hall, shaking one's soul. TSK. Looks like the few of you have not forgotten about that thing. Sky extinction steps, the skill that Tianju Shangren became famous for. It is one of the keys to opening the Tianju ancient tomb. Only by doing so will you have the opportunity to obtain Tianju Shangren's inheritance. A dark cold laughter was faintly emitted. The person who spoke did not reveal much fear in the face of these four renowned ultimate Zune experts. On the contrary, the four people present were even more afraid of him. Do you know where that clan is now? One of the four people asked with a somewhat doubtful tone. The four factions had searched for that clan for an unknown number of years. Until now, there was still no news. They did not believe that this ghost thing that hid in a dark corner and did not dare to show itself could be found. Haha, I don't know. These simple words caused the old man who was addressed as sect leader Wu to immediately become furious. An invisible force crazily erupted and the stone chair under him was immediately crushed into a pile of rocks. Humph. Ghost thing, you are playing with the four of us. With a stern cry, the old man's palm violently smashed into the empty space beside him. Immediately, a circular invisible spatial ripple swiftly spread apart. It carried a frightening might that could crush everything as it swept in all directions. The spatial ripple automatically scattered when it reached the other three people. At the same time, a mysterious aura was finally emitted from a certain spot in the darkness. Humph. Get out here for me. The moment the aura was emitted, the old man's hand was suddenly extended. His 5 fingers were spread open and a suction force surged out from his palm. Immediately, the space where the aura was emitted from was forcefully torn apart by this crazy suction force. At the same time, a black figure swiftly flashed through the empty space. A dark cold laughter was once again emitted. Keek keek. Sect head Wu's temper is really fiery. Although I don't know where that clan is now, but regarding the sky extinction step. Keek keek, once these words were spoken, the eyes of the 4 old men hardened. They exchanged glances with each other. That leader Wu also slowly withdrew the do chi that he had released. He withdrew his aura and did not say anything else. At this moment, another old man slowly spoke. His tone and attitude were much better than the previous 2. Haha, Palace Master, since you have already said so much, this old man thinks that there is no need for you to continue beating around the bush. We usually mind our own business. Now that you have gathered us here, it can't be just to say these words to us, right? TSK, 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 TSK. Sword Sovereign is indeed the one who knows how to conduct himself. Compared to Sovereign Wu, enough, there's no need to say any more superfluous words. You bunch of things that are neither human nor ghost. You've never suffered a loss when doing things. Speak, tell us the specific location of the heaven extinguishing steps. What are the conditions? That ghost-like human figure had yet to finish speaking when the second old man who had spoken earlier spoke once again and interrupted the words in his mouth. The 4 old men clearly knew this person who called himself the Hall Master. Hence, they spoke with the intention of making a deal. Keek keek, the ghost-like strange laughter once again sounded. A cluster of black fog instantly flew past the only space in front of the 4 of them that had light. The 4 of them remained indifferent on the surface, but their hearts were secretly awed. Since the few sect heads are in a hurry, this palace master shall not say any more nonsense. The few of you only need to be clear that the heaven extinguishing steps is in the hands of a little fellow called Xiaoyan. He has changed his name to Yan Xiao. Currently, he is at a place that one must pass when traveling to the western region, the savage ancient city. There is no need for this palace master to say anything more about who is guarding that place. Humph. Since you know who is there, why is there a need to say any more nonsense to us? He is in the savage ancient city. Forget about us, even your ghost hall would not dare to do anything to him. The 4 of them had just heard Xiaoyan's name and quietly remembered it in their hearts. However, the black shadows following words caused the expressions of the 4 of them to immediately change. They did not expect that Xiaoyan was coincidentally in the savage ancient city. Although they were in the western region, the might of the Yunin Pavilion still caused them to be extremely fearful. That kind of faction might be like the ghost hall behind the black shadow in front of them, which did not reveal itself, but as long as one knew about it, regardless of one's strength, one would understand that its terror was unimaginable. Hence, they would try their best to avoid a huge being like the Yunin Pavilion. They naturally did not dare to easily attack Xiaoyan within the territory of the Yunin Pavilion. TSK 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 TSK. I already said that sect leader Wu has a fiery temper. Why are you angry again? According to my information, ever since that kid appeared in the southern region, he has been heading towards the savage ancient city. It is extremely likely that he is preparing to come to the western region. I believe that he will arrive in the western region soon. At that time, all you need to do is to wait for him. In the face of sect leader Wu's angry shout, the Black Shadow laughed mockingly. Following which, he revealed the information that he knew. Only at this moment did the four people in front of him relax. They continuously muttered Xiaoyan's name in their hearts. Xiaoyan. Yan Xiao. Xiaoyan. Yan Xiao. You have handed him over to us to deal with. I wonder how much difference is his strength compared to ours. Suddenly, the Sword Sovereign narrowed his eyes and opened his mouth to ask an extremely important question. If the Xiaoyan that they were about to face had a similar strength as them, then even if they had 4 sovereign stage experts, it would still be difficult to kill him. Hence, they had no choice but to first understand the other party's strength. Only by knowing oneself and knowing one's enemy would one be able to win 100 battles. TSK, don't worry. That kid's strength has only broken through to the 3-star half-martial emperor level half a year ago. With your strength, how could you possibly fear him? Hearing the Sword Sovereign's words, the Black Shadow was not surprised. Instead, he sneered. Once those words were spoken, the 4 people immediately frowned. A mere 3-star half-martial emperor actually wanted them to take action. Wasn't this like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut? Wasn't this thinking too highly of that kid by the name of Xiaoyan? There was definitely a reason behind this abnormality. The 4 people thought of this at the same time. When faced with this ghost-like fellow, they had no choice but to be extremely careful. Since that Xiaoyan is merely a 3-star half-martial emperor, why don't you all take action yourselves? With his strength, he is at the bottom among all of you. At this moment, the third old man who spoke faintly. Following his words, the surrounding space started to ripple like a screen of water. TSK. Master Chen also knows that when we do many things, it is inconvenient for our whereabouts to be exposed. Without the permission of our superiors, we are not allowed to arbitrarily kill people in the city. After all, although our ghost palace is powerful, there are also many people who have their eyes on us. Borrowing a knife to kill someone. The old man who was addressed as Master Chen spoke in a deep voice. You can say that. However, I believe that this is merely a business between you all and me. Since you all are businessmen, there is no need to ask too clearly about some things. Once the water is clear, there will be no fish. The 4 people narrowed their eyes and muttered to themselves for a moment. However, they no longer said anything. Within the black fog, a pair of sinister eyes flickering with a strange light swept across the 4 people present. After a long time, the Black Shadow once again laughed sinisterly and said, TSK, let's not waste words. At that time, if we are to meet him, there is no need for the 4 of you to be lenient. As long as you are able to keep him alive and ensure that he does not die, the Heaven End steps will be yours to take away. The strange atmosphere was once again broken. Following that, the 4 people let out a sigh of relief in their hearts. This time around, that sect Master Wu's eyes turned. An extremely ruthless and cruel smile appeared on the corners of his mouth as he said, ha, I truly don't understand. A brat at that level is actually able to provoke all of you. He will truly not be able to escape this calamity. After those words left his mouth, a wave of extremely cooperative laughter finally sounded from within the hall. While the 4 old men reached an agreement with the hall chief, the atmosphere between Xiaoyan's and Muhan's parties within the lightning pool in the empty realm had become increasingly tense. Xiaoyan's group and Muhan's group were separated into 2 sides in the vast lightning pool. The atmosphere was extremely stifling and oppressive. The invisible aura caused the continuously flowing thunderbolts to only be able to fly about 1,000 feet away from both parties. They continued to wander about, but ultimately did not dare to enter the boundary of the aura. From afar, countless silver lightning bolts surrounded the entire battlefield like a huge sphere. Lightning flashed, and in an instant, a bright moon appeared in the lightning pool. The space within the formless aura was surrounded by lightning, forming a circular battlefield. If one were to look at it from the outside, one would not be able to see the situation within. The situation here had naturally alarmed the other half-martial emperors who had entered the lightning pool. In addition, the gathering of lightning was undoubtedly a great gift for them, who urgently needed lightning energy to cultivate. In a short moment, nearly 10 half-martial emperors had gathered outside the aura. In addition to Xiaoyan's group, all the half-martial emperors present accounted for 2/3 of the total number of people who had entered the lightning pool. Through the layers of lightning, the half-martial emperors who had been attracted to the scene immediately saw the situation. When they saw that Xiaoyan's group was about to fight against a large number of people, these half-martial emperors could not help but feel a sense of seriousness for the three of them. Putting aside the number of people on both sides, just Muhan alone was enough to suppress Gu Li and Qi Lin. From the looks of it, Xiaoyan's battle had already ended before it had even begun. When these half-martial emperors heard that Xiaoyan's group had actually taken the initiative to fight against Modi's group, they could not help but feel shocked by their bold actions. They knew that they were no match for Modi's group, yet they still wanted to fight. This was akin to a life-and-death struggle. Haha, I have long heard that you, Yan Xiao, have few opponents in the ancient savage city. Ever since you came to the ancient savage city, you have not been defeated. Even a few 7-star half-emperors have been defeated by your hands. I really don't know if you are really as powerful as the rumors say or if those few fellows are just trash. Zhang Hao, who was in Modi's group, strode to Yan Bing's side and stared at Xiaoyan with a disdainful grin. The fighting energy in his body had already been circulated to every part of his body, and he was ready to strike at any time. Even though Xiaoyan's battle accomplishments were godly, in his heart, the Xiaoyan before him was only a 3-star half-martial emperor. How could the disparity between two half-martial emperors be so easily made up for? Today, he, Zhang Hao, would trample on Yan Xiao in front of everyone. He would trample on Yan Zhao's legendary battle record and let the entire wildlands know that Yan Xiao was just an arrogant clown. Only he, Zhang Hao, was the true dragon among men. He wanted to use Xiaoyan as a stepping stone to improve his reputation. However, while he was thinking in this manner in his heart, he had forgotten that he was a 7-star half-martial emperor. Even if he had defeated Xiaoyan, what could defeating a 3-star half-martial emperor do to him? In the eyes of others, this was merely something within reason. However, once he was defeated, not only would it be a psychological blow to his confidence, it would also continue Xiaoyan's undefeated legend in the ancient savage city. Faced with Zhang Hao's clamor, Xiaoyan had a mocking expression on his face. He turned his head and said with a smile, "If you want to know whether my strength is real or fake, why do you need to talk? Why don't you just come and try me?" As his voice sounded, Xiaoyan clenched his hand and the dark heavy buster sword immediately appeared in his hand. With a wave of the heavy buster sword, the wind whistled and the sound of sonic booms resounded incessantly. When Zhang Hao saw this scene, it was exactly what he wanted. He forcefully waved his hand and a long sword appeared with a flicker. The body of the sword was bitingly cold. As the blade of the sword swayed, it reflected a dazzling light. Zhang Hao's body moved and the long sword immediately streaked across the sky. As the thin and sharp body of the sword swayed, it appeared like a water snake flickering with cold light as it violently pierced towards Xiaoyan. When Zhang Hao passed by Yan Bing, the latter's words of warning entered his ears. "Don't be careless. He is indeed not as simple as you imagine him to be." Hearing Yan Bing's warning words, Zhang Hao's originally confident heart couldn't help but waver. Yan Bing's words were truly overestimating this Yan Xiao too much. No matter what, he had followed Yan Xiao for so many years. Now, after hearing Yan Zhao's words, he had been reduced to being inferior to a 3-star half-martial emperor brat. How could his state of mind remain calm? The more Yan Bing spoke of Xiaoyan like this, the more he wanted to prove himself. He wanted to let Yan Bing know that as a 7-star half-martial emperor, he was absolutely not someone a mere 3-star half-martial emperor could compare to. Ha! Following a frightening shout, the long sword danced. The feminine body of the sword swayed along with it. Like a water snake, it ruthlessly pierced towards Xiaoyan's head. Xiaoyan's expression did not change. He slightly raised the huge ruler in his hand. With a wave of his arm, the wide huge ruler ferociously smashed towards the incoming long sword. One hard and one soft, one thick and one thin. The two weapons formed an enormous contrast, giving one an indescribably strange feeling. Ding! At the moment when the huge ruler was smashed over, the long sword that was like a water snake was like a leech. It clung onto the body of the huge ruler. The tip of the sword lightly touched the body of the ruler and a clear collision sound was emitted. Xiaoyan couldn't help but frown. As for the long sword, it continued to pierce through. It dodged the huge ruler and continued to pierce towards Xiaoyan's face. This fellow's moves are really strange. Although it looks like he is coming close to my heavy Xian ruler, in reality, he has only collided with the heavy Xian ruler a few times. This fellow's attacks are completely relying on dodging the huge ruler. Surging spiritual strength poured out. Zhang Hao's movements were all seen by Xiaoyan. With regards to this sword that was so close to him, Xiaoyan could not help but feel a little astonished in his heart. However, in the next moment, the corners of Xiaoyan's mouth curled into a sneer. Although Zhang Hao's moves were tricky and ruthless, they relied on dodging to find an opening to attack. This kind of move was useless in front of an alchemist. Standing at the back, when Yan Bing saw the sneer at the corners of Xiaoyan's mouth, he immediately felt that something was wrong. Previously, he had already warned Zhang Hao not to underestimate his opponent. However, he did not expect that this fellow would actually turn a blind eye to his words. He was only anxious to show off. Now, it seemed that Zhang Hao was going to suffer. However, at this moment, Zhang Hao, who was completely unaware of all of this, was looking at Xiaoyan with disdain. The long sword in his hand had already arrived in front of Xiaoyan. At such a close distance, it was impossible for him to dodge. Furthermore, the huge ruler in his hand could not be used in time to block. Therefore, Xiaoyan was unable to dodge this attack. Gu Li and Qi Lin, who were originally rather confident in Xiaoyan, could not help but feel that things were not going well for Xiaoyan when they saw the scene in front of them. Only when Gu Li also noticed the expression on Xiaoyan's face did he press down Qi Lin, who was about to attack, by the side. Hee. Yan Xiao, you are only SOSO. You can't even take a single attack from me. Zhang Hao's face was sinister as he laughed wildly. Xiaoyan smiled and did not reply. However, in the instant that the long sword attacked, his idle left hand suddenly lifted. Spiritual strength crazily gushed out from between his eyebrows and swiftly formed an invisible palm in front of Xiaoyan. The movement of the invisible palm was exactly the same as the movement of Xiaoyan's extended left hand. In the next moment, Xiaoyan raised his left hand in front of him. Both of his eyes stared intently at the long sword that was ferociously thrusting towards him. The sharp wind caused Xiaoyan's face to be a little stupefied. However, Xiaoyan turned a blind eye to this. As the long sword attacked, Xiaoyan's raised hand suddenly clenched tightly. At the same time, he roared in his heart. Heaven-class soul skill, heavenly hand. As the roar in his heart sounded, the invisible palm instantly solidified and formed a huge palm in the empty space in front of Xiaoyan. As Xiaoyan's left hand clenched tightly, the huge palm also grabbed the long sword that was coming towards Xiaoyan. A frightening strength continued to compress the long sword in his hand. Under such a frightening pressure, the strong dou qi that was contained in the long sword finally erupted uncontrollably after a few breaths. The huge palm could not help but tremble. Xiaoyan coldly snorted and exerted strength in his palm once again. Spiritual strength crazily gushed out and the heavenly hand's strength instantly soared. It actually forcefully squeezed the long sword in the center of his palm. Seeing this, Zhang Hao's heart instantly turned pale with fright. He wanted to dodge and retreat, but Xiaoyan would not let him off so easily. He suddenly waved his right hand and the heavy Xian ruler that Zhang Hao had cleverly dodged earlier suddenly jerked. Following this, he waved it ferociously. The wide ruler's body brought about a sharp sound as it tore through the empty space. A frightening wind pressure directly faced Zhang Hao's face. In the next moment, under Zhang Hao's horrified gaze, the wide and huge ruler ruthlessly smashed onto his face. Instantly, the somewhat muffled sound of bones shattering was quietly emitted. Zhang Hao only felt that his entire body was in a semi-conscious state. The dizziness that came from the depths of his mind almost caused him to faint. However, the intense pain caused him to truly experience the feeling of being crushed. This caused him to be in a state where he did not know whether he was dead or alive. Seeing Zhang Hao being sent flying, Xiaoyan's heart immediately felt refreshed. Ever since he had used the heavy Xian ruler to slap Luo Jin's face, he seemed to be addicted to this feeling. Just now, he had casually tried it out. He did not expect the effect to be so out of his expectations. The collision between Xiaoyan and Zhang Hao had only occurred for a short moment. By the time everyone recovered, all they saw was the scene of Zhang Hao being sent flying by the huge ruler. Bastard! Seeing Zhang Hao being sent flying by the huge ruler, a furious expression immediately surged onto Yan Bing's indifferent face. She cursed angrily from her mouth and her body suddenly flashed as she charged towards Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan, who originally wanted to continue attacking Zhang Hao to prevent future troubles, saw Yan Bing actually rushing over. His expression could not help but change slightly. However, immediately after, Guli, who was beside him, laughed out loud and said, "Don't worry and just cripple that guy. Let us deal with this guy first." Xiaoyan nodded. Guli also swept past Xiaoyan and rushed towards Yanbing. When Xiaoyan's gaze once again landed on Zhang Hao's body, he had already quickly regained consciousness. However, his entire person looked battered and exhausted. His entire face had become extremely distorted. His entire face looked like a metal pancake from one side. Because his left eye socket had been struck by the huge ruler, a corner of his flesh and bones had been forcibly shattered. At this moment, it was unknown where it had gone. His entire face was dripping with blood. His entire person had been disfigured. It looked extremely terrifying. Even Xiaoyan could not help but feel a burst of fear in his heart when he saw the scene. However, even though this was the case, Zhang Hao was still filled with unwillingness. Amidst a hoarse roar that sounded like the roar of a demonic beast, Zhang Hao once again charged explosively towards Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan shook his head with a face filled with disdain. He knew that although Zhang Hao appeared to be battered and exhausted, his overall strength was not much inferior to his. However, the latter's current appearance had truly caused Xiaoyan to not have the heart to continue fighting with him. A 7-star half-martial emperor is only SOSO. Let him play with you. After a disdainful sneer sounded, Xiaoyan retrieved his gaze. At the same time, he casually waved his hand at Zhang Hao. A black ray of light immediately shot out explosively. Like a cannonball, it ruthlessly shot towards Zhang Hao. "Don't let me see him again. It's disgusting." As the black shadow flew out, Xiaoyan's tone was indifferent as he gave the order. In the next instant, before Zhang Hao's astonished gaze, the black shadow ruthlessly collided with him. Only after the other people beside him had moved aside did Xiaoyan slowly raise his gaze and look at Muhan, who had been standing in the air and staring at him the entire time. In the lightning pool in the sky, an intense battle was currently being carried out. Yan Bing was fighting against Guli and Jilin by herself. However, she was not at a disadvantage. When she attacked, she also had some leeway. This allowed her to fight more freely. On the other side, the battle between Zhang Hao and the Northern King was much more obvious. The Northern King was only a puppet. However, unlike other puppets, it was not an ordinary puppet. When Xiaoyan was refining the Northern King, he had sealed all the battle experience of his original body, the Northern Dragon King, into the Northern King. This allowed the Northern King to not only not feel pain, but also display the might of a 6-star half-martial emperor. Adding on the indestructible puppet body, even with Zhang Hao's strength as a 7-star half-martial emperor, he was unable to break through the Northern King's body. Thus, before the Northern King's most primitive and violent punches and kicks, Zhang Hao, who was a peak late-stage 7-star half-martial emperor, could only take a beating. At this moment, Yan Bing was being restrained by Guli and Jilin, and Zhang Hao was being tyrannical by the Northern King. At this moment, only Xiaoyan, MOD, Old Freak Hu and the strongest person present, the 9-star half-martial Emperor Muhan, were still standing steadily in the sky. At this moment when the battle was being carried out fiercely, those half-martial emperors who had originally come over to cultivate and devour lightning energy were all dumbstruck when they saw Xiaoyan using the most violent method to send a 7-star half-martial emperor flying. They had all heard of how powerful Xiaoyan was. They also knew that Xiaoyan had defeated several 7-star half-martial emperors. However, it was the first time that they had seen someone send a 7-star half-martial emperor flying with a single strike of a ruler. TSK, this Yan Xiao is truly a heaven-defying individual. A 3-star half-martial emperor sent a 7-star half-martial emperor flying. If this news were to spread, Yan Zhao's name would likely shake the entire southern region. Not only that, not only does his master possess frightening strength, even that puppet of his is actually this powerful. A puppet with the strength of a half-martial emperor. In the entire southern region, only that power would possess such a thing. Could it be that Yan Zhao came from there? The few quasi-emperors couldn't help but exclaim as they stared at the North King who was torturing Zhang Hao. When that faction was mentioned, the expressions of the few half-martial emperors around him involuntarily changed. If this was the case, Yan Zhao, who was in front of them, was someone that they could not afford to offend. Yes, no matter what, everyone, if there is a need later, I think that it would be better for us to try our best to help him. After all, regardless of whether Yan Zhao is a member of that faction or not, his future growth potential is something that both of us can see. Helping him once will not be a loss. After a moment of silence, an old man with the strength of an 8-star half-martial emperor quietly said to the several people beside him. Hearing what the old man said, the other half-martial emperors muttered to themselves for a moment. Then, they looked to each other and shook their heads. The growth potential of this Yan Zhao before them was indeed worthy of them helping him. However, one must not forget that what Xiao Yan was facing right now was not as simple as an 8-star half-martial emperor. As a 9-star half-martial emperor, Mu Han was a true giant in the ancient city of Wildlands. Even if Xiao Yan's talent was frightening, what could he do in front of Mu Han? He would still be unable to escape the fate of being killed. Thus, these half-martial emperors would not offend a 9-star half-martial emperor for a person who was about to die. Seeing this, the 8-star half-martial emperor old man could only helplessly sigh. He no longer said anything and turned his head to continue watching the situation of the battle. The one with the surname Hu, you go and help Yan Bing. This old man will personally take care of this brat. Seeing that old monster who was beside MOD, was also staring at Xiao Yan, Mu Han immediately frowned and said to the latter in a deep voice. Hearing that, old monster whose relaxed brows also started to frown. He glanced at Mu Han and discovered that the latter was looking at him with a fierce expression. Although old monster who was dissatisfied in his heart, he could only silently nod his head due to the latter's strength. Old monster who casually glanced at MOD, who was coldly watching from the side, and narrowed his eyes. Then, his body moved and he flew toward the battle between Yan Bing and the other two. When old monster who flew past Xiao Yan, a weak voice that only he could hear entered his ears. Help me stall Yan Bing. Those simple words caused old monster whose gaze to immediately become sharp. He nodded his head imperceptibly and his speed instantly increased. After flying past Xiao Yan, old monster whose figure rapidly rushed toward the battle between Yan Bing and the others. The corner of Xiao Yan's mouth was lifted into an ice-cold smile. He lifted his eyes and coincidentally met Mu Han's eyes. Mu Han's eyes stared intently at Xiao Yan. When he saw the cold smile on the corner of the latter's mouth, he involuntarily felt a little strange in his heart. With a cold snort, Mu Han tossed aside the worry in his heart. His feet stepped on empty air as he walked toward Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan faced Mu Han, who was heading toward him. He slowly withdrew the cold smile on the corner of his mouth. The doqi in his body was quietly circulated to every part of his body, preparing to deal with Mu Han's attack at any moment. At the same time, old monster whose figure had already appeared not far behind Yan Bing on the other side. Yan Bing involuntarily frowned when he sensed old monster whose aura behind him. Old monster whose actions caused him to feel a little strange. Soon after, Gu Li and Qi Lin in front of him once again unleashed their Do skills and violently charged toward him. Faced with these two people in front of him, Yan Bing did not dare to be careless in his heart. The doqi in his body wildly poured out. Various kinds of frightening Do skills were repeatedly shot out, blocking the two people in front of him. However, just as the battle between the three of them was becoming more and more intense, a shriveled hand appeared behind Yan Bing and firmly imprinted itself on her back with unparalleled power. Bang! Immediately, the doqi that had been agglomerated in his palm wildly poured out. It invaded the interior of Yan Bing's body and wantonly destroyed his internal organs, qi paths, and doqi in a destructive manner. At the same time, Yan Bing's body suddenly stiffened. The Do skill in his palm had lost the support of his doqi. Under the attack of Gu Li and Qi Lin, it could only endure for a short couple of breaths before it exploded with a bang. The remaining might smashed into Yan Bing's body, causing his body to fly back uncontrollably. The appearance of this scene caused MOD and the others in the battleground to immediately turn pale with fright. Their faces involuntarily revealed a shocked expression. No matter how they thought about it, they had never expected that the 8-star bandit, Old Monster Who, would actually suddenly betray them at such a moment in this big battle that they were almost certain to win. It was really hard to imagine. It should be known that in such a high-level big battle, the betrayal of any random bandit expert would have an enormous impact on the entire battle. Hence, the sudden betrayal of Old Monster Who at this moment caused them to feel frightened. Not only that, but those bandit experts outside of the battleground also felt a little surprised when they saw that Old Monster Who was originally on MOD's side, had suddenly betrayed them. They were all aware that Old Monster Who was paid by someone to help them eliminate a calamity. Logically speaking, he should do his best to help MOD. However, the current situation was the complete opposite. At this moment, not only MOD, but even these outsiders were unable to guess the reason behind this. Old Demon Who, you're crazy. Yan Bing, who had been sent flying back thousands of miles, stopped her body with great difficulty. She first spat out a large mouthful of scarlet blood mixed with pieces of her internal organs. After which, she lifted her head to look at Old Demon Who with a pale face. Her expression was ferocious as she angrily roared. However, in the face of Yan Bing's angry roar, Old Demon Who only grinned. His sinisterly white teeth revealed a mocking smile. In addition to his sneering eyes, this caused Yan Bing's heart to become even more furious when she saw it. Old Monster Who, what you're doing is going against our previous agreement. When Yan Bing's angry roar sounded, MOD lifted his gaze. A pair of sinister old eyes stared intently at Old Demon Who. His expression was extremely gloomy as he spoke in a deep voice. Hearing this, Old Demon Who turned his gaze with a sneer on his face. His gaze shot toward MOD as he crossed his arms in front of his chest. Oh? Agreement? What agreement? When Old Demon Who's words left his mouth, MOD's expression became slightly serious. After which, his expression immediately became ugly. The hands that were hidden under his sleeves slowly clenched. MOD was so angry that his face trembled. A long while later, he angrily shouted in a cold voice. What do you mean by this? Don't tell me that you want to turn your back on us. Old Demon Who once again laughed coldly. He glanced at Gu Li and Qi Lin beside him before turning his gaze away and laughing mockingly. Don't tell me that you can't see that I have already turned my back on you? You. This time MOD was really angry. He sucked in large mouthfuls of cold air as if he wanted to calm the anger in his chest. His skinny body continuously trembled because the anger in his heart had already caused him to be unable to calm down. Fine. Even if you want to turn your back on me, please give me a reason. Finally, MOD took a deep breath with great difficulty. His emotion stabilized slightly. His scarlet eyes stared at Old Demon Who as he spoke in a slightly hoarse voice. Old Demon Who laughed coldly. His gaze glanced at Xiaoyan on the other side. Noticing Old Demon Who's gaze, Xiaoyan smiled. His eyes were filled with an indescribable meaning. My rule is that if I take someone's money, I have to solve their problems. Since I've taken the money, I naturally have to work. Impossible. I was the one who made the agreement with you. That brat wouldn't have recognized you before you arrived in the wildlands. As soon as Old Weirdo Who spoke, MOD immediately shouted angrily. It is true that there is an agreement between us. However, Mr. Yan Xiao has offered an even higher price. Moreover, he has already paid his remuneration. As for you, it seems that the medicinal pills on you have already been used up in order to auction off that lightning invitation. MOD was at a loss for words. How could he have known that there would be such a fellow at the auction who had more emperor-grade pills than him? If it were not for this reason, he would not have taken out the only 4 emperor-grade pills he had. Yan Xiao. It's you again, Yan Xiao. MOD involuntarily roared. His heart was incomparably furious. However, he knew that he was no match for Xiaoyan no matter what. Hence, he turned his head to look at Muhan. At this moment, the only person present who could deal with Xiaoyan's group was him. Master Mu, that's enough. I didn't expect that you would dare to betray me after being intimidated by me. Your courage is commendable. Mu Han looked at old weirdo who with an ice-cold expression as he spoke with a calm smile. It was as if all of this was unimportant. Old weirdo who frowned slightly and narrowed his eyes. His body moved back slightly without anyone noticing. Mu Han was not in the mood to pay attention to old weirdo whose little movements. He turned his gaze back to Xiaoyan and said with a smile, however, you are quite capable. No wonder those 7-star half-martial emperors could not suppress you. Your strength has indeed surpassed your cultivation level. Xiaoyan's gaze turned cold. He did not dare to be careless. As a 9-star half-martial emperor, it was too easy for Mu Han to deal with him. Although he had the Sky Annihilation step, his strength was limited and he was unable to unleash the true might of the Sky Annihilation step. Hence, in the upcoming battle, once Mu Han attacked, Xiaoyan had to prepare for the worst. Swoosh, a sharp sound of wind breaking resounded. Xiaoyan's expression instantly turned grave. His body moved and he was about to retreat. However, the space in front of him shattered and Mu Han appeared in front of Xiaoyan. He waved his hand and sent a palm strike towards Xiaoyan's chest. Seeing this scene, Xiaoyan's expression turned grave. He knew that it was too late for him to dodge. He could only quickly circulate the dou qi within his body and gather it in his palm. He fiercely met the incoming palm strike head-on. Humph. You overestimate yourself. With a cold snort, the might of Mu Han's palm immediately soared. Turbulent dou qi agglomerated on his palm, emitting a glaring golden glow. Wherever the palm passed, the empty space would be shattered. The frightening wind pressured everyone until they could not breathe. Xiaoyan faced the fierce astral wind head-on and the pressure in his heart increased. Is this the strength of a 9-star half-emperor? As expected, it isn't something that an 8-star half-emperor can compare to. Xiaoyan thought in his heart. At the same time, the dou qi within his body frantically condensed in his palm. If he didn't use his full strength when facing an expert like Mu Han, the only outcome that awaited him was death. Boom! When the two palms collided, terrifying dou qi exploded from their palms. In merely a few breaths' time, Xiaoyan's complexion suddenly turned pale. Before he could react, he was sent flying by Mu Han's palm strike. After Xiaoyan stabilized his body with great difficulty, he involuntarily vomited a mouthful of blood. His complexion instantly turned deathly pale and his originally vigorous aura rapidly weakened. However, compared to the injuries on his body, what shocked Xiaoyan even more was Mu Han's strength. Even an 8-star half-emperor wouldn't be able to easily break through Xiaoyan's palm strike. However, Mu Han was able to break through Xiaoyan's palm strike as easily as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. From this, it could be seen how frightening his strength was. A 9-star half-emperor was indeed not in existence that an 8-star half-emperor could compare to. Until this moment, half of Xiaoyan's body was still in a numb state. This was all thanks to the strength of his physical body. Otherwise, if it was someone with a weaker body, even if that person was a 7-star half-D, it was likely that that person would have at least lost an arm under Mu Han's palm. Eh? Seeing that Xiaoyan's injuries weren't serious, Mu Han couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly as he softly exclaimed. Evidently, he was also slightly astonished by the result of his palm strike. However, he quickly regained his senses and stared at Xiaoyan with an astonished gaze. His eyes narrowed as he said in a deep voice, I didn't expect that not only do you possess exceptional strength, you've even cultivated your physical body to such an extent. This can be considered your capital, right? No wonder you were able to receive my attack head-on. Speaking till this point, Mu Han's tone paused for a moment as he looked at Xiaoyan with interest. After a short while, he continued to speak. However, if this is all you have, it is still far from enough. Go ahead and use all of your abilities. Allow me to experience exactly what you, Yan Xiao, have relied on to defeat a 7-star half-martial emperor despite being 4 stars above you. After he finished speaking, Mu Han was about to stand up and attack again. However, in the next instant, he frowned again. Not far away from him, 2 figures rapidly flew over and blocked his path. These 2 people were Gu Li and Qi Lin. When the two of them appeared, their gazes were directed at Muhan as they released their Douqi. They were prepared to fight Muhan at any moment. Yan Xiao, you should leave first. Let us block him first. After that, we'll find an opportunity to leave. Just as Guli finished speaking, Muhan immediately let out a cold snort and said, "Humph. Leave? None of you should even think of leaving this place today." After he finished speaking, Muhan's heart moved and a torrential soul power rapidly spread out from between his eyebrows. At the same time, the shriveled hand under his sleeve suddenly waved. Rays of golden light shot out and quickly surrounded the entire space. When the golden light shot out, the faces of everyone present quickly became solemn. This is a formation? Xiaoyan's eyes scanned his surroundings and involuntarily frowned. In the blink of an eye, the entire space was covered by the golden light. Hundreds of golden light scattered in the empty space. Under Muhan's control, each cluster of golden light spread out to form a barrier. All the barriers joined together and sealed Muhan's group, as well as Xiaoyan's group, within them. Although Xiaoyan wanted to use the sky extinction step to lead this place, the barriers had already been joined together. Regardless of how fast he was unable to leave the space. Guli and Qi Lin's faces were grave as they looked at the barrier. Compared to an alchemist, a formation master was truly terrifying in a real battle. The strength of an alchemist was due to the miraculous effects of their medicinal pills. They were able to revive the dead, turn the tides and save lives. On the other hand, a formation master could use the advantage of a formation to attack and defend. Using offense as defense and defense as offense. Compared to an alchemist who restrained his edge, a formation master's edge was completely exposed. Xiaoyan's body moved and arrived in front of the barrier. Although the strength in his body was still present, he was not seriously injured. Hence, Xiaoyan's right fist was tightly clenched when his body paused. His right arm, which had just recovered, was once again filled with strength. Douqi swiftly gathered in his palm as he lifted his right fist. Xiaoyan's body tilted slightly to the side and his fist violently smashed downwards. Octane blast. Clang. The ferocious fist carried a frightening strength as it smashed onto the barrier. In the end, a clear sound similar to that of a bell was emitted in exchange for circular ripples that appeared like water waves. The ripples disappeared and the barrier returned to its original state. Its undamaged appearance caused Xiaoyan's heart to involuntarily sink a little. The sturdiness of this barrier had far exceeded his imagination. Xiaoyan's octane blast appeared to have little effect in front of this barrier. Although it was able to scatter some of the energy on the barrier, the entire barrier would once again return to its original state in the blink of an eye. If this continued, even if Xiaoyan punched 100 times, he still wouldn't be able to break the barrier. When Guli and Qi Lin saw this, they couldn't help but feel a slight chill in their hearts. With the defensive strength of this barrier, it was likely that the three of them would have to attack together to have a chance of shattering it. However, Muhan was right before them. If they wanted to restrain Muhan, only Guli and Wang Chang would be able to join hands. Only then would they be able to restrain Muhan for a short period of time. Once the battle dragged on, they would also be no match for Muhan. Haha, I used a total of 300 formation discs to create this barrier. Even an 8-star half-martial emperor would not be able to break through it if he were to use his full strength for 2 to 4 hours. Do you really think that you can break through it by force? Muhan's eyes stared at Xiaoyan as the corners of his mouth lifted into a disdainful sneer. As a 9-star half-martial emperor and a rank 3 formation master, he possessed absolute confidence and certainty in being able to defeat a mere Xiaoyan. Hearing Muhan's words, Xiaoyan's heart grew even heavier. Although Muhan's words were more or less exaggerated, the terror of this barrier was real. Xiaoyan had no choice but to admit that with his current strength, it would indeed be very difficult for him to break through this barrier. Boom! However, just when Xiaoyan's heart was feeling heavy, a thunder-like explosion suddenly sounded from behind Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan's face was filled with shock the moment this explosion was emitted. He ignored the waves of pain that were being emitted from the remaining injuries within his body. His body suddenly moved, and the sky extinction step was unleashed. After which, he turned around and pulled back. However, when Xiaoyan raised his head to look at the location of the explosion with a frightened expression, his expression could not help but become stunned in the next instant. Outside the barrier, there was an old man who was forming seals with both of his hands. In the void before him, a huge finger that was emitting golden light was rapidly condensing. Seeing Xiaoyan's gaze shooting over, the old man immediately laughed out loud and said, "Ha ha ha, I have long heard that Xiaoyan is very talented. However, I have long heard that although Mr. Yan Xiao looks simple, his strength far surpasses his cultivation." This old man still did not believe it. However, after seeing it today, Mr. is indeed a dragon amongst men. Ha 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 ha. Mister, you are too kind. However, I wonder why you are doing this. Hearing the old man's words of praise, Xiaoyan cupped his hands and replied with a smile. Haha, this old man is also a person who loves talents. Seeing that Mr. Yan Xiao is in trouble, I am willing to lend you a hand. In that case, many thanks to Mr. for lending a hand. Hearing these words, Xiaoyan's heart immediately relaxed. Following which, a smile of having survived a disaster appeared on his face. He hurriedly cupped his hands and thanked the old man. Haha, Mr. Yan Xiao is too courteous. My name is Zhongli. Mr. Yan Xiao can just call me by my name. This old man shall not be courteous and call you Brother Yan Xiao. Brother Zhongli. Xiaoyan immediately laughed out loud. Someone had lent a helping hand. This originally caused Xiaoyan to be extremely surprised. Currently, it was merely a form of address. Naturally, Xiaoyan would not hesitate at all. After the two of them spoke, the huge finger in front of Zhongli was completely condensed. After which, he casually pointed. The golden finger carried an earth-shattering and terrifying aura as it violently smashed towards the barrier. Boom! Another explosion sounded. The entire barrier that was formed by the formation immediately trembled. Wave after wave of energy ripples swiftly spread over the barrier. However, even though this was the case, the barrier was still intact after the strength of the golden finger was completely exhausted. Seeing this scene, Zhongli involuntarily frowned. This formation of Muhan's was indeed quite extraordinary. Humph! Zhongli, it is unexpected that even you dare to intervene in this matter of the old man. This brat has really given all of you a great amount of courage. Muhan's face was gloomy as he looked at Zhongli. His words were filled with disdain. Do you really think that you can defeat the old man with just your motley crew? A low and deep stern cry sounded. Spiritual strength immediately surged out wildly from between Muhan's eyebrows. The seals in his hands swiftly changed and the large formation that covered the entire space also began to change. Muhan waved his hand and a couple of rays of light shot out. They swiftly entered the formation and disappeared. Ha! With a stern cry, Muhan's body suddenly shot explosively towards the Guli duo. At the same time, he flipped his palm and Dochi gathered. A palm was violently thrown towards the two of them. Bang! A frightening Dochi wave swiftly swept out with the three of them in the middle. It violently smashed onto the barrier and formed circular ripples. After a couple of breaths, the arm of Muhan, who was clashing with the Guli duo, suddenly shook. Frightening Dochi once again poured out and forcefully shattered the Dochi of the two. The Guli duo were also implicated when their Dochi was broken. They let out a muffled groan. Their faces were somewhat pale as they swiftly pulled back. When their bodies came to a stop, the palms under their sleeves trembled uncontrollably. The strength of a 9-star ban emperor was indeed frightening. Even though the two of them had attacked together, it was still incomparably difficult for them to block Muhan. Yan Xiao, quick, break the barrier and quickly leave this place. If this drags on any longer, this fellow will become serious. At that time, it is likely that none of us will be able to escape. Quick! Guli's stern cry was once again transmitted over. Xiaoyan's expression was grave as he turned his head around. His gaze once again gathered on the barrier in front of him. Although there was only him and Zhongli, this barrier was really extraordinary. After being strengthened by Muhan earlier, this barrier was even harder to break. Damn it! I don't believe that I am unable to deal with this broken barrier when I have already killed an 8-star ban emperor. Seeing the increasingly grave expressions on the faces of the Guli duo, the current Xiaoyan finally became completely serious. God Seal skill. Ancient God Seal. Break it. The God Seal skill was quickly unleashed. A huge golden hand was accompanied by a destructive aura as it ruthlessly smashed onto the barrier. However, the final result was the same as before. It only stirred a circular energy ripple. Once the ripple disappeared, the barrier once again returned to its original state. Damn it! Does this broken formation not have any loopholes? Xiaoyan involuntarily let out a stern and furious roar after seeing the barrier once again return to its original state. Although they had Zhongli's help, it was likely that the both of them would need at least 2 hours to shatter this barrier with their strength. However, it was impossible for the Guli duo to do so within 2 hours. With Mu Han's strength, he could completely rely on his own strength to suppress the two of them if he were to go all out. Just like the current situation, if this were to continue, it was likely that Guli and Guli would be completely defeated in at most an hour. At that time, Xiaoyan could only rely on himself to face Mu Han alone. Old Demon who, on the other hand, had swiftly left after finishing off Yan Bing while Xiaoyan's group and Mu Han were not paying attention. It was clearly too late to search for him now. Hence, he was the first person who could not be relied on. Hee, smelly brat, what is it? Without this old man, you must not feel good fighting alone, right? Guyu's faint mocking laughter was finally transmitted at this critical moment. It was like a life-saving straw, causing Xiaoyan to rejoice in his heart. Old Gu, quickly help me take a look at how I can break this formation. Xiaoyan did not have the mood to joke around with Guyu's mocking words. He hurriedly opened his mouth and inquired about the trouble he was currently facing. Guyu involuntarily spat at Xiaoyan upon hearing this question. Only then did he investigate the barrier in front of him. This formation is not bad. A moment later, Guyu, who was within Xiaoyan's body, uttered a sentence that caused Xiaoyan's expression to change. His heart felt grave as he praised. However, Guyu quickly opened his mouth and smiled at Xiaoyan. However, that's only for you. If it were me, I wouldn't even look at it. Hearing this, Xiaoyan's tense heart relaxed once again. His body softened. Xiaoyan's head was covered in cold sweat as he spoke to Guyu in his heart. Old man, I'll have to trouble you to finish your sentence in one go next time. Otherwise, even if I'm not beaten to death by him, I'll be scared to death by you. Guyu smiled embarrassedly and then returned to normal. He checked the barrier in front of Xiaoyan again and then smiled at Xiaoyan. Although a formation master is different from an alchemist, the formation of a formation also originates from spiritual strength. You should be clear about this point. Xiaoyan nodded in his heart. It must be said that a formation master and an alchemist were essentially the same. The only difference was that one specialized in strength, while the other specialized in defense. This spirit formation is merely the most ordinary spirit formation. It uses the power of 300 formation discs to condense and form a spirit formation to trap someone within it. A spirit formation as large as this would, at the very most, be able to trap some ordinary 8-star half-martial emperors. Furthermore, it would not be able to trap them for long. However, to the current Mu Han, this spirit formation is sufficient. Xiaoyan carefully listened to Guyu's analysis. His body remained motionless. This caused Zhongli, who was outside the boundary, to be surprised. He did not believe that Xiaoyan was someone who would give up so easily. On the other side, the Guli duo had solemn expressions as they did their best to resist Mu Han. From the corner of their eyes, they saw that Xiaoyan was actually standing motionless in the air. The two of them could not help but be startled. However, because of this, they were almost seriously injured by Mu Han. This fellow, what exactly is he doing? If this continues, we won't be able to hold on any longer. After another collision, Guli and Qi Lin were forced back 1,000 feet by Mu Han. The two of them quickly glanced at Xiaoyan. Qi Lin frowned and spoke with a solemn expression. Guli shook his head to express his helplessness. Although he was extremely curious about Xiaoyan, he also felt extremely helpless. Haha, you dare to be distracted while fighting with this old man? At this moment, Mu Han's bone-chilling laughter was heard once again. The two of them swiftly moved and once again entered into a difficult and bitter battle with Mu Han. Buzz, suddenly, Xiaoyan, who had his eyes shut, opened them. His aura once again recovered to its peak. His sharp gaze swept across the barrier. However, it was like a cold blade had swept past, leaving behind a thin scratch on the barrier. Huh? Zhongli, who was outside the barrier, involuntarily let out a surprised exclamation when he saw the sudden change in Xiaoyan's aura. Soon after, Xiaoyan's body suddenly shook. A thought passed through his mind and the dragon phoenix bloodline in his body was instantly activated. Both of his arms swiftly turned into dragon arms. When the dragon arms appeared, regardless of whether it was the visual effect or the invisible ancestor dragon's pressure, it caused one's breathing to become a little heavy. If one was struck by this punch, it was likely that even if one did not use Do Qi, just the barbaric strength alone would be enough to cause one to feel extremely painful. Ha! 8. G. Bang! An explosive cry that paused between each word was like a thunderclap. The enormous fist that was covered in dragon scales violently smashed onto a certain spot on the barrier. 8 layers of hidden force suddenly exploded, stirring up wave-like energy ripples on the barrier. Bang! A fist had just landed when another fist smashed down. The continuous bombardment caused the entire barrier to emit waves of trembling sounds. Clang! 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 Brother Zhongli, lend me a hand. Coming. Just as Xiaoyan's words left his mouth, Zhongli, who was outside, also blasted his palm forward without the slightest hesitation. Terrifying Do Qi poured out like a torrential flood, ruthlessly smashing onto the spot that Xiaoyan had just attacked. That spot was where one of the 300 formation discs of the Great Array was located. Ha! Towering hand. Yellow spring palm. With a stern shout, Xiaoyan's 2 palms violently blasted forward, simultaneously bombarding the barrier in front of him. Terrifying explosions reverberated throughout the entire lightning pool. Compared to the intense battle at Muhan's side, Xiaoyan's attack attracted the attention of these half-martial emperors even more. They had never seen a 3-star half-martial emperor erupt with such terrifying strength that even an 8-star half-martial emperor would feel ashamed of. However, today, they had witnessed it with their own eyes. Under the wild and indiscriminate bombardment of Xiaoyan and Zhongli, the strength of the barrier was gradually weakened. The originally bright golden light barrier appeared dim and lightless at this moment. The thick barrier was only left with a thickness of 2 inches. It appeared as though it was about to collapse at any moment. Even though this was the case, Xiaoyan's and Zhongli's hearts did not dare to be careless. The defensive strength of the barrier in front of them had far exceeded their imagination. After all, it was the strength of 300 formation plates. Even they could not ignore it. Once they relaxed, it was likely that this barrier would recover greatly in an instant. At that time, all their efforts would be in vain. Bang! However, just as Xiaoyan's side was doing their best to shatter the barrier, on the other side, Gu Li and Qi Lin were ultimately no match for Muhan. The latter fought against the 2 of them alone and defeated them. After a collision, the 2 of them were finally unable to endure and were sent flying once again. Blood violently spurted from their mouths, and their faces instantly became as pale as paper. Their deep eyes gradually lost their luster, and their auras fell to the bottom. Although they did not die, they had fallen to the point of being seriously injured. Humph! 2 reckless fools. Do you really think that you can fight against this old man? Muhan coldly laughed. His tone was filled with disdain. If it were not for the special status of these 2, why would he have held back? He would have killed them long ago. A long while later, Muhan finally lifted his somewhat bored eyes and looked towards Xiaoyan, who was continuously bombarding the barrier. The corners of his mouth slowly lifted into an icy smile. This old man wants to see who will be able to protect you without the 2 of them. Muhan waved his hand after his words sounded. Turbulent Do Qi swiftly agglomerated in his palm, emitting a frightening aura. Soon after, Muhan's body suddenly moved and he charged explosively towards Xiaoyan. Damn it! Stop him! Seeing Muhan charging towards Xiaoyan, the expressions of the Gu Li duo immediately changed. They cried out furiously and dragged their injured bodies to block Muhan. However, Muhan merely laughed coldly when he saw this. He flipped his hand and an array plate instantly shot out. 2 flickering golden lights swiftly agglomerated in the air. God-trapping formation. The Gu Li duo could not help but be slightly startled when they saw this formation. Their originally pale faces immediately became serious. However, before they could dodge, the flickering golden light had already enveloped the two of them. This god-trapping formation had the same function as the large formation that was currently enveloping this entire space. Although there was only one formation plate, its function was not inferior to the large formation. Guli still clearly remembered that Muhan had relied on this formation to trap a 9-star half-martial emperor expert for an entire year. From the beginning to the end, this grand formation had not been broken by that 9-star half-martial emperor in the slightest. Although there was no lack of Muhan reinforcing the formation, this was sufficient to see how frightening this god-trapping formation was. Fortunately, although this god-trapping formation was powerful and even a 9-star half-martial emperor would not be able to avoid being at a disadvantage, the area that it covered was unusually small. It was only 1,000 feet in radius. Moreover, the most fatal flaw of this god-trapping formation was that it could only be used once every 3 months. Once it was forcefully used, the formation plate would only end up being destroyed. After casually trapping the Guli duo, Muhan's expression once again recovered its iciness. His body moved and in the blink of an eye, he had already arrived behind Xiaoyan. At this moment, Xiaoyan appeared to be completely ignorant. Both of his fists violently smashed the barrier in front of him. However, the strength that he smashed out was much weaker than before. In the blink of an eye, Xiaoyan's strength seemed to have rapidly shrunk. It was incomparably strange. However, the current Muhan saw that Xiaoyan was already very close to him. Hence, he did not carefully investigate. His body flashed a few times and appeared not far behind Xiaoyan. In the next moment, a ghost-like figure appeared behind Xiaoyan. The shadow of Muhan's well-built body covered Xiaoyan's seemingly thin and weak body. Muhan's large palm was swiftly raised. A frightening pressure wantonly spread from his palm. Only at this moment did Xiaoyan appear to have just reacted. A shocked expression on his pale face. However, it faintly revealed a sense of mystery. Ha 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 ha. Yan Xiao, prepare to die. Today, this old man will take revenge for Mo Hui. I will use your blood to comfort Mo Hui's soul in heaven. Although Xiaoyan had awakened at the crucial moment, Muhan did not give him much time. Seeing the frightened expression on the latter's face, Muhan felt incomparably excited in his heart. He could not help but laugh wildly in a savage manner. By the time Xiaoyan regained his senses and reacted, Muhan's palm, which was filled with power, had already firmly pressed against Xiaoyan's back. Immediately, the turbulent Doqi carried a frightening aura that could topple mountains and overturn seas as it wildly poured out and surged into Xiaoyan's body. Without Muhan's control, the wild and violent Doqi became unusually ferocious. It was as if it had transformed into numerous wild and savage magic beasts that wreaked havoc within Xiaoyan's body. Muhan's face was filled with a savage smile as he looked at Xiaoyan, whose body was rapidly expanding in front of him. Both of his eyes were filled with madness. However, when Xiaoyan's body had expanded to an extremely frightening extent, Muhan finally discovered that something was amiss. Following the explosion of Xiaoyan's body, not a single drop of blood flowed out from under his skin. Instead, there was an illusory and strange fog. That fog was the product that was formed after the spiritual strength had materialized. This is a spiritual avatar. Muhan's expression was shocked as he cried out sternly. His exclamation was like thunder as it resounded within the lightning pool of the void. After Muhan's words sounded, Xiaoyan, whose body had swelled to its limit, revealed an even more frightening smile on the corner of his mouth. Immediately, bang! A frightening explosion resounded across the sky. This was equivalent to the full-force self-destruction of a 1-star half-emperor. In the current lightning pool of the void, it could be considered an extremely frightening strength. Clang! 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 The instant Xiaoyan self-destructed, the frightening destructive power ruthlessly smashed into the barrier behind him. The barrier's defense was rapidly weakening at a speed visible to the naked eye. At this moment, the entire battlefield started to violently tremble. Circle after circle of invisible spatial ripples spread out in this space. The frightening might was extremely shocking. When that power swept out, even some of the 7-star half-emperors who had entered the lightning pool of the void involuntarily revealed grave expressions. Although the power produced by the self-destruction was not enough to kill them in one strike, it was enough for them to face it head-on. At the very least, it was impossible for them to ignore it. When those 8-star half-emperors saw Xiaoyan self-destructing, they were shocked by the power produced by the self-destruction. At the same time, they could not help but feel that it was a pity. Xiaoyan was a heaven's pride. If he were to mature, his future achievements would definitely not be inferior to Muhan's. Unfortunately, the heavens were jealous of geniuses. Yan Xiao. Not far behind Zhongli was the edge of the battlefield. It was Xiaoyan who had warned him to withdraw. Originally, when he saw the confident expression on Xiaoyan's face, he also thought that Xiaoyan would have confidence in himself. However, never did he imagine that the ending would be like this. Sigh, how could this brat be so reckless? That guy Muhan is a 9-star half-emperor. Even if you self-destructed, did you really think that you would be able to kill him? Such a great cultivation talent, truly a pity. Zhongli frowned as he looked at the center of the explosion. He could not help but feel pity for Xiaoyan in his heart. He sighed and shook his head. Now that Xiaoyan had self-destructed, it was impossible for him to survive. Thus, Zhongli no longer had the heart to wade into this muddy water. He turned around and prepared to leave. The reason why he had helped Xiaoyan earlier was because he had taken a fancy to Xiaoyan's future potential. However, since this was the result, he would naturally not stay behind and cause trouble for himself. Even though Xiaoyan had self-destructed right beside Muhan, the disparity in strength between the two of them was still there. With Muhan's abilities, he would naturally be able to completely block Xiaoyan's self-destruction. Compared to these outsiders, Gu Li and Qi Lin revealed a slightly relaxed expression at this moment. They naturally knew that the self-destructing Xiaoyan before them was not the real Xiaoyan. Instead, it was only his clone. This was something that the two of them had come to know after the auction. When they had found out that Xiaoyan actually possessed a Band D-class clone, the two of them had sighed in their hearts. The two of them had trained bitterly for half their lives to reach the Band D class. However, in the end, they were actually unable to compare to a clone of Xiaoyan. However, from the looks of the current situation, this clone of Xiaoyan's was indeed not bad. Although its strength could not be compared to the actual body, its usefulness was not the least bit inferior. At the very least, it was able to produce an unexpected effect at such a crucial moment. Ha! A thunder-like cry was emitted. Within the Doqi storm, a bright golden-colored Doqi light pillar suddenly shot upward and entered the endless darkness. At the same time, the fog that had been agglomerated after the storm appeared to have been pulled by something under this stern cry. It spiraled around the light pillar and swiftly flew up. It transformed into numerous fog snakes that disappeared into the empty space. Ha! Brat, you have quite a number of tricks. However, you really overestimate yourself if you think that you can injure the old me with just this. Haha, if you think that my clone is being used to deal with you, you are thinking too much. After the soft laughter sounded, an arm that was covered in purple gold dragon scales appeared from the empty space in front of the barrier at the spot where the explosion had occurred. A fist violently smashed onto the barrier, which was already unable to withstand a single blow. Crack! A clear cracking sound appeared. Muhan abruptly turned around and saw Xiaoyan standing in front of the shattered barrier. Xiaoyan's face was pale as he smiled at him. Xiaoyan took a large stride forward and stepped out of this large array. That is Yan Xiao. Zhong Li's face was filled with shock as he stared at Xiaoyan, who had stepped out of the barrier at this moment. His pair of turbid old eyes revealed a rich surprise. It really is Yan Xiao. Didn't he self-destruct just now? But why, SSS, did Muhan just say, it's a doppelganger? It's a spiritual doppelganger. After pondering for a while, Zhongli quickly understood. It was no wonder that Xiaoyan was still alive after self-destructing. It turned out that it was not his actual body that had self-destructed, but his spiritual doppelganger. However, it was also because of this that everyone was interested in Xiaoyan's spiritual doppelganger technique. Being able to create a doppelganger that possessed the strength of a half-emperor was much more practical than a puppet. Of course, these people were not so foolish as to fight with Xiaoyan for the cultivation technique. After their previous guesses, they were now even more curious about Xiaoyan's identity. Before they knew the truth, none of them would act rashly. After all, if Xiaoyan was really someone from a large faction, the faction behind him would definitely know who the culprit was if something happened to him. At that time, even if they obtained the cultivation technique and successfully cultivated it, they would still have to pay the price with their lives. Although treasures were good, one needed to be alive to enjoy them. To them, the most precious thing was not their own lives. Good lad. I knew that I would not be wrong. With such a high cultivation talent, how could he be so stupid? Ha 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 ha. After figuring out the reason why Xiaoyan had self-destructed, Zhongli immediately laughed out loud. Hearing this, Zhongli turned his gaze to Zhongli and said with an apologetic smile, "I'm sorry, brother Zhongli. I didn't tell you beforehand." Haha, it's fine. As long as you are fine, it's fine. Hee, to be honest, I rarely see Master Mu make a fool of himself. Ha 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 ha. After Zhongli's words sounded, everyone in the square turned their gazes towards Muhan. When Muhan heard these words, his originally extremely dark and cold expression instantly turned gloomy. At this moment, Muhan's aura was still extremely vigorous. There was not a single wound on his body. The self-destruction of Xiaoyan's incarnation did not cause any substantial harm to Muhan. In fact, it could be said that it was completely useless. However, to everyone's surprise, the current Muhan appeared to be in an extremely miserable state. The long robe on his body had been completely shattered by the explosion. On his chest, there was an extremely conspicuous palm-sized red mark. From the looks of it, he was not completely unharmed in the explosion earlier. Hiss, when they saw this scene, the surrounding half-martial emperors couldn't help but stare at Muhan in shock. Their mouths were wide open as they sucked in a breath of cold air. It was hard to imagine that Muhan, who not even a 9-star half-martial emperor could do anything to, would actually be injured by a 3-star half-martial emperor. Although this sort of injury could be ignored, it was still an insult to Muhan. Yan Xiao. Good. Good. You're simply too good. Originally, I still wanted to play with you. However, I never expected that you would insist on seeking death. Since this is the case, don't blame this old man. Muhan's old face was extremely dark and solemn as he sternly cursed. His vicious words were filled with an endless amount of killing intent. A furious golden flame was emitted from his turbid old eyes. Xiaoyan in front of him had truly angered him. However, in the face of Muhan's cold words, Xiaoyan's deathly pale face did not reveal much of an expression. His somewhat unfocused pitch-black eyes slowly lifted up and looked towards Muhan. Xiaoyan deeply inhaled a breath of air and slowly spat out 2 words from his mouth. Noisy, these 2 calm words caused the turbid old eyes of the bandit present to suddenly harden. Their mouths were slightly widened. In an instant, they were so shocked by Xiaoyan's words that they were unable to emit any sound. Xiaoyan's words could be considered extremely overbearing. In the entire ancient city, Xiaoyan was likely the first person who dared to use the word noisy to describe Muhan. Of course, Xiaoyan was also the first person in the history of the ancient city to be able to injure Muhan with the strength of a 3-star half-martial emperor, even if it was only a superficial wound. Similarly, even in the entire southern region, or even the entire continent, those who could injure a 9-star half-martial emperor with the strength of a 3-star half-martial emperor were definitely existences that were as rare as phoenix feathers and qilin horns, and these kinds of people would usually be fancied by some truly great powers. They would be recruited into their sects early on and become a potential asset of that power. At this very moment, the crowd could not help but doubt Xiaoyan's true identity once again. All kinds of guesses continuously emerged in their hearts. A half-martial emperor-level puppet, various kinds of high-class do skills, a strange martial technique clone, and an arrogant and unruly heart. All of these invisibly revealed Xiaoyan's mysterious background to the crowd. At this moment, even Muhan's heart could not help but slightly sink. His originally calm heart had some fluctuations at this moment. If Xiaoyan was really a junior of some great power, then even if he was a 9-star half-martial emperor, he would still attract a fatal disaster. In this world, half-martial emperors could indeed be called experts. However, at the same time, they were also undeniably weak. In other words, they were ants in front of a true expert. A half-step emperor was only a stage in the entire path of cultivation. Even though a half-step emperor was strong, there were still many people who could dominate. A half-step emperor. Never forget that there was no end to cultivation. However, the situation had already been decided. The arrow was already on the bow and he had no choice but to release it. Even if he wanted to stop now, it was already too late. Furthermore, wasn't Muhan's objective in entering the lightning pool this time around for Xiaoyan? Furthermore, Xiaoyan had killed his disciple. A debt of blood must be repaid with blood. This was the way of the heavens. Unknowingly, the relationship between Muhan and Xiaoyan had already reached a point of life and death. Humph. Brat, I don't care where you came from. Since you killed my disciple, this debt of blood must be repaid with your own blood. After a long while, a sinister expression appeared on Muhan's old face once again. His gaze gradually turned sharp as he let out a bloodthirsty shout from the bottom of his heart. Muhan lifted his gaze. His gaze was like a sharp arrow as it shot toward Xiaoyan. An invisible, sharp, overbearing aura caused the empty space between the two of them to become slightly distorted. Seeing this, Xiaoyan couldn't help but furrow his brows. The spiritual energy between his brows rapidly surged out and condensed into a washbasin-sized formless shield in front of him. However, this shield was a lot weaker than the one he usually condensed. When the incarnation self-destructed, it consumed a lot of spiritual energy. Normally, it wouldn't be a problem. However, at this moment, it was a burden to Xiaoyan. The arrow-like gaze pierced through the spiritual shield and the formless aura was blocked outside. Muhan took advantage of the opportunity. The moment the spiritual shield dissipated, his figure suddenly flashed and disappeared from his original spot. At the same time, Muhan's figure suddenly appeared in the space in front of Xiaoyan like a ghost. Then, he ruthlessly pressed his palm against Xiaoyan's chest. However, the instant Muhan's palm pressed against Xiaoyan's chest, Xiaoyan, who was in front of Muhan, was actually torn to pieces by the palm wind that followed. Oh? This brat's speed is quite fast. I'm afraid that even an ordinary 8-star half-martial emperor wouldn't be able to achieve such speed. Muhan's heart trembled slightly. This Xiaoyan was merely a 3-star half-D. If Xiaoyan's strength were to advance, it was likely that even Muhan would be helpless in the face of this frightening speed. This brat must die in the lightning pool. Otherwise, there will be no end of troubles. Facing Xiaoyan, who was only a 3-star half-martial emperor, Muhan finally felt a deep sense of seriousness towards Xiaoyan. Ha! Muhan's shriveled eagle claw ruthlessly tore through space and tore apart the figure before him. Muhan's expression became increasingly gloomy. Originally, he had thought that with Muhan's strength, no matter how fast Xiaoyan was, he would not be a match for him. However, the current situation was different. Zhongli had appeared on Xiaoyan's side. With Zhongli beside Xiaoyan, even Muhan did not dare to disregard him. Thus, under Zhongli's suppression, Muhan was unable to do anything to Xiaoyan. Just as Muhan's body came to a stop, a sharp sound of wind breaking suddenly sounded from behind him. A palm filled with power was ruthlessly smashed toward Muhan's back. Humph! Zhongli, do you really think that you have the ability to fight against me just because you've broken through to the peak of the 8-star half-martial emperor realm? Today, I'll let you experience what it means to be a 9-star half-martial emperor. Feeling the violent wind coming from behind him, Muhan's expression became even more gloomy and cold. His arm shook and doqi gushed out from his palm under his sleeves. The doqi rapidly gathered in Muhan's palm. As Zhongli was flying toward him from behind, Muhan suddenly turned around and smashed his palm against Zhongli's palm. Boom! In an instant, a frightening energy storm swept forth. With the two palms as the center, the formless space started to crumble inch by inch. When the storm dispersed, a figure was miserably sent flying from the center of the explosion. From the looks of it, it was Zhongli. Zhongli's body flew back 100 feet. The muscles on his old face were slightly twitching due to the injuries he had received. A trace of blood involuntarily flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Cough cough. Although my strength is inferior to yours, it's fortunate that I'm not like you, whose strength hasn't increased in the slightest in the past several hundred years. Compared to you, my cultivation is much more meaningful. Since you're courting death, I'll kill you first. Just as Zhongli's words left his mouth, a stern shout that was filled with rage was immediately heard. Mu-Han snorted. In a flash, he had already appeared on the right side of Zhongli's body. He lifted his right leg and a powerful whip kick ruthlessly smashed into Mu-Han's back. Boom! Zhongli's body flew forward uncontrollably. At the same time, he could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. However, there was no fear on his face. Instead, the corners of his mouth curled into a sneer. Mu-Han's figure flashed once again and arrived in front of Zhongli. He bent his fingers into a claw and ruthlessly clawed at Zhongli's back. From the looks of it, he wanted to pull out Zhongli's spine. Zhongli's expression involuntarily changed when he saw this. He did not expect Mu-Han's attack to be so vicious. Just as he was about to move, Mu-Han's speed was faster. In an instant, his eagle claw-like hand had already arrived behind Zhongli and grabbed at his spine. If this claw were to grab him, even if Zhongli did not die, he would likely become a cripple in the future. Zhongli's heart felt heavy when he sensed the fierce aura emanating from Xianxia, and he could only hope that Xianxia would be able to swiftly make an appearance at the moment he persisted. Otherwise, his life would really be in danger. Die. Mu-Han's face was filled with cruelty. The corner of his mouth curled up into a savage, beast-like smile as he grabbed down. Bang! However, just as Mu-Han's hand was about to grab Zhongli's back, a muffled sound of flesh colliding suddenly rang out between the two of them, just like a balloon bursting. Zhongli's body continued to fly forward. At this moment, Mu-Han, who was behind him, was looking at Xiaoyan in disbelief. His face was filled with astonishment. At this moment, the claw in front of Mu-Han, which was originally about to grab Zhongli, was actually grabbed by Xiaoyan's palm. The huge dragon claw caused Mu-Han to be involuntarily startled. However, by the time he reacted, Xiaoyan had already lifted his right leg. A powerful whip kick had already ruthlessly smashed onto Mu-Han's chest. Bang! Mu-Han's body was like a football as it drew an arc in the air. However, he quickly stabilized his body. When he lifted his head, his pitch-black eyes suddenly became bone-chilling, causing one to shudder. Octane Blast! With a stern cry, Xiaoyan threw another whip kick at Mu-Han. However, just as Xiaoyan's leg was about to reach Xiaoyan's head, Mu-Han's eagle claw-like hand suddenly lifted up and firmly locked onto Xiaoyan's ankle. No matter how powerful and overbearing Xiaoyan's Octane Blast was, he was still unable to escape from Mu-Han's palm. What? Xiaoyan's heart was immediately shocked when he saw that Mu-Han had actually forcefully broken his Octane Blast. His mouth involuntarily let out an exclamation. Mu-Han parted his mouth and smiled when he saw this. He revealed a row of dense white teeth as he spoke in an icy-cold tone. Humph! Brat, you are delusional to think that you can hurt me with this little strength of yours. You are simply dreaming. Once he said those words, Mu-Han used even more strength to lock onto Xiaoyan's ankle. His shriveled finger actually forcefully pierced into the flesh of Xiaoyan's ankle. Bright red blood swiftly flowed out. Xiaoyan's expression was grave. He forcefully twisted his body in the air and kicked Mu-Han once again. He wanted to increase the distance between the two of them. Humph! Mu-Han once again let out a cold snort in response to this. The hand claw that was grabbing Xiaoyan's ankle abruptly twisted upward with great force. Xiaoyan's body flew up uncontrollably. His seemingly weak body was also flipped over. Without the slightest emotion, Mu-Han ruthlessly threw out a punch. Following which, a small formation the size of a palm was successfully formed on Mu-Han's fist. The power of Mu-Han's punch was even more terrifying. Bang! Following a muffled bang sound, Xiaoyan's face instantly turned red. He widened his mouth and spat out a blood arrow that shot toward Mu-Han's face. Mu-Han squinted his eyes and the anger in his heart soared. Golden light shot out from his pair of turbid old eyes and quickly formed a protective formation in front of him. He casually broke the blood arrow that was flying towards him. Immediately after, Mu-Han quickly formed a seal with both of his hands. Soul power surged out from between his eyebrows like a tidal wave. As the seals changed, a mysterious golden seal that was 100 feet tall appeared in front of Mu-Han. Not good. Yan Xiao, retreat quickly. Seeing the golden seal, Zhongli and Guli in the battleground cried out loudly to Xiaoyan at the same time. However, the owner of the golden seal, Mu-Han, involuntarily emitted a mocking smile from his mouth in the face of this. At such a close distance, it was impossible for Xiaoyan to dodge it with his current condition. Not to mention that he was only a 3-star half-martial emperor, even an 8-star half-martial emperor wouldn't be able to dodge it. Soul-subduing seal. Go. A low cry that contained some cold laughter sounded. The enormous golden seal in front of Muhan suddenly emitted a bright and eye-catching golden glow. As the cry from Muhan's mouth sounded, the glow from the enormous golden seal suddenly shook. It carried a sharp rushing wind sound as it charged toward Xiaoyan. Although the golden seal was 100 feet tall, its speed wasn't slow at all. In addition, the distance between the golden seal and Xiaoyan was only a few hundred feet. Therefore, in the blink of an eye, the golden seal had already arrived in front of Xiaoyan. A frightening hurricane swept across the empty space. The sharp pressure caused people to be unable to breathe. Xiaoyan's body felt numb under the strong wind. The skin and muscles on his face appeared distorted at this moment. However, Xiaoyan's pair of dark black eyes appeared to be as calm as an old well when faced with the approaching golden seal. The spiritual strength between his brows swiftly agglomerated on the surface of his body. The doqi within his body wildly surged out as though it was free of charge. At this moment, an extremely beautiful fire wheel was rotating at an extremely fast speed under Xiaoyan's sleeves. Xiaoyan stopped his body with some difficulty. He stared at the soul-suppressing seal in front of him. His pitch-black eyes reflected a dazzling golden light. Inside the lightning pool, the golden barrier slowly dissipated, and the 300 formation discs became useless. Somewhere in the void, Gu Li and Qi Lin were trapped inside the god-trapping formation. The battle between the North King and Xianxia was coming to an end. Mod and Yan Bing stood outside the battlefield and watched the battle. Yan Bing's gaze was sharp, while Mod's face was dark. There was a sinister and greedy smile on his face. At this moment, the mighty soul-suppressing seal was emitting a dazzling golden light in the sky. A terrifying pressure was emitted from it. Although it was far away, it still made the half-step emperors who were at the periphery of the battle feel solemn. Muhan was known as one of the Wildlands' twin hegemons. Naturally, he possessed a certain level of strength. If his cultivation as a 9-star half-emperor was enough to make him one of the 2 most powerful individuals in the Wildlands' ancient city, then his mastery of formations and Do skills were what gave him this title. The soul-suppressing seal was a mid-human soul skill. Although it wasn't a true Do skill, it was undoubtedly much stronger than Xiaoyan's netherworld divine wrath. The soul-suppressing seal was like all other soul skills. It used spiritual power as the foundation of the soul skill. It used powerful spiritual power to form a soul imprint that possessed frightening damage. When the soul-suppressing seal was unleashed, it would directly attack a person's spirit and injure their origin. If it was light, their origin would be damaged, and their strength would be affected. If it was serious, their soul would be destroyed, and they would die. Compared to Do Qi, soul imprints were more direct and domineering. However, in terms of strength, soul imprints were slightly inferior to Do Qi. As the true master of this continent, people's control of Do Qi far surpassed their spiritual strength. After all, not everyone was like alchemists and formation masters who were born with a frightening spiritual strength that far exceeded an ordinary person. Naturally, there would be very few people who would have the thought of training their spiritual strength. Although they were inferior, Gu Li and Qi Lin, who were trapped in the god-trapping formation, and Zhongli, who was quite injured in the void, were staring at Xiaoyan with serious expressions on their faces. The gigantic soul-subduing seal was like a giant god as it charged towards Xiaoyan. Its overbearing aura tore through the void. No one in this space believed that they would be able to withstand Muhan's attack. While this soul-suppressing seal was a human-class soul skill, it was also one of the Do skills that Muhan was famous for. It had overturned Muhan's countless past achievements. Almost every single time, the soul-suppressing seal would be of great use to Muhan in a battle. It had even saved Muhan's life a couple of times. The current Muhan possessed the strength of a 9-star half-martial emperor. He could be said to be a true expert. When he used the soul-suppressing seal again, how could an ordinary half-martial emperor possibly withstand its might? Outside the arena, the half-martial emperors stared at the soul-suppressing seal with solemn gazes. Many of them were secretly calculating in their hearts. If they were to face Muhan's soul-suppressing seal, how confident would they be even if they were at their peak condition? As such, there was no need to mention Xiaoyan, who was currently facing the soul-suppressing seal. Sigh, what a pity. Such a genius. If he wasn't overly arrogant, he wouldn't have ended up in such a state. Haha, we should discipline our juniors properly when we return. It's best if they don't follow in his footsteps. Pitiful sighs could be heard from the half-martial emperors outside the arena. They all felt that Xiaoyan was too unreasonable. That was why he had stirred up trouble everywhere. However, they didn't consider that if MOD wasn't unreasonable, so many things wouldn't have happened between him and Xiaoyan. In the end, it even alarmed a 9-star half-martial emperor. In all of this, Xiaoyan was arrogant and overbearing. However, he had his own capabilities. However, MOD was the mastermind behind all of this. Inside the god-trapping array, Qi Lin violently punched the barrier in front of him. The barrier didn't even budge. However, the frightening force that leaked out from his fist rebounded and forced Qi Lin to take a few steps back. Get lost. Cough cough cough. If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have come in. It's useless to say anything now. If we want to blame someone, we can only blame ourselves. We underestimated Muhan's strength. We thought that with the two of us working together, we would be able to temporarily stall him. Now that I think about it, it's laughable. Hearing Qi Lin's resentful words, Guli bitterly sighed. His gaze that was looking at Xiaoyan outside the barrier became increasingly heavy. Qi Lin also looked through the barrier and stared at Muhan. His eyes rapidly turned cold as he said in a sinister tone, if something happens to Yan Xiao, we must drag that old baldy Zhou Tai back after we get out of here. I hope that we don't have to look for him. Under such circumstances, even Guli and Qi Lin, who were confident in Xiaoyan, couldn't help but feel worried about Xiaoyan. After all, the person that Xiaoyan was facing now was Muhan. However, compared to the worries of Guli and the others, Xiaoyan, who was facing the soul-suppressing seal, appeared unusually calm. It was as if the dangerous giant golden seal in front of him had nothing to do with him. Seeing the giant golden seal in front of him getting closer and closer, Xiaoyan could clearly feel the terrifying aura that it contained. Although his face was distorted and his expression couldn't be seen, Xiaoyan couldn't help but reveal a grave expression in his heart. If he was really hit by this thing, even he wasn't confident that he would be able to survive. However, Xiaoyan didn't intend to retreat. He was waiting for an opportunity. Although it seemed risky, Xiaoyan couldn't help but want to give it a try. This was because if he succeeded, his overall strength would definitely skyrocket. Hey, kid, you're quite bold. Even at this time, you still want to use him to increase your strength. Do you really think that Muhan is an ordinary half-step emperor? Gu guessed Xiaoyan's thoughts and immediately reminded Xiaoyan in a half-joking manner. After hearing Gu Yu's reminder, although Xiaoyan's heart trembled, he still couldn't help but want to give it a try. He was confident that if he succeeded this time, even if he faced a 9-star half-step emperor in the future, he wouldn't be helpless. I still want to give it a try. As long as I succeed, as long as you succeed, you'll have the ability to protect yourself when facing a 9-star half-step emperor in the future. If you fail, you'll instantly turn into ashes. Are you sure you want to give it a try? Gu Yu's reprimanding voice resounded in Xiaoyan's heart again. However, Xiaoyan remained silent. After pondering for a moment, Xiaoyan suddenly raised his head when the golden seal approached him. A strange dark light suddenly flashed in his pitch-black eyes. Then, with a thought, a mysterious and strange pitch-black light suddenly appeared in the void around Xiaoyan's body. Xiaoyan exerted some effort to control it, and it quickly gathered around Xiaoyan's body. The mysterious pitch-black light quickly gathered and condensed into a thin layer of black gauze on the surface of Xiaoyan's body. The black gauze seemed thin, as if it would be damaged by the wind. However, when faced with a strong wind in front of him, the black gauze couldn't help but be astonished. The strange black gauze was lightly draped over Xiaoyan's body. However, the terrifying pressure from the soul-suppressing seal still made it difficult for him to breathe. Xiaoyan tried his best to relax his body and remove all his defenses. He carefully experienced the deep fear that the pressure brought to him. It was said that a person's true potential would only erupt when faced with danger. Today, Xiaoyan wanted to give it a try again. With the strength of a half-step emperor, he wanted to experience the feeling of approaching death again. The void great way was produced in the endless void. The black gauze on Xiaoyan's body was condensed from the void great way's great way power. Over the past period of time, Xiaoyan had gradually become familiar with his control of the great way power. The great way gauze was the result of his painstaking effort. However, ever since the sky annihilation step had improved, Xiaoyan no longer had the time to adjust the great way gauze. Hence, Xiaoyan didn't understand the true use of the great way gauze. The only thing he knew was that the great way gauze seemed to be able to completely absorb his aura. As long as he didn't want to, no one could detect Xiaoyan's true strength. Of course, this didn't seem to be of much use in the current battle. However, at this moment, Xiaoyan wasn't using the great way gauze to conceal his aura. Instead, he was using the great way gauze as a guide to condense the great way power in this cycle. Although Xiaoyan wanted to agglomerate the power of the great way for his own use, the difficulty of agglomerating the power of the great way had clearly exceeded Xiaoyan's imagination. In the end, the great way muslin cloak that covered the surface of Xiaoyan's body did not have any obvious changes. This caused Xiaoyan to feel a little depressed in his heart. At the same time, it also gave him a deeper understanding of the difficulty of agglomerating the power of the great way. However, Xiaoyan did not have any time to think about this at the moment. The soul-suppressing seal was already at his head. He needed to face it head-on. The hand under his sleeve carefully controlled the beautiful flaming wheel. The doqi in his body was wildly poured into the wheel as if it was free. Xiaoyan did not have any intention of attacking. Instead, he poured all of his spiritual energy into the great way muslin cloak on the surface of his body at the same time. The rapid consumption of doqi and spiritual energy caused Xiaoyan's aura to swiftly become weak. However, even if this was the case, Xiaoyan did not have any intention of stopping. His eyes stared intently at the soul-suppressing seal in front of him. His eyes were filled with an icy cold murderous intent. In the next moment, just as the soul-suppressing seal was about to land, Xiaoyan finally made his move. His body suddenly shook. A thought flashed across Xiaoyan's mind. The great way muslin cloak on the surface of his body immediately released a dark black light that completely wrapped around Xiaoyan's body. The strange dark light merged Xiaoyan's body and aura into the endless dark void. In a short moment, Xiaoyan had actually used an extremely strange method to completely disappear in front of everyone present. Seeing such a strange scene, the half-emperor experts present, including Zhongli, Guli, and the others, all revealed an expression of disbelief and shock when they looked at the void where Xiaoyan had previously been. This Xianxia. What exactly happened? Don't tell me that it is that strange agility of his? Impossible. The agility that Xianxia displayed earlier was compatible with the charm of the world. When he used it, the wind and clouds would stir. When he disappeared just now, his body was clearly covered by a cluster of black light. This should not be an agility do technique. Instead, it should be a strange secret technique that can hide one's aura. Hearing this old man's analysis, the 10 over half-emperors gathered outside the battleground nodded their heads in agreement. However, in the next moment, everyone had just nodded and thought that Xiaoyan had only used a secret technique to hide his aura. However, the next moment, the following scene caused all of them to be shocked. The soul-suppressing seal. It was like an arrow that had pierced the clouds to's aura. It did not cause any ripples. It was like an arrow like an arrow to the clouds. And when they saw this scene, the expressions on everyone's faces instantly froze. Their stunned expressions were unable to conceal the deep shock in their hearts. That soul-suppressing seal had actually directly swept through the empty space. Then, what about Xianxia? At this moment, everyone's hearts were filled with disbelief. The only question in their hearts was how Xiaoyan had managed to snatch the soul-suppressing seal in front of him. How is this possible? How can this little bastard dodge my soul-suppressing seal? On the other side, Muhan's heart was also filled with shock. He could not understand how Xiaoyan, a mere 3-star half-emperor, was able to dodge the soul-suppressing seal at such a close distance. Even an 8-star half-emperor would not be able to dodge it. This did not make sense. Moreover, not only was Muhan unable to sense Xiaoyan's exact location with his senses, but even Xiaoyan's aura had completely disappeared from this lightning pool. It was as though Xiaoyan had never been here. Sensing this, Muhan's old eyes suddenly narrowed. He became even more serious about Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan's strength had actually far exceeded his expectations. Little bastard, come out if you have the ability. Why do you need to hide? I also want to know what kind of secret technique you used to dodge my soul-suppressing seal. Muhan's ruthless shout reverberated in the sky. However, no one responded even after a long while. This caused anger to rise in Muhan's heart. With a wave of his sleeve, he looked at Zhongli and shouted coldly, "Let's go. Yan Xiao, since you don't dare to show yourself, I will kill Zhongli first. This will also let others know that you, Yan Xiao, are merely a cowardly and mischievous person who does not know how to repay kindness." As his voice faded, Muhan's figure moved. He was about to explosively charge towards Zhongli. Swoosh. Just as Muhan's figure moved, a piercing sound of wind breaking rang out behind him. The sound rushed towards his back. Humph, little bastard. You have indeed made your move. The corner of Muhan's mouth curled into a sneer when he sensed the sharp wind coming from behind him. His body that was about to charge forward suddenly froze. Muhan's body shook and a golden light flourished behind him. A circular formation with a diameter of nearly 2 meters had already appeared behind Muhan. King Kong Formation. With a stern shout, the golden light above the formation suddenly shone brightly. Soon after, it violently collided with Muhan's back. At the same time, Xiaoyan was also forced to reveal himself behind Muhan. Then, he charged towards Muhan. Muhan's method of blackmail was indeed old-fashioned and outdated. However, it had to be said that it was the most effective method at this moment. Furthermore, Xiaoyan was not someone who did not know how to repay kindness. Therefore, he had no choice but to reveal himself. When they saw Xiaoyan reveal himself, those half-martial emperors who were watching the battle from the outside couldn't help but give Xiaoyan a thumbs up. In the current continent, it was rare to see someone like Xiaoyan, who valued friendship and knew how to repay kindness. However, on the other hand, they were also rather fearful of Muhan's King Kong formation. That was because this King Kong formation was also one of Muhan's famous consummate skills, based on Muhan's confident judgment. Unless it was an expert of the same level or higher than him, no one would be able to break through the King Kong formation. Although these words were unavoidably overboard, at the very least, until now, no one below the 9-star half-martial emperor level was able to break through Muhan's King Kong formation. From this, one could see how powerful the King Kong formation was. Ancient God Seal. The Ancient God Seal art seals were the same. When the 5 seals combined, the Ancient God Seal was unleashed. Its might covered the sky, a vast golden hand seal was formed in Xiaoyan's palm. Facing Muhan's formation, Xiaoyan wasn't the slightest bit afraid. He had already expected this. Naturally, he wouldn't hesitate to make his move. As his throat moved, Xiaoyan swallowed an Emperor-grade Qi recovery pill. This was one of the few recovery pills that old fellow Heimu had. Now, it had helped Xiaoyan. After swallowing the pill, Xiaoyan immediately felt a flood of Do Qi erupting within his body. The Do Qi that he had lost was also rapidly replenished. Xiaoyan's pale complexion also became slightly better. The might of the Ancient God Seal in his palm was even stronger than before. An Emperor-grade Qi recovery pill was truly extraordinary. Ancient God Seal. King Kong Formation. King Kong Protection. The two of them let out earth-shattering roars once again. Xiaoyan's palm fiercely landed. Muhan's body was also rapidly covered by the King Kong Formation. The glazed King Kong Formation was like a thin and long snake that coiled around Muhan's body. Its protective power made it difficult for anything to get close to Muhan. Clang! Xiaoyan's Ancient God Seal, which was filled with an imposing aura, violently smashed onto Muhan's body. More accurately speaking, it did not touch Muhan. Instead, it was intercepted by the King Kong Formation at a spot 2 inches away from Muhan's body. What? Xiaoyan was slightly startled. He did not expect Muhan's formation to be so frightening. His Ancient God Seal was actually unable to get close to it. Humph! Brat, do you think that you can break my King Kong formation with this Do technique of yours? Get lost. Muhan coldly laughed when he sensed Xiaoyan's surprise behind him. His body shook and a huge force pushed Xiaoyan back by 100 feet. Muhan turned around and charged toward Xiaoyan. Muhan was currently protected by the King Kong formation. Xiaoyan's ordinary Do techniques could not even touch him. On the other hand, his King Kong formation was able to suppress Xiaoyan in the most ferocious and overbearing manner. TSK. I thought that you were very capable. It turns out that you were only able to run a little faster. Speed is not the key to victory in a battle. Only strength can dominate a battle. Muhan cried out in disdain. He had completely forgotten the serious attitude he had toward Xiaoyan earlier. Xiaoyan narrowed his eyes. His pitch-black eyes stared at Muhan. His heart was solemn. After the collision earlier, Xiaoyan had a rough understanding of Muhan's King Kong formation. The defense of the King Kong formation was extremely frightening. Although it could not trap an opponent like the God-trapping formation, it could increase one's defense by several times. Xiaoyan's ancient God seal did not even have the ability to activate the King Kong formation. From this, one could see how frightening the King Kong formation was. Xiaoyan frowned as he saw Muhan charging toward him. If he could not break the King Kong formation, he would not be able to attack. If he wanted to seriously injure Muhan, he would have to get close to him. Since I am unable to break your defense from the outside, I will try from the inside. Xiaoyan's eyes hardened as he quietly said in his heart. In the next moment, just as Muhan was about to reach Xiaoyan, Xiaoyan's feet moved. He instantly executed the sky extinction step. Wind rose. And clouds surged. Xiaoyan once again disappeared. Brat, do you only know how to hide? Although Muhan's speed was not slow, he still missed. Immediately, he could not help but curse. Hearing those words, Xiaoyan sneered in his heart. It's one thing for a 9-star half-martial emperor to bully a 3-star half-martial emperor like me. However, you're actually trying to take advantage of your seniority. If I don't dodge, could it be that I'm supposed to just stand there and let you hit me? Not only did Muhan's words cause Xiaoyan to sneer, but the other half-martial emperors also involuntarily let out waves of mocking laughter. This caused Muhan's face to immediately turn green and white, making him look exceptionally ugly. His well-built body was like a piece of empty space. His face was gloomy as he remained silent. Now. Seizing the opportunity, Xiaoyan let out a stern cry in his heart. With a thought, his right arm was once again covered by the purple-gold dragon scales. He clenched his huge dragon claw tightly and Doqi rapidly gathered in his palm. His body flickered and appeared in front of Muhan. Before the latter could react, a heavy punch with a ferocious aura violently smashed into the King Kong array that was protecting Muhan. Octane blast. Clang. When the punch landed, Muhan's body swayed slightly as he took 2 steps back. On the other hand, Xiaoyan was pushed back by nearly 1,000 feet by the rebounding force of the King Kong array. Haha, bastard brat. You actually want to break through my defense. Do you really think that it is possible? If I don't try, how will I know? Xiaoyan merely smiled faintly in the face of Muhan's disdainful ridicule. His eyes narrowed as he once again charged toward Muhan. Octane blast. Faced with this anti-inflammatory attack, Muhan's face actually revealed an indifferent expression. He stood in his original spot and waited for Xiaoyan's attack. Xiaoyan's eyes were sharp. Doqi swiftly gathered in his palm and another punch violently smashed into the King Kong array on the surface of Muhan's body. Clang! A crisp sound that resembled the ringing of a bell resounded in the air. The space around Muhan's body started to distort rapidly before it exploded with a loud bang. At the same time, Xiaoyan's body was once again pushed back by nearly 1,000 feet. However, Xiaoyan's body had just paused when he once again stepped into the empty space. He repeatedly used the sky extinction step. The sound of wind rose in all directions within the dark space. Xiaoyan's octane blast continued to bombard the King Kong array. On the other hand, Xiaoyan was repeatedly pushed back by 100 miles. After an unknown period of time, Xiaoyan's face became even paler. A trace of blood also flowed from the corner of his mouth. As he breathed in and out, he could feel a trace of a bloody and sweet smell flowing through his throat. The King Kong Array's rebounding force caused Xiaoyan to be injured time and time again. If it was not for the fact that his physical body was not weak, it was likely that Xiaoyan would not be able to stand up. Clang! After being pushed back 100 miles by the King Kong Array, Xiaoyan's face became even paler. However, his eyes, which were as calm as an ancient well, were currently filled with a bright radiance. Ha 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 ha, brat, even an all-out attack from an 8-star half-martial emperor would not be able to break this old man's King Kong Array. Although your overall strength is not weaker than an ordinary 8-star half-martial emperor, you are still merely a 3-star half-martial emperor in front of this old man. If you want to break this old man's King Kong Array, you will only be asking for trouble. Mu Han's turbid old eyes were filled with endless ridicule. The corner of his mouth lifted into a cold smile as he stared at Xiaoyan and spoke with disdain. Xiaoyan gently exhaled a breath of air. He swung his somewhat numb right arm. The moment the numbness was removed, his large dragon claw suddenly tightened. The space within his palm was forcefully crushed until it exploded, emitting a soft explosive sound. Xiaoyan slowly raised his head. There was blood at the corner of his mouth and his complexion was pale. At this moment, a gorgeous heavenly flame was burning within his pitch-black eyes. His lips and teeth slightly opened as Xiaoyan let out a loud shout. His voice was like clear thunder as it reverberated endlessly. 8. Extreme. Bang. Every single word entered the hearts of the people present, causing them to be unable to help but frown. These seemingly simple words actually contained a faint oppressive might. What caused them to be even more shocked was that they were actually unable to resist this oppressive might. Humph. Deliberately mystifying things. Mu Han snorted. Evidently, he had absolute confidence in his Vajra formation. He did not believe that anyone below the 9-star half-martial emperor realm would be able to break through his defense. In the sky, Zhongli's expression was grave as he stared at Mu Han. His expression was slightly worried as he looked at Xiaoyan. Even though Xiaoyan had already given him quite a bit of surprise, he was still unable to believe that Xiaoyan actually wanted to break through Mu Han's Vajra formation. Not to mention Xiaoyan, even he, who was already half a step into the realm of half-martial emperor, was unable to break through it. Clang! Another loud sound rang out. This time, Xiaoyan was not sent flying. Although some blood gushed out from his mouth, Xiaoyan stood in front of Mu Han without retreating an inch. Seeing that Xiaoyan had not retreated even after vomiting blood, Mu Han immediately sneered. His cold gaze looked down at Xiaoyan from top to bottom as he sneered and said, "This old man has already said that it's impossible for you to break through my Vajra formation. Octane collapse, explode." Before Mu Han's voice sounded, Xiaoyan's face was filled with a ruthless expression as he suddenly shouted out. In the next instant, a terrifying hidden energy suddenly erupted from the Vajra formation that was protecting Mu Han. It was as if a pre-buried mine had been lit at this moment, causing it to explode with a loud bang. Mu Han's expression changed slightly. From his perception, he could sense that the energy of the Vajra formation was rapidly decreasing. Although it was not enough to break the formation, it was the first time in many years that Mu Han had seen something like this. Of course, Mu Han was not the only one who was incomparably shocked. Those who had also sensed the change in energy of the Vajra formation also had a drastic change in their expressions. Their hearts were filled with incomparable shock. They did not expect that Mu Han's Vajra formation, which was practically unbreakable by anyone, would actually lose its luster in front of Xiaoyan. Humph. Little bastard, you have quite a few tricks up your sleeves. Looks like this old man needs to be a little more serious with you. Mu Han coldly cried out. Just as he was about to attack, Xiaoyan was a step ahead of him. With a wave of his large sleeve, countless transparent jade bottles flew out and continuously bombarded the Vajra formation. The energy fog that they brought about blocked Mu Han's vision and bought Xiaoyan an instant of time. If you want to kill me, do so in your next life. Break! An extremely cold and stern cry sounded out. Xiaoyan's right fist once again bombarded the Vajra formation. This time around, the strength of his fist had actually far surpassed the previous one. The instant Xiaoyan's fist was thrown out, a puff sound was emitted. Following the friction of the wild wind, a beautiful, heavenly flame flew out and dyed his entire right arm into a heavenly flame dragon arm. Boom! The fist landed and the space shook. In the end, the Vajra formation in front of him was not broken. However, Xiaoyan's face did not reveal a grave expression. Instead, he gradually revealed a cold smile. Now is the time. Ha! Xiaoyan once again emitted an earth-shaking stern cry as he withdrew his right fist. His left arm, which had not moved all this while, was finally lifted abruptly at this moment. His long sleeve slid down, revealing his white palm. At this moment, a beautiful flame wheel with a restrained glow and its sharpness was slowly rotating on Xiaoyan's left palm. The flame wheel was like a fire circle that rotated in reverse. In the middle of the fire circle, there was a thumb-sized pitch-black light spot. As the flame wheel rotated, the faint aura that was emitted from it caused one to feel a sense of horror. The moment the flame wheel appeared, the expressions of everyone in this space instantly changed. Before they could recover, Xiaoyan's left palm had already controlled the flame wheel and ruthlessly imprinted it on the Vajra formation in front of him. Angry Buddha reincarnation. Break! Another low cry sounded. Before the flame wheel in Xiaoyan's hand could completely explode, the Vajra formation, which had been formed by the Vajra formation, had already shattered with a bang. Immediately after, Muhan recovered from his shock. Just as he withdrew his gaze and focused on Xiaoyan, a strange flame wheel the size of a washbasin came flying towards him. The instant Muhan saw this flame wheel, his expression changed abruptly. The feeling that this flame wheel gave him actually caused him to feel a deep sense of unease in the depths of his heart. This was a feeling that he had never felt even when he was facing a 9-star half-emperor. However, before Muhan could completely recover, the thumb-sized pitch-black light spot in the middle of the flame wheel flickered slightly. With a thought from Xiaoyan, a pitch-black energy light pillar with a diameter of nearly 1,000 feet instantly shot out furiously and ruthlessly bombarded Muhan's body. The pitch-black light pillar soared into the sky. Under this frightening attack, even someone like Muhan could only use all his strength to block it. At the instant when the angry Buddha Samsara was truly unleashed, the pitch-black light pillar had already swallowed Muhan's body. The frightening strength sent Muhan flying 10,000 feet away. At this moment, the destructive strength of the angry Buddha Samsara was completely unleashed. Muhan, who was within the pitch-black light pillar, felt a strange tearing force coming from all over his body. His heart was incomparably solemn. He sensed that the doqi on the doqi shield that he had just unleashed was rapidly being broken down. Moreover, the doqi was rapidly fading away at a speed visible to the naked eye. In front of this thing, doqi appeared extremely weak. Damn it! What kind of do skill is this? It is actually able to break down doqi. Muhan's eyes were filled with horror as he looked at the doqi that was continuously dispersing from the doqi shield around him. His heart was extremely solemn. This was the strength that the 3-star half-martial Emperor Xiaoyan had unleashed. It was hard to imagine. If Xiaoyan were to continue growing in this manner, by the time he reached Muhan's level, wouldn't he be able to fight against a genuine Dodi? Bastard! I shouldn't have so easily believed that old bastard's words back then. Once I return, the first thing I will do is kill you. Looking back at Xiaoyan, the angry Buddha Samsara this time could be said to be the strongest angry Buddha Samsara that he had ever unleashed. Compared to the past, not only was his current strength stronger, the most important thing was that after the first condensation, he had poured all of the doqi that he had recovered after consuming the Emperor-grade energy recovery pill for the second time into the angry Buddha Samsara. Helplessly, it wasn't that he wanted to do this. However, when facing an expert of Muhan's level, if he didn't use his full strength, he really didn't have the slightest confidence in defeating him. Even at this moment, the confidence in his heart did not exceed 40%. After all, the gap between his strength and Muhan's was really too large. With his current strength, it was still fine for him to face an ordinary 8-star half-martial emperor. However, an advanced 8-star half-martial emperor was already difficult for him to deal with. Moreover, the person he was currently facing was Muhan. How could an advanced 9-star half-martial emperor be dealt with by an ordinary doqi? After unleashing the angry Buddha Samsara, Xiaoyan's aura once again became weak. His expression became even paler. He looked at the end of the pitch-black light pillar with a solemn expression. He understood that even as angry Buddha Samsara, it was impossible for him to kill Muhan. Xiaoyan swallowed another D-tier medicinal pill. Only then did his expression turn for the better. His somewhat lost eyes glanced at Zhongli. At this moment, the latter was staring at him with a face of disbelief. His mouth was wide open, indicating the shock within his heart. Mu Han had been famous for a long time. In the ancient city of Wildlands, he possessed a lofty status that no one could surpass. Yet, he was actually defeated by a mere 3-star half-martial emperor. Not only did this hurt Mu Han's self-esteem, it also shocked the spectators. His strange movement technique allowed him to dodge Mu Han's famous technique, the soul-subduing seal. His frightening Doqi was actually able to forcibly shatter the King Kong formation that even a 9-star half-martial emperor would find difficult to break. Exactly what kind of frightening power was contained in this extremely weak body? Even at this moment, those 8-star half-martial emperors did not believe that this was Xiaoyan's entire strength. Xiaoyan was far from reaching his limit, or perhaps, he simply did not have a limit. Xiaoyan turned his gaze toward Gu Li and Qi Lin, who were within the god-trapping formation. His unfocused eyes revealed a weak expression. Gu Li and Qi Lin were naturally able to see it with a single glance. They immediately frowned. They knew that Xiaoyan was truly an arrow at the end of its flight. Yan Xiao, take advantage of this moment and leave. Leave this place. Don't worry about us. Right now, you only need to protect yourself. That will be the greatest comfort for us. Gu Li secretly transmitted his voice to Xiaoyan. He could not let those outsiders know about Xiaoyan's current condition. Otherwise, MOD and the others would definitely intercept them. Xiaoyan would then have no way out. Xiaoyan tightly frowned. After a long while, he nodded his head with slight hesitation. Although Xiaoyan had the intention to retreat, Mu Han was unwilling to do so. How could he possibly let Xiaoyan leave peacefully? He was determined to succeed in this trip to the lightning pool. If Xiaoyan did not die, Mu Han would not be able to feel at ease. Ha! Suddenly, an angry cry that was filled with endless murderous intent was emitted from the end of the dark black light pillar. It instantly attracted the attention of everyone present. Their expressions immediately became grave when they saw that the voice belonged to Mu Han. It was unexpected that Mu Han still had the ability to retaliate after receiving such a frightening attack from Xiaoyan. Moreover, from the looks of it, this angry Buddha Samsara of Xiaoyan did not have the effect that he had expected. As the owner of the angry Buddha Samsara, Xiaoyan was naturally able to detect the situation where Mu Han was at the first instant. After sensing the frightening aura that had erupted from Mu Han, Xiaoyan's expression immediately became extremely grave. From the looks of it, Mu Han had not used his full strength earlier. Bang! However, at this moment, the frightening strength of the angry Buddha Samsara appeared above Mu Han's head. The Doqi within his body rapidly surged. His body carried the dark black light pillar as he violently charged towards Xiaoyan. Bang! 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 In just a few breaths' time, the pitch-black light pillar was forcefully shattered. Mu Han faced the pitch-black light pillar. Numerous terrifying Do techniques continuously bombarded the pitch-black light pillar in front of him, causing the energy of the light pillar to continuously scatter. 1,000 feet, 500 feet, 100 feet, 500 feet, 10 feet, Yan Xiao. This old man has to admit that there are not many people in the entire continent who can compare with your cultivation talent and ability. However, in front of this old man, you are still only a 3-star half-emperor. Die. Bang! Mu Han attacked once again and shattered the flaming roulette in Xiaoyan's hand. He did not stop and immediately smashed his fist onto Xiaoyan's chest. Bang! An intense bang accompanied by the sound of bones breaking was immediately heard. A large mouthful of blood was involuntarily spat out. Xiaoyan's face immediately became pale. His pupils abruptly shrunk and his eyes widened. A pair of eyeballs protruded out of their sockets. It looked as if they would fall out at any moment. It was an extremely frightening sight. Mu Han clearly did not have any intention of stopping. He turned around on the spot and ruthlessly swung his leg at one side of Xiaoyan's face. Xiaoyan's body was sent flying with a bang. As fresh blood spurted out, a few teeth that were dyed red with blood were spat out along with it. The fierce attack caused Xiaoyan's head to become a little dizzy. Mu Han was not polite at all. He did not care about his status and reputation. He wanted to follow up his victory and attack so that Xiaoyan would no longer be a threat to him. Just as he moved, Zhongli, who was in the sky, suddenly flashed and appeared in front of Muhan. After this short period of rest and recovery, his injuries could be considered to have recovered somewhat. At this moment, when he saw that Muhan wanted to take advantage of his victory to attack Xiaoyan, he naturally would not sit by and do nothing. Muhan, you are actually so ruthless when facing a 3-star half-martial emperor. Your 9-star half-martial emperor is truly chilling. As he spoke, Zhongli finally saw clearly that there was not a single spot on Muhan's body that was unscathed. It was so much so that a large piece of flesh near his left shoulder had been forcefully torn off by some unknown power, revealing eerie white bones. Although the blood had been stopped, Zhong Kuei could not help but feel a faint pain in his heart. He secretly admired Muhan in his heart. The Muhan in front of him was truly an ambitious and ruthless character. With such a large wound, he was actually expressionless. Furthermore, he had even dealt such a heavy blow to Xiaoyan. It's not up to you to comment on how I do things. As for Yan Xiao, after what happened earlier, do you still see him as an ordinary 3-star half-martial emperor? Zhongli was silent. Muhan once again sneered and said, don't think that no one can tell that the reason why you helped Yan Xiao was because you saw his future potential. Otherwise, who would put in so much effort for someone who is completely unrelated to you? Zhongli's expression was grave as he looked at Muhan in front of him. Although Muhan's current appearance was extremely miserable, his surging aura told Zhongli that Muhan had yet to reach his limit. Zhongli was absolutely no match for Muhan. Yan Xiao, quickly leave. I will help you delay him. Otherwise, I will not be able to stop him if this drags on for too long. Just as Xiaoyan regained his senses, he actually heard Zhongli's hurried shout. Although his mind was still somewhat unclear, Xiaoyan still quickly reacted. He raised his head and saw Muhan rushing towards Zhongli. In the next instant, the frightening aura of the two exploded in the sky. Xiaoyan forcefully endured the pain that was transmitted from his body and hurriedly consumed an emperor-tier medicinal pill. Using the little remaining doqi in his body moved and swiftly flew towards a direction where no one was around. On the other side, MOD, who saw that Xiaoyan was already an arrow at the end of its flight, was immediately overjoyed. For the sake of Xiaoyan's heavenly flame, he had waited for this day for a very long time. At this moment, he had finally encountered a heavily injured Xiaoyan. How could he easily let go of this opportunity? Gaga gaga, trying to run? I'll see where you can run to. Stay here. A sharp cry was emitted from MOD's mouth. He ignored Yan Bing, whose eyes had suddenly become sharp. His body moved and charged toward Xiaoyan. Trash. If Yan Xiao was not heavily injured, you would not even have the courage to look him in the eye. Yan Bing's eyes were filled with disdain as she watched MOD rush towards Xiaoyan. She secretly mocked him in her heart. Xiaoyan, who was just about to leave, heard a cold cry from behind him. He turned around with great difficulty and saw that MOD had already appeared less than 500 feet away from him. MOD's body shook violently and the black vine serpent fire in the vortex in his body shot out with a bang. It was like a cluster of black fog that wrapped around MOD's body. MOD waved his arm and the black vine serpent fire rapidly spread and agglomerated into a long flaming whip. He swung the long whip and violently attacked Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan narrowed his eyes and stared intently at Mohan, who was approaching him. However, he did not take even half a step back. A beautiful heavenly flame slowly gathered deep within his pitch-black eyes. Just as the flaming whip was about to strike, a piercing sound of wind breaking rang out from the void. Before MOD could come to his senses, his chest was ruthlessly pierced through by a pitch-black palm that was as sharp as a steel knife. Whoosh! The sound of wind being torn apart was heard. Within the lightning pool, a blood-drenched figure rapidly flew through the air. The surrounding lightning unceasingly collided with the figure's body. Just as the berserk lightning energy entered his body, it was immediately engulfed by the surging flames within his body. However, even so, the man's body was already nearly numb. If it wasn't for the intense pain coming from the various wounds on his body, he might have already been unable to move. With a thought, the Northern King, who was fighting with Yan Bing at a certain location within the lightning pool, suddenly jolted his body and knocked Yan Bing back. After that, he no longer paid any attention to Yan Bing. He turned around and rapidly flew toward Xiaoyan's location. Compared to Xiaoyan, when the Northern King flew through the empty space, the thunderbolts would completely disappear the moment they touched the Northern King. It was as though they had entered a black hole. After a helpless struggle within the Northern King's body, they became a part of the Northern King's strength. Seeing that the Northern King had actually turned around and left, Yan Bing frowned. Although he wanted to stop him, the moment he moved, a numb feeling came from his body, causing him to dispel that thought. He was not in his best state to begin with. Furthermore, the Northern King was not weak. He was able to suppress even a 7-star half-martial emperor. During the battle, the Northern King had devoured quite a few lightning bolts that came into contact with him. Every time he devoured lightning bolts, his strength would more or less increase. It could be said that the more he fought, the braver he became. Yan Bing did not gain the slightest advantage in the battle. Seeing that Xiaoyan and the Northern King had left one after another, Yan Bing's eyes narrowed. He fiercely glared at the seriously injured MOD. Only then did Yan Bing turn his gaze and look at the battle between Mu Han and Zhongli. Zhongli was indeed a peak late-stage half-martial emperor. Although his injuries were not light, he was not the slightest bit afraid of fighting against Mu Han. However, courage alone was not enough to win a battle. Although Mu Han was also injured, he was still much stronger than Zhongli. Seeing how he was retreating bit by bit, it was clear that Zhongli would soon be defeated. However, right after this thought flashed through Yan Bing's mind, a miserable howl sounded from the battlefield not far away. With his powerful spirit formation and frightening strength, Mu Han rapidly defeated the peak late-stage half-martial emperor Zhongli. This guy, it seems that he is determined to defeat Yan Xiao. Yan Bing's old eyes narrowed as he stared at Mu Han. At the same time, his figure that stood in the air involuntarily moved back a little. Zhongli was also a peak late-stage half-martial emperor was defeated by Mu Han. He did not believe that he would be able to last long in his current state. Once he was, Mu. And he was. Of him. It. To be, toot. To. T crackle. The North King. Only by doing so. Xiaoyan's body. If Xiaoyan was at his peak, these thunderbolts would indeed be a great tonic for him. However, at this moment, if Xiaoyan was careless, these fellows that were filled with wild, violent energy could aggravate his current injuries at any moment. This was not good news for Xiaoyan. Heh. Yan Xiao. Let's see where you can run to. While Xiaoyan was swiftly advancing with the help of the Northern King, Mu Han's stern cry was suddenly transmitted from the edge of his sight behind him. Xiaoyan's expression changed. He didn't expect Zhongli to be defeated by Mu Han in such a short period of time. Damn it. This old ghost is really fast. Xiaoyan turned his head and looked behind him. His expression became even more solemn. He was already able to sense Mu Han's aura. If he were to continue in this manner, he would be caught up in a short while. At that time, it was likely that Xiaoyan would have difficulty escaping. Xiaoyan's eyebrows were nearly twisted into a ball. He clenched his teeth tightly and a pair of dark black eyes revealed an anxious expression. A moment later, Xiaoyan steeled his heart and poured the little doqi in his body into the broken great Dao muslin cloak that adhered to the surface of his body. He hoped that he could use this to temporarily escape this calamity. Xiaoyan kept the North King into his storage ring. He quickly swallowed a grade 8 energy recovery pill. Only then did he squeeze out the doqi in his body and increase his speed. Given the current condition of Xiaoyan's body, he could no longer afford to use an emperor-grade energy recovery pill. He didn't dare to use it. If he used it, he believed that his ending wouldn't be any better than when he fought with Mu Han. With the help of the doqi that was forcefully squeezed out from his body, Xiaoyan's speed was able to increase for a short period of time. However, without the North King paving the way, those thunderbolts were no longer polite. They smashed onto the great Dao robe on the surface of Xiaoyan's body. Fortunately, with the protection of the great Dao robe, those thunderbolts were swallowed by the great Dao robe. Xiaoyan was temporarily safe. Following the continuous bombardment of these thunderbolts, the expected scene of the great Dao robe shattering did not appear a moment later. On the contrary, the great Tao robe had become even denser and tougher than before. The strength on it was also gradually increasing at a slow pace. Xiaoyan's expression involuntarily changed when he sensed this. His heart was filled with incomparable joy. He didn't expect the great Tao robe to absorb the great Tao energy at this moment and strengthen itself. When he thought of this, Xiaoyan could not help but feel a little stunned in his heart. Fortunately, the dangerous situation that he was currently facing was not enough to cause him to stop. Instead, it caused him to brace his mind. The speed at which he flew forward had also unknowingly increased. Hee, little fellow, your luck is quite good. You have actually coincidentally encountered it. Why didn't the old me think of this? Ha 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 ha. While Xiaoyan was quietly rejoicing in his heart, Guyu's surprised mocking laughter was emitted from within Xiaoyan's body. Xiaoyan involuntarily felt uncertain. He asked Guyu in his heart. Old Gu, you have encountered it? What do you mean? Hee, little fellow Xiaoyan, do you know where the great Tao energy that your great Tao robe is absorbing comes from? Oh? Xiaoyan was startled. He was currently comprehending the void great Tao. Hence, the great Tao energy naturally originated from the endless void. There was no need to doubt this. It was impossible for Guyu to not know this. Guyu guffawed once again as if he had guessed Xiaoyan's thoughts. A moment later, he opened his mouth and said, previously, you wanted to use Muhan's soul-suppressing seal to stimulate your potential through danger so that you could activate the power of the Great Way. Back then, you were in the void, but you still failed and retreated. Now, you are in the boundless lightning pool and you are being struck by lightning. Yet, you managed to gather the power of the Great Way. After he spoke, Guyu fell silent. Bang! The golden thunderbolt pierced through the empty space and disappeared into the darkness. Muhan's expression was unusually ugly. He did not expect that Yan Xiao would still be able to stubbornly snatch his attack even at this stage. This caused him to become even more furious. Little bastard. I want to see how many more times you can dodge. You are already an arrow at the end of its flight. There isn't much Do Qi left in your body. If you continue to exhaust your Do Qi, you will still die. Cough cough. Grandmaster Muhan need not worry about this. Even if I die, I will definitely not die by your hands. Cough cough, the empty space not far away became slightly distorted. Xiaoyan, who was wearing the Great Path Cloak, appeared once again. At this moment, the Great Path Cloak on his body was much more solid than before. With the help of the remaining Do Qi in his body, Xiaoyan was able to completely merge with the surrounding empty space for a short period of time. Even Muhan was unable to detect Xiaoyan's position. However, as time passed, the short period of concealment gradually turned into short-distance dodging. The Do Qi recovered from the Tier 8 energy recovery pill was not enough to support Xiaoyan's needs. Hence, the current Xiaoyan could only try his best to dodge Muhan's attack. Fortunately, with the Northern King delaying Muhan, Xiaoyan was able to catch his breath. Clang! Muhan suddenly threw a punch forward and sent the Northern King flying back dozens of feet. The frightening strength left a crater a few inches deep on the surface of the Northern King's body. It looked extremely horrifying. Fortunately, the Northern King was only a puppet. If it was a living person, just this punch alone would have been enough to take away half of its life. Muhan frowned as he stared at the Northern King, who had been sent flying. The instant the Northern King's body came into contact with the thunderbolts, it absorbed them into its body. As the thunderbolts flickered, the huge crater on the Northern King's chest was rapidly recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Seeing this scene, Muhan's old face couldn't help but twitch. He had seen monsters before, but he had never seen such a monster. It was one thing for the master to be terrifying, but he didn't expect the puppet to be as terrifying as the one who had cheated. Furthermore, what shocked Muhan the most was that whenever the North King came into contact with those lightning bolts, not only would the injuries on his body recover, but his physical strength would also increase. This beast was basically an undefeatable god of war in the void lightning pool. Damn it! Who the hell are you? Why do you have so many heaven-defying things on you? Even the Northern King, who only possessed the strength of a 6-star half-martial emperor, was unimaginable. If he were to increase his strength to a higher level in the future, wouldn't he be able to easily take care of those so-called true experts even without Xiaoyan? As Muhan guessed in his heart, he could feel how terrifying Xiaoyan was. However, before he could think any further, the Northern King, who had recovered, charged toward him once again. On the other side, Xiaoyan was also using this short period of time to quickly recover the remaining dou qi in his body. He knew that even though the Northern King's recovery ability was heaven-defying in the void lightning pool, he still couldn't control dou qi. In addition to the difference in strength between him and Muhan, it was only a matter of time before he was defeated by Muhan. If he wanted to stabilize himself, Xiaoyan would still have to rely on himself in the end. After swallowing another 2 level 8 energy recovery pills, Xiaoyan retreated while using the heavenly flame to rapidly refine the pills in his body. Strands of dou qi were continuously injected into the vortex in Xiaoyan's body. At the same time, as Xiaoyan was advancing, hundreds of lightning bolts continuously bombarded the great Dao cloak on the surface of Xiaoyan's body. However, in a flash, they were all devoured by the great Dao cloak. The great Dao energy on the great Dao cloak also became denser. Boom! The frightening Dou skill sent the Northern King flying 1,000 feet away. The frightening power caused the Northern King's chest to cave in. A 1-foot-long crack appeared on the Northern King's abdomen. Muhan quickly raised both of his hands. As the seals changed, a formation shot out and trapped the Northern King within it. The Northern King was unable to escape for a short period of time. After doing all this, Muhan looked at Xiaoyan. However, he realized that Xiaoyan had already fled 1,000 miles away. Muhan frowned slightly and snorted. His body moved and he quickly chased after Xiaoyan. In just a short moment, Muhan once again saw Xiaoyan's figure. However, when he saw the latter, Muhan couldn't help but frown again. This was because Xiaoyan was actually sitting cross-legged in the air. Both of his hands were forming training seals. It seemed like he was refining something in his body. On the surface of Xiaoyan's body, the pitch-black great Dao cloak was releasing a ferocious suction force. It attracted all the lightning bolts in the lightning pool. The moment those lightning bolts came into contact with the great Dao cloak, they were swiftly devoured by the great Dao cloak. Invisibly, there were pitch-black spots of light that couldn't be seen by the naked eye that merged into the great Dao cloak. The energy on the great Dao cloak also gradually became denser and denser. Damn it! What is going on? Why is even this stinking brat able to devour the lightning bolts in an instant? Don't tell me that these two fellows came from the same womb. Muhan's expression was extremely gloomy. His heart became increasingly solemn and he couldn't help but curse furiously. In the next instant, Muhan suddenly lifted his head and let out an earth-shaking roar. His aura suddenly shook and the turbulent dou qi in his body crazily poured out. Golden light overflowed in all directions. Muhan's body flashed and appeared in front of Xiaoyan. However, Xiaoyan's eyes were still tightly shut as he refined the medicinal pill in his body. The expression on Muhan's face suddenly became ruthless. He waved his right hand and his fingers formed a claw. Dou qi gathered at the tip of his finger. It was like a sharp blade that could cut through metal like mud. He aimed at Xiaoyan's head and viciously swung his claw down. If this claw were to land on Xiaoyan's head would instantly be split into pieces. Seeing that Xiaoyan didn't dodge, the expression on Muhan's face became even more ferocious. The action of his claw became even more ruthless. He wanted to kill Xiaoyan in one strike. Die. However, just as Muhan's claw was less than an inch away from Xiaoyan's face, Xiaoyan suddenly opened his eyes. A golden light suddenly appeared in his dark black eyes. At the same time, a thought passed through his mind and the great Wei muslin cloak on his body instantly emitted a bright light. The strange light instantly hid all of Xiaoyan's aura. Swoosh! The claw that was filled with an imposing aura violently tore through the empty space. In the end, it didn't even touch a single hair on Xiaoyan's body. The appearance of this scene immediately caused Muhan's face to turn pale with fright. By the time he reacted, Xiaoyan's figure had already appeared a couple of dozen feet away. When Muhan lifted his head to look, Xiaoyan had already stretched out his hand. There was a strong suction force in his palm. Tiny black lines that looked like silver fish appeared rapidly in the empty space. They gradually gathered in Xiaoyan's palm and turned into a fist-sized black roulette. The entire roulette looked like a miniature version of the spatial impulse. In the middle of the roulette was a deep darkness. If one stared at it with one's eyes, one would be able to feel a faintly discernible suction force that would cause one's soul to be unable to control itself. Surrounding the roulette was a whirlpool that rotated counterclockwise. In this aspect, it looked somewhat similar to Xiaoyan's angry Buddha's reincarnation. The only difference was that this whirlpool was a void while the angry Buddha's reincarnation was a vast heavenly flame. Is this the embryonic form of the Great Way of the Void? As the roulette gradually gathered, Xiaoyan's face, which had just regained some color, turned pale once again. It was obvious that the gathering of the Great Way was an extremely terrifying consumption of Do Qi. However, in Xiaoyan's dark eyes, there was an unusual excitement. Muhan's expression involuntarily changed once again when he saw that Xiaoyan was actually safe and sound. His expression was immediately startled when he saw the dark black roulette in Xiaoyan's hand. After experiencing the angry Buddha reincarnation earlier, he involuntarily felt a fear toward the roulette-shaped things on Xiaoyan's body. Muhan's eyes rotated slightly. Only then did he discover that the dark black roulette in Xiaoyan's hand was not the angry Buddha reincarnation that he had used earlier. Only then did he quietly sigh in relief. The expression on his face once again turned dark and cold. "Humph, brat, you are really a loach." Xiaoyan was non-committal in the face of Muhan's exasperated dark and cold ridicule. This kind of provocation had no effect on him. Muhan frowned when he saw that Xiaoyan was actually unmoved. He coldly snorted and his body suddenly shook. Once again, he leaped and pounced toward Xiaoyan. Muhan's hands changed and Do Qi swiftly agglomerated in his palms. His palm was thrown forward and a golden light immediately shot toward Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan narrowed his eyes. He stared at the bright golden light that was heading toward him. He gently waved his hand and the dark black roulette in his palm flew in front of Xiaoyan and swiftly grew in size. The dark black roulette also faced the wind and charged toward the golden light when the golden light shot over. Following the flash of a black glow, the frightening Do technique that was filled with golden light within the lightning pool appeared to have been swallowed into a black hole the moment it collided with the dark black roulette. A light flashed and it disappeared. What? Muhan's heart was immediately startled when he saw this scene. The expression on his face also changed. Who would have imagined that such a powerful Do technique would actually be swallowed by this ordinary-looking spatial crack? How is this possible? Muhan once again involuntarily let out an exclamation. This was the first time that he had seen such a situation in front of him ever since he had started training. A Tian-class Do technique was actually swallowed by a spatial crack. At the very least, this strange wheel in front of him was similar to the spatial crack that he was familiar with. Haha, nothing is impossible. If you must explain, then I can only say that you are ignorant and inexperienced. Xiaoyan softly laughed when he heard Muhan's disbelieving voice. His words contained a mocking tone, causing this 9-star bandit in front of him to once again frown. With his experience, he might not dare to say that he recognized all the strange things on the continent, but this spatial crack-like thing in front of him was definitely not something that was agglomerated from some kind of formation or some other item. This thing was clearly agglomerated from some kind of special energy. Xiaoyan's expression changed slightly when he heard Muhan's words. Muhan's eyes stared intently at this strange roulette in front of him. Various things that could be compared to this roulette swiftly flashed across his mind. A moment later, he finally thought of something. His eyes were abruptly lifted as he stared at Xiaoyan with shocked eyes. The expression on his old face fully explained what was called disbelief. At this moment, Muhan's shriveled hand, which was hidden under his sleeves, actually trembled slightly. How is that possible? How could this be? This is actually the power of the great Tao. Swoosh! The sharp sound of rushing wind suddenly rang out behind Muhan. Muhan's expression was suddenly startled. He hurriedly turned around and threw a punch forward. Clang! A loud and clear sound rang out. Muhan frowned and took a few steps back. When he turned around, the Northern King's body was also sent flying. Following which, his feet viciously stepped on a thunderbolt. As a force poured out, the silver lightning was devoured by the Northern King. His body suddenly rushed forward. In a flash, he stood beside Xiaoyan. Humph. Muhan frowned slightly and swept his gaze over the Northern King. In the end, his gaze landed on Xiaoyan. His expression gradually turned ice-cold. At this moment, his hand, which was hidden under his sleeves, was trembling slightly. The Northern King's sneak attack had caught him off guard. Otherwise, he would not have ended up in such a miserable state. It is the power of the Great Tao. I did not expect that you would be able to control the power of the Great Tao at such a young age. Muhan's eyes were ice-cold as he stared at Xiaoyan. His tone was actually filled with envy. This was not surprising. After all, the Great Tao was something that was even more illusory than Doqi. Many people would not be able to touch it in their entire lives. However, Xiaoyan, who was standing in front of him, was only a 3-star half-emperor. Yet, he was able to control the power of the Great Tao. How could Muhan, who claimed to be an expert, not feel jealous? After hearing Muhan's words, Xiaoyan smiled in a noncommittal manner. He did not say anything. Ha 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 ha, Muhan stared at Xiaoyan. A moment later, he actually laughed for some unknown reason. The corner of his mouth curled up, revealing a row of white teeth. His strange expression coupled with this smile caused one's heart to involuntarily feel a chill. Haha, your cultivation talent and the treasures on your body have truly caused this old man to be extremely shocked. This kind of feeling is something that I have not felt for many years. Oh? Then should I feel honored? Xiaoyan narrowed his eyes as he laughed coldly at Muhan. Haha, not only that. Do you know that you are the first person in the past 100 years that the old me has put in so much effort to deal with? The old me never thought that an ant-like bug would be able to cause me to put in so much effort. However, you have done it. Xiaoyan did not comment. He lowered his eyelids and nodded slightly. After which, he opened his mouth once again and laughed. Since that is the case, I would like to know. Who was it 100 years ago that caused you to put in so much effort to deal with me? After speaking until this point, Muhan's eyes suddenly hardened. His old eyes narrowed as he stared at Xiaoyan. The latter's eyes were also clear as he stared back at Muhan without any ripples. After a long while, Muhan's expression was gloomy as he continued to speak. I feel that you really don't know how to chat. Your mouth is like a blade and your tongue is like a needle? You specialize in nitpicking. Xiaoyan's relaxed brows slowly furrowed. His gaze was somewhat uneasy as he continuously scanned his surroundings. The lightning in the surrounding space involuntarily retreated, leaving behind a huge circular space. I only want to know who has such tyrannical strength. After all, a 9-star half-martial emperor is not someone that can be challenged so easily. The Northern King's tower-like body took half a step to the left and blocked Xiaoyan's body. Ignoring the Northern King's actions, the cold expression on Muhan's face became even more intense. However, a seemingly warm smile appeared on his face as he said, since that is the case, the old me will tell you. Not only does this person have a great enmity with me, you also know him. If he had stayed in the Desolate Land, I would not have the title of the Desolate Land's 2 tyrants today. Xiaoyan's gaze hardened slightly. To be able to receive such praise from Muhan, the most important thing was that he also knew this person. After pondering for a moment, Xiaoyan abruptly regained his senses. A sturdy figure appeared in his mind. The figure had a sturdy figure and was half a body taller than an ordinary person. The most eye-catching thing about him was his shiny bald head and the invisible tyrannical aura that he carried. It was Zhou Tai. Zhou Tai. Haha, it is this fellow. Back then, Zhou Tai's fame in the desolate ancient city was not inferior to yours. However, what astonished me is that not only is Zhou Tai a member of the Alchemist Guild, even you are the head alchemist of the Alchemist Guild. Ha, after saying that, Muhan's shriveled hand, which was hidden under his sleeves, suddenly lifted up. His hands rapidly formed seals in the void in front of him. Eh? Xiaoyan's gaze hardened. When he saw Muhan's appearance, he was slightly startled. He did not dare to be careless. He quickly raised his hands and formed seals. The power of the Great Tao rapidly gathered in front of him. Haha, you want to hide now? It's too late. Muhan's words had just sounded when numerous mysterious symbols emitting a glaring golden light appeared in the empty space before the dark black disk in front of Xiaoyan was formed. Finally, they gradually formed a huge circular formation. At this moment, Muhan was at the eye of the formation. Only at this moment did Xiaoyan suddenly come to a realization. The space under his feet had actually been set up by Muhan within this short period of time. The moment the symbols appeared, Xiaoyan immediately felt that the doqi within his body had been suppressed by a strange pressure. The speed at which his doqi circulated was actually a little slower than usual. At this moment, he clearly felt that his overall strength would be suppressed following the appearance of this formation. Regardless of whether it was his strength, speed, or the speed at which his doqi circulated, all of them were suppressed. Damn it! This old fellow really does not have any good intentions. Xiaoyan cursed angrily in his heart. At the same time, he blamed himself for being too arrogant. He thought that Muhan would definitely not be able to catch him with the help of the Great Void Dao. However, from the looks of the current situation, it seemed that he had thought too much. Even if he had the Great Void Dao, as long as he had a sufficiently forceful method when facing an expert, no matter how frightening the Great Dao was, it would still be suppressed by strength. Haha, the old me has not been idle during these 100 years. In order to be able to defeat Zhou Tai 100 years later, the old me has used 100 years to merge my own domain with the formation that the old me has researched. This process may be difficult, but the result is exactly what I want. Today, I shall use you to test my skills. Gold Formation Domain. Activate. With a low cry, the formation under Xiaoyan's feet suddenly twisted strangely. Originally, it appeared to be a huge formation. However, within this short period of time, many frightening formations that were not the slightest bit weaker were formed within the entire domain. Various formations appeared and a glaring golden light that contained a frightening energy shot toward Xiaoyan. At the same time, the frightening pressure that enveloped Xiaoyan's body was greatly weakened. Sensing this, Xiaoyan was slightly surprised. However, before he could react, the glaring golden light had already arrived in front of him. Xiaoyan did not dare to be careless in the face of the might of these formations. His body withstood the frightening pressure that was coming from around him. He suddenly extended his right hand from under his sleeve and grasped the air. The heavy Xian ruler immediately appeared in his hand. His arm shook and the huge ruler danced. 6-joint body flowing ruler. With a low roar, Xiaoyan held the heavy Xian ruler tightly with both hands. Both of his feet stepped forward and the heavy ruler swiftly danced. His expression was solemn as he blocked all of the golden light that shot over. The doqi that Xiaoyan had just recovered was also swiftly exhausted at this moment. Muhan involuntarily felt a little surprised in his heart when he saw this. He immediately snorted coldly and stared at Xiaoyan with a gloomy expression. The doqi within his body was swiftly raised and his body suddenly moved. In a flash, he had already appeared in front of Xiaoyan. Humph! I want to see how you block it. A stern cry sounded as Muhan's foot violently stepped on the swiftly dancing heavy Xian ruler. The heavy Xian ruler immediately became sluggish. Muhan's body turned around and leaned against the ruler's body. He turned around and viciously kicked Xiaoyan's body. Bang! A frightening force wildly poured down and Xiaoyan's face turned red. A large mouthful of fresh blood was involuntarily spat out from his mouth. His skinny body also flew back uncontrollably. However, Muhan was unwilling to leave the matter at that. His feet violently stepped on empty air and the space under his feet exploded. His body once again borrowed the force to fly forward and a fist smashed toward Xiaoyan's chest. However, just as Muhan's fist was about to land, a ruthless expression suddenly surged onto Xiaoyan's pale face. The hand that was holding the heavy Xian ruler flipped and grabbed the huge ruler. His arm suddenly swung and the ruler violently smashed onto Muhan's left shoulder. An instant later, the storage ring on Xiaoyan's finger flashed and the heavy Xian ruler was stored within it. At the same time, a spatial crack line suddenly appeared behind Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan's body flashed and disappeared into it. Muhan's body also came to a halt. His shriveled right hand held onto his left shoulder. His old face twitched slightly and cold sweat rolled down from the corner of his eyes. He clenched his teeth tightly and cold wind continuously sucked in between the gaps of his teeth. If his left shoulder did not recover for a few months, it would be difficult for him to use it again. Xiaoyan's all-out attack had caused him to suffer a lot. little bastard. Today, I will definitely tear you into pieces. Muhan's body turned abruptly, and the seals in his hands changed rapidly. The array within the domain changed once again, forming a semicircular array light shield. At the same time, the array within the light shield continued to change. In a short period of time, more than 10 different types of powerful offensive arrays were formed. The dazzling golden light was like a sharp sword that intimidated people's eyes. No one dared to open their eyes. At this moment, Xiaoyan was sealed within the array. He. Enjoy it. In the past, this array had killed a 9-star half-martial emperor. Although it has been merged into my domain and its power has been reduced, it is still more than enough to deal with you. Muhan stared malevolently at Xiaoyan, who had appeared within the array. The corners of his mouth curled up into a terrifying smile. Xiaoyan's expression was similarly solemn as he looked at these formations. Compared to the ones earlier, the energy distribution within the formations in front of him was even more even. All the auras of the large formations were combined together, completely agglomerating this formation into a single formation. Its strength could be said to have multiplied. Once this formation was activated, the eruption of energy within it would be even more difficult for one to block. Under such circumstances, any kind of defense would be powerless. Even if it was the Void Dao, under the effect of the light barrier, Xiaoyan would have nowhere to hide. Moreover, using the Void Dao consumed a terrifying amount of Dou Qi. With the current Xiaoyan, it was impossible for him to rely on the Void Dao to persist in the array. At this very moment, if he wanted to break this array, the only and most effective method was to use violence to curb violence. He had to use the most violent method to forcefully break it. Other than this, Xiaoyan couldn't think of any other method. With a wave of his arm, the dark heavy buster sword appeared in his palm once again. Xiaoyan's body floated in the air as he surveyed his surroundings. Through the array, he stared at Muhan, who was outside the array. After a while, Xiaoyan took half a step back. The huge buster sword was placed diagonally behind him. The remaining Dou Qi in his body was poured into the dark heavy buster sword. At the same time, strands of great Dao energy rapidly condensed on the surface of Xiaoyan's body to form a great Dao robe. Muhan stared at Xiaoyan, who was inside the array, staring at him. However, he had already erased any thoughts of underestimating Xiaoyan. After this battle, he had already regarded Xiaoyan as an expert of the same level as him. If anyone still dared to treat him as an ordinary 9-star half-martial emperor, their outcome wouldn't be any better than Muhan's. Within the large array, Xiaoyan looked at the few dazzling golden lights that were heading towards him. His expression was stern as he tightened his grip on the dark heavy buster sword. When the few golden lights were about to hit him, Xiaoyan held the huge buster sword tightly with both of his hands. The look in his eyes became ruthless as he waved both of his arms. The dark heavy buster sword in his hands was waved from bottom to top. It carried a terrifying wind pressure as it tore through the void and swung the buster sword violently. 7-layered sky-breaking buster sword. 1 foot. Xiaoyan let out an earth-shattering roar as he waved the huge buster sword in his hand. Light flashed on the tip of the buster sword and a gorgeous buster light shot out. It met the incoming golden lights head-on and violently collided with them. Boom! An explosion sounded and a frightening energy ripple spread apart, causing the entire formation to involuntarily tremble. However, within a short couple of breaths, that sharp ruler glow was forcefully shattered by a couple of golden lights. The golden light dimmed a little, but its might was not reduced. It carried a frightening strength as it continued to charge toward Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan's expression did not change when he saw this. His body, which was standing in the empty air, suddenly turned. He rotated once on the spot and swung the enormous ruler in his hand once again. Another frightening ruler glow that was not any weaker than the previous one shot out. 2 feet. Xiaoyan's stern cry was emitted. Before it sounded, Xiaoyan waved both of his arms. The huge ruler brushed past his body and was swung out once again. Another ruler glow instantly shot out and merged with the second ruler glow. 3 feet. 4 feet. 5 feet. 6 feet. After a couple of explosive cries, the huge heavy Xian ruler in Xiaoyan's hand danced close to his body. The huge black-colored huge ruler was as sharp as a long spear in Xiaoyan's hand. As the huge ruler was waved, the sound of wind rose in all directions. The frightening wind pressure caused the air to swiftly compress. Frightening sonic booms were repeatedly emitted from the empty space. The frightening pressure that surrounded Xiaoyan's body was actually completely removed by Xiaoyan's sharp actions. Bang! After continuously waving 5 feet, the few dazzling golden lights that were heading towards him were finally scattered by Xiaoyan's attack. Even though it was a merged formation, it was unavoidable that it would be shattered into pieces under the bombardment of Xiaoyan's complete Do skill. When Muhan, who was outside the formation, saw this scene, he could not help but be slightly shocked. He did not expect Xiaoyan to be so ferocious. He had actually forcefully scattered the 4 spirits formation that he was so proud of. These 4 formations each represented a type of magical beast that was extremely powerful. Even an 8-half emperor would not be able to scatter the 4 formations. Mu did not expect him to as. Even though the 4 spirits formation had been scattered by Xiaoyan, the strength of the 4 magical beasts that had been scattered was not to be underestimated. It would not be so easy for Xiaoyan to get rid of them all in one go. In the next moment, the golden light scattered and turned into 4 mysterious magical beasts that were emitting resplendent golden light from their bodies. The 4 huge magical beasts each stood in a different direction. Their beastly eyes were flickering with golden light as they stared at Xiaoyan. Low roars continuously came from their mouths. Their frightening auras were so powerful that even a 7-star half-emperor would feel frightened in his heart. After a short while, the 4 huge magical beasts simultaneously raised their heads and let out a thunderous roar. Immediately after, they bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they pounced towards Xiaoyan. A pair of sharp claws that emitted golden light appeared as if they wanted to tear Xiaoyan into pieces. Xiaoyan's complexion was pale. He swept his gaze around and saw the 4 huge magical beasts that were pouncing towards him. Xiaoyan forced himself to remain calm. He took a deep breath of the ice-cold air. Xiaoyan's hand once again tightly grasped the heavy dark buster sword. Strength rapidly gathered in his arms. Blue veins popped out. They were like tiny green snakes that were constantly wriggling under Xiaoyan's skin. You are merely 4 beasts that were created by the formation. If your actual bodies were here, I would be somewhat fearful. However, since it is just you, you can all die. After a cold shout that was filled with disdain rang out, Xiaoyan's expression was extremely ferocious. Both of his arms suddenly waved once again. The huge rock in his hand was swept out horizontally. The wide surface of the buster sword ruthlessly smashed towards the golden magical beast that was closest to him. The sturdy magical beast within the formation was twice as tall as Xiaoyan. However, in Xiaoyan's eyes, it was as if it was nothing. The huge buster sword in his hand did not stop at all. The frightening wind that was brought about by the swinging of the huge buster sword was even more powerful than the magical beast. Even Muhan, who was outside the formation, could not help but have a slight change in his expression when he saw this scene. In the next moment, the wide buster sword ruthlessly smashed onto the body of the huge magical beast. Accompanied by a miserable howl, the huge magical beast that was filled with might a moment ago was actually sent flying by Xiaoyan's buster sword. Bang! 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 4 consecutive violent bangs rang out. 4 huge magical beasts were actually sent flying by Xiaoyan. Bang! The 4th huge magical beast ruthlessly smashed onto the bodies of the other 3 huge magical beasts that were piled together. Xiaoyan strenuously lifted the huge buster sword. His pale face made him look like a person who was about to die. However, even so, Xiaoyan still forced himself. He needed to pull himself together. He had to persevere. He did not want to die in Muhan's hands. Cough cough, after forcefully suppressing his coughs, Xiaoyan's body involuntarily softened and he almost fell down. Xiaoyan forcefully propped himself up. His bloodless hand tightly gripped the buster sword. After panting for a moment, Xiaoyan finally used all of his strength and shouted once again. Ha! 7-layered buster sword. Xiaoyan's face swelled as he used all of his strength to swing the huge buster sword in his hand. Xiaoyan followed closely behind the buster sword. At this moment, Xiaoyan, who was on the verge of fainting, actually revealed an extremely crazy expression. Muhan's strength had finally made him feel powerless. Although his explosive strength was not weak, it was ultimately still too lacking when compared to Muhan. The possibility of him being able to fight against Muhan was extremely slim. He already felt that he was very lucky to be able to endure until now. After all, even until now, Muhan had not used all of his strength. The strength that he had displayed was merely to stop Xiaoyan. If it was not for the fact that Xiaoyan possessed the Sky Extinction Steps and the Void Dao, he would have already been defeated by Muhan. From the beginning to the end, he had merely relied on his speed to evade Muhan's attacks. However, at this moment, the only thing he could do was to escape. This all-out attack was his final hope. That was all. The magnificent Buster Sword streaked across the void, leaving behind a trail that was close to a vacuum. Xiaoyan followed closely behind. Although the aura around his body was weak, he still stubbornly persisted. Muhan narrowed his eyes. His gaze pierced through the Buster Sword as he stared intently at Xiaoyan. His expression was filled with suspicion. However, given Xiaoyan's current condition, he did not think that the latter would be able to do anything shocking. However, in the next moment, a shocked expression suddenly appeared on Muhan's sneering face. The gaze that he used to look at Xiaoyan had once again turned sharp. Swoosh! Just as the Buster Sword was about to collide with the four huge beasts, Xiaoyan, who was following closely behind, suddenly increased his speed. The pitch-black Great Dao robe swiftly flew out and formed a spatial tunnel. Soon after, the magnificent Buster Sword entered the tunnel with a swoosh sound. Xiaoyan continued to follow closely behind. Boom! In the next instant, the light barrier that enveloped the entire formation suddenly seemed to have been struck by something. A violent boom was emitted and the entire formation began to tremble violently. Muhan looked towards the source of the sound. His gaze landed on the Northern King, who had once again smashed his fist onto the light barrier. Oh? Muhan's eyes narrowed slightly. He was somewhat astonished. However, in the next instant, an even more terrifying boom was emitted. Boom! The golden formation began to tremble even more violently. Just as Muhan was about to move, he noticed that the Northern King's iron fist had only just landed when the boom sounded. Crack! The fusion formation that Muhan had researched for 100 years had officially been broken at this moment. This was a world of pure darkness. In the darkness, lightning bolts of violent energy flew all over the place. Occasionally, they would collide, and they would cause an enormous chain reaction in this space. As a result, in this dark world, there was actually a terrifying rumble of thunder that sounded like the roar of a wild bear. On the other hand, at the periphery of this dark world, the lightning bolts in the void were bright silver in color. They were like silver fish that continuously swam in the void. Compared to the black lightning bolts, the silver lightning bolts were clearly weaker. However, this was also the reason why ordinary half-emperors were able to withstand the lightning bolts and swallow them to increase their cultivation. At the intersection of the two types of thunderbolts, a special pressure formed a simple barrier, separating the two types of thunderbolts 2 miles away. However, the two types of thunderbolts had completely different degrees of violence, allowing everyone to roughly understand the meaning behind the existence of this barrier. It was not easy to cultivate and one should know when to stop. At this moment, outside the barrier, there were 3 figures standing in the sea of silver lightning. One was in front and 2 were behind him. The one who was standing in the sea of silver lightning further away from the barrier was an old man who appeared to be in a sorry state. Who else could it be other than Muhan? The person who was barely supporting his body in front of the barrier on the opposite side was Xiaoyan. The person in front of him was the Northern King, who had been protecting him all the way. Cough cough, Xiaoyan violently coughed as fresh blood continuously flowed out from his mouth. His deathly pale face looked extremely terrifying. Due to his extreme weakness, it was extremely difficult for him to breathe. His originally pitch-black eyes were now filled with a grayish-white color. The aura around his body had already reached its lowest point. Even so, Xiaoyan still persevered. He knew that as long as he crossed the final barrier behind him and entered the depths of the lightning pool, even Muhan would not dare to carelessly step into it. Although there was a barrier between them, Xiaoyan could still feel the terror of the black lightning bolts. Once those lightning bolts attacked together, even Muhan would not be able to withstand that kind of power. Xiaoyan believed that the Muhan in front of him would definitely not gamble his life with Xiaoyan. In the distance, Muhan's turbid old eyes were staring intently at Xiaoyan. His eyes were like a pair of eagle's hooks, as if he wanted to use his gaze to drag Xiaoyan to his front. However, at this moment, he was actually looking at Xiaoyan with a grave expression on his face. To be more precise, it was aimed at the black lightning within the barrier behind Xiaoyan. Although Xiaoyan was weak, he had also noticed this. Immediately, he felt slightly relieved in his heart. It seemed that what Guli and the others had said was true. Even a 9-star half-martial emperor like Muhan was afraid of the depths of the lightning pool. Yan Xiao, you already have nowhere to run. Do you still intend to continue struggling? Muhan pretended to be calm as he shouted at Xiaoyan. Cough cough, Xiaoyan's aura was so weak that he coughed violently once again. However, the corners of his mouth unconsciously lifted into a mocking smile. It was a long while later before he spoke to Muhan with a slightly hoarse voice. Cough cough, is that so? Don't I also have a place behind me? As Xiaoyan spoke, he involuntarily spat out a large mouthful of blood. This caused his face to turn even paler and his aura to become even weaker. His weak appearance made it seem as if he would collapse at any moment. Even if you enter it, you will still die. Muhan shouted once again. The muscles at the corner of his eyes involuntarily twitched a few times. Clearly, although he wanted Xiaoyan to die, he did not wish for him to die somewhere else. He wanted to kill Xiaoyan not only because he wanted to kill him, but also because he had other motives. Haha, are you afraid that I will enter it? Xiaoyan's tone was weak as he softly laughed. Humph. Muhan snorted as his eyes stared intently at Xiaoyan. However, he did not say anything. Don't you want to kill me? Why do you have such an expression now that I am about to die? Xiaoyan continued to speak. At the end of his words, his voice paused for a moment before he continued. It is because of the Emperor Tribulation Elixir, right? The expression on Muhan's wrinkled old face finally changed when Xiaoyan's words left his mouth. The hand under his sleeve slowly tightened. A moment later, Muhan's dark, cold old face once again revealed a smile. Haha, that's right. The real reason why I entered the lightning pool is for the Emperor Tribulation Elixir. Xiaoyan was slightly surprised that Muhan had taken the initiative to admit it. However, he did not have the mood to care about this. Muhan's tone paused for a moment. His turbid old eyes stared intently at Xiaoyan before he continued to speak. You should also know that as a 9-star half-emperor, it is extremely difficult to break through. If you rely on yourself to forcefully break through to the Do D class, the chances of that happening are extremely slim. Let's not talk about the difficulty of breaking through. Even if you manage to break through, without the Emperor Tribulation Elixir, you will not have much of a chance of winning against the Emperor Tribulation. After Muhan's words sounded, Xiaoyan on the opposite side raised his hand with great difficulty. A thought passed through his heart and a glow flashed across his palm. A lustrous jade bottle appeared in Xiaoyan's hand. Through the jade bottle, one could see a long-incised round medicinal pill quietly lying within it. It was the Emperor Tribulation Elixir. When Muhan saw the Emperor Tribulation Elixir, he wished that he could immediately rush forward and snatch it from Xiaoyan's hands. However, in the blink of an eye, Muhan swiftly recovered and his face regained its calmness. The Xiaoyan in front of him was not easy to deal with. Even though he was like a lamp that had run out of oil, if he used the last of his strength to crush the medicinal pill in his hand along with the jade bottle, he might not be able to obtain a full-grade Emperor Tribulation Elixir in his lifetime. That kind of outcome was not something that Muhan wished to see. Therefore, he must obtain the Emperor Tribulation Elixir in Xiaoyan's hands. Haha, it is rumored that during the previous alchemist grand meeting, young friend Yan Xiao had refined a full-grade Emperor Tribulation Elixir. Now that I have seen it today, it is indeed true that the rumors are true. Muhan's eyes stared at the Emperor Tribulation Elixir in the jade bottle. However, he could not help but praise Xiaoyan. Haha, a person with a well-deserved reputation, is about to die in your hands. Xiaoyan narrowed his eyes and spoke to Muhan with an indifferent expression. Upon hearing this, Muhan laughed out loud once again. Then, he looked at Xiaoyan and smiled insincerely at Xiaoyan. Haha, both of us are sensible people. Given your current situation, you will definitely die if you turn around. Even if I am in my peak condition, I do not dare to casually step into the core of the lightning pool. I believe that Guli and the other old fellows have already clearly told you about this. Therefore, I will not say anything more. Now, as long as you hand over the Emperor Tribulation Elixir in your hands to me, I can guarantee that I will not harm you. Furthermore, from today onwards, I will not pursue the matter between us. In fact, as long as you wish, I can even help you kill MOD. How about it? 1 medicinal pill in exchange for 2 lives. To you, this should be worth it. As he spoke, Muhan slowly walked towards Xiaoyan. The palm under his sleeve was extended towards Xiaoyan as he waited for Xiaoyan to throw the jade bottle over. Why should I believe you? With your strength, you can kill me in an instant after obtaining the elixir. Isn't giving you the elixir equivalent to seeking my own death? Xiaoyan's body staggered and this caused Muhan's heart to jump. However, the words that came out of Xiaoyan's mouth caused the latter to frown once again. Do you think that you still have a choice? Hand over the elixir to me and I will let you live. Otherwise, you will lose both your life and your wealth. After a cold laugh was emitted from Xiaoyan's mouth, his body suddenly turned and he charged into the barrier behind him. Behind him, the strong body of the Northern King suddenly moved and blocked Muhan, who was charging over, outside of the barrier. Within the endless pitch-black lightning pool, countless pitch-black thunderbolts continuously flowed within it. Occasionally, a terrifying explosion would reverberate within the lightning pool, causing a chain reaction. At a certain spot within the lightning pool, a blood-drenched human figure was quietly lying within the pitch-black sea of thunderbolts. At this very moment, there was a nearly 10-meter-long giant golden dragon revolving around his body. A strange pressure spread out, expelling all the black thunderbolts that were approaching him. It was also because of this that the blood-drenched man was able to preserve his life. During this process, the giant golden dragon licked all the fresh blood that flowed out from the wounds on the man's body. The mysterious thing was that after the giant dragon licked those wounds, the fresh blood that continuously flowed out also stopped. As the giant dragon licked the wounds on the man's body, traces of purple gold blood were also absorbed by the giant dragon. When the blood stopped flowing out, the giant dragon's bell-like golden beast eyes actually revealed a mysterious purple gold color. Roar! A low dragon roar resounded and the entire lightning pool gradually calmed down as the dragon roar was emitted. The thunderbolts that flowed in all directions actually seemed to be afraid as they obediently floated in the empty space. They were like tamed beasts that had become docile. As the dragon roar was emitted, the blood-drenched man, who had already fainted and was lying flat in the empty space, suddenly let out a soft cry of surprise. However, it quickly became quiet once again. As time passed, after an unknown period of time, most of the injuries on Xiaoyan's body had already recovered. His spiritual strength had also recovered to its peak. Following a low groan, Xiaoyan finally gradually woke up from his unconscious state. The first thing that Xiaoyan noticed when he woke up was little gold, who had returned to its original size, lying on his chest. After briefly sensing the situation in his body, Xiaoyan smiled in a relaxed manner. The injuries that he had sustained after the battle with Muhan had already completely recovered. Just as he was about to get up, Xiaoyan casually swept his gaze across the empty space around him. With a single glance, he saw the pitch-black thunderbolts that were floating in the empty space like dead objects. In the next instant, Xiaoyan's expression changed drastically. His face, which had just recovered its rosy color, instantly turned deathly pale again. Deep shock was revealed in his pitch-black eyes. Xiaoyan suddenly stood up, only to discover that he was at the core of the lightning pool in the empty realm. Countless black thunderbolts surrounded him and the Northern King, who was still standing by the side. Xiaoyan's mouth was wide open, but he didn't even dare to breathe loudly. His face was filled with shock. It was only at this moment that he finally reacted. In order to avoid Muhan, he had turned around and charged into the core of the lightning pool without hesitation. But now, he was surrounded by endless black thunderbolts. He had just escaped from the tiger's den and entered the wolf's lair. Hee, smelly brat, you are finally awake? While Xiaoyan was feeling shocked, Guyu's mocking voice was faintly transmitted from the bottom of Xiaoyan's heart. Xiaoyan immediately reacted when he heard Guyu's words. The pitch-black thunderbolts in front of him were not as wild and violent as they had been before he had entered. At this moment, these thunderbolts appeared much calmer. They were like treasured swords that had been sheathed and had withdrawn their sharpness. From the looks of it, someone had subdued them. Old Gu, these were not done by me. I have already said that I will no longer help you after entering the lightning pool. Hence, these fellows were not subdued by me. Then? Xiaoyan frowned slightly when he heard this. He pondered for a moment before his eyes landed on Xiaojin, who was flipping and flying in the void in front of him. This little fellow is not as simple as you think. Although these thunderbolts are wild and violent, they are like ancestors in front of Xiaojin. As long as Xiaojin is around, you need not worry about these thunderbolts daring to do anything to you. Moreover, Xiaoyan involuntarily felt surprised when he heard Guyu praise little Qing. By being able to cause an old fellow like Guyu to praise little Qing, one could tell just how great little Jin's future potential was. However, the thing that caused Xiaoyan to feel suspicious was Guyu's unfinished words and that mysterious smile that was thought-provoking. This caused Xiaoyan to feel even more curious about Xiaojin in front of him. Xiaoyan could be said to know everything about Xiaojin. However, it seemed that Xiaoyan's understanding of Xiaojin had gradually changed ever since he had arrived at the Yuanwu continent. Or perhaps, it was after it had swallowed that thread of strange spatial strength. Xiaojin lifted his head and looked at Xiaoyan when he noticed his gaze. After which, his nimble body twisted and he quickly circled around Xiaoyan. Then, he climbed onto Xiaoyan's hand and climbed onto his shoulder. Xiaoyan tilted his head and looked at Xiaojin, who was lying on his shoulder. The man and beast stared at each other for a long time. Xiaoyan looked at Xiaojin's golden eyes. The pure golden light did not contain any impurities. Xiaojin's small and exquisite body was the same as when Xiaoyan had first seen it. It had not changed at all. If there were any changes, it could only be said that Xiaojin's strength had far surpassed what it had been in the past. No matter how much this little fellow has changed, it is still Xiaojin. It is enough as long as it is like this. Xiaoyan raised his hand. Warmth flowed in his eyes as he gently rubbed Xiaojin on his shoulder and quietly said in his heart. Xiaojin could feel Xiaoyan's gentle stroking. His small head happily rubbed against Xiaoyan's rough palm. He licked Xiaoyan's palm with his moist tongue. When he felt the itch in his palm, Xiaoyan looked at Xiaojin again and found that Xiaojin was eagerly looking at him. Xiaoyan immediately smiled. He flipped his hand and a grade 9 pill appeared in his palm. Xiaojin did not stand on ceremony. The moment the pill appeared, it twisted its small body with a swoosh sound and swiftly flashed into Xiaoyan's palm. It extended 2 adorable dragon claws and hugged the pill, which was half the size of its head. Without any hesitation, it swallowed the pill in an extremely exaggerated manner. Xiaoyan involuntarily laughed softly when he saw this scene. Immediately, he ignored Gu Xiaojin and allowed it to play around. Xiaoyan's clear eyes looked towards this lightning pool. His dark black eyes, which were as calm as an old well, had an unusual splendor at this moment. Compared to the silver-colored thunderbolts in the outside world, the energy that the dark black thunderbolts in this place possessed was even more frightening. The lightning strength in this place was also purer than the lightning in the outside world. If Xiaoyan were to absorb the lightning in this place, he even dared to conclude that his strength would definitely rise by a large level. This was also what he hoped for. Xiaoyan's eyes slowly swept across the dark black lightning. His eyes flickered. Suddenly, Xiaoyan grabbed with his large hand and a lightning bolt that was as thick as his wrist was caught in his palm. When the lightning bolt entered his hand, it immediately began to struggle violently in Xiaoyan's hand. Powerful energy was continuously released in an attempt to escape Xiaoyan's palm. However, Xiaoyan merely sneered at this. If there were nearly 100 lightning bolts attacking at the same time, Xiaoyan would naturally have difficulty dealing with them. However, if it was only one of them, Xiaoyan was not afraid at all. A thought passed through his mind and a heavenly flame immediately rose from Xiaoyan's palm, which was holding on to the lightning bolt. In a short moment, the lightning bolt turned into an extremely pure Do-Chi torrent that poured into Xiaoyan's body and became a part of his strength. As he felt the pure Do-Chi pouring into his body, the corners of Xiaoyan's mouth gradually lifted into a smile. Others treated the deepest part of the lightning pool as a place of death. However, at this moment, this place was like heaven to him. Next, I will make a breakthrough here. End of chapter 315. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.